Chapter 338. The unpredictable martial arts of Yuan Suiyun. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qiu Caidie resolved not to remain passive. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as her inner energy surged forth. A crimson aura materialized in her palm, and with a powerful strike, she unleashed this vivid energy, aiming to repel the oncoming fingers of her assailant. However, Bai Choufei's dexterous and enigmatic technique allowed him to evade the force of her attack, landing directly upon her body. A single finger struck true. In an instant, every vital point on Qiu Caidie's body was struck, causing her internal energy and blood flow to come to an abrupt halt. She collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the sound of clashing echoed through the air as a figure burst forth from the shadows, launching itself towards Bai Choufei with a sword in hand. As the blade was swung, another figure emerged unexpectedly, slapping the sword's blade and deflecting the strike. The attack missed its mark. The assailant, shrouded in black robes reminiscent of a ninja, fixed his bloodthirsty gaze upon Yuan Suiyun. Had it not been for Yuan Suiyun's intervention, his strike would have either reached Bai Choufei or saved Qiu Caidie. Do you not recognize me? I am one of the 4 divine women of the Bliss Palace. By opposing me, you declare war against the Bliss Palace itself. I trust you are aware of our reputation, Qiu Caidie proclaimed fiercely, hoping to leverage the power of the Bliss Palace to instill fear in Bai Choufei. We are well aware of your identity. Otherwise, we would not have awaited your arrival here, Bai Choufei replied, while sealing her mute acupoint. You take her away first. I shall handle matters here. Yuan Suiyun communicated telepathically with Bai Choufei while focusing intently on the sword-wielding figure before him. The cloaked assailant, realizing the situation, attempted to follow Bai Choufei, but was forced to eliminate Yuan Suiyun first to pursue Qiu Caidie. In an instant, the black-clad figure's expression hardened, and a dark energy surged within him. With a resonating hum, the shadowy aura erupted from his long sword, its brilliance blinding and painfully piercing the eyes. Yuan Suiyun's gaze sharpened as he sensed the imminent danger. Just as he contemplated his next move, the black-clad figure struck. With both hands gripping the sword, he unleashed a flash of dark sword light. Yuan Suiyun, reacting with lightning speed, flickered away, the blood light shimmering around him, as the sword light and blood shadow dissipated. Their positions exchanged. Both combatants had delivered strikes at an extraordinary velocity, yet neither had succeeded. As the black-clad figure turned to strike again, this time his stance, blade, energy, and light harmonized in perfect unison, creating a pinnacle of martial prowess. Yuan Suiyun's eyes shifted, his fist clenched tightly as an ocean of energy surged forth from within him. Employing the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing Arhut fist, a formidable technique from Shaolin, Yuan Suiyun had mastered multiple martial arts to the extent that he could wield them with effortless grace. This was the hallmark of his martial talent. Some are born prodigies, while others remain mere practitioners throughout their lives. With a thunderous impact, the sword energy collided with his fist, causing a slight shift in the black-clad figure's form. He had not anticipated such a sudden and transformative counterattack from Yuan Suiyun. As he made the slightest movement, Yuan Suiyun's fist opened, and his arm swept out with sudden force, wrapping around the long sword in his opponent's hand. The flowing sleeves moved with astonishing speed, ensnaring the sword before the adversary could react. In an instant, a surge of energy coursed through, directly engulfing the opponent's grip. The adversary's hand went numb, causing the long sword to clatter to the ground. With a swift motion, Yuan Suiyun drew the sword into his possession. With the sword in hand, he executed the 13 styles of the clear wind, the sword energy enveloping the opponent like a gentle breeze. The cloaked figure was taken aback, realizing that in mere moments, he had been ensnared by the brilliance of Yuan Suiyun's swordplay. The opponent was astounded by the array of martial skills displayed. Initially the footwork, then the fist techniques, hidden weapons, and now the encompassing swordplay, which sealed off all avenues for retaliation. At this point, the only option was to engage in close combat. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed his internal energy, attempting to shatter the blockade of sword energy. Yet, the relentless wave of sword energy continued, any breach immediately reinforced by subsequent strikes. Suddenly, the opponent's swordplay transformed, adopting a fierce blade technique. With a swift cut, a crimson line appeared across his chest. Alarmed, he realized that the sword was poisoned. His expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming numbness spread from the wound. In desperation, He attempted to expel the toxin by surging his vital energy. However, at that moment, the opponent's palm struck his chest like a heated iron. "You," he gasped, collapsing to the ground. His eyes, filled with disbelief, struggled to comprehend how one individual could master such a multitude of martial arts. Suiyun cast a glance at him, wiped the sword's hilt with his sleeve, and discarded it onto the ground before swiftly departing, leaving the body unaddressed to avoid arousing suspicion, ensuring others would believe that many had conspired to slay him. In the caverns beneath the mountain river gate in Lingnan County, Su Chun entered with Xiao Ruoyan. Upon seeing Su Chun, Murong Fu, clad in a black robe, immediately approached and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." "Murong Fu, you should have gathered a general understanding of the world in these past few days. I now require you to go to the capital and eliminate the Danyang princess. Furthermore, her demise must occur under the hands of the king of Split Martial, who is the arch-nemesis of the Duke of Zhenghua, employing the family's martial art, the extreme Tao of Blazing Sun Fist," Su Chun declared. The king of Split Martial was one of the royal families of the Great Zhou. His sworn enemy was Duke Shimin Liang. In the past, the final choice among the 8 royal families had been a rivalry between Shimin Liang and the king of Split Martial. Initially, Shimin Liang had the opportunity to become one of the 8, but was ensnared by the king of Split Martial, who seduced the daughter of the then Duke of Dongping. One of the 8, a family could not produce 2 figures of royal lineage. Consequently, the king of Split Martial ascended to one of the 8. While Shimin Liang ultimately became the Duke of Zhenghua, the two were bound by a legacy of enmity. Choosing Shimin Liang was not solely based on his feud with the king of Split Martial. It was also due to Shimin Liang's affiliation with the Grand Tutoress faction. Previously, during the Four Corners Assembly, he had slain members of the Grand Tutor's household, thus deepening the animosity. Since enmity has been established, Su Chun is determined to weaken his opponent's strength at every opportunity. Thus, by having Murong Fu eliminate Princess Danyang using the fists of Shimin Liang, the conflict between the two families will inevitably intensify. Their confrontation will lead to greater chaos in the capital, which could indirectly assist the fourth prince, serving as a form of repayment to Murong Qingchen. His subordinate vowed not to betray the trust of the young master, and promptly set off for the capital to fulfill the task assigned to him. Murong Fu spoke. "By the way, her name is Xiao Ruoyan. She can assist you in understanding some matters regarding the capital and help you organize relevant information," Su Chun remarked as he glanced at Xiao Ruoyan. Murong Fu also cast a glance at her, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in agreement, tacitly allowing Xiao Ruoyan to accompany him to the capital. Once Murong Fu exited the cave, Su Chun swiftly departed, returning to the Shana sect. Chapter 339, Mei Xuanchuang arrives. Those who do not return from the underworld outside the Great Wall, in the Invincible sect, Dugu Wudi surveyed the letter in his hand, a smile gracing his face. The response from Zetan Palace indicated that the Tianshan sect had agreed to redeem their person with Tianshan Snow Lotus and Snow Lotus pills. He was surprised by the Tianshan sect's promptness, suggesting they possessed a considerable amount of Tianshan Snow Lotus and Snow Lotus pills, indicating a slight loss on his part. Dugu Wudi sighed and cupped his fists towards Guan Shi. "Thank you, Brother Guan, for your assistance this time. It was a mere formality, especially since I did not come here in vain." Guan Shi waved his hand dismissively. Dugu Wudi's invitation was not without cost. He had invested significantly. Of course, the primary reason was that Guan Shi did not wish to remain idle in Lingnan Prefecture. He sought to enhance his own strength. Only with increased power could he grasp a territory. As one of the 7 saints of the Misty Heaven Alliance, Guan Shi was not only passionate about martial arts, but also aspired to become a hegemon of the martial world. A person of the martial realm, without such ambition, could never truly belong. Brother Guan, I believe the outside territories possess greater potential than the 9 prefectures of the north. If we manage this well, we shall undoubtedly acquire countless resources, and our strengths will grow exponentially, Dugu Wudi stated. In fact, we could control that ghost domain. Guan Shi replied solemnly. The leader of that ghost domain rarely shows himself, but based on my observations, he should possess a strength at the level of Tianren 8 difficulties. To eliminate him, we would need at least 2 experts of the same caliber. Such strength would require support from our master. Otherwise, with my current power, I cannot seize control of the ghost domain. However, I have already begun to secretly infiltrate the ghost domain, and I believe results will come soon. Once I uncover the leader's background and whereabouts, I can request our master to send an expert to eliminate him. Once he is dispatched, we should be able to take control of the ghost domain, Dugu Wudi elaborated. Then I wish you success, Brother Dugu. Guanxi responded. He had no intention of competing with Dugu Wudi for the outside territories. His focus was solely on enhancing his own strength. As long as his power grew, any territory he occupied would rightfully belong to him. In another location, within the ghost domain's primary headquarters, Su Xiong, Lei Jiu, and Lei Xingchuan gathered in a secret chamber. On that day, the Tianshan sect surprisingly acquiesced to the demands of Dugu Wudi and his companions. What are your thoughts, the second leader? Inquired Su Xiong. I have no particular opinion. I shall merely observe the developments, he replied. You seem to be troubled by something lately. Is it the Wudi Gate or Dugu Wudi that concerns you? Lei Jiudong gazed at Su Xiong. I am wary of the Wudi Gate, especially of Guanxi. His gaze is as predatory as that of a wolf. He is merciless to his foes and equally ruthless to himself. If Guanxi harbors intentions against our ghost domain, we must remain vigilant. Su Xiong spoke solemnly. Guanxi is merely an ally summoned by Dugu Wudi. He is unlikely to remain in the borderlands for long. Nevertheless, Su Xiong, your words warrant caution. Keep an eye on any movements from the Wudi Gate, Lei Jiudong advised. Though the Tianshan sect is formidable, anyone who encroaches upon Dugu Wudi's territory must be prepared for a fierce response. At this moment, within the central region of Tianshan, a warm valley unfolded. 3 towering spires stood tall, with the central one being the highest, flanked by 2 equally imposing towers. Numerous courtyards lay beneath, and within one ancient courtyard, a man clad in a blue robe pressed his palm against a shattered teacup, gazing intently at a disciple before him. Is there truly no trace to be found? He asked, his voice grave. This blue-robed man was Mu Fengyun, the lord of the Nanshan in the Tianshan sect. Upon learning about the circumstances surrounding Bai Qingtian and his companions, he promptly dispatched individuals to investigate. Master, the site of the confrontation has been buried by sand and wind. We have found no clues, the disciple reported. If no information has been uncovered, then let Elder Fong and his brethren proceed to negotiate with the enemy. Once the transaction is complete, there should be no restraint, Mu Fengyun stated, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. My subordinates will convey your orders to the 2 elders, the disciple responded before swiftly exiting the hall. Inside the hall, Mu Fengyun's brow was furrowed in deep thought. The Tianshan sect had only just emerged into the world when faced with such a predicament, severely undermining its prestige. It was imperative to unveil and eliminate their adversaries, demonstrating to the forces beyond the borders the consequences of provoking the Tianshan sect. This issue had been orchestrated by the Zitan Palace, granting them 3 days to investigate. Should they fail to uncover the truth, the Zitan Palace would no longer warrant existence. Mu Fengyun's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Having uttered these words, he stepped out of the hall and made his way toward the central spire, the abode of the sect's leader. In the northern Jinfu of Lingnan Prefecture, Helian Xiaoyao received correspondence from the capital. Has the third prince abandoned plans to collaborate with the Qinglong Society? Helian Xiaoyao frowned. Although he had not met Su Chun during his last visit, he had encountered Yuan Suiyun, who had made their intentions unmistakably clear. They were willing to cooperate, provided the requisite price was met. Yet now, the third prince suddenly altered his stance regarding engagement with the Qinglong Society. What could this mean? Helian Xiaoyao's brow tightened. Subsequently, he retreated to his study and promptly penned a letter to his father, eager to ascertain what transpired in the capital. After sending the letter, he exited the commander's residence and headed toward the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The original Yun Sui has returned, while Bai Choufei, having absorbed the power of the autumn color butterfly, has entered seclusion upon his return. Based on Yun Sui's observations, Bai Choufei may have stepped into the realm of the 5 difficulties of heaven. This is primarily due to the overwhelming strength emanating from the autumn color butterfly. Rather than immediately enhancing his own power after absorbing the energy, he aspires to ascend to an even higher realm. Unfortunately, all the energy he absorbed has been acquired by Bai Choufei. Possessing the strength of the 5 difficulties of heaven, coupled with the Night Emperor in the future, should enable the establishment of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the capital. Su Chen mused. The capital serves as the heart of the Great Zhou dynasty, with many messages disseminated from there. Thus, understanding the situation in the capital is of utmost importance. This urgency is why the establishment of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the capital is imperative. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall of the sect leader. Sect leader, the master of the Plum Hall, Meishuan, has come to pay her respects. Please let her in. The disciple immediately bowed and exited the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the injured Meishuan. Sect leader Su, I did not anticipate our meeting again so soon. Meishuan approached Suiyun. Master Mei, I too did not foresee our swift reunion. But why have your meridians not yet healed? If delayed, it could adversely affect your health, Suiyun remarked, observing several ruptured meridians on Meishuan's body. There has been no stable place to recuperate, hence my injuries remain unhealed, Meishuan replied. However, my injuries are not the crux of my visit. I have come to request your assistance in avenging Murong Qingchen. She fell at the hands of the Yellow Springs returnees. And I know where they are hiding in the capital. Meishuan revealed a shocking secret. You know where they are hiding in the capital? Suiyun's face displayed astonishment. Did you not inform the fourth prince of this matter? Although Murong Qingchen possessed talent and capability, her assassination merely serves to weaken the fourth prince's faction without any other purpose. Thus, it is evident that the Yellow Springs returnees targeted the fourth prince Lu Long. The death of Murong Qingchen may merely be the prelude to this impending storm. The fourth prince lacks the capacity to exact this revenge, but you possess the potential. Meishuan gazed intently at Suiyun. Master Mei, if the fourth prince lacks the ability, how could I possibly possess such power? Suiyun looked at Meishuan, astonished. He was uncertain how she discerned that he could assist in avenging Murong Qingchen. You are different from the fourth prince. He is burdened by numerous worries and responsibilities. With countless people behind him, a single action could have far-reaching consequences, causing him to hesitate. Yet, you can seek vengeance for Murong Qingchen. Despite your status and position, Murong Qingchen's previous assistance to you may have seemed inconsequential, but she has indeed aided you. Therefore, I hope you can help avenge her. Moreover, we can consider ourselves friends. Avenging Murong Qingchen is, in essence, avenging me as well. Meishuan spoke with grave determination. I am quite curious as to why the Changhan Palace has not intervened. Surely, there are many skilled individuals within its ranks. How can they remain passive while you are injured so grievously? Suiyun did not respond to Meishuan's inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own, intrigued as to why she had not mobilized the forces of Changhan Palace. My mother is in seclusion, and it has been an extended period. There has been some unrest within the palace. Otherwise, do you think I would seek your assistance? Meishuan gazed at Suiyun as she spoke. Is that so? It seems your situation is not favorable either, Suiyun remarked. Indeed, Murong Qingchen had been of assistance to him, and if he could aid her in avenging her demise, he would certainly be willing. However, he possessed no knowledge of the capital, and acting blindly would only ensnare him in a predicament. It is indeed dire. Which is why I implore you to help eliminate the one from the Yellow Springs, Meishuan stated, her eyes fixed intently on Suiyun. The matter surrounding Murong Qingchen's death was fraught with complications. A single misstep could lead to entanglement in a web of trouble. It appears you are hesitant, Suiyun observed. I had thought you to be decisive in your actions, yet here I am, having traveled great distances to seek you. Meishuan regarded him with a hint of disappointment reflected in her gaze. Suiyun, however, paid little heed to her expression. Although he shared a measure of camaraderie with Meishuan, their bond was not profound enough to warrant concern over her disappointment. It was evident that neither she nor Murong Qingchen had yet reached a level of significance that would compel Suiyun to expend his full efforts on their behalf. To confront the one from the Yellow Springs, I shall need to enlist the power of the Azure Dragon Society. While I serve as a vice leader, the society comprises more than just my singular influence. Certainly, had I been merely a vice leader, I could act without hesitation. Yet I am also the leader of the Shanhua sect, which boasts tens of thousands of disciples. A single error could endanger them. One must be cautious when embroiling oneself in the conflicts of the capital, Suiyun stated gravely. He believed that the incident concerning Murong Qingchen stemmed from the rivalry among the princes. Upon hearing his words, Meishuan's expression shifted in surprise. She had momentarily forgotten Suiyun's identity as the leader of the Shanhua sect, focusing solely on his role within the Azure Dragon Society. It is I who have not considered all angles, and thus misjudged you, she admitted. In truth, you may have underestimated the fourth prince. If he remains inactive in this matter, he should abandon any aspirations for the throne. Suiyun replied, as they advance upon us, your hesitation is ill-fitted for a sovereign. News from the capital should arrive shortly. You must focus on recuperating and restoring your meridians. I trust you possess elixirs for recovery? Mei Xuanchuang responded. The fourth prince is already procuring recovery elixirs for me. They should arrive at the Shanhua sect in the coming days. Then you should rest and recuperate at the Shanhua sect. You need not worry about your safety there. Su Chun instructed a servant standing outside the hall. Arrange an independent courtyard for Palace Master Mei. A disciple entered and approached Mei Xuanchuang, saying, Palace Master Mei, please. Mei Xuanchuang glanced at Su Chun before following the disciple out of the grand hall. After Mei Xuanchuang exited the grand hall, Su Chun fell into contemplation. The Changhan Palace was suppressed, and Murong Qingchun had been assassinated. It remains uncertain whether the fourth prince can endure this trial. Although Su Chun was not fully versed in the capital's intrigues, he was acutely aware of the fourth prince's current predicament. In the capital, at the town protectorate, the fourth prince stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the desolate and silent scene outside. Your Highness, there has been no movement from that direction. I fear that waiting any longer will yield no clues, remarked a man clad in a blue robe. It seems that group has been abandoned. Let us take action without leaving any survivors, the fourth prince declared, a flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Murong Qingchun, being his own blood, could not be avenged lightly. The following day, he uncovered the whereabouts of those responsible. This was the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the territory of the Liu family. If one were to seek, they would undoubtedly be found. The reason for his inaction was that he was biding his time, hoping for additional insights. However, after murdering Murong Qingchun, those individuals had remained holed up in their courtyard, never emerging or making contact with anyone, effectively becoming pawns abandoned on the board. Indeed, the man in the blue robe bowed and swiftly gathered men, directing them towards a certain part of the imperial city. As the forces mobilized, the town protectorate began to operate rapidly. With this movement, he believed something would be drawn out. What is happening with the town protectorate's mobilization? Patrons in the inns and taverns within the city remarked as they observed the swift passage of town protectorate personnel through the streets. It must pertain to the 13th princess. They must have discovered something and are now commencing a crackdown, one suggested. Although a considerable amount of time had elapsed since Murong Qingchun's death, some had not forgotten the magnitude of the incident. At this moment, atop a high tower, a figure donned in a black robe and a fearsome Yama mask observed the hastening town protectorate below and remarked, after such a long interval, they finally take action. Lulong, what are you waiting for? Leader, should we notify them? Inquired a man in blue, carrying a long spear on his back. The area is already swarming with the town protectorates and the fourth prince's own spies. Anyone attempting to make contact will be swiftly discovered, the masked figure replied. Leader, are we truly abandoning them? Questioned the spear-bearing man. Abandonment is the only option, the masked individual stated coldly, devoid of any emotional inflection. The spear-bearer's expression dimmed at this pronouncement. Chapter 341. The Unreturned Souls of the Yellow Springs Leader, the Commission to Kill the Fourth Prince. To achieve great things, one must inevitably sacrifice something, the masked figure remarked, as if sensing the sorrow in the spear-bearer's demeanor. Do you wish to take a look? The spear-bearer asked. That place is likely crawling with town protectorate spies. Their keen senses will detect you as soon as you draw near. Remain here and await news with me. The masked figure spoke as he turned and entered the room. Caution in one's actions minimizes personal danger. The man bearing a long gun, though reluctant, did not defy the masked figure's command. In truth, the subordinate found himself perplexed by certain matters. Speak your mind. I shall provide clarity. The masked figure seated himself and addressed him. Those individuals wish to eliminate the fourth prince. Why not simply commission us to assassinate him instead of targeting Murong Qingchun? The man queried. Lu Long is one of the 9 imperial princes of the Great Zhou. His assassination would undoubtedly incite turmoil in the capital. It appears they wish to avoid unrest, opting to eliminate Murong Qingchun instead of Lu Long. As for their subsequent intentions, I remain unaware. However, this bears significant implications for our return as the Yellow Springs returnees, the masked figure replied solemnly. The Yellow Springs returnees were taking action against Murong Qingchun, although the Great Zhou had not disclosed the identity of the assailants. Astute observers had already discerned the involvement of the Yellow Springs returnees. Their name had begun to circulate throughout the Great Zhou, and it would not be long before they once again instilled fear in the dynasty. This was, indeed, their purpose for reemergence. At this moment, within an ordinary courtyard in the capital, A leading man from the town suppression office forcefully broke open the courtyard door. Kill. Leave no survivors. Those behind him swiftly surged into the courtyard. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from within the house, as a woman clad in battle attire appeared, accompanied by several men in black robes wielding swords. Kill. The woman wielded her sword like thunder, charging towards the leading man. The audacity of the Yellow Springs returnees, a group presumed buried in the earth, to commit murder in the capital was astounding. The leading man scoffed, raising his hands. In an instant, dark golden gauntlets appeared upon his hands, gleaming ominously as they reached for the woman's sword with astonishing speed, grasping it in the blink of an eye. Clang! The clash of the gauntlets against the sword sparked a bright display. The woman, realizing her sword had been seized, attempted to retract it, only to find herself ensnared by an overwhelming force. As she was drawn towards him, 3 icy beams suddenly erupted from her mouth, aimed at the man's face. With his other hand, he swiftly intercepted the 3 beams, capturing them effortlessly. Then, with a sudden release, the 3 icy beams shot forth, striking the woman's face. She let out a shriek, and then her breath ceased. The 4th Prince Lu Long had no intention of leaving survivors, nor did he need to worry about the severity of his actions. Within the courtyard, the remaining figures in black were surrounded, with several attacking each individual. In no time, all the black-clad figures lay slain. Of course, the town suppression office also suffered some casualties. Search for any valuable clues. The leading man commanded the few who had yet to engage. They promptly entered the courtyard. As the townsfolk dragged the corpse out of the residence, a figure clad in a black robe, with a face concealed by a black cloth and a wide-brimmed hat, slowly ascended the stairs to the pavilion. Sensing the movement within, the masked individual and the man bearing a long spear simultaneously rose, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance of the pavilion. "Is there a need for such tension?" inquired the newcomer, his voice lowered, rendering his original tone indecipherable. "What task do you wish to assign us this time?" The masked figure responded. "You are to assassinate the 4th prince. However, the act must not occur within the capital, but rather outside its confines," the newcomer declared. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the masked figure, while the face beneath the mask twitched slightly. Initially, he had dismissed the notion of targeting the 4th prince, yet now, with this revelation, he began to question the validity of his earlier speculations. The first directive had been to eliminate Murong Qingchen, leading those outside to perceive a weakening of the 4th Prince Lu Long's influence, fostering an impression of internal strife among the royal heirs. This had led him to believe the other party was indeed a member of the royal family. However, with the current objective of killing the 4th prince, his prior assumptions were now called into question. The adversary may not be of royal descent after all. The price for the assassination of the 4th prince is not akin to that of a princess, the figure donning the Yama mask intoned gravely. Despite the miscalculation, it bore no consequence for them, as their role was merely to accept payment for murder. 50,000 taels of gold, with an advance of 10,000 taels to be delivered to a location of your choosing outside the city, the newcomer stated. That amount must be doubled. This time, the advance must be increased to 80%. Furthermore, we will only attempt 3 times. Should we fail to kill the 4th prince within those attempts, we shall not proceed further, and the advance will be non-refundable, the masked figure asserted. Agreed. The newcomer replied without negotiation, nodding in affirmation. Tomorrow, you may depart the city with the gold. With that, the figure in black swiftly departed. Watching him leave, the masked figure fell into contemplation, pondering the intent behind the assassination of the 4th prince. Chief, the 4th prince is protected by formidable experts. Attempting to assassinate him may prove exceedingly difficult, remarked the man with the long spear, interrupting the masked figure's thoughts. Let us set aside such concerns for now. Tomorrow, you will personally lead a team outside the city to transport the gold. Once secured, ensure it is swiftly distributed and removed, the masked figure instructed. You need not return thereafter. I shall take it upon myself to execute the assassination of the 4th prince. Should I succeed, I, as the harbinger of the underworld, shall elevate our organization to the foremost assassin group of the great Zhou dynasty. At this point, a fervent intensity ignited in the eyes of the masked figure. Chief, you must not engage directly. We are unaware of the true prowess of the experts surrounding the 4th prince. Perhaps I could first venture forth to test the waters? Proposed the man with the spear. Such testing is a reckless endeavor. If I fail, We can simply enlist someone else for a few attempts thereafter, the masked figure countered. Shaking his head, perhaps we should send a message via carrier pigeon to summon the Grand Elder, suggested the man with the spear. The man bearing a long gun harbored some concerns. I have mastered the shadow triple technique to perfection. I can escape without any issues, even if I cannot defeat the opponent. The masked individual spoke with unwavering confidence. Chief, having perfected the shadow triple technique means that you can depart even in the presence of formidable adversaries. Upon hearing this, the man with the long gun initially displayed astonishment, which quickly transformed into delight. Chapter 342. A body as bait, silver stolen within the Ministry of Suppression in the capital. The fourth prince sat regally in a room exuding an ancient charm. Opposite him stood a robust man in his 40s, clad in a golden-threaded military robe. His rugged visage was imbued with the aura of authority, and the flicker of intelligence in his eyes exuded an undeniable sense of pressure. This man was Yuan, the chief of the Ministry of Suppression and one of the 5 deputy chiefs. Your Highness, I have found no further leads. All threads have been severed with the deaths of these individuals. Yuan spoke in a grave tone. Severed? Not necessarily. Do you comprehend why I ordered their extermination? The fourth prince, Lu Long, interjected. Your subordinate does not understand. I implore your highness to elucidate. Yuan was perplexed by the fourth prince's intentions. The underworld's unreturning are a mercenary organization. They kill solely for coin. What use is capturing them alive? Their target is not Qing Chun, but rather me. Now that I have cut off these leads, what do you suppose they will do next? As Lu Long rose, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his gaze. They will target your highness. Yuan, one of the 5 deputy leaders of the Ministry of Suppression, asserted. His expression suddenly shifted. Your highness, how dare they attempt to harm you? In the struggle for the throne, who would be so reckless? Do they not fear the wrath of his majesty? Yuan found it hard to fathom. Perhaps it is not the hand of my royal kin, Lu Long replied solemnly. Your highness, are you implying that outsiders are involved? Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. While princes may vie with one another, the core members of the royal family are bound by an edict established by the Emperor of the Great Zhou, forbidding mutual slaughter. Any prince who dares contravene this rule faces immediate revocation of their princely status. Your highness, under such circumstances, it would be wise for you to remain within the Ministry of Suppression. Your safety would be assured there. Yuan suggested. I cannot remain within the ministry. If I do, how can they make their move? This is precisely why I cannot leave any witnesses. With no survivors, this matter can be resolved, and I can exit the ministry. In doing so, they will have the opportunity to strike at me. Should they choose to act, they shall find themselves with no return. Lu Long's voice was cold and resolute. Yet, your highness, this could lead to, Yuan began, but he was interrupted by Lu Long. Once the personnel return, you shall commence the case closure. Following that, I will take my leave and return to the residence of the fourth prince. He gestured dismissively. Understood. Yuan replied with a bow before exiting the room. Qing Chun, I shall avenge you. I intend to hunt down each of those responsible. The fourth prince murmured within the confines of the chamber. The 9 royal princes appointed as guardians are not chosen lightly. To attain such a status within the Great Zhou dynasty, one must possess both martial prowess and capability. Come forth. A figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Deliver this letter to Suiyun of the Shanhe sect, commanded the fourth prince, Lu Long. In Lingnan County, Suiyun arrived at Mei Xianshuang's residence. This is the news from the capital. The fourth prince has acted and eliminated those who attacked Qing Chun. Suiyun handed the confidential letter to Mei Xianshuang. The fourth prince has taken action and eradicated those who harmed Qing Chun. A look of astonishment crossed Mei Xianshuang's face, as she had not anticipated such a move. You have underestimated the fourth prince. To be among the 9 guardians of the Great Zhou is no trivial matter, Suiyun remarked. Mei Xianshuang opened the letter to examine its contents. After reading, her brow furrowed in concern. He has left no survivors. What is the fourth prince attempting to accomplish? She found herself puzzled by this. Shouldn't he have spared some for interrogation? The living would hold little value. Those are mere assassins from the Yellow Springs organization. They possess no significant information, Suiyun explained. But won't this sever the trail of clues? Mei Xianshuang countered. Perhaps the fourth prince possesses other intelligence or methods. You should focus on nurturing your meridians and swiftly recovering your strength to return to your Changhen palace, Suiyun advised. He had no intention of remaining at the Shanhe sect indefinitely, thus he preferred Mei Xianshuang not to linger there. Are you trying to drive me away? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Mei Xianshuang fixed her gaze intently upon him. Observing her demeanor, Su Chen sensed a transformation in her character following recent events. She had once been rather cold upon arriving in Lingnan County. I will not linger at the Shanhe sect without purpose. By the way, do you wish to make contact with Zihan Yu of the Cold Moon sect? I happen to know her whereabouts, Mei Xianshuang said. Zihan Yu. Has she not yet fled Lingnan County? Su Chen's impression of Zihan Yu was profound, particularly as she had once masqueraded as his stepmother for a time. The Cold Moon sect has yet to locate their treasury. How could they possibly leave Lingnan County? Mei Xianshuang asserted. Wasn't there a rumor about the area near Qingcheng? Su Chen began, but did not finish his thought. That is merely an outer treasury. Mei Xianshuang interjected. Given that the Shanhe sect currently holds dominance in Lingnan County, a collaboration with the Cold Moon sect could prove advantageous, potentially granting access to treasures within their treasury. Mei Xianshuang proposed. The strength of the Cold Moon sect? Su Chen began to shake his head. Do you truly believe that the Cold Moon sect possesses only this level of strength? Mei Xianshuang remarked, observing Su Chen's expression. The Cold Moon sect's Dharma King, protectors, and elders are lacking in strength, rendering collaboration unnecessary. As Su Chen spoke, he too was puzzled. How could the Cold Moon sect survive for so long with such modest prowess? The Great Zhou dynasty has always been lenient. You underestimate the Cold Moon sect. It is divided into inner and outer sects. What you have seen thus far are merely the outer members. The strength of the inner members is far from trivial. Otherwise, do you think the Cold Moon sect could endure within the Great Zhou dynasty for such an extended period? Mei Xianshuang regarded Su Chen with an expression akin to that of one looking at a fool. The inner sect is no simple matter. Su Chen could only ponder this in his heart. Consider this. If you could acquire some treasures from the secret vault, I believe your standing in the Qinglong society would be significantly elevated, Mei Xianshuang suggested. I should first solidify my position in the Mountain River sect, Su Chen replied. Shaking his head, for the moment, he was not inclined to collaborate with the Cold Moon sect. As Su Chen's words faded, a breathless voice rushed in from outside the courtyard. It was his younger brother, the fatty. Master, the 500,000 taels of silver we transported from the Northland Prefecture's bank were ambushed en route. Not a single soul survived. Fatty gasped, immediately informing him. Someone has robbed our silver from the Northland Prefecture. Do you have any idea who it was? Su Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. It could possibly be members of the Heavenly Alliance, Fatty mused after a moment's thought. Chapter 343, Night Emperor, Future Moves. The Heavenly Alliance is involved? Su Chen's brow creased slightly. He had not initiated any action against the Heavenly Alliance, yet they had struck first against him. Such folly is self-inflicted. If they seek their demise early, Su Chen would not hesitate to expedite their end. If they are to act, they should not restrict their efforts solely to our bank. The transport routes of other banks may also be in jeopardy, Su Chen spoke solemnly. Master, I have already informed the other banks to temporarily halt shipments of silver to this area. Fatty reported. If you do that, you will fall into their trap. Upon returning, immediately notify the managers of our banks in various locations to conceal the silver. But I wonder if there is enough time, Su Chen commanded. Su Chen believed that the Heavenly Alliance would not act solely for the sake of 500,000 taels of silver. They might target his banks across the region as well. This must be the handiwork of that enigmatic Shunguiyu. He is not to be underestimated. So you must tread carefully. Mei Xianshuang interjected. Master, what should we do now? Fatty asked, his anxiety palpable as he found himself at a loss. Simply follow my instructions. Additionally, pay a visit to the former elder and have him accompany you to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Inquire with their people to ascertain Shun Guiyu's whereabouts. Su Chen directed. As long as the silver remains in the northern 9 prefectures, it will not escape my grasp. Understood. Fatty bowed and exited the courtyard. Within the courtyard, Mei Xianshuang's expression grew grave. Will you not enlist the help of the Qinglong Society? In her eyes, the Heavenly Alliance's intervention rendered the Mountain River sect nearly incapable of resistance. Unless Su Chen mobilizes the forces of the Qinglong Society, I cannot trouble them under normal circumstances due to my master's injury. If action is to be taken, it must be decisive and lethal, Su Chen declared. A single strike to annihilate. Mei Xianshuang grasped Su Chen's intention. Should he summon the manpower of the Qinglong Society, it would be imperative to eradicate the Tianxiao Alliance in one fell swoop. It appears his circumstances within the Qinglong Society are not favorable either with his master. The Blade Demon, having unleashed his latent potential, Recovery seems a daunting task. Without his master's support, Su Qian's standing within the Qinglong society diminishes significantly, Mei Xuanchuan contemplated. Little did she know that Ding Peng had already regained his strength, while others might succumb to madness through the use of the golden plum vase. Su Chun and Guanqi would remain unaffected. Though Ding Peng had recovered his body after unleashing his potential, he had yet to find a new path for advancement. As if he were trapped in a stagnation following the trials of the celestial realm. I must attend to my affairs, Su Qian stated to Mei Xuanchuan. You proceed with your matters. Do not concern yourself with me. My injuries require merely time to heal. Mei Xuanchuan waved her hand, understanding Su Qian's current preoccupations. Su Qian departed, not returning to the hall of the supreme leader, but instead heading towards the lofty towers of the Shana sect. Standing atop the tower, the northern winds arose, and snowflakes began to descend. How shall I contend with you, Tianxiao Alliance? Will Yan Nantian intervene? Su Qian murmured to himself. He had long since discerned Shen Guiyu's capabilities. During the trials of the celestial realm, he adeptly mastered both offensive and defensive techniques, particularly the Baihu Xiangui skill. The White Tiger excels in aggression, while the Xiangui is renowned for its defense, and this individual also possesses a talent for concealment. Although he resides in Longbei County, few have laid eyes upon him. To defeat a man, one must first ascertain his identity and whereabouts. Presently, the identity is known, yet his location remains elusive, making the prospect of eliminating Shen Guiyu rather challenging. If he enjoys hiding, then I shall lure him out before striking him down. A fierce glint flickered in Su Qian's eyes. With 4 formidable experts from the celestial realm at his disposal, dispatching Shen Guiyu should not pose a significant challenge, provided he erases the traces left by the Night Emperor and the future. With this thought, Su Qian spoke. Contact the Night Emperor and the future, instructing them to await me in the secret cavern. He intended to have both the Night Emperor and the future take action. The poisonous child, who had been following him closely, bowed respectfully and swiftly departed. Once summoned, the Night Emperor and the future promptly sought to understand the circumstances of the dynasty in this world. In Lingnan County, the Night Emperor, clad in splendid attire, found himself amidst a gathering of scholars and literary figures, renowned for his exceptional talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was a man who truly understood how to savor life. Dressed in brocade robes, he exuded not only the aura of a scholar, but also an air of nobility, making him appear superior to others. Despite this, he treated those around him with kindness, quickly assimilating into their company. After finishing his performance on the guqin, he was preparing to indulge in a drink when a servant entered and approached him, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing the servant's words, the Night Emperor rose, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. There are matters to attend to at home today. Let us gather another day, Brother Zhu. The others bowed in deference to the Night Emperor. After returning the gesture, he departed the gathering, accompanied by his attendant. Within the residence, a woman clad in blue stood in the hall. At this moment, she was dressed modestly, her stature neither tall nor ample, and her attire was unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. Yet, there emanated from her an undeniable and potent allure that irresistibly drew the gaze of all present. "You're back?" the woman inquired, her eyes meeting the Night Emperor as he entered the parlor. "My lord, we have been summoned to the secret cavern." The woman's lips moved, though no sound escaped. Yet her message resounded clearly in the Night Emperor's mind. "Do you know the reason for this?" he inquired telepathically. "The specifics are unclear, but it likely pertains to the Tianxiao Alliance, which has seized a considerable amount of silver from the Shanhamen treasury," she replied, her voice grave. "The Tianxiao Alliance's actions against the Shanhamen must be orchestrated by that vice leader, Shen Guiyu, whose prowess is at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. It seems our master intends to eliminate Shen Guiyu," the Night Emperor stated. "Let us return to the secret cavern first and ascertain our master's plans," the woman suggested. The Night Emperor nodded in agreement. The pair then exited the residence, donned their hats, and made their way towards a secret cavern beneath the Shanhamen. Inside the pitch-black cavern, Su Chun sat atop a stone platform, meditating and channeling his internal energy to enhance his strength. Shortly thereafter, the Night Emperor and the woman appeared within the cave. "Greetings, my lord." They both bowed to Su Chun. "There's no need for excessive formalities." Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "I summoned you both primarily to deal with the Tianxiao Alliance, specifically Shen Guiyu. My lord, I believe I can handle Shen Guiyu alone," the Night Emperor asserted, brimming with confidence. I have just reviewed the information on Shun Guiyu. Once he becomes aware of our intentions, he will likely go into hiding, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him later. A martial artist at the peak of the celestial realm is a formidable foe in the shadows, Suiyun cautioned. Understood. We shall set forth for Longbei County. The woman interjected. Conceal your identities before making a move, Suiyun advised after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 344. Change of Mindset. God slays gods. Buddha slays Buddhas. The Night Emperor and the woman were among the leaders Suiyun had assigned to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Now, as they prepared to eliminate Shun Guiyu, it was imperative that their true identities remained concealed to ensure their future operations under the Tianage remained unimpeded in the capital. The Night Emperor and the woman bowed in acknowledgement and exited the cavern. It appeared that control over the 9 northern counties needed to be expedited. After eliminating Shun Guiyu, the Shanheiman was destined to become the dominant power in the northern territories. Suiyun murmured to himself. The assassination of Murong Qingshun marks the beginning of the storm in the capital. Once the storm begins, it is undoubtedly time for the Mountain River sect to rise as the sovereign of the 9 northern prefectures. Once he, Suiyun, gains control over these territories, his status will undoubtedly transform. In the eyes of various factions, Suiyun will no longer merely be regarded as the disciple of the illustrious 6-dragon head, Demon Blade Dingpang. Yet, he acknowledges that his ascent in power has been somewhat gradual. With a sigh, Suiyun reflects on his journey. Although he has already stepped into the realm of celestial beings, he remains far from reaching the pinnacle of the 9 trials of celestial beings. Becoming the ruler of the 9 northern prefectures will allow him to amass greater resources for the Mountain River sect, significantly enhancing their strength. As long as he can recruit formidable allies, he will fear no one. The more powerful his allies, the less caution he will need to exercise. At this moment, Suiyun's mindset has undergone a dramatic transformation, radiating confidence and dominance. In the northern prefecture, within the Alliance of the World, Deputy Leader Lung Tianxi is seated in a position of authority, observing a figure standing before him. This individual, slender and clad in a brown long robe, possesses hands as elongated as eagle talons, indicating a mastery of formidable skills. Deputy Leader, we have successfully raided the main treasury of the Mountain River sect outside Lingnan Prefecture, acquiring nearly 30 million taels in cash, announces the man in the brown robe. Excellent, 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 Lung Tianxi exclaims, rising abruptly in excitement upon hearing this news. While 30 million taels may not be a substantial amount for the Alliance, it is nevertheless a considerable sum. In a world dominated by martial prowess, wealth is essential for acquiring resources. He had not anticipated the Mountain River sect's treasury to be so bountiful. Henceforth, they must continue their efforts to plunder the Mountain River sect's treasury outside Lingnan Prefecture entirely. The treasuries of the Mountain River sect beyond the 9 northern prefectures were, in fact, established with the support of the earlier Golden Money Gang. Yet the majority of the cash within belongs to the Mountain River sect itself. The loss for the Mountain River sect will be substantial. Moreover, once this information spreads, their treasury could be drained overnight, leading to potential bankruptcy. Our subordinates are already making arrangements. However, given the defensive measures the Mountain River sect has now implemented, we may not acquire much silver. Remarks the man in the brown robe. Shall we disseminate the news of the Mountain River sect's treasury being robbed? Not for now. If our alliance occupies the 9 northern prefectures, these treasuries may still serve a purpose. You are to transport all acquired cash to the headquarters of the alliance. Lung Tianxi instructs, shaking his head. The Mountain River sect's treasury can be obliterated in a single night, yet rebuilding it will prove to be a challenge. Thus, it is prudent to allow the Mountain River sect to transfer silver to various treasuries to sustain their operations. This way, once the alliance takes control of the 9 northern prefectures, they will be able to seize these treasuries and continue collaborating with the Golden Money Gang. The current silver held by the vice leader of the Shanha sect's Qianzhuang, combined with our own funds, amounts to nearly 40 million taels. Should we transport it all at once or in batches? The man in the brown shirt suggested that given the considerable amount of cash, a single transport could lead to unforeseen complications. We should divide it into 3 separate shipments from different locations, replied Lung Tianxi after a moment of contemplation. Indeed. The man bowed and withdrew from the hall. After the man departed, Lung Tianxi turned and headed towards the back hall. Upon entering, he approached a rockery and activated a mechanism, revealing a dark passageway before him. He stepped inside, traversing the corridor for an indeterminate duration before pushing open a stone door. Inside lay a small courtyard, at the center of which stood a pavilion. Seated within was a tall, refined man, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. The elegance in his demeanor suggested he was a frequent reader, a quality that could not be mistaken for mere scholarly appearance. This man was Qiu Caidie, the third vice-leader of the Tianxiao alliance, reputed to possess strength surpassing even that of Lung Tianqi. Brother. Upon seeing Lung Tianqi, Qiu Caidie gestured for him to sit and poured him a warm cup of wine. We have secured 30 million taels in cash, alongside our previous holdings, totaling over 40 million taels. I have instructed He Tong to transport them back to the Tianxiao alliance in 3 separate routes. 30 million taels is less than I had anticipated, Qiu Caidie remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he chose not to dwell further on the topic. The matter of silver was trivial compared to the challenges we face against the Shanhe sect, or rather, the Qinglong Society. Although the 6th dragon head, the demon blade Ding Peng, has been injured and is unlikely to recover soon, the 5 dragon head, Yin Nantian, remains in the northern 9 prefectures. Since Ding Peng's injury, the Qinglong Society has adopted a low profile, and I have been unable to ascertain Yin Nantian's whereabouts. However, based on some analyses, it is likely that he is still in Lingnan Prefecture. Our actions against the Shanhe sect's Qinzhuang are intended to lure Yin Nantian into the open. Once he reveals himself, we can be certain that Ding Peng is also in Lingnan Prefecture, recuperating within the Shanhe sect. When we collaborate with others to encircle the Shanhe sect in Lingnan, we shall eliminate both Yin Nantian and Ding Peng in one fell swoop, thereby seizing control of the Shanhe sect. In that event, the Tianxiao alliance could swiftly become the dominant power across the 9 prefectures, allowing us to gradually erase the traces of the Qinglong temple. At this point, the scholarly elegance of Qiu Caidie vanished, replaced by a chilling intent in his gaze. One could discern the ruthlessness of his methods from his words. Yet, regardless of his calculations, Su Chun was prepared to confront the situation head-on. Exercise caution on your end in the coming days. If you sense any danger, retreat immediately and avoid direct confrontation with anyone from the Qinglong Society, Qiu Caidie cautioned, tempering his presence. Unless Yin Nantian approaches, I am willing to engage anyone. Lung Tianqi declared. In the realm of cold days, the world perceives the strength of Lung Tianqi as being at the 6th level of celestial beings. Yet his true prowess lies at the 8th level. I merely urge you to exercise caution. Should Yin Nantian truly seek you out, will you merely await your demise? Qiu Caidie poured a glass of wine for Lung Tianqi, chuckling as he spoke. Chapter 345, The Alliance of All Under Heaven. The great army marches into Lingnan Prefecture. Third brother, are you belittling my capabilities? I lack the innate talent you possess. Must you disparage me so? Lung Tianqi took a sip of wine, murmuring softly. Although he felt somewhat perturbed by Qiu Caidie's suggestion to flee without engaging, there was indeed merit in his words. The Alliance of All Under Heaven comprises a singular leader and 3 vice-leaders. These 4 individuals are sworn brothers, with Lung Tianqi serving as the 2nd vice-leader. Yet he is the weakest among them. The other 3 possess strength at the 9th level of celestial beings, while he has only managed to reach the 8th level through the use of medicinal aids. Otherwise, he would be languishing at the 6th level. It is not due to inferior talent, but rather because, in his youth, his meridians sustained injury which went untreated, and by the time he sought to mend them, it was too late. Second brother, the bond between the 4 of us is akin to that of family. Had it not been for your intervention, I, Qiu Caidie, would have been slain by a single strike. Qiu Caidie hastily asserted. Very well, I am not so petty. By the way, when will the experts from the Grand Steward and the 7th Prince arrive? Lung Tianqi then inquired. In just a day or 2, Qiu Caidie replied. In truth, we have already discerned the workings of the Qinglong Society. However, we have yet to unravel the intricacies of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Lung Tianqi spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing your words, Qiu Caidie remained unfazed. I conducted an investigation into the Jinfeng Shiyu building and found that its foundation stems from a small intelligence organization in Lingnan Prefecture called the Tiansitang. They subsequently expanded by overpowering 2 other factions, yet their roots remain shallow. Although they enjoy the support of the Tianyao Pavilion, considerable time will be required for their growth. Once we secure the 9 prefectures of the north, we shall hold sway over our adversaries. At that juncture, perhaps cooperation will be feasible, Qiu Caidie suggested. However, It is rumored that the northern pavilion master of the Tianya Pavilion has ties with the infamous Demon Blade Ding Pong. Lung Tianqi remarked. By that time, if Demon Blade Ding Pong is already dead, their connections will mean little. The ties between the powers of the world are not forged through friendship, but through vested interests. If they collaborate with us, the Jinfeng Shiyu building can flourish. Would they truly jeopardize their progress for the sake of a deceased individual? Shen Guiyu whispered. Your insights are astute. Lung Tianqi could not help but exclaim. When do you anticipate a response from the Qinglong Society? He subsequently asked. I cannot say for certain, but if Yan Nantian of the Qinglong Society is indeed in Lingnan Prefecture, we should expect movement within 3 days. Should there be no activity, the Alliance of All Under Heaven will dispatch personnel into Lingnan Prefecture to seize the territory of Shanmen, Shen Guiyu stated solemnly. Understood. Lung Tianqi nodded. By the way, what actions are we to take regarding the Tianquan sect? He then pondered aloud. The leader of the Heavenly Fist sect, Bai Dongsheng, hails from the prestigious Bai family of the capital. Although he is but a branch member, he nonetheless carries the weight of his lineage. We should not offend the Bai family over a mere minor sect. Once we gain control over the 9 northern prefectures, we can offer them a territory as a gesture of goodwill, suggested Shen Guiyu. But the Bai family is allied with the 4th prince, who is currently facing difficulties, remarked Lung Tianqi. Indeed, the Bai family stands apart from the 4th prince. Although the latter is embroiled in troubles, it does not diminish the influence of the Bai family. These noble clans possess an uncanny ability to adapt to changing tides, a skill we cannot hope to rival, Shen Guiyu replied, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. By the way, I received a letter from Jin Yuding, the deputy leader of the Money Guild. He will be sending several bankers from the capital to us gradually, and once we secure the 9 northern prefectures, he will take over the previously established banks, Shen Guiyu continued. Why isn't Jin Yuding coming to the northern prefectures himself? Questioned Lung Tianqi. He seems rather timid, waiting for us to stabilize the situation before he arrives. At which point he will offer to introduce us to Lord An of the capital, Shen Guiyu explained. Third brother, the capital is in a state of flux. Is it truly the right time for our alliance to involve itself? Lung Tianqi expressed his concerns. There is some truth to that. But this has been decreed by elder brother himself. You are well aware of his intentions. The alliance of the world aims to penetrate the capital, Shen Guiyu asserted. The Great Zhou dynasty is rife with martial forces. To gain recognition across the realm, one must establish a presence in the capital, the very heart of the Great Zhou. It is a gathering place for the most formidable warriors. The court is filled not with mere scholars, but with powerful individuals, each capable of shaking the world with their prowess. To have a foothold in the capital signifies that your power can resonate throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. The alliance of the world may control 1 or 2 regions and boast a formidable reputation, yet it lacks substantial deterrent power due to the vastness of the Great Zhou's territories. The greater the land, the more factions it harbors, who would concern themselves with a localized power. Indeed, if we manage to conquer the 9 northern prefectures this time, it would be prudent to take a step towards the capital, Lung Tianqi conceded with a nod. The capital is the dream of martial artists. He pondered the possibility that within the Great Zhou, he might acquire precious medicinal herbs capable of restoring his meridians. If he could recover, he might advance further, stepping into the realm of transcendent beings. The two continued their discussion, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In this brief span, conflict erupted between the Alliance of the World and the Qinglong Society over the banks surrounding the Mountain River sect. The Qinglong Society launched an assault, eliminating numerous experts from the Alliance and seizing 2 shipments of cash, over 20 million taels, enraging the Alliance. Yet, they could not track down the assassins from the Qinglong Society and were forced to continue squeezing the banks associated with the Mountain River sect. The situation in the 9 northern prefectures grew increasingly tumultuous. In a world where chaos reigns, the rivers and lakes are never tranquil. In the world of martial arts, individuals are prone to rise violently, pursuing their own interests. Thus, the northern 9 prefectures seem to be on the brink of chaos. However, on the 3rd day, the Alliance of the World commenced a vigorous suppression and commanded its affiliated forces to tighten their grip on the Lingnan prefecture. As night fell, Lung Tianqi was poring over a stack of intelligence reports. After a period of friction with the Qinglong Society, he realized he had gained no advantage. It appeared that the Shanha sect had become aware of the Alliance's intention to prevent the collapse of the banks. Consequently, The Shanha sect began to allocate a fixed amount of silver to various banks daily, merely sufficient to keep them operational, thus preventing any substantial profit. The situation dragged on. In Lingnan Prefecture, was there a sense of unease among the followers of the Shanha sect? Lung Tianqi inquired of a cloaked figure standing before him. No. It remained surprisingly calm. The figure replied, brow furrowed. Knowing we intend to strike at Lingnan, their tranquility suggests they possess some form of assurance. However, regardless of their confidence, the strength of the Shanha sect's disciples is mediocre. Once our men infiltrate Lingnan, we can directly seize control of the territories they dominate. Order the advance into Lingnan at dawn, Lung Tianqi commanded. Understood, the cloaked figure bowed and exited the study. Yet, as he stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered another cloaked figure. He intended to act, but was captivated by the sight of a delicate, pale hand raised before him. Just as his gaze was drawn in, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of a neck being snapped. Chapter 346. The Strike Unleashed in the Study. Lung Tianqi's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing the sound of a neck snapping outside. He was no stranger to such actions himself. His body tensed, ready to move. But a figure entered the room, an invisible force locking his movements in place. A tremor coursed through him. He dared not shift, aware that any movement would provoke an immediate attack. Who are you? Why have you attacked the disciples of the Alliance? He demanded, forcing himself to remain calm. Is there a need to elaborate on the recent actions of the Alliance? A chilling voice echoed in his ear. The Qinglong Society. Are you one of their dragon heads? Lung Tianqi's heart raced. The absence of Yan Nantian from the Qinglong Society had unveiled another dragon head. It was evident that this was one of the 7 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society, a woman, judging by her voice and silhouette. Yet, the figure before him did not respond. Instead, she raised her hand and struck towards his chest. Her hand was white and slender, akin to exquisite jade. Lung Tianqi, taken aback by her immediate assault, prepared to counter, but an overwhelming force surged from her palm, the might of her strike contrasting sharply with her delicate appearance. Roar! With a low growl, Lung Tianqi unleashed the entirety of his inner energy, converging it into his palm, which transformed into a blade that sliced through the air. The force of his palm manifested as a sharp wave, crashing down to intercept his opponent's hand. However, the opposing force shattered his energy with ease, surging towards him. Boom! At that moment, Lung Tianqi propelled himself off the ground, thudding downwards. Beneath him lay a secret passageway, the very reason he dared to venture alone in this place. As he plummeted into the depths of the passage, the assailant flickered into motion, halting just before the entrance without leaping inside, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in their eyes. How interesting. I never intended to kill you, the assailant murmured. In an instant, they vanished from the study. Inside the secret passage, Lung Tianqi felt a lingering fear. Had it not been for the passage arranged by Shen Guiyu, that devastating strike would have been unavoidable, resulting in severe injury, if not death. Swiftly navigating through the passage, he pushed aside a stone slab and unleashed a powerful strike, causing the tunnel to collapse. He then pivoted and exited the courtyard, arriving at Shen Guiyu's residence. Sensing the disturbance outside, Shen Guiyu appeared in the courtyard, noticing Lung Tianqi's disheveled demeanor. Brother, what has transpired? Shen Guiyu inquired. The Qinglong Society has made their move. A formidable female expert of the 9 trials has attacked me. Her palm strength was overwhelming, and had it not been for the escape route you provided, I might have been unable to withstand her blow. Lung Tianqi replied, taking a deep breath. Today's actions have indeed taken me by surprise, Shen Guiyu remarked. The forces of the northern 9 prefectures are closing in on Lingnan, preparing to strike against the Shanhua sect. I had anticipated a confrontation at the Shanhua sect, but I did not expect them to act today. They exhibit remarkable composure. Suddenly, his expression shifted as his gaze swept the surroundings. The adversary had chosen today to strike. Could they be using Lung Tianqi to locate him? So, you are Shen Guiyu of the Tianxiao Alliance. A chilling voice echoed in their ears, and a figure materialized in the courtyard. As the figure appeared, a waft of floral fragrance enveloped the area. The scent. The adversary had left a trace on Lung Tianqi, employing it to track him down. He had underestimated the situation, believing the secret passage would conceal him. Yet it seemed the opponent had no intention of targeting Lung Tianqi after all. Shen Guiyu mused inwardly. You are quite cautious. You have avoided contact with the experts from the capital to prevent exposing your whereabouts. However, This very avoidance may be the reason for your demise today, the figure spoke. This figure was none other than the individuals from the future who had arrived in Longbei County a day prior, but had been unable to locate Shen Guiyu. Had they attacked Lung Tianqi earlier, he might not have sought refuge with Shen Guiyu thereafter. However, tomorrow marks the day when the Heavenly Alliance will strike at the Mountain River Gate. Lung Tianqi, upon encountering an assassination attempt, will undoubtedly make his way to Shen Guiyu without delay. Indeed, as she anticipated, Lung Tianqi has arrived at Shen Guiyu's location. Even if you find me, do you truly believe that you alone can contend with the two of us? As Shen Guiyu spoke, a fire taper suddenly appeared in her hand, ready to summon assistance. But the future seemed to have already taken note of this. The moment the opponent's palm stirred slightly, she had already made her move. A formidable surge of energy extinguished the fire taper in an instant, causing Shen Guiyu to narrow her eyes. A soft sword materialized in her grasp, darting forth like a fierce gale, its clash with the air producing a piercing sound. The brilliance of the blade was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His sword was swift, but the future's agility was even swifter. Shen Guiyu's strike missed its target. With her other hand, she unleashed a palm strike infused with a sinister energy, akin to silk from a silkworm, directed towards the future. At this moment, Lung Tianqi also produced a fire taper in his palm. Now that Shen Guiyu had obstructed him, he intended to summon others to encircle and eliminate the members of the Qinglong society. However, as he brandished the fire taper, a figure materialized before him. Sometimes, a single unnecessary movement can lead to one's demise. A low, ominous voice emanated from the figure. This, Lung Tianqi's mind was momentarily stunned. He attempted to shift his form, yet the opponent's palm descended, ensnaring him in a vortex that rendered him immobile. Boom. He unleashed all his energy in a desperate bid to escape this constraint, hoping for a chance to evade the descending palm. Yet, his explosive energy was crushed beneath the weight of the vortex. He could only watch helplessly as the opponent's palm descended upon him. Bang! His skull shattered. Even in death, he could not comprehend why the opponent's strength was so formidable. He believed he could exchange a few blows, even against the trials of heaven. Instead, he found himself utterly powerless, having his skull pulverized without even a scream. Meanwhile, Shen Guiyu, sensing the situation, turned to see Lung Tianqi's head crushed by a single strike. "Second brother," Shen Guiyu exclaimed, unleashing all his energy in a bid to thrust the future away. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself towards the Night Emperor. His momentum was formidable, but as he surged forth, he suddenly pivoted, crashing against the surrounding walls and fleeing into the distance. Observing Shen Guiyu's retreat, the future was momentarily taken aback. However, as Shen Guiyu turned, the Night Emperor lunged forward. Chapter 347. With a command issued, none dare disobey Shen Guiyu, is a person of profound thought. The Night Emperor had previously reviewed his dossier and recognized him as a deeply calculating individual. The murder of Lung Tianqi would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. Therefore, upon witnessing Shen Guiyu's furious charge towards him, he was alert. Indeed, the fury was a ruse, with escape being his true intent. Whoosh! At that moment, a firework shot from him into the sky. At this moment, he beckoned others to approach. "You cannot escape." The Night Emperor's figure appeared behind him, as if traversing great distances in an instant, delivering a strike that bore down upon Shen Guiyu like a mountain. Intent on suppressing him. Kill! At this juncture, Shen Guiyu halted, an immense force surging within him and flowing into his long sword, which he then swung in retaliation. A formidable sword aura cleaved toward the oncoming palm strike, seeking to sever its power. Bang! The two forces collided, and Shen Guiyu was violently propelled backward, his feet scraping against the ground for a considerable distance before he regained his balance. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his heart trembled. The opponent's aura was that of a seasoned celestial being, yet the intensity of their energy was vastly superior, several times stronger than his own. He was utterly outmatched. "You are a veteran of the celestial 9 tribulations," Shen Guiyu exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the Night Emperor. Before his words had fully left his lips, the Night Emperor struck once more. Clenching his fist, a tempestuous force erupted from it, akin to a furious sea. Boom! As the fist was unleashed, the surrounding air was drawn into the punch, forming a powerful vortex of wrath. It seemed as though the very heavens and earth resonated with a thunderous roar at that moment. The Night Emperor had no intention of toying with his adversary. He aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Although he too was a celestial being, the energy coursing through him was several times that of his peers. What? Shun Guiyu's pupils constricted sharply, his mind drawn irresistibly to the incoming punch, while all sound faded into silence. His consciousness began to waver beneath the weight of that strike. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality as he summoned the strength to retaliate with a punch of his own. As their fists collided, the air erupted with a cacophony of sound, accompanied by the unsettling noise of shattering bones. Bang! Shun Guiyu's arm exploded upon impact, blood gushing forth, a cry of anguish escaping his lips. Yet, even as he screamed, the Night Emperor's fist pierced through his chest. "Let us go," he instructed the one known as in the future before turning to leave. In the future followed suit. Shun Guiyu, with his chest punctured, gazed down in bewilderment. His eyes clouded with confusion as he attempted to utter something, but no sound emerged. He collapsed onto the ground. A fierce wind swept through, bringing an eerie silence to the scene. Before long, two figures appeared. One wore a bronze mask, while the other was an enigmatic youth clad in a crimson robe. They approached Shun Guiyu's side, glancing at him. The peculiar youth remarked, his eyes widening in disbelief at the strength of the newcomer. A mix of astonishment and reluctance evident on his face. The attack had been brutal, shattering Shun Guiyu's arm and subsequently piercing his chest. The assailant's power was formidable, and their methods ruthless. As he spoke, he gently closed Shun Guiyu's eyes and then turned towards the direction of the cold sky, delivering a decisive blow that crushed the skull, devoid of any chance for retaliation. Death had come at the hands of the same individual. The enigmatic youth surveyed his surroundings, deducing that the assailants were two individuals, both possessing strength at the peak of the celestial realm. The initial attack must have originated from one, while the fatal blow was dealt by the other. "Brother Zhong, the intruders possess formidable power," remarked the youth. "Indeed, their strength is considerable. We are not far from Shun Guiyu, and upon receiving his signal, we hastened here with great urgency. Although Shun Guiyu has recently entered the celestial realm, he truly embodies its essence. The fact that he was slain in such a brief span indicates that his killer is a seasoned master of the celestial realm," he continued. "Only a veteran of this caliber could wield such profound energy to extinguish Shun Guiyu's life with such ferocity. After reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, one can no longer ascend further. They can only refine and augment their energy. Thus, the more experienced masters possess an increasingly robust internal force, enabling them to exert overwhelming strength. The Qinglong Society is no trivial matter. It would be prudent for us to withdraw for now," suggested the man adorned with a bronze mask. "But what about us? Are our abilities still constrained?" inquired the youth. "If you wish to remain, I shall not impede you," replied the masked man before turning to depart, neglecting to collect Shun Guiyu's remains. The enigmatic youth cast a fleeting glance at the fallen figures, producing a gold ingot which he threw into a nearby courtyard. "Deliver the bodies to the Tianxiao Alliance, and that gold shall be yours. Fail to comply, and I shall bring ruin upon you," he declared before swiftly leaving. At that moment, on a distant rooftop, the figures clad in black, known as Ri Ho and Yi Di, observed the departing duo. "Shall we eliminate them?" asked Ri Ho. "She has yet to make a significant move tonight," responded Yi Di. "Our master desires us to conceal our identities, likely to avoid exposure, hence sparing their lives. However, the seasoned celestial realm experts they mentioned could present an opportunity for confrontation." He added, "Slaying Shun Guiyu posed no challenge, thus failing to pique my interest. This time, the Shanhua sect is poised to dominate the 9 northern prefectures, and our master is likely to send us to the capital," Yi Di elaborated. "Bai Choufei has already been strategizing this endeavor. With Bai Choufei's recent power enhancement, having received a promise from Su Chun, he has arranged for Nalan Rongyan to establish the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the capital. It is rumored that the capital is a gathering place for formidable warriors of the Daizhou dynasty." As Yi Di spoke of the capital, a glimmer of ambition sparkled in his eyes. Beside him, Riho exuded a tranquil aura. In a past life, both she and Yi Di were esteemed figures within the martial world. Yet, she found it curious how Yi Di, once reserved and intent on self-preservation, had become so combative here. In her earlier years, she was vibrant and sought to right the world's wrongs, yet now she felt a sense of calm. Inform Shui Shaoran and the others to eliminate the senior members of the Tianxiao Alliance in the 9 northern prefectures. Lung Tianqi, Xinguiyu, is dead. But the Tianxiao Alliance still harbors elders and hall leaders. They must be eradicated. Their demise will plunge the Tianxiao Alliance into chaos within the northern prefectures. As for those forces outside Lingnan County, subdued by the Heavenly Alliance, upon learning of the demise of Lung Tianqi and Xinguiyu, they are likely to be filled with trepidation, restless and anxious, their hearts heavy with fear. At that moment, Yan Nantian will step forward, directly suppressing and subduing them. Regarding the Qinglong Temple, it is also expected to be shaken by the actions of the Night Emperor today, retreating further into the temple and remaining secluded. When that time comes, the Mountain River sect will unify the 9 northern counties, achieving this with a single command that none shall dare to disobey. Chapter 348. The 9 northern counties, martial arts leader, Heavenly Alliance. The news of Lung Tianqi and Xinguyu's deaths swiftly spread throughout the 9 northern counties, reaching the affiliated forces of the Heavenly Alliance outside Lingnan County. Originally awaiting orders to attack Lingnan County, upon hearing this news, their hearts became unsettled, and some began to contemplate retreating. However, at this moment, Yan Nantian appeared, using his formidable strength to suppress all the leaders of these forces. Furthermore, he compelled them to ingest a type of poisonous insect concocted by the 5 Poisons Boy, an insect capable of bringing about death at any moment. The 5 Poisons Boy is the disciple of Suiyun, the leader of the Mountain River sect, which means that at this moment, Suiyun holds the fates of these individuals in his hands. Suiyun gazed at the letter in his hand, his brow slightly furrowing. It was a missive from the 4th Prince Lu Long, requesting his presence in the capital. At this moment, why does the 4th Prince wish for me to travel to the capital? However, Morong Fu should have already arrived there by now. Suiyun pondered. I shall set out after the death of Princess Danyang. Nonetheless, the Jinfeng Xiaoyu Tower should also be taking action soon. Bai Choufei, having absorbed the powers of Qiu Caidie from the Extreme Bliss Palace, has reached the realm of Tianren Wunan. Both the Day and Night Emperors have also traveled from Longbei County to the capital. As for the Mountain River sect, the Demon Blade Ding Peng has been arranged within the sect, ensuring his safety. Naturally, his own strength has already reached the Tianren Inan level, affording him some means of self-protection. Leader. At this moment, Yuan Suiyun's figure appeared at the entrance. Enter. Suiyun nodded. After Yuan Suiyun entered, he said, Leader, the 5 Poisons Boy intends to bring the leaders of the various forces to pay their respects to you. Bring them to see me? Suiyun replied, somewhat puzzled. He did not understand the 5 Poisons Boy's reasoning. Surely, the leaders of those forces must be quite fearful about coming to meet him. This is the intention of my subordinate. Master, you have already established control over the 9 northern counties. Thus it is time to formally announce this to the outside world. I propose that they simultaneously nominate you as the martial arts leader of the 9 northern counties, Yuan Suiyun conveyed. Upon hearing Yuan Suiyun's words, Suiyun's heart stirred. The title of martial arts leader of the 9 northern counties indeed holds significance for him. If he were to travel to the capital under this title, he believed that even the formidable figures gathered there would not dare to underestimate him. You shall handle this matter? Suiyun nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he wondered why the Heavenly Alliance had not taken action against the Heavenly Fist sect. The Alliance of the World has nearly absorbed the influence of the 9 northern counties, yet has refrained from taking action against the Heavenly Fist sect, even going so far as to bestow upon them a city. There must be some underlying reason for this. My lord, the leader of the Heavenly Fist sect, Bai Dongsheng, hails from the Bai family in the capital. Yuan Suiyun remarked. Is that so? You shall personally visit the Heavenly Fist sect and present them with 2 choices. Either depart from the 9 northern counties or declare their submission to me, Suiyun articulated. Presently, there exists a Qinglong temple within the northern 9 counties. He is not inclined to allow another Heavenly Fist sect to emerge. The Qinglong temple is currently in seclusion, not vanished. He must fully grasp control over the northern 9 counties. Only then can he exert his full strength against the Qinglong temple, suppressing it and compelling its departure from the northern 9 counties, thereby establishing himself as the true overlord of the martial world, where life and death are dictated by his word. I shall proceed to the Heavenly Fist sect, Yuan Suiyun acknowledged. Meanwhile, arrange for the 5 Poisons Boy to return the leaders of the major factions and set a date for them to come and congratulate me on becoming the leader of the martial world. Suiyun commanded. Understood. Yuan Suiyun bowed, and exited the room. After Yuan Suiyun's departure, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement within him. Every individual harbors dreams of stepping into the martial world, aspiring to become a formidable master of martial arts. Soon, Su Chen will ascend to the position of the martial leader of the northern 9 counties. How could he not feel exhilarated? He gazed out the window. With the death of Princess Danyang, a greater storm is bound to stir in the capital, and that will mark the moment when I, Su Chen, embark on my journey to the capital, he murmured to himself. In another location, at the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, Bai Choufei remarked to Nalan Rongyan, I have successfully entered the realm of the 5 difficulties of heaven and am preparing to head to the capital in a few days. You shall accompany me. Nalan Rongyan responded, accompanying you to the capital would mean leaving the Lingnan County behind. I intend to advise the young master that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower should only exist in the capital, with no branches elsewhere, leaving only those in the shadows to gather intelligence. This way, all information can be centralized, Bai Choufei asserted. Upon hearing his words, Nalan Rongyan's expression shifted slightly. Only the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower in the capital? This implies that Bai Choufei will be the sole master of the tower. But the young master is the leader of the mountain and river sect. He surely wouldn't abandon Lingnan County. Nalan Rongyan remarked. How could the northern 9 counties serve as the stage for the young master? Bai Choufei replied. However, I fear the young master may harbor suspicions towards you. Nalan Rongyan's face displayed concern. Rest assured, the young master will not doubt me. Bai Choufei reassured her. Yet, I am also apprehensive that you may have ambitions of your own, which could lead to you being uncontrollable by the young master, Nalan Rongyan added. You need not worry about that. I would never betray the young master. Moreover, he possesses unfathomable power behind him. With a mere word, he can determine my fate. Bai Choufei refrained from continuing his thoughts. He has been mythologizing Su Chen, instilling a sense of fear and trepidation within Nalan Rongyan towards him. He will never betray Su Chen, but those like Nalan Rongyan may not share the same loyalty. Ambition and betrayal can only arise under certain circumstances. He aims to instill a sense of fear in her, ensuring she dares not rebel. Then I can rest easy, Nalan Rongyan remarked. At that moment, a disciple from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion entered. Master, we have just received some news. The disciple handed the information to Bai Choufei, who merely glanced at it before passing it to Nalan Rongyan. Upon reading it, her expression faltered momentarily, and she gestured for the disciple to leave. The young master is to ascend to the position of martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures in 10 days, Nalan Rongyan stated, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Senior Yin Nantian subdued those factions, and the 5 Poisons boy has taken control of them, making it quite natural for the young master to become the martial arts leader of Lingnan Prefecture. Our task here is to keep an eye on the Qinglong Temple. I must meet with the young master promptly to convey my plan, Bai Choufei declared. Just then, a disciple approached with news. Master, Commander Helian has arrived. What does that little demon Helian want here now? Bai Choufei and Nalan Rongyan exchanged concerned glances. Let him in, Bai Choufei instructed. They intended to establish the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the capital, and Helian had some standing there, making him a useful ally. In no time, Helian entered the room, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Master Bai, you are aware that Su Chen from the Mountain River sect is set to become the martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures, correct? I am indeed aware. Bai Choufei nodded. Will your Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion acknowledge his position in the northern 9 prefectures? Helian inquired. Yes, we are preparing to withdraw from Lingnan Prefecture. I will be heading to the capital shortly, Bai Choufei replied. What? Helian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Bai Choufei's words. He had not anticipated receiving such news. You are willing to relinquish the northern 9 prefectures? Bai Choufei's journey to the capital would indeed signify a retreat from the northern 9 prefectures. This is a decision made by the upper echelons of Tianya Pavilion. We do not wish to engage in direct conflict with the Qinglong Association, Bai Choufei explained, attributing the decision to the higher-ups. Is that so? It seems I must return to the capital with you, Helian remarked. His initial intention in visiting was to persuade the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to obstruct Su Chen's rise to power. But it was evident from Bai Choufei's words that a decision had already been made from above. Brother Bai, the capital is not like the northern 9 prefectures. I fear you may find it difficult to navigate there. Helian cautioned. Not to worry, the 2 leaders from our northern pavilion are soon to arrive in the capital. Bai Choufei responded, subtly conveying this information to Helion in hopes of gauging the reaction from the capital. 2 leaders from the northern pavilion? Helion mused, as he had only heard of a single leader, unaware that the northern pavilion had both a principal and an auxiliary leader. The esteemed leader of the sect is known as Night Emperor, and the deputy leader is referred to as Sunshine. Bai Choufei spoke up, revealing the identities of the two. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Helion Xiaoyao could not help but repeat their names, searching his memory for any recollection of such formidable figures, yet found none. As the winds of change swept through, it appeared that some powerful individuals could no longer endure their solitude. He sighed inwardly. Brother Bai, when do you plan to depart? Please inform me when the time comes. Helion Xiaoyao inquired. Perhaps before Suiyun is established as the leader of the martial arts world, Bai Choufei replied. Very well. I shall return to make preparations and, in the meantime, assist you in gathering intelligence regarding the capital. Helion Xiaoyao responded. Bai Choufei's words, spoken in his presence, were indeed a subtle request for him to scout ahead. They were all astute individuals. Understood. I will notify you when the time comes. Bai Choufei assured. Helion Xiaoyao, having arrived in haste, departed just as swiftly. I shall go meet the young master now. Bai Choufei declared after bidding farewell to Helion Xiaoyao. All right. Nalan Rongyan nodded in agreement. Outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, upon Helion Xiaoyao's departure, he did not return to the North Town governor's residence, but instead proceeded to the abode of Wen Yifan. Wen Yifan had been appointed as the governor of the 9 northern prefectures, yet had not left Lingnan Prefecture. Understanding that it was the focal point of the shifting tides within the martial world of the northern 9 prefectures. In the courtyard, within the hall, a grave expression adorned Wen Yifan's face. The leader of the mountain and river sect, Suiyun, is set to become the martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures in 10 days. Previously, when Yin Nantian exerted his influence over the forces controlled by the Alliance, he was aware that the Azure Dragon Society had ascended to dominance in the northern 9 prefectures. However, he had believed that they would remain in the shadows. Now, their emergence into the open posed a significant threat to him. Sir, young Master Helion has arrived from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, announced an elderly steward as he entered the hall. Allow him to enter. Wen Yifan commanded. In a short while, Helion Xiaoyao had arrived in the parlor. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is preparing for the Azure Dragon Society to take control of the northern 9 prefectures. Suiyun is the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society, essentially representing them. The decision for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to withdraw from the northern 9 prefectures comes from the upper echelons of Tianya Pavilion. They must have already engaged with the Azure Dragon Society and reached a concession. Withdraw from the northern 9 prefectures? To where will they go? Wen Yifan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. In the capital, the 2 leaders of the Tianya Pavilion North Hall, Night Emperor and Sunshine, are nearing the capital. And Bai Choufei will also head there in a few days, Helion Xiaoyao informed. They seek to ascertain the attitude of the capital through you, Wen Yifan remarked. To abandon the northern 9 prefectures, yet still aspire to enter the capital? They must not be allowed to enter. Otherwise, with no one to restrain the Azure Dragon Society, my position as governor of the northern 9 prefectures will become exceedingly difficult, Wen Yifan stated emphatically. However, we may not be able to stop them. Dare to venture to the capital, for the Night Emperor and future are likely not mere practitioners of the 9 trials of heaven, Helion Xiaoyao remarked. Indeed, they are extraordinary. Yet how simple is the capital? I shall send a letter to the 3rd prince, while you should convey a message to your father, Wen Yifan stated. As the sun set, in a concealed cavern beneath the mountain river sect, a figure cloaked in black, Bai Cho, emerged. He sat cross-legged, fortifying his cultivation. After a while, another figure entered. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming the martial alliance leader of the 9 prefectures in the north. Bai Cho promptly rose to offer his felicitations. The 9 prefectures of the north hold a significant place in the Great Zhou dynasty. When do you plan to head to the capital? Suiyun inquired. Before Your Majesty ascended to the position of martial alliance leader of the 9 prefectures, I have a proposal from my subordinates that I wish for you to review. Bai Cho stated, producing the plan he had previously discussed with Nalan Rongyan. Suiyun examined the plan presented by Bai Cho, his eyes lighting up with interest. Bai Cho proposed that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, along with other factions, become affiliated to the Tianya Pavilion. With the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion established solely in the capital, the capital serves as the epicenter of power within the Great Zhou dynasty. a gathering place for strong individuals, thus making it the most concentrated area for information. As for the other factions, they would be summoned from those he had previously gathered, such as the invincible sect founded by the unassailable Duga Wudi from beyond the frontier and the burgeoning faction led by Xiang Yingtian. The individuals he summoned included those who were inherently sovereign over their territories, unwilling to be subordinate to others. With their prowess, they could become leaders of their own factions. Those not inclined towards such ambitions could join the Qinglong Society or enter the Tianya Pavilion. We shall proceed accordingly, Suiyun declared. This world is vast, and Suiyun would not stifle their development. The strong must adhere to the survival principles befitting their strength. To alter their mode of existence would be to constrain their growth. Once this strategy is implemented, his influence will permeate the martial world, establishing Suiyun as the sovereign of the realm. Chapter 350. The Fourth Prince Moves, Murong Fu Schemes in the Great Zhou, at the capital. As the gentle sun began to rise, tender buds appeared on the branches, heralding the impending revival of all life. Within the estate of the fourth prince, Lu Long, clad in brocade, stood in a pavilion, gazing intently at the clear waters of the pond before him. Are you suggesting that Suiyun of the Mountain River sect is to become the martial alliance leader of the 9 prefectures in the north? The fourth prince Lu Long was taken aback by this news, his tone laced with skepticism. Suiyun is merely the leader of the Mountain River sect and a disciple of the demonic blade of the Qinglong Society, Ding Peng. How could such an individual be chosen by the Qinglong Society as the martial alliance leader of the 9 prefectures in the north? A puppet, Lu Long mused to himself. From all perspectives, this matter seemed rather implausible. Undoubtedly, those in the martial world of the Great Zhou would share similar doubts upon receiving this news, echoing his thoughts. It has been confirmed, one of his subordinates stated. In that case, it seems that Suiyun will not be able to arrive in the capital. The fourth prince, Lu Long, furrowed his brow. Regardless of whether Suiyun is merely a puppet propped up by the Qinglong Society, he is still the nominal leader of the martial arts world in the northern 9 prefectures, wielding considerable influence. Therefore, it is unlikely that Suiyun will heed the earlier summons to the capital. Your Highness, there is also the matter of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower withdrawing from the northern 9 prefectures. The master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in Lingnan, Bai Choufei, intends to come to the capital to establish a branch of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. It is rumored that the 2 masters of the North Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, Yi Di and Ri Ho, are en route to the capital. The informant continued. The capital is not a place everyone can enter. This situation does not significantly impact us. Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Asked Lu Long. We have discovered that the leader of the Yellow Spring unreturning is indeed within the capital, but the specific location is still being confirmed. Please allow us a little more time, and we will certainly find them, replied the subordinate. Still within the capital? They have committed murder yet remain here? My earlier suspicions were correct. They have come for me. Their delay in taking action suggests they prefer not to engage here in the capital. It appears I must venture outside the city. Lu Long declared. Your Highness, you must not do that. At these words, the man beneath him immediately urged caution. I can no longer afford to wait, especially since we cannot delay any longer. Ling Chun is a princess of the Great Zhou royal family. And despite the case being officially closed, the truth remains unresolved. Should they strike again, it could lead to widespread speculation regarding the royal family's strength. Therefore, it is time to act. Lu Long spoke with a grave tone. I will make the necessary arrangements, replied the subordinate, bowing as he exited the pavilion. I hope the leader of the Yellow Spring unreturning can provide some valuable information, Lu Long murmured within the pavilion. At that moment, in an inn, Murong Fu, clad in a brocade robe, gazed out the window towards a grand estate not far away. That estate belonged to the 7th prince. Currently, the princess of Danyang resided within those walls. He was there to observe the timing and patterns of her outings, seeking the right moment to strike. Young master, should I lure the princess of Danyang out? Inquired Xiao Ruoyan beside him. Her eyes were aflame with a fierce desire for vengeance. Eager to storm into the 7th prince's residence and slay the princess. Killing requires patience. Murong Fu was not overly anxious. This was the capital, and with the recent assassination of Murong Qingchun, it had raised many suspicions. He had yet to find an opportune moment to act. To forcefully kill someone would likely lead to complications, even if he succeeded. That was not a choice Murong Fu was willing to make. Moreover, he needed to frame the murder of the princess of Danyang on another. Planning requires time. Right on schedule. As he watched the princess of Danyang emerge from the 7th princess estate, Morong Fu closed the window and retreated into the room. Within the confines of a chamber, upon a table, lay the details of 3 individuals. The first, Yang Xiao, a martial artist residing in the estate of the 7th prince, is adept in the art of boxing, having honed his skills within the esoteric confines of a Buddhist monastery, specializing in the golden light Buddha fist. Beneath this information, vivid illustrations depict his combative encounters. The second, Yuan Mu, a warrior from the Grand Preceptor's residence, practices the Tai 5 elements palm of the divine intent sect, as well as the autumn water sword technique, accompanied by similar illustrations of his martial engagements. The third, Yuxian, one of the 3 chief representatives of the eunuch chief Ling Chung outside the imperial palace, possesses a diverse martial background, renowned for his techniques, including the 3 grudges fist and the 8 directions concealed blade art, along with the heavenly 9 turns heart technique, also illustrated with dynamic representations. These 3 individuals have been chosen by Morong Fu, who intends to employ one of their martial arts to eliminate Princess Danyang. The 7th prince, Ling Chung, and the Grand Preceptor harbor enmity towards them. Inciting rivalry and suspicion among these individuals is a strategic maneuver. However, Morong Fu's ultimate aspiration is to emulate the assassination techniques of the infamous Yellow Spring Unreturning, a notorious killer. He has dispatched a request to Bai Choufei, confident that the latter will soon uncover scenes reminiscent of the Yellow Spring Unreturning's past deeds. In the coming days, you have endured much. Restore your energy. The moment to act shall not linger. The young master is on the verge of becoming the martial arts leader of the 9 prefectures in the north. I shall eliminate Princess Danyang before the young master officially assumes this title, presenting it as a tribute, Morong Fu declared. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ruoyan's face illuminated with joy. She had been apprehensive about Morong Fu's delayed action, but now that a timeline is established, she can afford to wait. I wish to return to Princess Danyang's side. This way, I can constantly monitor her movements, facilitating your strike, Xiao Ruoyan suggested. No need. During these days, I shall personally observe her whereabouts. Morong Fu replied. By the way, when you have the time, please visit the rental agency and secure a small residence nearby, ensuring it is quiet. The inn is not conducive for our operations, Morong Fu instructed. Understood, my lord. Xiao Ruoyan donned her hat and respectfully exited the room. After her departure, Morong Fu glanced once more at the illustrations of the 3 combatants. Instantly, the scenes of their encounters emerged in his mind, and his hands unconsciously mirrored their movements, each action identical to that depicted in the illustrations. Morong Fu possessed the remarkable ability to utilize the martial arts of others against them, a formidable skill indeed. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Fist sect, the sect leader Bai Dongsheng conversed with Bai Jizhen in the Grand Hall. Jizhen, what do you suppose is the reason for Yuan Suiyun's visit to our Heavenly Fist sect? Bai Dongsheng inquired. I cannot truly speculate, but it likely pertains to Su Chen's ascension as the martial arts leader, Bai Jizhen replied, a slight furrow of concern crossing his brow. If it were merely an invitation to a grand ceremony, a simple invitation would suffice. Thus, Yuan Suiyun need not personally arrive at the Heavenly Fist sect. Chapter 351, The Attentive Ones, the Moment of Assassination Father. It seems that Yuan Suiyun's intentions this time are far from simple, Bai Jizhen remarked. Regarding Su Chen, you have had some interaction with him. What is your perspective? Bai Dongsheng inquired. The time of our acquaintance was brief. However, this individual possesses remarkable restraint. He typically remains inconspicuous, yet his actions are undeniably domineering, Bai Jizhen replied. Is that so? Based on your observations, what is the attitude of those in the Qinglong society towards Su Chen? Could he be a mere puppet? Bai Dongsheng expressed his doubts. A puppet? Su Chen is certainly not a pawn fostered by the Qinglong society, Bai Jizhen immediately countered. He is fiercely confident and assertive in his dealings. Such a person would never allow themselves to become a puppet. In that case, it appears we must arrive at a decision regarding Tianquan's sect, Bai Dongsheng stated, his brows furrowing in concern. Father, do you mean that Yuan Suiyun's visit is to present us with choices? Bai Jizhen asked. Indeed, there should be 2 options. One is for Tianquan's sect to remain, and the other is for us to depart, Bai Dongsheng replied solemnly. Upon hearing Bai Dongsheng's words, Bai Jizhen fell into deep contemplation. Given the current circumstances, it indeed seemed there were only these 2 choices. What will your choice be? Bai Dongsheng queried. If we choose to stay, we must submit to Suiyun, which is absolutely unacceptable. Not only would we be unwilling, but the Bai family would also oppose it. Thus, our only option is to leave the northern 9 prefectures. Bai Choufei articulated. However, relocating a sect is no simple matter. We must first decide on a new destination, he added. There's no need for concern on that front. Recently, I contacted the Bai family, and they proposed that we relocate Tianquan's sect to a small mountain just outside the capital. That mountain has already been purchased by the Bai family and gifted to us as the new residence for Tianquan's sect, Bai Dongsheng explained. Father, why has the Bai family invested so much to facilitate your return to the capital? Bai Choufei inquired. It may be because my strength is nearing the threshold of the 9 trials of heaven. The Bai family would undoubtedly seek to incorporate a martial artist of that caliber into their ranks, Bai Dongsheng replied. Father, are you aiming to break through to the 9 trials of heaven? Bai Choufei asked. I should be able to reach that level within a month, Bai Dongsheng stated. As the two conversed, a disciple approached with news that Yuan Suiyun had arrived. Come, let us meet Yuan Suiyun, Bai Dongsheng declared, stepping forward to greet him. With Bai Choufei following closely behind, making their way to the main hall. Master Bai, young Master Choufei. Here is the invitation for the appointment of the alliance leader of the martial arts world. Upon entering the hall, Yuan Suiyun presented an invitation. Thank you, Elder Yuan. But I fear we cannot personally congratulate Master Su on becoming the martial overlord of the northern 9 prefectures, Bai Dongsheng replied, causing Yuan Suiyun's expression to momentarily falter. As he struggled to comprehend Bai Dongsheng's words, our Tianquan sect is preparing to depart the northern 9 prefectures for the capital. The new location for our sect will be on a small mountain just outside the city. Should Elder Yuan and Master Su venture to the capital, you are welcome to seek me out for a discussion, Bai Choufei proposed. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, as Yuan Suiyun regained his composure, he pondered silently. Bai Dongsheng and Bai Choufei, the father and son duo, were formidable figures. His visit was intended to compel the Tianquan sect to make a decision. Before he could utter a word, the other party anticipated his intentions, being the first to mention the relocation of the Tianquan sect. However, upon hearing that the sect would be moving to the capital, he was taken aback. Securing a small peak in the vicinity of the capital indicated the Bai family's substantial influence there. Subsequently, the three engaged in conversation, and Yuan Suiyun chose not to linger at the Tianquan sect, returning instead to the Shana sect. In the capital, on January 25th, auspicious activities included outings, moving, groundbreaking, blessings, burials, hanging plaques, and ceremonies, while weddings, bed setting, and kitchen establishment were deemed inauspicious. Before the residence of the 4th prince, he emerged in splendid attire and entered the carriage that awaited him. The vehicle set off slowly, unaccompanied, as he navigated through the bustling crowd towards the eastern gate. Outside the eastern gate, there lay a royal cemetery where Murong Qingshan was interred. Within the streets, in a tavern, 2 figures were present. One donned a Yama mask, while the other carried a long spear on his back. The masked individual was the leader of the underworld's denizens. Both fixated on the carriage of Lu Long as it departed the city. At last, Lu Long has exited the city. Is this our opportunity? The masked man murmured. Let us go. With that, he turned and exited the tavern. In another location, within a modest courtyard, Morong Fu was seen manipulating his hands as if practicing some extraordinary skill. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and Xiao Ruoyan stepped inside. My lord, Princess Danyang and the 7th prince are departing today for the Xiaoxiang temple in the western city, Xiao Ruoyan reported, producing a map that depicted the layout of Xiaoxiang temple. According to tradition, Princess Danyang and her entourage would enter the inner temple through the royal passage, while the 7th prince would engage in meditation with the master of the temple. Princess Danyang would be assigned to a meditation chamber in the rear temple, presenting us with an opportunity. Morong Fu ceased his practice and addressed Xiao Ruoyan. This is indeed an opportunity. I shall take the map. You wait for me in the courtyard. My lord, I wish to witness the demise of Princess Danyang. After a moment of contemplation, Morong Fu finally nodded. Change your attire to disguise yourself as my maid, and we shall head to Xiaoxiang Temple. Xiaoxiang Temple is one of the 3 most prosperous temples in the capital, and today is suitable for prayers, attracting many worshippers. Morong Fu, exuding the charm of a young gentleman, accompanied Xiao Ruoyan to the temple's exterior, following the throngs of people into its hallowed grounds. From here, we can navigate to the rear of the temple. Xiao Ruoyan guided Morong Fu towards the back courtyard. In the tranquil rear of Shaoxiang Temple, within a meditation chamber, Princess Danyang sat in quietude. Although she was not particularly fond of the temple, the seventh prince held an affinity for Buddhist rituals. Perhaps affinity was not the right term. As his visit bore ulterior motives, he sought to cultivate connections with the eminent monks of Shaoxiang Temple to bolster his own influence. Xiao Ruoyan is truly a failure, unable to even defeat the headmaster of the Mountain River sect, and yet she allows him to become the martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures. I now suspect that the news about her injuring Su Chun is a fabrication. That vile woman dares to deceive me. As Princess Danyang spoke, anger etched across her face. She had been closely monitoring the situation in the northern 9 prefectures. Just yesterday, she received word that Su Chun was about to become the leader of the northern 9 prefectures. If Su Chun were injured and recuperating, how could he possibly ascend to that position? Thus, she believed that Xiao Ruoyan had lied to her. Inform Xiao Ruoyan to return at once. Upon her return, I shall personally end her life. A cruel, murderous intent flickered in Princess Danyang's eyes. Chapter 352. The Death of Princess Danyang. Framing the culprit, the monastery where Princess Danyang resided was a women's retreat, devoid of monks, only attended by a few guards accompanying the seventh prince. Swoosh, swoosh. At the entrance of the monastery, 2 attendants suddenly bore deep wounds across their necks and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Following this, 2 figures entered the courtyard, their faces concealed by black cloth. They were Morong Fu and Xiao Ruoyan, with Xiao Ruoyan being the one who struck. Inside the monastery, several sword-bearing guards, upon noticing the 2 intruders, immediately drew their weapons, their expressions wary as they faced Morong Fu and his companion. However, these guards were of mediocre skill. In an instant, they fell to the ground, incapacitated by a flash of Xiao Ruoyan's sword light, without even a cry of alarm. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground, however, attracted the attention of Princess Danyang within the monastery. What is happening outside? Princess Danyang inquired of an attending maid. Please allow me to investigate. The maid rushed towards the door. Yet, the moment she opened it, a blade of light pierced through, striking her throat. The maid's body stiffened, frozen in the act of opening the door. What are you standing there for? Princess Danyang coldly demanded, noticing the maid's immobility at the entrance. Her words failed to elicit any response from the maid, and Princess Danyang's expression grew frigid. With a swift motion, she grasped the long whip that lay on the table. She then lashed out directly at the maid. Crack! The whip struck the maid, who fell to the ground, blood spilling from her throat. Princess Danyang's complexion shifted dramatically. Raising her whip, she struck the window next to the meditation room. Bang! The window shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Princess Danyang leaped out. As a descendant of royalty, she possessed excellent resources and considerable talent, her strength nearing the unity of spirit and body. As she burst forth, she saw a figure with their back to her, tall and slender, unmistakably Morong Fu, cloaked in black. Who dares to attack this princess? Princess Danyang exclaimed fiercely, her whip striking like a serpent towards his back. Yet, as swift as her strike was, the figure seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, evading her attack with a deft movement. At that moment, the Princess of Danyang propelled herself off the ground, raising her palm. The long whip was instantly retracted and then swung down like a razor-sharp blade. With a resounding crack, just as the whip descended, a hand, as pure as white jade, pierced through its shadow and grasped the whip of the princess. Observing this, a cold smile crept onto the lips of the princess as she relinquished her grip on the whip. With a powerful push against the ground, she launched herself towards Morong Fu. As she hurtled towards him, a glint of icy determination flashed in her eyes, drawing her right hand to her waist. A streak of sword light emerged, darting towards Morong Fu's back with lightning speed. Sensing the imminent strike, Morong Fu was momentarily taken aback. He shifted his stance, evading the razor-like sword that failed to graze his attire. With a focused gaze, the princess concentrated her internal energy into her soft sword. In the next instant, the sword hummed with energy as she executed a horizontal slash towards Morong Fu. However, at that precise moment, Morong Fu raised his palm, producing a forceful suction from his hand, where 5 distinct energies swirled. With a single strike, he shattered the sword energy that the princess had meticulously formed. Tai 5 elements palm. Who are you? The princess inquired coldly, her eyes fixed on Morong Fu. He offered no response. Instead, he pivoted, his hand swiftly appearing at the location of the sword, gently grasping it. The long sword, which had been in the princess's possession, now rested in Murong Fu's hand. With a resonant clang, his internal energy coursed into the sword, and he advanced towards the princess with it. The sword light flowed gracefully, reminiscent of a captivating autumn river. Shrouded in ethereal beauty, the autumn water maiden sword. "You are Yuan Mu," she exclaimed. Although she had yet to confirm the identity of the wielder of the Tai E5 element's palm, the moment he unleashed the autumn water maiden sword, she recognized him. As she spoke, Murong Fu unleashed an overwhelming aura of pressure. The target he had selected this time was Yuan Mu, one of the esteemed guests in the residence of the Grand Tutor Pang. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced the princess's body. She attempted to scream, but a wave of energy enveloped her, stifling her cries. The collision of energy with the air generated a gust that lifted the black cloth of Murong Fu's hat. "You." The princess, upon seeing Murong Fu's visage, was momentarily taken aback. This man was not Yuan Mu. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, the vitality within her began to fade, and her body collapsed to the ground. Eliminating you was initially quite simple, but to impersonate another allowed you to linger a little longer, Murong Fu remarked. At that moment, Xiao Ruoyan appeared before him. "I have dealt with the others," she stated, glancing at the fallen princess. "Shall we depart?" Murong Fu nodded, and the two swiftly made their exit. The situation would soon attract attention. Shortly after they left, a young acolyte arrived, witnessing the fallen attendants and the blood pooling from their necks, and was instantly struck with horror, crying out in alarm. Swiftly, several monks arrived and, upon witnessing the scene, their expressions changed dramatically. "Quickly summon the abbot and the seventh prince," the leading monk exclaimed, urgency evident in his voice. "Something grave has occurred," and he hurried into the courtyard. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies on the ground, including the fallen corpse of Princess Danyang at another location, his face turned ashen. Just days prior, Princess Qingxin had been murdered, and now Princess Danyang had met the same fate. Not only was she the daughter of the king of Liwu, but she was also the bestowed consort of the seventh prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, slain within their small temple. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, the seventh prince and the abbot, Master Tianhui, appeared before the meditation hall. Observing the corpses on the ground, the seventh prince's face paled significantly as he rushed into the courtyard, where he beheld the lifeless form of Princess Danyang. She was his link to King Liwu. With her demise, the already discontented King Liwu would surely erupt in rage, severing his support. Who was responsible? The seventh prince was in a state of frenzy. A gaunt man beside him swiftly approached the body of Princess Danyang, examining her wounds and the residual energy within her. At this moment, the seventh prince Lu Yu transitioned from anger to calmness. "What have you discovered?" he inquired coldly. "Your Highness." Princess Danyang perished under the autumn water sword technique, and remnants of the Tai 5 element's palm energy linger in her body. Such prowess exists only with the guests of the Grand Tutor's estate. "Yuan Mu," the gaunt man replied solemnly. "Yuan Mu, from the Grand Tutor's estate? What are the sword marks?" The seventh prince Lu Yu pressed further. "The sword marks indicate a single lethal strike, suggesting the work of a sword-wielding assassin." A middle-aged monk interjected. Chapter 353. The fourth prince's ambush. Successful, the precision of the strike left no room for error, indicating the assailant was indeed a master swordsman. Hearing this, the seventh prince Lu Yu's expression turned cold as he declared, "The perpetrator could not have left long ago. Dispatch someone to seal off the temple immediately. We must uncover the truth. Additionally, inform the local authorities to conduct an investigation and demand results within 3 days. Your Highness, there are many patrons within the temple. Sealing it may be inappropriate. I recommend a thorough investigation, allowing those without suspicion to register and exit the temple first," Master Tianhui suggested, stepping forward. "Let us proceed according to the master's advice. Captain Pei, you shall oversee this," the seventh prince commanded. Master Tianhui nodded towards the monk beside him, indicating, "Assist Captain Pei in rigorously examining the temple patrons." "Yes," the monk promptly acknowledged, joining Captain Pei I and the seventh prince in their thorough inspection of the temple's visitors. However, at that moment, Murong Fu and Xiao Ruoyan had already descended the mountain. "Young master, what shall we do now? With Princess Danyang dead, Xiao Ruoyan's vengeance has been avenged, and she appears somewhat lost," Xiao Ruoyan pondered. "Let us remain in the capital. We can admire its scenery and indulge in its culinary delights." Murong Fu replied, In his past life, he had been solely focused on the restoration of his nation, sacrificing too much in the process. In this life, he sought to take a respite, intending to gain a deeper understanding of the circumstances within the Great Zhou dynasty. In literature, there exists an inherent distinction from reality. Moreover, she discerned the burdens that weighed heavily upon Yuan. An excessively burdened mind can give rise to inner demons, which is detrimental to the cultivation of martial arts. Meanwhile, on a mountain path leading to the royal cemetery, the carriage of the fourth prince, Lu Long, lay halted. The coachman and 4 bodyguards accompanying him now lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Before the carriage, 2 masked figures emerged. One of them stood behind the other, who bore a long spear. Fourth prince, after such a lengthy wait, you have finally emerged from the imperial city. Today, I shall claim your head. The leader's cold voice echoed along the stone road. Humph. You are the leader of the undying souls, a long-awaited encounter indeed. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from within the carriage. As the voice resonated, the carriage curtain was drawn back, revealing a hand that was somewhat coarse and ill-fitting for a prince's hand. Upon seeing the outstretched palm, the masked man narrowed his eyes in surprise. From the carriage stepped Yuan, one of the 5 deputy lords of the town suppression division, his gaze wary as he regarded the 2 masked individuals. Yuan, I never anticipated you would be within the carriage. It seems I have fallen into the fourth prince's trap. Where is the fourth prince? The masked figure inquired in a hushed tone. To see the fourth prince, you must first be subdued, Yuan retorted with a snort. Leader, I will hold him off. You should escape first, spoke the man bearing the long spear. You shall not leave. As he spoke, Yuan propelled himself from the ground, launching towards the masked man. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, manifesting as a shadowy fist that enveloped his opponent. The air around them whipped into a frenzy beneath the weight of this powerful strike. Boom. At that moment, the man with the spear swiftly turned, positioning himself beneath Yuan's fist. The spear was now firmly in his grip. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the shadowy fist collided with the spear, producing a symphony of metallic clashes. Boom. Subsequently, the 2 forces converged at a single point. Bang. Both combatants staggered back, yet the man with the spear retreated several paces, his grip trembling slightly. Clearly, he was no match for Yuan. Yuan's palm was now adorned with a metallic gauntlet, radiating a chilling gleam. This was the reason his fist had been able to withstand the clash with the spear. Kill. Nevertheless, the man with the spear did not yield. He shouted fiercely, grasping his weapon and stepping forward, launching an attack akin to a bolt of lightning towards Yuan. Humph. Yuan responded with a scoff, his palm transforming into a fist. In that instant, his figure morphed into a fleeting shadow, deftly evading the spear before delivering a thunderous punch. Heavenly Destruction Fist. As the punch was unleashed, the shadowy fist instantly multiplied into several striking forms, targeting the vital points of the spear-wielding man. The man attempted to retract his spear to block Yuan's assault, but Yuan's speed was unmatched. The shadowy fist struck their mark upon the man's body. Bang! The man burdened with a long gun was struck by Yuan's fist, sent flying through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. He steadied himself by thrusting the long gun into the ground. With a successful strike, Yuan's aura surged dramatically as he raised his hand to deliver a palm strike towards the man with the long gun. Observing this, the masked leader of the Yellow Spring, a figure known as the Unreturning, split into 3 apparitions, appearing before the man with the long gun and countering with his own palm strike. The collision of fists and palms erupted into a cacophony of explosive air bursts. Yuan was jolted backward, and as he retreated, his arm erupted, revealing deep bone fractures. With a sputter, blood gushed from his mouth, and a gaping wound appeared on his chest, the size of a palm. The force of the triple strike left him in a more grievous state than that of the man with the long gun. Not far away, the fourth prince, Lu Long, watched the unfolding battle. Beside him stood 2 companions, an elderly man clad in a brown robe, whose ordinary visage belied a keen gaze fixated on the leader of the Yellow Spring, and a towering figure wielding twin hammers, exuding a formidable presence. Despite his imposing stature, the giant's eyes were not large, yet they sparkled with intelligence, indicating a meticulous mind that belied his size. I might not be able to keep up with his speed, but with your phantom steps, old Zhong, you should manage, the giant remarked. To keep pace momentarily is feasible, but to intercept him will depend on the intensity of my internal energy. The elder, referred to as old Zhong, replied. Then I shall engage him first. With a mighty push against the ground, the giant leapt into the air like a great rock. In mid-flight, he gripped his hammers tightly, striking towards the leader of the yellow spring. The overwhelming force generated a sound that reverberated through the space, causing hearts to tremble. What? The leader of the yellow spring, ever vigilant, sensed the impending threat. The fourth prince's remaining inside the carriage suggested a cunning trap laid for him, indicating the presence of other skilled fighters aside from Yuan. In an instant, an explosive surge of power swept toward the leader, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, a wave of unparalleled dread washing over him. I cannot match this force. The ground shattered beneath the twin hammers, creating a massive crater. Dust swirling around as the leader gazed at the devastation, his lips twitching in apprehension. Should he be struck, even with his energy, survival would be a narrow escape. Yellow Spring's phantasmic finger. Evading the impending strike, the leader of the yellow spring flickered and unleashed a blinding light from his fingertips, aimed at the giant's throat. However, at that moment, an iron hammer intercepted the attack. Twin hammers, vortex. After blocking the incoming strike, the burly man wielded his twin hammers, conjuring a tempest of violent energy that enveloped the leader of the yellow spring wanderers. He intended to suppress his adversary's physique with an overwhelming force. At that moment, a gray figure suddenly surged forth, its hand resembling a withered branch, aimed at the leader's back. "Watch out, chief," exclaimed the man bearing the spear as he lunged forward. Thud! The elder's palm struck the man, sending him hurtling away, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, seemingly devoid of life. Shadow of transformation. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Yellow Spring Wanderers let out a low growl, erecting a barrier against the surrounding energy. His body fracturing into 3 shadows before vanishing from their sight. He escaped, truly able to flee, the burly man remarked coldly. Meanwhile, the elder approached the man he had just slain with a single blow. With a flick of his finger, the man began to cough violently, his energy gradually returning. However, the elder swiftly sealed all of the man's acupoints, lifting him and bringing him before the fourth prince. "Your Highness, the plan has been accomplished," the elder declared. Their objective was to capture those close to the leader of the Yellow Spring Wanderers. To attain such a position, the leader must possess formidable abilities, making it uncertain whether they could capture him. Furthermore, should he resist fiercely, it could result in significant losses on their side. Thus, capturing those nearby would yield the most valuable information. Chapter 354. The Turmoil of the Capital, the Death of Xue Shaoran. At that moment, on the opposite side of the stone path, stood an elder with a long beard cascading to his chest. He gently stroked his beard, his gaze fixed intently upon the stone path, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "The fourth Prince Lu Long possesses some capabilities," the elder murmured. Just as he spoke, a black crow alighted upon his shoulder. The elder extracted a note from the crow's talon, and upon reading its contents, his pupils constricted sharply. He pivoted and swiftly departed, as if he had encountered a grave matter. After the elder's departure, the elder Zhong beside the fourth prince cast a glance toward the area. "Elder Zhong, is there someone present?" inquired Prince Lu Long. There was a fluctuation of energy, but it seems they have departed, Elder Zhong replied. At that moment, Yuan, one of the vice commanders of the town suppression division, swallowed a pill to recover from his injuries. He had sustained significant wounds in the recent battle. However, endowed with robust vitality, he consumed a few pills, and his injuries gradually stabilized. Just then, a bird descended upon his shoulder, adorned with a golden thread upon its head. The golden-threaded falcon, a significant event has transpired in the capital. Upon seeing this bird, the expressions of the fourth prince and the others shifted. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yuan unfurled the note, and upon reading it, he exclaimed in shock, "Princess Danyang has been murdered at the Xiaoshang Temple, and the seventh prince has issued a stern order for the town suppression division to identify the culprit within 3 days." Princess Danyang murdered? Upon hearing this, Prince Lu Long furrowed his brow in concern. It appears that some individuals are eager for unrest in the capital. They have informed the local authorities about my ambush outside the city. For the time being, accompany me to pay respects to Qing Chun, and after that, we shall return to the imperial city together, said the fourth Prince Lu Long. The leader of the Hades, who escaped, might target the isolated Yuan, so it is indeed safer to return with him. By the time the fourth Prince Lu Long and his companions returned to the city, turmoil has already begun to brew within the capital. First, the tragic passing of the princess, followed by the uncertain fate of the Danyang princess, has cast an invisible gloom over the capital. In the Lingnan region, the upheaval in the capital has allowed Suiyun to ascend to the position of martial arts leader among the 9 northern prefectures without encountering any resistance. He has commenced the consolidation of his forces, instructing them to gather their respective martial arts manuals and ancient texts at the Shanhua sect, permitting only copies to remain in their possession. A grander library has been constructed within the sect, though it has yet to be opened to the public. Immersed in his studies, Suiyun emerged from the library with a smile upon his face. Over the past few days, he had perused the texts and acquired 3 orange lottery cards, 5 blue cards, and 4 white cards, a bountiful harvest. He had only skimmed a fraction of the material, and he believed that upon completing his review, he would unlock numerous rewards. Certain special techniques have been set aside for those who prove worthy in the future. Taking a deep breath, he noticed that the air was no longer as frigid as before. Spring was approaching. Suiyun made his way to a particular pavilion, guarded solely by the 5 Poisons Boy, with no other disciples of the Shanhua sect present. Inside the pavilion sat several individuals: Yin Nantian, Ding Peng, Shengwan Jinhong, Bai Tianyu, Zhuge Jinghua, Jing Wuming, A Fei, Lung Huishan, and Xiao Qiushui, while Yuan Suiyun stood to the side. Bai Choufei was already en route to the capital, and Guan Qi and Dugu Wudi, among others, were stationed at the invincible sect beyond the frontier and had not arrived. Shueshaoran was engaged in a task and unable to attend. As Suiyun stepped into the room, the assembled individuals rose swiftly and bowed respectfully. He took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by Yin Nantian and Ding Peng. Observing his companions, Suiyun felt a surge of excitement. They constituted his foundation and his confidence. This world is vast, providing each of them the opportunity to showcase their ambitions. By gathering these individuals, Suiyun aimed to offer them a chance to venture forth. Master, we are prepared to accompany Jing Wuming to the capital and infiltrate the money gang. Upon Suiyun's seating, Shengwan Jinhong spoke up. After deciding to appoint Bai Choufei to oversee the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Suiyun had conveyed his intentions. Shengwan Jinhong, who had previously led the money gang, possessed a deep-seated dedication to it. The emergence of the money gang in this world was fated, and Shengwan Jinhong was determined to stake his claim. Jing Wuming, being one of Shengwan Jinhong's subordinates, remained loyal to him in their past life. Thus, he would accompany Shengwan Jinhong to the capital to seize control of the money gang. Regarding financial matters, you may contact Yuan Suiyun, who will provide you with unwavering support, Suiyun stated. He had contemplated this before, but the turmoil in the northern 9 prefectures prevented any distribution of personnel. Now that the northern 9 prefectures had been secured, Shengwan Jinhong could strategize with the money gang. Undoubtedly, the money gang's influence in the capital was formidable. While Shengwan Jinhong and Jing Wuming possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to that of the money gang. Thus, they resolved to seek membership within the money gang before formulating further plans. However, regardless of their destination, one element remained indispensable: wealth. Suiyun prepared to extend ample financial support to them. Thank you, my lord, Shengwan Jinhong replied. What are your thoughts? Suiyun inquired, gazing at the group. My lord, we do not intend to leave the northern 9 prefectures for the time being. We wish to remain here to assist you in consolidating your dominion over the region while simultaneously fortifying our own capabilities, Lung Huishan articulated. Once the leader of the Grand Alliance, his strength was considerable, yet in this world, he found himself relatively weak. He aimed to enhance his cultivation before venturing beyond the northern 9 prefectures. Moreover, with Suiyun having just stabilized the area, additional manpower was essential. While he could not act overtly, he could operate discreetly. Others shared his sentiments, having agreed upon this course of action prior to Suiyun's arrival. Very well. Suiyun nodded. Initially, he had expected that, apart from Shengwan Jinhong, others would seek their own adventures. To his surprise, none chose to do so. However, upon reflection, he recognized that these individuals were not excessively ambitious. Remaining in the northern 9 prefectures was, in fact, beneficial for them. At that moment, Wudu Tongzi abruptly entered the room. His expression grim. My lord, we have received word from the Jinfeng Shiyu building that Shueshaoran has been pursued and killed by 2 mysterious assailants. The whereabouts of these individuals are currently under investigation by the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Wudu Tongzi presented a confidential letter to Suiyun. Upon hearing this news, Suiyun's countenance shifted. Although he had considered the possibility of the summoned individuals meeting their demise, he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. After all, the martial world was vast, and even he was not immune to danger. He perused the letter handed to him by Wudu Tongzi and then passed it to Yan Nantian, saying, "It seems there are those who harbor discontent towards the Qinglong Association." He had only recently ascended as the martial leader of the northern 9 prefectures, and now an adversary had assassinated a hall master of the Qinglong Association, an act of open defiance and provocation. Yan Nanshan's expression was equally troubled. He controlled the Qinglong Association in the northern 9 prefectures, and the murder of Shui Shaoran was a declaration of war against him. At this juncture, Zhuge Jinghua stepped forward, stating, "My lord, Shui Shaoran's mission was to approach the head of the Tian family in Longbei County, Tianmu." Zhuge Jinghua, who assisted Yan Nantian with Qinglong Association matters, was privy to Shui Shaoran's target. Chapter 355, The Esoteric Relic and the Great Scripture of Life and Death, leading to the Qinglong Temple. The Tian family of Longbei County. Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. "Your Excellency, the Longbei Tian family is a branch of the Jiangnan Tian family and has existed in Longbei County for many years. However, they generally refrain from participating in the affairs of the martial world, focusing instead on the transportation of iron ore from the northern 9 counties to Jiangnan." As Zhuge Jinghua remarked, the intelligence from the Jinfeng Shiyu building is connected with that of the Qinglong Association, and presently, Zhuge Jinghua is responsible for this matter. The Jiangnan Tian family, a prominent aristocracy in the Jiangnan region, holds significant prestige there, as Su Chen murmured. "Shall we investigate the individual who assigned this task?" Su Chen commanded. According to the information received, Tianmu has already been killed by Shui Shaoran, who was subsequently pursued and met his demise. "I will arrange for someone to investigate this on our behalf," Zhuge Jinghua replied. Having established himself as the martial leader of the northern 9 counties, Su Chun issued a notice. Any factions or individuals who presented him with a letter of respect would be shielded from assassination by the Qinglong Association within the northern 9 counties. Any other assassin organizations that attempted to eliminate individuals under his jurisdiction would be jointly eradicated. Naturally, all disputes and profit distributions within the martial realm of the northern 9 counties would require his oversight as the martial leader. Su Chun intended to assign Zhuge Jinghua and Xiao Qiushui to manage these affairs. One is a renowned hero of the martial world, while the other is the illustrious Zhuge Shenzhou. He could hardly find the time to oversee the complexities of martial matters in the northern 9 counties. Xiao Qiushui and Zhuge Jinghua had both appeared publicly as leaders of the Qinglong Association, making their presence in the northern 9 counties martial scene entirely reasonable. "We must ascertain the situation promptly, and furthermore, we need to exert further pressure on the Qinglong Temple," Su Chen stated. "Your Excellency, the Qinglong Temple is currently in seclusion, and we are not fully aware of its true capabilities. Jinfeng Shiyu building has also yet to complete its investigation. Additionally, since the Qinglong Temple has closed its doors, according to certain clandestine regulations of the Great Zhou Dynasty, we cannot take action against them. If we do, the Buddhist sect of the Great Zhou Dynasty will rise against us." Zhuge Jinghua explained. "I possess a relic and a copy of the Xingxi Dezhangjing. We can disseminate them to see if we can draw them out. Once they are lured out, their so-called seclusion will no longer be valid, giving us grounds to compel them to leave. Of course, I hope Shui Shaoran's death is not related to the Qinglong Temple. If it is, then even if they are in seclusion, they must be exterminated," Su Chun declared as he produced a tome and a brocade box, handing them to Yan Nantian. The relic of the esoteric sect and the Xingxi Dezhangjing were discoveries made by Su Chun in the cold pool of the Shana Gate. He has already memorized the contents of the Xingxi Dezhangjing. As for the relic, he has refrained from handling it casually, preserving it for this occasion, which may be utilized to draw out the Qinglong Temple. "This Xingxi Dezhangjing, Mr. Yin and Master Ding, you may study it. It could prove beneficial to you," Su Chen suggested. The Xingxi Dezhangjing pertains to spiritual cultivation. Yan Nantian and Ding Peng have reached the pinnacle of their own energy cultivation, the Tianshan 9 dangers, and are now only able to accumulate and refine their skills without further breakthroughs. It is akin to a bowl, whose size remains fixed. The only way to increase its contents is to enhance the density of the items placed within. However, the realm of spiritual cultivation is boundless. Perhaps transcending the 9 tribulations of the celestial beings signifies a qualitative transformation of the spirit. "Thank you, Master." The two bowed in gratitude. by Tianyu and Lung Huishan. You shall guard the internal library of the Shanhua Gate, where you may delve into the martial arts contained therein. Yuan Suiyun, please make a copy of the Great Sutra of Life and Death and place it within the internal library. You are all free to enter and study at your leisure. Suiyun subsequently instructed. Bai Tianyu and Lung Huishan, being disciples of the Jinfeng Xiu Tower, are not in a position to act directly. Thus, Suiyun has temporarily assigned them to oversee the internal library of the Shanhua Gate. Quickly ascertain who was responsible for the demise of Shui Shaoran. Suiyun commanded. Understood. Yin Nantian, Zhuge Jinhua, Xiao Qiu and a Fei then proceeded towards a designated area of the pavilion. Within the pavilion, there was a concealed door leading to an area outside the Shanhua Gate. Bai Tianyu and Lung Huishan followed Yuan Suiyun as they departed. Inside the room, only Suiyun and Ding Peng remained. Suiyun then rose and said, Master Ding, I have encountered some difficulties in my recent cultivation. I seek your guidance. After stepping into the first tribulation, Suiyun found his progress somewhat sluggish. Thus he wished to consult Ding Peng. Let us proceed to the training grounds. Ding Peng replied. Yuan Suiyun oversees the mountain gate and has specially constructed a training ground, which is off limits to disciples of the Shanhua Gate without permission. Ding Peng currently resides there. In another location, 3 horse-drawn carriages were traversing the road. The foremost carriage was notably spacious, adorned with an incense burner and various fruits. Helian Xiaoyao reclined languidly upon the couch, perusing a recently received confidential letter. Upon reading it, she instinctively sat upright. With the recent death of Princess Qingqin and the assassination of Princess Danyang, who possesses the audacity to commit murder in the capital, the deaths of these two have stirred the winds of change in the capital, making a return seem perilous. Helian Xiaoyao contemplated. Young master, what has transpired? Inquired the steward beside her. Look at this. Helian Xiaoyao passed the letter to her steward. This. The stewardess' pupils dilated sharply upon seeing the contents of the envelope. Let us go. I shall visit Brother Bai. I believe he has also received news from the capital. Helian Xiaoyao adjusted her attire and leaped from the carriage. Meanwhile, within the rear carriage, Bai Choufei wore a furrowed brow, mirrored by the troubled expression of Nailan Rongyan beside him. Their distress stemmed primarily from the news of Shui Shaoran's death. They had not anticipated that shortly after their departure, someone would strike against the Qinglong society, and he had yet to ascertain the identity of the assailant. As for the situation in the capital, although they had received word, they were not surprised. Princess Danyang had long been on the list of those doomed to die. Her death merely signified that Murong Fu had succeeded in his endeavor. Brother Bai, may I enter for a discussion? At that moment, Helian Xiaoyao's voice resonated from outside her carriage. Brother Helian, please come in. Bai Choufei signaled for the carriage to pause momentarily. Helian Xiaoyao leaped inside, nodding slightly towards Nailan Rongyan. Brother Bai, I trust you are aware of the happenings in the capital? Helian Xiaoyao inquired. Indeed, I am informed. Princess Danyang has been slain, and the 4th prince has fallen victim to an ambush from the underworld, Bai Choufei replied. There may be disturbances in the capital, with nefarious entities emerging, which could hinder your establishment of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion there, Helian Xiaoyao remarked solemnly. The shifting tides in the capital present an opportunity for our business at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. In times of turmoil, people are more inclined to spend for intelligence and information. Thus, the upheaval in the capital offers us a chance to gain a foothold. Moreover, we have long laid the groundwork in the capital, training numerous spies and hiring many as well. This is also why Bai Choufei dares to venture into the capital. Chapter 356. The Refinement of Life and Death, Shui Yuan, Lu Sheng's Sword. Do you not fear for your life in this? Helian Xiaoyao asked, his voice low. He had always adhered to a principle of discretion, avoiding danger at all costs, which was why he had survived until now. Brother Helian, what does a man live for if not to fight for his life, and to make his mark amid the chaos? Bai Choufei replied. In his past life, he had ambitions and aspirations, enduring much hardship alone. He had fallen in love with Lei Chun, his brother's woman, suffered the loss of Zhu Xiaoyao, and faced discord with Wang Xiaoshi. He was imprisoned by the one he cherished, enduring countless humiliations. His previous life was marked by tragedy. In this life, he sought to carve out a promising future. Death was not unfamiliar to those who had faced it once before, and it did not instill fear in them. Observing the calm, yet formidable demeanor of Bai Choufei, Helian Xiaoyao felt a surge of heroic spirit. Listening to Brother Bai's words, his earlier concerns seemed to dissipate. The upheaval in the capital also heralded their own rise. Helian Xiaoyao declared his intention to return to the capital and engage in seclusion to break through his current limitations. For otherwise, he would fall far behind. I shall not disturb you any longer, he said, leaping out of the carriage. After Helian Xiaoyao departed, Nalan Rongyan spoke. It seems that your words have spurred this young master Helian. It was not merely my words that stirred him. Rather, it restored his true nature. Helian Xiaoyao is no ordinary individual, Bai Choufei responded. What martial arts did the two assassins who killed Shui Shaoran employ? It is crucial to identify them. The night was too dark, and the window for action was brief. All they knew was that one wielded a sword and the other used fists. According to the information received, Master Shui, before his demise, managed a counterattack that pierced one assailant's chest, yet did not deliver a fatal blow. I am currently investigating this angle, Nalan Rongyan stated. Once there is news, inform the young master immediately. Bai Choufei instructed. The adversary's assault on Shui Shaoran of the Qinglong Society was a calculated maneuver aimed at suppressing the Qinglong Society and diminishing Su Qian's standing within the 9 prefectures of the north. This matter warrants utmost caution. Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate, and I am confident results will emerge shortly. However, esteemed host, our endeavor to establish the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the capital will not be as straightforward as anticipated, Nalan Rongyan remarked. Any faction aspiring to establish itself in the capital must register with the Town Guardian's office, which serves as the central authority for both the Southern and Northern Town Guardian offices. Securing registration with the Town Guardian's office is no simple feat furthermore. Given the attention surrounding the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, obtaining such approval is even more challenging. This is precisely why Bai Choufei instructed Helian Xiaoyao to convey messages to the capital. There is no cause for concern should the Town Guardian's office refuse our registration. I shall personally petition the Night Emperor and the future Lord to intervene at the Town Guardian's office, Bai Choufei asserted. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, adhering to the conventions of the martial world, must be registered upon arrival. Should the Town Guardian's office delay our registration, it would be a breach of martial etiquette, and those with sufficient power may indeed pay a visit to the Town Guardian's office to secure such an opportunity. This was an edict issued by Emperor Zhou during the reign of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet, throughout the years, no one has ever successfully coerced the Town Guardian's office. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Nalan Rongyan nodded in agreement. We shall continue to deploy spies, and once we arrive in the capital, I expect our intelligence network to be on par with any other organization, Bai Choufei stated. Nalan Rongyan accepted her orders, her gaze drifting towards the window, a glimmer of ambition shining in her eyes. The capital, the very heart of the Great Zhou dynasty. The prospect of stepping into its realm was something she had never envisioned. Time flew by. In the span of 3 days, the events occurring within the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty had reverberated throughout the kingdom, while news of Shui Shaoran's death, the leader of the Qinglong Society, had only circulated within the 9 prefectures of the north. Naturally, as this news spread, it sparked bewilderment among certain factions in the north. They had not anticipated that the Qinglong Society, having just established control over the 9 prefectures, would suffer such a loss. They received a secret directive from their leader, instructing them to identify the assassin responsible for Shui Shaoran's demise within their respective territories. In contrast to the covert investigations of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Qian's issuance of the leader's decree appeared more direct and mobilized a greater number of individuals. Both sides were concurrently conducting inquiries, and he was confident that the perpetrator would soon be uncovered. As this information circulated, another piece of news emerged. In Linsheng within the 9 prefectures of the north, traces of the esoteric relic had been discovered, believed to belong to the great wisdom king of the Qinglong Temple. This news spread rapidly. The relic represented the essence of a master's life within the esoteric Buddhism. The great wisdom king was a formidable expert of the 9 tribulations. Should this essence be obtained by a high monk of the esoteric Buddhism, they would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a 9 tribulations master. Even for an ordinary person, acquiring this relic would likely facilitate their entry into the realm of the transcendent. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of individuals began to make their way towards the city of Lin. At the Mountain River sect, Su Qian sat cross-legged upon a mat, his entire being enveloped in a swirling flow of vital energy, diligently refining his physique. The rate at which his physical strength increased was quite commendable, and he contemplated that once his body reached a certain level of enhancement, he would consume a greater quantity of energy elixir pills, thereby accelerating the augmentation of his vital energy. As Suiyun honed his physical form, he mused that the cultivation of vital energy relied on one's own efforts, supplemented by various elixirs. Should his physical body remain weak, ingesting potent pills could lead to the collapse of his meridians. Thus, he dedicated recent days to fortifying his corporeal form, aiming to refine it to a significant degree before consuming a multitude of elixirs to elevate his vital energy. After a period of time, the flow of vital energy ceased. Suiyun slowly opened his eyes, but did not rise from the mat. Instead, he formed hand seals, a practice from the Sutra of Life and Death that he intended to explore. He began to silently recite the esoteric incantations from the sutra. As his voice resonated in the air, a vague image of the wheel of life and death emerged in his mind. The last time he had triggered the sutra, he had managed to coalesce the wheel, but had ultimately failed. Only by solidifying the wheel of life and death could he convert the essence of life and death and achieve the 9 transformations of life and death, allowing his spirit to invigorate his corporeal form. With unwavering concentration, Suiyun commenced the operation of the Sutra of Life and Death. Eager to see if he could refine the wheel, he earnestly followed the sutra's prescribed methods, and as he did, points of light began to materialize in his mind, converging towards the wheel of life and death. However, with the appearance of these points, Suiyun sensed that his physical strength was gradually depleting. He was nurturing his spirit with the energy of his body to form the wheel. As time passed, the wheel of life and death in his mind began to clarify. Yet Suiyun chose to halt his practice. At that moment, he realized that a significant portion of his vital energy had been exhausted. He opened his spatial ring and consumed several restorative elixirs to replenish his vitality. Gradually, he stood up, deciding against further cultivation for the time being. The initial refinement of the sutra had not only drained his physical energy, but had also severely taxed his mental faculties. While he could supplement his vitality, replenishing his spirit was far more challenging. Moreover, he had already begun to shape the embryonic form of the wheel, and he understood that patience was required. After taking a moment to recuperate, Suiyun glanced at the prize wheel in his mind. Over the past 3 days, he had engaged in minimal observation, primarily training under the guidance of the formidable demon blade Dingpeng. Although his realm had not seen much advancement, his combat prowess had significantly improved. Consequently, the opportunities to trigger the prize wheel had been scarce. Coupled with a few earlier prize cards, he currently possessed 5 orange prize cards, 3 blue prize cards, and 2 white prize cards. The blue and white cards held little interest for him, as the rewards they yielded were rather mundane and of no significance to him. Thus, he decided to consolidate them into orange prize cards and draw from them collectively, discarding the 5 orange prize cards in the process. Acquisition of characters Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian, along with 10 vials of Tianyuan Dan, 10 capsules, 2 characters, 10 vials of elixir, and 5 orange lottery cards. The spoil seems somewhat disappointing. Yet, the true strength of Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian as defined by the system remains a mystery to Suiyun. He recalled having previously obtained experience cards for both characters, drawn from blue lottery cards, while now they emerged from orange ones. Logically, their prowess should not be lacking. With a glimmer of hope, Suiyun delved into their information. Upon reading the details, his pupils dilated in surprise and regret. Their strength was defined by the system as being at the 8th difficulty of the celestial realm, short of the 9th. This, however, filled some gaps in the hierarchy. Suiyun reflected, as he possessed 4 at the 9th difficulty, yet faced a discontinuity thereafter. The appearance of the 8th difficulty alleviated this void. Moreover, both Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian had previously emerged under the banner of the Qinglong Society, with Suiyun identifying himself as the dragon envoy of the Qinglong Society and Lu Xingyijian as the master of the First Moon Hall. Thus, their presence in the northern 9 prefectures was quite understandable. Suiyun had succeeded the position of the late master Suiyun. Having pondered over these thoughts, Suiyun gradually rose and exited the secluded chamber. Outside, the poisonous child awaited. As Suiyun stepped out, the poisonous child followed closely behind. What progress has been made regarding Suiyun's matter? Suiyun inquired. As of now, we have not uncovered much. But the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and the former elders speculate that this incident may be linked to the Qinglong Temple, replied the poisonous child. At this, a glint of cold light flashed in Suiyun's eyes. Bai Choufei and Suiyun would not have made such conjectures regarding the Qinglong Temple without substantial evidence. Have they lost their patience? Su Chun mused quietly. The two navigated through various structures until they reached a grand hall. Within, Suiyun, Xiao Caidie, and Zhuge Jinghua had gathered. Zhuge Jinghua and Xiao Caidie had publicly severed ties with the Qinglong society, joining the Shanhua sect as elders, akin to Suiyun, overseeing martial affairs in the northern 9 prefectures. Can we confirm that it was indeed individuals from the Qinglong Temple who acted, and what could have motivated their involvement? Su Chun asked, taking a seat on a long bench. Master, according to the clues received at the time, when Master Shui was slain, he fought back fiercely and severely injured one of his assailants. This implies that the adversary must have sustained injuries. Since Master Shui's demise, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has been closely monitoring activities throughout Longbei Prefecture, finding no one departing. If the assailants were indeed wounded and did not leave Longbei Prefecture, their only refuge would be the Qinglong Temple. After all factions, great and small, in Longbei Prefecture have pledged allegiance to our Shanhua sect, acknowledging the Master's position as the alliance leader. Moreover, our secret investigations into these factions have yielded no suspicious findings. Thus, the only conclusion is that those two must have sought refuge in the Qinglong Temple. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, this matter is intrinsically linked to the Qinglong Temple. Zhuge Jinghua articulated. The news regarding the Vajrayana relics and the Sutra of Life and Death has spread, prompting Su Chun to inquire about any developments from Qinglong Temple. This is merely a bait cast by Su Chun. Initially, he intended to compel Qinglong Temple to withdraw, yet if Shui Shaoran's demise is linked to them, he would not hesitate to act. Since Qinglong Temple can be forced into closure, it can also be annihilated. Has Bai Choufei arrived in the capital? What is the situation there? Su Chun was aware of Murong Fu's assassination of Princess Danyang, and with both Murong Qingchen and Princess Danyang now deceased, the 4th prince has encountered an attack from the Yellow Springs outside the city. Clearly, the capital is in turmoil. The 7th prince has commanded the pacification office to deliver results within 3 days. However, the office has found no leads, resulting in the dismissal of 2 of its 5 deputy lords, one of whom was the head of the Northern Pacification Office. The pacification office is divided into northern and southern branches, with 2 of the 5 deputy lords being the leaders of these branches. The position of deputy lord is not trivial. One must possess at least the strength of the 7 difficulties of heavenly beings. Who will take over this role? Su Chun remarked. Observing who assumes this position may reveal deeper insights. The maternal lineage of the 9th prince, the Li family of Jiangbei, has appointed Li Zichuan as the deputy lord of the pacification office and the head of the northern branch, while the other is Yin Shishan, a one-armed swordsman and retainer of the 12th prince. Upon hearing Zhuge Jing's words, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. In his estimation, the 4th and 7th princes should benefit from this situation. How could it be the 12th and 9th princes instead? It seems the capital is indeed a quagmire. Su Chun murmured. Yet, with Bai Choufei's arrival tomorrow, one wonders what the circumstances will be. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the capital is not easily accessible, and Bai Choufei will face considerable pressure. This is a secret letter sent by Bai Choufei, requiring the master's personal attention. At this moment, Suiyun produced a sealed letter from his bosom. Su Chun opened the envelope, his gaze sharpening. The letter contained but a single line. Should you encounter any obstacles, please beseech the Knight Emperor and the day after to exert their influence over the pacification office. It seems Bai Choufei is privy to certain information, while the Knight Emperor and the day after could bolster the reputation of Tianya Pavilion. It may also lead the Daizhou dynasty to perceive Tianya Pavilion as unruly, a double-edged sword. Chapter 357. The 12th Prince, Shadow Gate in the capital. Within a secluded courtyard encircled by high walls, a woman clad in sheer fabric nestled against the chest of a young man. The man, strikingly handsome, bore a sinister glint in his brow. At that moment, he pushed the woman away, yet she bore no resentment and stepped forward to assist him in donning his outer robe. The robe, adorned with golden embroidery depicting a 4-clawed golden dragon, indicated that this youth was indeed a prince of the Daizhou dynasty. My lord, acquiring a deputy lord from the pacification office may draw the attention of the other 9 regent princes, the woman whispered softly. The failure to secure the position of the regent prince in the past does not signify my relinquishment of the pursuit of the throne. Should I choose not to vie for the crown, your shadow gate would offer me no support. My current actions serve as a reminder to those regent princes not to underestimate us, the other princes. Moreover, my engagement will provide an opportunity for those princes who were defeated or lacked the chance to contend for the 9 regent positions to rise. At this moment, they will rally behind me, for only by supporting me can they aspire to claim the throne. It is indeed advantageous that the 9 princes are in my favor. The 12th Prince Liu He of the great Zhou dynasty coldly remarked. The young prince cast a piercing gaze at the woman before him, questioning, Murong Qingchen and Princess Danyang. You are not the ones who orchestrated their assassination, are you? Clad in delicate silk, the woman raised her hand, a crimson cloak cascading over her, enveloping her graceful figure. She approached Liu He with measured steps and replied, I hope this has no connection to you. Otherwise, I would have to report you to the Heavenly Supervision Office. And I believe you are aware of its formidable reputation. Liu He averted his gaze and spoke softly. The mention of the Heavenly Supervision Office seems to have struck a chord of fear within you. The woman's countenance betrayed her trepidation upon hearing its name. By the way, what have you uncovered about the Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower? Liu He inquired, his tone softening. We have found no leads regarding the background of the Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower or its association with the Endless Pavilion. It is as if this force has never existed at all. Your Highness should proceed with caution if you wish to engage with them, the woman answered, her brow furrowed. The absence of existence merely indicates your inability to uncover the truth. Yet, the more enigmatic they are, the more likely they may assist me in seizing the throne. Do you not agree? A faint smile appeared on Liu He's lips. His ambition to contend for one of the 5 deputy positions within the Pacification Office primarily stemmed from his interest in the Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower. As he contemplated forging connections to bolster his influence, when is Bai Choufei expected to arrive in the capital? Liu He subsequently asked. According to intelligence reports, he should reach the capital by tomorrow, the woman in the red attire responded. Since we lack information on the relationship between the Endless Pavilion and the Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower, we shall keep a close watch on Bai Choufei. His appointment as the head of the Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower in the capital indicates that he possesses considerable status within the Endless Pavilion, Liu has stated. The Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower's withdrawal from the 9 northern prefectures to establish itself in the capital is noteworthy. The capital serves as the core of power in the Great Zhou dynasty. Bai Choufei's ascension to head the Gold Wind and Fine Rain Tower in the capital is not achievable without significant backing and capability. Rest assured, Your Highness. In my earlier travels to Lingnan Prefecture, I formed a connection with Nalan Rongyan, who is currently beside Bai Choufei. Through her, I believe we shall establish a better connection with Bai Choufei, the lady in red softly murmured. Very well, I shall await your notification, the 12th Prince Liu He nodded, then pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. Inside, the lady in red raised her hand, closing the door behind her. At that moment, a figure rolled out from beneath the bed, a diminutive gnome whose face bore a sinister expression. Lord Hong Luo, this 12th prince is exceedingly audacious. The power he possesses today is entirely your doing, yet he dares to threaten you, the gnome remarked darkly as he glanced towards the door. Suddenly, the lady in red struck the gnome across the face with a resounding slap. The force was considerable, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of the gnome's mouth. Nevertheless, he bore no signs of resentment, his expression instead hinting at a kind of madness as he licked the blood clean from his lips, gazing at the lady with a fervent obsession. Your Highness, you are not in a position to discuss such matters. Should I hear you speak of the 12th prince again, I shall have your tongue severed. Now, regarding the investigation into Princess Danyang's situation, what progress have you made? The lady in red inquired. Milady, based on the traces left behind, they indeed align with the techniques of Yuan Mu from the Grand Tutor's residence. As for Princess Danyang's recent movements, since arriving in the capital, she has been frequenting the residence of the Yujun Wang. She has not offended anyone in the capital, but there are many who have grievances against her in the Wang residence. However, none possess the audacity to act against her. The gnome replied, regaining his composure. In other words, no leads can be found from Princess Danyang's side? Is there anything to be gleaned from the wounds of those attendants? The lady in red pressed on. The marks are consistent with those made by a common sword, yet the speed of the attack suggests the assailant has likely taken many lives before, the gnome stated gravely. Thus, we are dealing with a professional assassin? The lady in red queried. The individual may not be a professional assassin, merely one who has killed frequently, he responded. Why do you say so? There is a palpable malice in the blade's aura, which is not characteristic of an assassin. They carry only a sense of killing intent, devoid of malice. From this, I surmise that the attacker may harbor a grudge against Princess Danyang. However, this lead is of little utility. Princess Danyang's fiery temperament and penchant for violence make it difficult to investigate further, the gnome concluded. Is that so? Then cease your inquiries into Princess Danyang. After all, this matter involves the Grand Tutor's residence. There are those who are more anxious than the royal family. Tomorrow, wait at the city gate for Bai Choufei's procession and find a way to deliver this letter into Nalan Rongyan's hands, the lady in red commanded, grasping a letter from a nearby table and handing it to the gnome. Rest assured, milady. Very well, you may leave. She waved her hand dismissively. The gnome did not exit through the front door, but instead slipped out through a window. The wind swept into the room, caressing the red gauze, which fluttered gracefully, revealing the lady's exquisite figure. Bai Choufei, I am eager to see how you navigate the challenges posed by the Jinfu department. I hope you possess the wisdom to recognize the circumstances. The woman murmured softly. Chapter 358. Bai Choufei enters the capital, heading directly to the town suppression office. The capital is abuzz with discussions not solely about Bai Choufei and the Jinfeng Qiu building. Many are engaged in conversation, particularly regarding the seventh prince. The Jinfeng Qiu building has some connections with the Qinglong society, which is at odds with him. Therefore, he harbors a certain disdain for the Jinfeng Qiu building. Mr. Qiu, have there been any developments from my third brother? He likely does not wish for the Jinfeng Qiu building to come to the capital and may entertain thoughts of action, the seventh prince Lu Yu inquired. Beside him, Mr. Qiu shook his head. There is no news from the third prince's side. It is presumed that we will only ascertain his stance tomorrow when Bai Choufei visits the town suppression office. Disregard the opinions of others. Inform Silong to halt the registration of the Jinfeng Qiu building. I am keen to observe how they will establish themselves without the registration documents, Lu Yu commanded. Additionally, Mr. Qiu, is there any word from the town suppression office regarding assassins? If there is still no information, the third son of the Liawu king, Niechong, will make his way to the capital. Lu Yu spoke in a grave tone. The town suppression office has confirmed that the Danyang princess was a victim of vendetta. However, there is no definitive conclusion regarding whether the culprit is Yuan Shu, a guest of the Grand Tutor's residence. Yuan Shu was reportedly at the Zuohua building with its courtesan that day, who can attest to his presence, Mr. Qiu replied. Can the courtesan's testimony be trusted? Lu Yu queried. Given that they were alone, one can only trust half of what she says. Nonetheless, Yuan Shu likely lacked the audacity to harm the Danyang princess and had no motive to do so, Mr. Qiu remarked. Yet, sometimes the absence of leads necessitates sacrifice. I trust the Grand Tutor will consider the greater good, Lu Yu continued, revealing his intent to use Yuan Shu as a scapegoat. Mr. Qiu remained silent. Merely a strategist by Lu Yu's side, unable to dictate his master's thoughts, especially on a matter where decisions could not be made lightly. Your Highness, the fourth prince has captured an associate of the leader of the Yellow Springs. Perhaps we could establish contact with him, Mr. Qiu suggested. Using Yuan Mu as a scapegoat can only be a last resort. My fourth brother certainly possesses remarkable tactics, luring the Yellow Springs out of the city. However, their brazen assassination of royal offspring must be dealt with decisively. I shall pay my fourth brother a visit first thing tomorrow, Lu Yu declared. The following day, at the city gate, Bai Choufei's carriage halted outside. As for Helian Xiaoyao's carriage, it had parted ways with them as they neared the capital and had already entered ahead. The Jinfeng Qiu buildings Bai Choufei was under considerable scrutiny, while Helian Xiaoyao preferred to remain unnoticed. Master, the capital lies just ahead, Nalan Rongyan remarked, gazing at the majestic city walls outside the window. Enter the city. Bai Choufei had no intention of disembarking, instructing the driver to proceed into the capital. At that moment, atop the city gate tower, a man clad in soft armor gazed at the carriage of Bai Choufei, a gleam of cold light flickering in his eyes as he gestured. A city gate guard approached him, announcing a strict 10-minute inspection to force the occupants of the carriage to disembark and proceed on foot into the capital. The man addressed the guard, proceed. The guard, not daring to delay in the slightest, seized the bronze gong resting against the wall and hastily made his way to the base of the city tower. Soon, the sound of the gavel resounded below. All vehicles and pedestrians must dismount for inspection. The voice boomed, and the guards swiftly obstructed the crowd. Dismount for inspection. They intercepted Bai Choufei's carriage just in time. Master, we Nalan Rongyan's face darkened at this turn of events. Entering the capital is not out of the question. Bai Choufei remained composed as he emerged from the carriage. Clad in white attire and draped with a fur coat for warmth, he exuded an aura of tranquility. Nalan Rongyan, standing elegantly with a veil concealing her exquisite features, complemented him perfectly, creating an impression of celestial harmony. Bai Choufei, though capable of restraint, wondered how long he could endure. On the city tower, the armored man's gaze shifted slightly as he beheld Bai Choufei's descent. The gate guards did not trouble Bai Choufei. Their orders merely required dismounting for inspection, and since he had complied, their task was complete. Those who could draw the attention of their superiors were not to be trifled with. They had no desire to jeopardize their lives for unwarranted flattery. The carriage trailed behind Bai Choufei, slowly entering the city gates. "Master, shall we rest today, or head to the town protector's office tomorrow?" Nalan Rongyan inquired. "We shall proceed directly to the registration hall at the town protector's office," Bai Choufei replied, eager to discern the intentions of those around him. He had received permission from Suiyun that the Night Emperor could soon visit the town protector's office. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Nalan Rongyan nodded, assisting him into the carriage. Just as she was about to step inside, a figure brushed past her, and a letter appeared in her hand. Discreetly, she concealed the letter as she boarded the carriage. "Who was that?" Bai Choufei queried once they were inside. His current prowess had reached the 5th level of the celestial being, and his keen perception had detected someone slipping past Nalan Rongyan. "Give me the letter." Nalan Rongyan unfolded it. The envelope bore a red leaf and contained a message. "After several years apart, we meet again in the capital. If you wish to smoothly open the establishment, come to the moon viewing tower in the city tomorrow. Signed, Hong Luo." Indeed, it is from someone I encountered years ago in Lingnan Prefecture, with whom I had a pleasant conversation and referred to each other as sisters. Nalan Rongyan remarked. "It seems someone wishes to connect with you through me. There are many factions among the princes in the capital. It is likely that someone wishes to engage with us. However, my golden wind and drizzle tower shall not rely on anyone." Bai Choufei's eyes glinted coldly. The carriage continued onward, its destination set for the town protector's office. What purpose did Bai Choufei have in his direct approach to the town protector's office? Some onlookers, upon seeing Bai Choufei's carriage, were struck by confusion. Was he not afraid of humiliation by heading directly to the town protectorate? Some voiced their thoughts. While there were those who hoped for the establishment of the Jinfeng Shiyu building in the capital, it was unlikely that he would be registered today. Such a course of action seemed nothing short of self-inflicted torment and disgrace, leaving many perplexed. At this moment, within a lofty building, a robust middle-aged man stood. His imposing figure and sharp gaze fixed upon Bai Choufei's carriage as it made its way to the town protectorate. "Bai Choufei, my son holds you in high regard. What is your intent in visiting the town protectorate?" The man murmured to himself. This individual was Helian Luwu, the father of Helian Xiaoyao, a prominent figure in the military department of the Great Zhou dynasty and one of the power brokers behind the town protectorate. Helian Xiaoyao had entered the city ahead of time, hoping her father would intervene to spare Bai Choufei from any difficulties at the town protectorate. Thus, Helian Luwu had come today to observe this man. "This is the person your precious son admires." A sultry voice emerged from behind Helian Luwu. A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, stepped forward. She exuded an alluring charm. Her hair was elegantly pinned up with 3 golden hairpins. Her bright, captivating eyes sparkled. Her lips were slightly flushed, and her skin appeared flawless. "To head directly to the town protectorate is rather impulsive," she remarked, gazing at Bai Choufei's carriage. Her name was Lu Lianxi, the proprietress of the Baiwa building. From the information gathered, it appeared that Bai Choufei was not a reckless individual. Before coming to the capital, he had managed the Jinfeng Shiyu building across the 9 northern prefectures, conducting his affairs with a level-headed shrewdness. One should not underestimate Bai Choufei, especially considering the rumors that the leaders of the Tianya Pavilion's northern hall, the Night Emperor and the day after, were already present in the capital. Helian Luwu asserted. Could it be possible that the Jinfeng Shiyu building has disseminated false information? Lu Lianxi suggested softly beside him. That is unlikely. If the Night Emperor and the day after were not here, Bai Choufei's journey to the capital would lead only to his demise, Helian Luwu replied. At that moment, the carriage had passed beyond their line of sight. It traveled neither swiftly nor slowly, gradually weaving through the crowd and onto a broader thoroughfare. The town protectorate served as the bastion of authority in the capital. However, those who came here were often of the martial world. resulting in a rather sparse flow of pedestrians along this street. Upon entering the town protectorate, one would find a courtyard to the right, its entrance marked by a plaque indicating the registration office. Any martial entities arriving in the capital were required to register here. Ordinarily, this registration was merely a formality. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty imposed minimal restrictions on martial forces, as long as one adhered to the rules and operated within the established boundaries. The dynasty would often turn a blind eye. Whether one could thrive in the capital, however, depended on one's own capabilities. Meanwhile, within the confines of the registration office, an elderly man dozed peacefully. The territory of the capital is limited, and after many years of development, the divisions of power within the capital have become distinctly defined. For external forces seeking to infiltrate, one must either possess formidable strength or a powerful backing. Hence, the Bureau of Registration remains relatively unoccupied. A young attendant entered and, upon seeing an elderly man dozing, whispered a few words into his ear. The previously drowsy elder instantly perked up. "Old Lu, this is a special arrangement from Deputy Hall Master Mu. If we execute it well, rewards await us both," the young attendant said with a smile. "Earning this money is no easy feat. One misstep could lead to minor misfortunes, but worse yet, it could bring about fatal calamities," Old Lu replied, knitting his brows. "You are being overly cautious, Old Lu. It's merely a matter of registration. Do you think they would dare to act against us, to forcibly seize the registration?" The young attendant countered. "As for forcibly seizing, I cannot ascertain their courage. But the fact that the Deputy Hall Master issued orders to impede them indicates that this force is formidable and not to be trifled with. If we deliberately create obstacles and refuse to proceed, you and I may not survive until tomorrow," Old Lu warned. "Old Lu, you are being alarmist. Do you truly believe they would dare to act against us?" "We are, after all, from the Bureau of Suppression," the young attendant retorted. Since joining the Bureau of Suppression, the various factions within the capital and the external forces have shown them utmost respect. He held a strong confidence in their authority. "You simply lack experience. Moreover, have you not heard the recent news? The two leaders of the northern pavilion of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower have arrived in the capital. From what we gather, these two leaders are undoubtedly formidable beings, akin to the legendary 9 difficulties of heaven. Such powerful forces could extinguish us as easily as one would crush 2 ants, Old Lu said with a sigh. Recalling the recent news about the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, the young man felt a tremor within. "Then what shall we do, Old Lu? They are already on their way here, and they want to stop for a moment. Upon entering the capital, they will come directly to us," the young man complained. "You mean they are coming straight to us?" Old Lu exclaimed in shock. "This is unacceptable. I must find a way to escape." With that, he turned and dashed his head against the wall, blood immediately oozing from his forehead. "I'm injured. I will go ask for leave from Chief Qin. You figure out a way to get out of here," Old Lu said, clutching his head as he exited the room. Moments later, the sound of a scolding voice echoed. "You, get out. You can't even handle a trivial matter. I shall go supervise personally." Immediately, Old Lu rushed out of the room. Then, a man clad in an official robe stepped out from within the chamber, making his way to the Bureau of Registration, occupying the position previously held by Old Lu. He cast a glance at the young man standing nearby. The young man did not dare utter a word, standing respectfully behind him. With the chief registrar of the Bureau of Suppression personally overseeing matters, he remained merely a subordinate, knowing that when the sky falls, there are always those taller to bear the weight. Chief Qin sat upright in his chair, exuding an aura that was both subtle and formidable. Although the position of the clerk is relatively minor, it is still a civil role that necessitates a mastery of the realm of divine unity to fulfill its duties adequately. "How much longer until Bai Choufei arrives?" inquired the Qin clerk of the young attendant beside him. "Approximately another 15 minutes, the young attendant replied. 15 minutes. An external force dares to keep this official waiting for such a duration. Humph. The Qin clerk scoffed, aware that his superior was Deputy Master Mu, who was aligned with the 7th Prince. It was well known that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had been specifically designated as a target of difficulty by the 7th Prince, which is why he had come in person. Otherwise, he would not have bothered, regardless of how grievously Old Lu was injured. The events occurring at the registration pavilion swiftly spread throughout the town protectorate. Within a tower, a man clad in the official garb of the deputy master of the town protectorate gazed toward the registration pavilion. This man, in his 40s with neatly trimmed mustaches, emanated an imposing presence even without anger. He was Mu Zhongtong, one of the 5 deputy masters of the town protectorate, concurrently serving as the commander of the southern protectorate, which was significantly more powerful than its northern counterpart. Thus, within the town protectorate, Mu Zhongtong's rank was second only to that of the master of the town protectorate. Emir Bai Choufei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has captured the attention of many in the capital. I am curious to see how you will act today. Mu Zhongtong remarked coldly. As time passed, Bai Choufei's carriage halted not far from the town protectorate's entrance. Carriages were not permitted to approach the entrance directly, so designated carriage spots had been established nearby. Bai Choufei and Nalan Rongyan disembarked from the carriage, standing with hands clasped behind their backs, gazing intently at the town protectorate in the distance, their eyes glimmering with determination. Bai Choufei, strikingly handsome with sharp features and a refined demeanor, could easily serve as a charming companion. From the shadows, a woman clad in a black gown, her figure somewhat revealing, observed Bai Choufei as he exited the carriage. I did not anticipate you still wished for him to be your paramour. Do you not fear that your esteemed family member might tear you apart? A cold voice echoed. The woman turned her gaze toward a certain direction. Aren't you supposed to be accompanying Helian Lo? What brings you here? It was none other than Lu Lianxi, the master of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The 100 Flowers Pavilion was also involved in the intelligence trade, marking them as rivals. Entering the town protectorate now. At this moment, Bai Choufei and Nalan Rongyan had already stepped into the town protectorate. They exchanged a glance before swiftly advancing. Master, that direction leads to the registration pavilion. Nalan Rongyan had memorized the layout of the town protectorate prior to their arrival. Inside the registration pavilion, the Qin clerk had already moved the dais to the forefront and was seated on a long bench, casting a cold stare at Bai Choufei as he entered, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He was aware that he was being observed. Thus he positioned the case table at the entrance to showcase himself, demonstrating his loyalty to the Deputy Hall Master and the 7th Prince. Who are you? What brings you to my registration office? Inquired the Qin principal clerk as Bai Choufei and his companions approached. We hail from the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion, intending to open an establishment in the capital and come to register with the office, replied Nalan Rongyan. The registration process is quite simple. Just provide your registration number, fill out the form, and then collect your registration documents, the Qin principal clerk stated. Where exactly do you plan to establish the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion? What will be its primary function? He further questioned. Nalan Rongyan coldly responded, according to the regulations of the Great Zhou dynasty, the forces of the martial world are not required to answer such inquiries. I am the one asking here. You need only respond to my questions. If you lack an address, then please take your leave. The Qin principal clerk openly obstructed them. Qin Mu, ancestral home in Xiling, has resided in the southern part of the capital for 15 years, with a household of 15, including 2 sons, aged 18 and 3, Bai Choufei stated. I trust you grasp my intention. Provide us with the registration, and we shall depart. His words were merely an introduction, yet laced with a palpable threat. Bai Choufei was indeed audacious to directly threaten an official of the town pacification office, challenging its authority. Those observing exchanged glances, recalling that in the early days of the Great Zhou dynasty, such boldness was not uncommon, but such individuals had since vanished. It seems this one is quite the reckless plaything, Lu Lianxi remarked to the woman in the black dress. Do not underestimate the individuals dispatched by the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion, the woman in black retorted coldly, her gaze shifting towards the town pacification office. At that moment, atop the pavilion, Mu Zhongtong, the deputy commander of the town pacification office, felt a flash of cold light in his eyes. He had not anticipated Bai Choufei would so brazenly threaten the principal clerk. Now, he had to intervene. The dignity of the town pacification office could not be upheld by a mere clerk. With a swift motion like a phantom, he leaped from the pavilion. Bai Choufei, how audacious of you to threaten the principal clerk of the town pacification office, Mu Zhongtong declared sharply upon landing. As one of the 5 deputy hall masters of the town pacification office, he was backed by the 7th prince, Lu Yu. Nalan Rongyan, standing beside Bai Choufei, remarked, It seems the 7th prince has linked the setbacks in the northern 9 prefectures to our Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion. Such small-mindedness does not befit a prince. Bai Choufei gazed at Mu Zhongtong and continued, Today, the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion needs to make a significant impact. The greater the commotion we create, the better our prospects in the capital. This, indeed, was the reason behind Bai Choufei's assertive demeanor. You threaten the personnel of the town pacification office. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, it is unlikely you will leave this office unscathed, Mu Zhongtong warned, refraining from further elaboration. Threatening? That is not what I do. I merely speak the truth. It is your town pacification office that is making things difficult for my Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion. We have come to register as per the regulations. You have placed us in a difficult position. We at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion merely speak the truth. Now that you, the Vice Lord of the Town Suppression Division, have made an appearance, it is only proper to register us according to regulations. If even you, as Vice Lord, do not adhere to the rules, I believe our 2 pavilion masters will personally address this matter with your Town Suppression Division. Bai Choufei's tone was remarkably calm, yet beneath that calmness lay an unmistakable threat of menace. Mu Zhongtong glared fiercely at Bai Choufei, taken aback by the audacity of such a threat, especially after he had personally intervened. It was as if Bai Choufei regarded him and the Town Suppression Division with utter disdain. This was indeed a predicament for Mu Zhongtong. Previously smirking, Lu Lianqi's expression shifted to one of gravity. Now, it remained to be seen how the Town Suppression Division, or rather Mu Zhongtong, would respond. Do you think Bai Choufei had this all planned out in advance? Remarked the woman in the black dress in a low voice. It is possible. Yet the Town Suppression Division has always been the institution governing the martial world of the Great Zhou dynasty. Is Bai Choufei truly willing to confront a Vice Lord of the Town Suppression Division? Lu Lianqi replied. What audacity! After all these years, you are the first to dare to threaten the Town Suppression Division, Bai Choufei. Today, I shall crush you here. Mu Zhongtong's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and the aura of the 7 trials of heaven surged explosively within him. A formidable energy radiated outward from his being, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The Qin Zhubo behind him was directly hurled away by this force, and the table before them was overturned and shattered, paper debris swirling through the air. Thunderclap in hand. In the moment when the paper fluttered and obscured vision, Mu Zhongtong shouted, launching himself toward Bai Choufei with a powerful strike infused with sinister energy. Bai Choufei remained unmoved, aware that he was outmatched in strength. There was no point in attempting to defend. It was better to let fate take its course. Yet, even without resistance, he was confident of his safety. At that instant, 2 figures appeared within the Town Suppression Division, unnoticed by the onlookers. A man and a woman. The man donned resplendent attire exuding noble grace, while the woman, veiled, possessed a captivating figure and extraordinary poise. Their entrance instantly captivated the attention of all present. With a deep breath upon entering the Town Suppression Division, a thunderous sound erupted from within his abdomen, and he expelled a tremendous force. In the air, this energy coalesced into the shape of a colossal elephant, which roared fiercely, colliding with Mu Zhongtong's fist. The impact scattered the force of his strike, sending Mu Zhongtong hurtling backward into the wall. In that moment, the Town Suppression Division fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the figure who had intervened, the Night Emperor. Chapter 361. Town Suppression Division, Ouyang Xiong, Heavenly Hammer Sect Mu Zhongtong. A figure of the 7 trials of heaven was sent flying by a single burst of force. The strength of the one who had acted was formidable beyond measure. This individual must be the Night Emperor, the master of the northern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, some whispered within the shadows. The Night Emperor and the Sun Monarch, previously rumored to have arrived in the capital, made an unexpected appearance today within the town protectorate. Many had not yet laid eyes on them, and to everyone's astonishment, they witnessed a display of power. With a sudden spurt of blood, Mu Zhongtong struggled to rise, his gaze fixated on the Night Emperor, filled with dread as he realized his own strength was utterly inadequate before such might. Though aware of his opponent's formidable abilities, this realization brought him profound shame. It was likely he would lose his position as the deputy master of the town protectorate after today. To sever one's prospects is akin to murdering one's parents. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of animosity welled within him, for often, one's hatred can fortify them against their own fears. This was the town protectorate, and how dare he make a move here? If the town protectorate allowed him to leave today, their dignity would be irreparably tarnished. With a fierce growl, Mu Zhongtong proclaimed the emergence of the Hammer Squad. The onlookers were taken aback by his declaration. Meanwhile, atop the highest edifice of the town protectorate, 5 figures stood resolutely. The leader, clad in a robe of purple and gold, possessed a massive physique reminiscent of a lion, his stern visage exuding an undeniable authority. This was Ouyang Xiong, the master of the town protectorate. At that moment, Ouyang's expression darkened. Grappling with the dual threat posed by the Night Emperor's presence and Mu Zhongtong's intent to summon the Hammer Squad. The Hammer Squad was one of the 3 major divisions of the town protectorate, comprised of elite warriors who had honed their bodies to perfection through the mastery of the heavy golden hammers, maintaining a constant strength of 30 members. These individuals trained, lived, and moved together, capable of launching simultaneous assaults that could shake the heavens. Even a typical expert within the 9 trials of heaven would find it impossible to withstand the onslaught of these 30 warriors. They would either flee or be crushed. The town protectorate's strength lay not solely in its formidable leaders. Sheer power alone could not aid the emperor in managing the affairs of the martial world. Mu Zhongtong, as the deputy master, held the authority to mobilize the Hammer Squad. "Master, should we intervene?" inquired a youth clad in white, positioned near Ouyang. This young man was Li Zichuan, a recent addition to the town protectorate and a scion of the Li family from Jiangbei, who was connected to the 9th prince. The Night Emperor exhibits such arrogance, disregarding the town protectorate. Let the Hammer Squad test whether he possesses the audacity to be so bold. Beside him, a one-armed figure spoke up. He was Yin Shishan, a swordsman and retainer of the 12th prince, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust despite his less imposing stature. The remaining 2 individuals remained silent, their fates resting in the hands of Master Ouyang Xiong. "I, too, am eager to witness the prowess of the Night Emperor." Ouyang Xiong replied solemnly. The Night Emperor's audacity in the Zhenfu division indeed warrants a curtailing of his arrogance. Should he meet his demise, it would merely indicate that the Night Emperor lacked the strength to back his bravado, thus courting his own death. The Jinfeng Shiyu Tower ought to exit the capital with humility. Presently, the Zhenfu division finds itself in a state of passivity. With the assassination of Murong Qingchen and the Princess of Danyang, the former has already been dealt with by the 4th prince. Yet the latter has left the 7th prince demanding answers from the Zhenfu division. Now, lacking any leads, we are plagued with headaches. The arrival of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower at this juncture raises suspicions. Are they here to provoke trouble? Shortly after Mu Zhongtong's voice faded, a series of urgent sounds swiftly converged upon this location. Accompanying these sounds was a palpable aura of bloodshed, heralding the appearance of 30 formidable individuals clad in garments adorned with golden hammers. Each wielded a silver hammer, stained with the remnants of blood, indicative of numerous slain foes. These individuals possessed imposing physiques, their muscles reminiscent of ancient tree roots. The deployment of the Tianhammer faction signifies an intent to annihilate the Night Emperor. "It seems we are in for an intriguing spectacle today," Lu Lianqi remarked upon the emergence of these 30 individuals within the Zhenfu division. Now, it remains to be seen how the Night Emperor will counter the silver hammers of this group. Typically, a transcendent being would find little difficulty in evading them. However, the Night Emperor is presently challenging the Zhenfu division. Retreat is not an option. Should he withdraw, the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower would no longer have a foothold in the capital and would have to make a hasty exit. A woman in a black dress beside her questioned, "Do you think the Night Emperor can withstand this Tianhammer contingent?" Who can say? The Night Emperor is undeniably arrogant. Otherwise, he could have secured a favorable outcome through patience. It is likely he has grown accustomed to his arrogance while away, failing to temper it upon arriving in the capital. Some spoke coldly. Yet, observe how the Night Emperor's demeanor remains unchanged. He appears quite confident. Others noted the Night Emperor's unflinching expression, revealing no signs of disturbance. At that moment, the Night Emperor turned towards the future and declared, "Years ago on Changchun Island, you deployed the great Zhou Tian Absolute Divine Array, and I could not breach it within 3 hours. Now, as for this Tianhammer faction of 30, let us see how long it takes me to overcome them." In the past, the Night Emperor, yearning for the future and seeking to secure it, had ventured to Changchun Island. However, the future dared not confront him alone. Gathering the strength of over 100 masters from the island to establish the great Zhou Tian Absolute Divine Array. Should the Night Emperor dismantle this array within 3 hours, she would submit to his will. Conversely, if he failed, he would be at her mercy. Having endured great fatigue whilst crossing the sea, the Night Emperor was acutely aware that 3 hours was a meager allowance. Although he recognized the injustice of this pact, he found himself enticed by the future's terms. Unable to refuse, after a fierce battle, he lost the wager and, bound by his promise, forfeited his freedom, becoming ensnared on Changchun Island. This group of 30 does not compare to my 100 strong. We must dispatch them swiftly, lest we become mere spectacles. The future proclaimed. Although these 30 individuals are formidable, in the eyes of the future, they are of little consequence. Her gaze turned towards the lofty towers of the town protectorate. There, one individual possessed strength that warranted their attention. Excellent. Upon hearing the words of the future, the Night Emperor stepped forward, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Though the Night Emperor preferred tranquility, his prowess was undeniably overwhelming. The powerful energy emanating from him surged forth like a tempest, crashing down upon the 30 members of the Hammer of Heaven with the ferocity of a raging sea. Chapter 362. A single strike defeats the Hammer of Heaven. The violent energy released by the Night Emperor surged outward. Instantly, the spectators were nearly swept off their feet by the force of his aura. How could his energy be so profound? It was several times stronger than that of an ordinary celestial being. No wonder he dared to confront the town protectorate. As the intensity of the Night Emperor's energy registered, Lu Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. In her astonishment, the Night Emperor soared into the air, raising his hand. As he struck, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth altered their hue in that fleeting moment. Then, the onlookers beheld a torrent of energy akin to a vast river crashing towards them, initially subdued by the overwhelming force. The 30 members of the Hammer of Heaven now glared with bloodshot eyes. They let out a collective roar, raising their silver hammers as their vital energies surged, creating a blood-red aura that coalesced into a formidable strike. The essence of their blood, like a dragon, surged towards the Night Emperor's descending hand. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. The Night Emperor landed firmly, while the 30 members of the Hammer of Heaven were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Their silver hammers fell from their grasp, and the blood vessels in their arms burst, spilling crimson fluid. In unison, the 30 warriors expelled a mouthful of blood. With one strike, the renowned Hammer of Heaven, long celebrated within the town protectorate, was defeated. At that moment, not only those upon the stage, but also other onlookers were taken aback. The Night Emperor was indeed exceptionally powerful. As the crowd marveled, they could not help but ponder the implications. Their gazes turned towards the towers of the town protectorate. With the defeat of the Hammer of Heaven, would the protectorate unleash another two factions? Or perhaps the supreme master of the protectorate would intervene, or a powerful figure from behind the scenes would make an appearance. Yet, even if a giant were to engage, they might not necessarily match the Night Emperor's might. He had expended a considerable amount of energy, and at this moment, Ouyang Xiong from the town protectorate might stand a chance. At this juncture, Lu Lingxi spoke up. Do not forget that the Night Emperor is not alone. There is another individual, who should be the one from the future. The Night Emperor and the one from the future seem to be of equal standing, or at least very close in strength. However, it is evident from the Night Emperor that he has long since entered the realm of celestial beings. How could he have only just emerged? The woman in the black dress furrowed her brow. Compared to Lu Lingxi, the intelligence network of the Black Sparrow Pavilion was more focused than that of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, leading her to contemplate more deeply at this moment. If there are no others present, then let the roster be brought forth. The Night Emperor gazed at the visibly terrified Qin Zhubo, who trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the Night Emperor's words, Qin Zhubo's legs quaked, yearning to move, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Why prolong the inevitable? Bring forth the roster. Observing this predicament, several onlookers silently pondered. However, Qin Zhubo's legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him incapable of action. Such fortitude he possesses. Refusing to yield even now, some among the crowd began to admire Qin Zhubo's resolve. Before the formidable Night Emperor, he stood steadfast, earning their respect. I wish to move, yet I am paralyzed. Qin Zhubo silently lamented, though fear prevented him from uttering a sound. Above in the pavilion, Ouyang Xiong's eyes gleamed with ferocity. At this moment, if he did not intervene, the reputation of the Zhenfu division would be irrevocably tarnished. With a thunderous leap, he descended from the pavilion, landing upon the rooftop before finally touching down within the courtyard. Bring the injured inside for recovery. The moment Ouyang Xiong landed, he commanded in a booming voice, imbued with a force that instantly eased the tension among those present. One after another, individuals emerged to assist the wounded. I am Ouyang Xiong, the Grand Master of the Zhenfu Division. I presume these are the two esteemed leaders of the North Pavilion of Tianya Tower. I am already aware of your intentions to intrude upon my Zhenfu Division today. Let us engage in a contest. Regardless of the outcome, I shall personally present the roster. Ouyang Xiong declared, his gaze directed at the Knight Emperor. Very well, should I be defeated, I shall forego the roster and take my leave. The Knight Emperor remained silent. Yet beside him, Riho stepped forward to speak. Riho was no less formidable than the Knight Emperor. Together, they commanded respect within the martial world, their contrasting natures embodying strength and composure. Although she was of a gentle disposition, she carried the confidence of a warrior. Upon hearing Riho's words, Ouyang Xiong's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint igniting within. He had extended a gesture of goodwill to both Riho and the Knight Emperor, offering the roster regardless of victory or defeat, intending to secure a draw that would save face for the Jinfu division. Yet, Riho's insistence on determining a victor implied a desire to overshadow the standing of the Jinfu division in the capital. Let me witness your prowess, Riho, Ouyang Xiong coldly declared. Boom. As he spoke, he propelled himself off the ground, his form shooting forth like a raging dragon, his fists enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura. The air surged with ferocity, enveloping Riho. Though you may possess great strength as a woman, how could you withstand such overwhelming force? As Ouyang Xiong unleashed his attack, the energy within him roared like boiling water, erupting with thunderous intensity. This energy invigorated the blood and vitality coursing through his fists, transforming it into crimson flames that radiated an all-consuming heat. Riho's gaze sharpened slightly as she retracted her inner energy. Yet the oppressive force that bore down upon her seemed to part harmlessly as it passed by. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, he surged forward, not evading, but rather meeting the challenge head-on. Boom. At that moment, their palms collided. Ouyang Xiong's energy surged like flames, while the energy of the future bore the fluidity of water, yet remained extraordinarily fierce. This energy mirrored her temperament. In an instant, they found themselves locked in a battle of might. To everyone's astonishment, the future was actually competing with Ouyang Xiong in terms of energy. Onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom such an occurrence. As time passed, it was Ouyang Xiong who first faltered. He attempted to withdraw his energy, but the opponent's relentless force left him no opportunity to retreat. Bang! Ultimately, Ouyang Xiong was forced to step back several paces. His countenance darkened. He wished to advance once more, but halted his steps. Raising his hand, he seized the ledger from the table and hurled it toward the future. Today's chess move was flawed. The future would learn this lesson once again. With that, he turned and entered the town protectoress office. As Ouyang Xiong vanished from sight, a profound silence enveloped the spectators. Ouyang Xiong's defeat meant that the reputation of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion would surely resonate throughout the capital. Upon the opening of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, they would make contact with us. With that, the future handed the ledger to Bai Choufei, while she and the Knight Emperor turned to depart. Today, they had been bested by the town protectoress office, yet they remained unaware if the office would retaliate against them in secret. Thus, they chose to leave the capital. They would not underestimate the might of the great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 363. The Tang clan of Sichuan, 5 titans of the town protector's office in the capital. Within the estate of the Duke of Long, which belonged to the 4th prince, the 9 royal princes of the great Zhou dynasty were granted the title of duke upon establishing their households, signifying recognition of their status. In the spacious hall, the Knight Emperor and the future exerted their dominance over the town protector's office, wresting the ledger from Ouyang Xiong. The 4th prince Lu Long expressed his astonishment. He had little faith in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilions opening in the capital, as many did not wish for this mysterious force to establish itself there. Now, with the Knight Emperor and the future overpowering the town protector's office, they had undeniably made a name for themselves in the capital. Master, how do you think the town protector's office will respond to the Knight Emperor and that future? The 4th prince Lu Long inquired, glancing toward an imposing elder clad in a green silk robe seated in a grand chair, his eyes half closed, as if in a light slumber. Upon hearing Lu Long's words, the elder opened his eyes, directed his attention toward the individual reporting to the 4th prince, and asked, "Where are the Knight Emperor and the future now?" Reporting to Tang Lao, the Knight Emperor and the future have left the city, and their whereabouts are currently uncertain, the messenger replied promptly. Though exhibiting a domineering air, there was an undertone of caution. However, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had indeed slighted the 7th prince, and I believe he would not easily allow these 2 to depart. Moreover, the Jin Wind Fine Rain Tower harbors a long-standing enmity with the Golden Money Gang. Recently, the Golden Money Gang has been in contact with the 7th Prince, as well as the Grand Tutor's residence, which means they will likely make a move against Knight Emperor and Future. This matter does not concern us. Our primary focus is to uncover the identity of the puppet master behind the Yellow Springs. If we fail to ascertain this, we shall ensure that the Yellow Springs remains under our control. At this moment, Elder Tang, while speaking, opened his eyes, which shone brightly like those of a lion or tiger. I shall personally handle this matter, he declared, rising to his feet. As he stood, his stature surpassed even that of the 7th Prince, and his aura surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf all in its path. Elder Tang is the martial arts mentor of the 4th Prince and has long attained the formidable realm of the 9 difficulties of the Celestial, marking him as a seasoned expert in this domain. Notably, he is no ordinary individual, but the esteemed ancestor of the Tang family, the foremost lineage in the Sichuan region. If the master intervenes, then Light Dust's vengeance shall surely be avenged. The 4th Prince, Lu Long, revealed a look of elation. Is there any news regarding the death of Princess Danyang? He inquired. There are suspicions linking it to the Grand Tutor's residence, yet no further information has surfaced, came the response. The circumstances surrounding Princess Danyang's demise are suspect. It does not seem to bear the hallmark of the puppet master behind the Yellow Springs, but rather feels like a frame-up, the elder said gravely. Continue to keep a watchful eye. He instructed the messenger. Understood, the messenger affirmed, bowing as he exited the hall. Once the messenger had departed, Lu Long stepped forward. Master, who do you suspect is framing the Grand Tutor's residence? This seems orchestrated to provoke a conflict between the Grand Tutor and the 7th Prince. However, the 7th Prince may appear impulsive, yet his thoughts run deep. He would not believe that the Grand Tutor's people were responsible for Princess Danyang's death, Lu Long continued. This detail is insignificant. As long as the perpetrator of Princess Danyang's murder remains at large, the Grand Tutor's retainer may bear the brunt of the consequences, Elder Tang responded. Isn't Mei Xuanxuang currently in Lingnan? Have we received any news from her side? Elder Tang inquired. Messages from Xuanxuang indicate that her injuries are healing, although her interactions with Su Chun have not yielded favorable results, Lu Long replied. No one can ascend to be a dominant force without merit. Su Chun's selection by the Azure Dragon Society is certainly not by mere chance. You must maintain a cordial relationship with him, Elder Tang advised. At this point, a flash of ire crossed his face. Who could possibly have killed Qing Chun? It is utterly abhorrent. Had Morong Qing Chun survived, we would have been able to collaborate with Su Chun once he became the martial arts leader of the Northern 9 prefectures, rather than contemplating the position of the martial arts leader ourselves. Send a message to Mei Xuanxuang, continue to probe Su Chun, and see if we can forge an alliance with him, Elder Tang commanded. I shall reach out to Xuanxuang. However, Master, do we not need to suppress the Long Hate Palace? Some individuals have already emerged, ready to ally with other princes, Lu Long remarked. These individuals are of no consequence. Elder Tang replied dismissively. As the time approached, they were to be eliminated. Old Tang spoke coldly. After finishing his words, he returned to his seat in the grand chair. Within the depths of the town suppression division, in the heart of the palace, 5 individuals sat upon the thrones, 2 on one side and 3 on the other. These 5 were the formidable titans behind the town suppression division, among whom were Ouyang Xiong and Helian Luwu. The Night Emperor and the day after from the Sky Cliff cannot be allowed to leave the capital. Should they manage to escape, our authority within the town suppression division would diminish to mere dust, Ouyang Xiong stated solemnly. I concur with Brother Ouyang's proposal. Although the Night Emperor possesses formidable strength, the intervention of the Thunderhammer faction has caused fluctuations in his aura. With the combined efforts of the 2 of us, we should be capable of vanquishing him. As for the day after, Brother Ouyang, leading the Sword Division's elite, should be able to surround and eliminate him, remarked a young man draped in a snow-white mink coat beside Ouyang. His complexion was pristine, akin to crystal, yet his eyes bore the wisdom of age. This man was Lu Mufeng, one of the 5 great leaders of the town suppression division, a disciple of the current Grand Chancellor. Despite his youthful appearance, he was well over 60, wielding strength at the 9th difficulty of the Celestial Realm. In truth, all 5 leaders of the town suppression division were at the 9th difficulty, for only those of such caliber could ascend to the ranks of its formidable leaders. Brother Lu, the Night Emperor and the day after from the Sky Cliff have bested our town suppression division in open confrontation. If we proceed to eliminate them, the Sky Cliff behind them may seek vengeance, leading to an unending conflict with our division. Given the current tumultuous atmosphere in the capital, I believe it unwise for us to cultivate powerful adversaries, Helian Luwu interjected. Helian had connections with Bai Choufei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and he was contemplating leveraging Helian's ties to forge a relationship with the Sky Cliff. The Night Emperor and the Day After are merely the two leaders of the North Pavilion of the Sky Cliff, indicating that there are at least 8 formidable figures within their ranks. This is a power to be reckoned with, he added. I too resonate with Helian's perspective. With the recent mishaps befalling Princess Qingshan and Princess Danyang, there are those who wish to incite chaos in the capital. If our town suppression division makes too many enemies at this juncture, it could provide others with the opportunity to exploit our vulnerabilities. A man clad in a black brocade robe remarked beside Helian. Brother Gua, what is your view? Ouyang Xiong inquired, directing his attention to the silent figure seated nearby. This individual, dressed in a brocade official robe, was a commanding officer from the imperial court of the Great Zhou dynasty. Though his rank was not as high as Helian's, he was a member of the royal family. The town suppression division represents the dignity of the Great Zhou dynasty, and it must not be insulted. The man in official robes spoke, aligning himself with the suggestions of Ouyang Xiong and Lu Mufeng. Helian Lu Wu's expression shifted in surprise as he cast a glance at the man in the black robe, poised to respond. Lord Helian, as a noble of the Great Zhou dynasty, you should be aware that the majesty of the dynasty must not be disrespected. Just as he was about to speak, the man in the official robes interjected once more. In this matter, I, Helian Lu Wu, hold an opposing view. Should the others wish to take action, I shall not impede them. However, I will refrain from participating myself, Helian Lu Wu stated. I shall not involve myself further in this affair. The subsequent matters should be deliberated upon by the 3 of you, but the remaining 2 divisions of the town protectorate must not be mobilized, as the Tianya Pavilion has yet to appear on our wanted list. A man in a black robe beside Helian Lu Wu remarked. After speaking, he turned to Helian Lu Wu and said, Brother Helian, let us depart. Helian Lu Wu nodded, and the 2 turned to leave. Helian Lu Wu and Rin Chunfeng harbor ulterior motives. It appears I must report to the Empress that they are unsuitable for the town protectorate. The official in court attire remarked as he observed the departing duo. Brother Gua, let us refrain from causing trouble for the Empress. We are seeking 2 allies to combine our strengths to eliminate them with ease, another spoke. Ouyang, you must investigate the whereabouts of the Night Emperor and the Day After. Lu Mufeng interjected. I have already dispatched individuals to search. Should they be in the vicinity of the capital, we shall surely locate them within 3 days. Ouyang Xiong confidently declared. Excellent. Let us each attend to our own affairs. The 3 then turned and departed in their separate directions. In Lingnan Prefecture, a full moon hung high in the sky. Su Chun gazed at the secret missive delivered by Yuan Suiyun, his expression shifting subtly. The Night Emperor and the Day After exert pressure on the town protectorate, seizing the roster and amplifying the reputations of the Jinfeng Shiyu building and the Tianya Pavilion. Now, the Jinfeng Shiyu building has opened its doors in the capital, its influence spreading throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Su Chen shattered the missive, moving to the window where the cool moonlight streamed in, casting a chill upon his skin. The capital is indeed the central stage of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, given the formidable pressure exerted by the Night Emperor and the Day After, it is likely that the town protectorate will not let this matter rest easily. I wonder if the Night Emperor and the Day After can withstand the impending storm, Su Chen murmured. Closing the window, he turned and entered his chamber, sitting cross-legged upon the bed. In his hand, he held a blood-red elixir, a swirling mist of crimson enveloping it, forming the silhouette of a blood dragon. As the dragon's shadow emerged, a potent aura of blood surged forth, permeating the entire room. This elixir, known as the Dragon Blood Pill, was recently acquired by Yuan Suiyun and is said to assist those cultivating their vital energy in refining their internal blood power. It is crafted in a place within the Great Zhou dynasty known as Dragon Blood Valley. Of course, this pill is not made from actual dragon blood, but rather a precious herb resembling a dragon found within the valley. It is rumored that Dragon Blood Valley produces a batch of dragon blood pills only once every decade, yielding a maximum of 10 pills, which are exclusively for the valley's inhabitants. The reason Yuan Suiyun bestowed the dragon blood pill upon Su Chun is that he had previously obtained a technique from the blood-devouring flood dragon diagram that allows one to condense their blood into that of a flood dragon. However, the process of blood condensation is far from simple. The dragon blood pill, to a certain extent, could aid Su Chun in achieving his goal. Upon consuming the dragon blood pill, it transformed into a torrent of crimson energy that surged into Su Chen's body. This sanguine essence appeared dense, yet remarkably gentle and pure, coursing through his veins. Immediately, Su Chun activated the incantation derived from the blood-devouring flood dragon diagram, commencing the manipulation of this crimson energy. The human vascular system consists of approximately 250 trillion vessels, an immense network, making it impossible for Su Chun to consolidate all of the blood within his veins into dragon blood at once. He opted to focus first on his arms. Within his arms, the sanguine energy began to meld and refine. As this process unfolded, the blood began to boil and ignite, and amidst the swirling liquid, a phantom of a blood-colored dragon materialized. With the emergence of this spectral dragon, a faint yet discernible image of a blood-colored dragon manifested upon his arm, something Su Chun remained unaware of, as his mind was wholly absorbed in the apparition of the dragon within his blood. As the spectral dragon began to consume and expel blood, it assisted him in purifying the liquid within his veins. With the continuous ebb and flow of the blood, he sensed a transformation within it. Had his previous blood fallen to the ground, it would have left no trace, but the droplets expelled from the dragon's mouth would undoubtedly create a fine hole upon impact. Naturally, as the blood flowed, it became diluted and imperceptible. However, with the passage of time, or as the number of spectral dragons increased, the changes in the blood would become markedly evident. A smile graced Su Chen's face as he intensified his efforts to conjure additional spectral dragons. Time gradually passed, and by the dawn of the following day, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Thanks to the dragon blood pill, after a night of cultivation, he had managed to summon 3 spectral dragons, rather few, indeed. It seemed imperative to acquire more dragon blood pills from the Dragon Blood Valley, or procure a similar elixir with equivalent effects, Su Chen contemplated. Suddenly, a look of joy illuminated his face, for unbeknownst to him, the energy within his body had remarkably increased, elevating his realm to the 2nd level of the celestial being. Excellent. Su Chun rose, quickly tidied himself, and had a light meal before heading to the hall of the sect leader. Inside, he found Zhuge Jinhua, Qiu Caidie, and Yuan Suiyun present. Is there any movement from the Azure Dragon Temple? Su Chun inquired, eager to learn of any developments following the announcement regarding the relic. Master, there has been no activity from the Azure Dragon Temple, Zhuge Jinhua replied. No activity? Are they uninterested in the relic? Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. They may have suspected that the matter was leaked by our Azure Dragon Society, Zhuge Jinhua suggested. In that case, let us release the relic and observe whether it stirs their interest. You and Qiu Caidie shall handle this matter together. We must resolve the situation with the Azure Dragon Temple promptly, Su Chun commanded. Understood. We will make the necessary arrangements immediately, his subordinate replied. Zhuge Jinhua nodded and, accompanied by Qiu Caidie, exited the Grand Hall. The sect leader reported that news had emerged from the Invincible Sect, indicating that after the Ghost Domain's withdrawal from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, they harbored intentions against them. The formidable Dugawudi was preparing to take the initiative and seize the Ghost Domain, seeking to enlist the aid of Lu Xing Yijian to venture beyond the borders. At this moment, Yuan Suiyun conveyed this information. Very well, please notify Lu Xing Yijian. Su Chun nodded in agreement. Since his appearance, Lu Xing Yijian had been engrossed in cultivation within the secluded mountains of the Shana sect. Chapter 365, The Iron Zhongtong Experience Card and the Night Emperor's Intentions. After issuing the orders, Su Chun abruptly sensed a deficiency in manpower on his side, with 3 fronts engaged and personnel not concentrated, which was indeed perilous. He glanced at the 5 recently acquired orange lottery cards and, without hesitation, decided to draw from them. Congratulations on obtaining 4 bottles of dragon blood pills. Note, for pills per bottle, and an Iron Zhongtong experience card. Surprised by this outcome, Su Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his haul would consist solely of 4 bottles of dragon blood pills and an Iron Zhongtong experience card. Upon reviewing the details of the Iron Zhongtong card, the system rated his prowess at the level of Tianren Jiunan. While the dragon blood pills and the Iron Zhongtong experience card held value for him, they had little impact on the current overarching situation. At that moment, Mei Xuanchuang entered the Grand Hall, guided by a disciple. Congratulations on your recovery, Su Chun remarked, sensing the aura emanating from Mei Xuanchuang. Thanks to the elixirs sent by the 4th Prince, Mei Xuanchuang replied. I have come today with a message from the 4th Prince. He wishes to collaborate with the Qinglong Association. Given the turbulent currents in the capital, I have received word that the two lords of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower have exerted pressure on the pacification office. At this juncture, the Qinglong Association will refrain from venturing into the capital, Suiyun stated. Our primary objective is to expel the Qinglong Temple from the 9 northern prefectures. In truth, pressuring them to relocate seems rather implausible, and ultimately, we may need to resort to force. Although the Qinglong Temple is in seclusion, its foundation and strength remain formidable and are not easily dealt with. The fourth prince does not intend for you to head to the capital. He merely seeks to establish a partnership, Mei Xuanchuan clarified. Oh, is that so? However, what benefits would we derive from collaborating with the fourth prince? Suiyun inquired. In this world, all actions are driven by profit. Why would the Qinglong Association engage in a partnership devoid of tangible benefits? That depends on what you desire. Whether it be wealth or precious medicines, the fourth prince can provide them. Moreover, he can facilitate transactions for the Qinglong Association, aiding you in swiftly converting wealth into other assets, Mei Xuanchuan explained. In truth, the fourth prince's interest in collaborating with the Qinglong Association hinges on two principal aspects. Firstly, the presence of numerous experts at the Tianren Jiunen level within the Qinglong Association allows for assistance in emergencies. Secondly, he is attracted to the rewards garnered from the Qinglong Association's missions, which are all in cash. By converting this currency, he can effectively bolster his own power. Mei Xuanchuan asserted. The fourth prince is indeed a shrewd individual. I shall report this matter accordingly. Suiyun seemed to comprehend the matter spoken of by Mei Xuangshuang. Presently, the rewards obtained by the Qinglong Society and the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower have been transferred into the bank established by the Shauna sect, which is intended for the expansion of the bank. Thank you very much. By the way, since you are familiar with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, please inform them that entering the capital is not as simple as it appears. This time, the Night Emperor and the Riho have exerted pressure on the town protector's office, but it does not guarantee a safe exit from the capital's boundaries, Mei Xuangshuang remarked. It is best for outsiders like us not to meddle in the affairs of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, as it is beyond our purview, Suiyun replied. Shaking his head, he was not inclined to appear overly familiar with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower at this juncture. Is that so? Then I shall await your news. However, I must take my leave, Mei Xuangshuang stated. Are you returning to the Changhen Palace or heading back to the capital? Suiyun inquired. I shall return to the Changhen Palace. It is time to address those within who harbor intentions of venturing outward, Mei Xuangshuang responded, having secretly received information from her mother. The long-secluded master of the Changhen Palace had quietly emerged from her retreat to cleanse the palace, thus necessitating Mei Xuangshuang's return. Actually, there are several matters that perplex me. Might I inquire whether the palace master could offer some clarity? Suiyun ventured. Feel free to ask, Mei Xuangshuang, though uncertain of Suiyun's inquiries, since they were of considerable significance. The emperor of the Zhou dynasty has been in seclusion for approximately 10 years without any appearance. There are rumors circulating that suggest the emperor might. Suiyun began. Regarding the emperor, Suiyun felt a sense of confusion. I can indeed enlighten you on this matter. The emperor of Zhou is likely unharmed. His retreat a decade ago was primarily to discover a method to transcend the 9 tribulations of humanity and attain a higher realm. Mei Xuangshuang elucidated. A method beyond the 9 tribulations of humanity. Suiyun's expression revealed a trace of astonishment, yet his heart remained calm. The emperor, being a martial artist by origin, had risen to become an illustrious sovereign through his formidable prowess. It was entirely reasonable for him to seek seclusion to break through the 9 tribulations and reach a loftier state. Indeed, as for the method, do not press me further, for I am unaware. I must hasten back to the Changhen Palace and cannot linger here. Once you receive a response from the Qinglong Society, please send me a message via carrier pigeon, Mei Xuangshuang concluded, bidding farewell to Suiyun before turning to depart. As Suiyun escorted Mei Xuangshuang back to her residence, he pondered the implications of the Changhen Palace master emerging from seclusion. Is the fourth prince making moves? He mused as he observed Mei Xuangshuang's retreating figure. However, these matters were of little concern to him. He needed to focus on the Qinglong Temple. In his mind, if the relic were released and the Qinglong Temple did not react, he would infiltrate the temple to discreetly exert influence over some of its monks. This would allow him to orchestrate their exit from the temple and execute further plans, providing a pretext to arrange affairs within the Qinglong Temple. Naturally, in dealing with the Qinglong Temple, Suiyun could not overlook certain adversaries. particularly those from the 13 prefectures of Lingjiang controlled by the Tianxia alliance adjacent to the northern 9 prefectures. Lingjiang surpasses the 9 northern prefectures by 4 additional regions. Were it not for the presence of the Qinglong Temple, the Tianxia alliance would have long since seized the 9 northern prefectures. Although the alliance has suffered the loss of 2 vice leaders, the leader remains, capable of maintaining control over the 13 prefectures of Lingjiang. Should the leader of the Tianxia alliance wield the alliance order, they could command all 13 prefectures. While there may be no signs of movement from the alliance on their side, it does not imply that the Tianxia alliance is inactive. It is also possible that the alliance is patiently observing their struggle with the Qinglong Temple, waiting for both parties to weaken each other before intervening. Thus, vigilance is imperative. At this moment, within a courtyard outside the capital, the Night Emperor and the Day After are present. Do you truly believe that the forces behind the Huangquan Bujin will contact us? The Day After inquired, gazing at the Night Emperor. They have exerted pressure on the Jinfu division. Although the division did not retaliate at that time, it does not mean they will remain passive. The Dazhou dynasty is fraught with complexities, and she sensed 3 significant auras within the Jinfu division upon her departure. One of these auras is even more formidable than Ouyang Xiong's, thus she remains wary of the division. Moreover, the capital is teeming with experts, should they enlist assistance. Their departure from the capital may not be guaranteed. Nevertheless, their presence here suggests that the Night Emperor believes the forces behind the Huangquan Bujin will engage with them, enabling an alliance with the Huangquan Bujin. Chapter 366. The Emergence of the Evil Alliance and the Proposal for Cooperation. The Huangquan Bujin has made an appearance in the capital. Presently, the two of them have exerted pressure on the Jinfu division, positioning themselves as adversaries. If the Jinfu division fails to eliminate or suppress them, what semblance of dignity will they retain? Regardless, the Jinfu division represents the Dazhou dynasty. Someone is approaching. I sense no killing intent, which suggests they are the ones we await. The Night Emperor spoke as the Day After concluded her statement. At that moment, the Day After also perceived 2 auras. Directing her gaze toward a specific location, 2 figures descended before them. One was an elder, the same individual who had concealed himself during the ambush on the 4th prince. The other was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, possessing an extraordinary beauty. Her delicate brows were like paintings, her eyes reminiscent of stars reflected in water, her ruby lips akin to precious gems, her neck slender, her bosom slightly elevated, and her long legs straight and elegant, though a hint of femininity about her mouth imbued her with a certain allure. Gentlemen, this is not a place for your presence, the Night Emperor declared, his eyes glinting with coldness. Although these 2 were the individuals he awaited, he could not betray his anticipation. We are from the Evil Alliance. I am Lu Yuan. And this is the Blood Rainbow Fairy, the elder introduced. The mention of the Evil Alliance caused the Night Emperor to furrow his brow slightly. He had been in this realm for quite some time, familiarizing himself with the intricacies of various sects within the Dazhou dynasty. However, I have never heard of this faction called the Evil Alliance. Your Excellency, the Night Emperor, there is no need to investigate further. Our Evil Alliance is akin to your Skyward Pavilion, having recently re-emerged into the world, spoke the elder, drawing a comparison between the 2 factions. May I inquire what brings you both here? The Night Emperor asked, his brow furrowed. Collaboration. This time, you 2 have exerted pressure on the pacification department. They will not permit your departure from the capital unimpeded. We propose a joint ambush against those sent by the pacification department, the elder continued. It seems that the crisis presently unfolding in the capital is of your making. I wish to understand your intentions, the Night Emperor replied, regarding the elder with a keen gaze. The upheaval in the capital felt like a vortex, hinting at complexities beneath the surface. It was inevitable that Su Chan would eventually enter the capital, thus it was imperative to discern the adversary's motives. There is no harm in revealing our objective to you. We seek the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. He has been in seclusion for a decade, and we intend to leverage the fortune of the great Zhou to assist him in transcending to the celestial realm. Should he achieve such a breakthrough, those of our caliber will undoubtedly face suppression, the elder elucidated. Upon hearing the elder's words, the Night Emperor's brow slightly knitted. The notion of utilizing the dynasty's fortune to break through seemed plausible. Yet, he replied in a grave tone, the great Zhou dynasty harbors numerous formidable figures. Although I have intimidated the pacification department, should I eliminate their personnel, I would inevitably confront many others within the dynasty. Are you afraid, Your Excellency? Since you have already taken a stand as an enemy, why should you harbor fear? Interjected the Blood Rainbow Fairy. Fear? I, the Night Emperor, have never known fear. However, should I eliminate the envoy from the pacification department, my skyward pavilion's golden wind and drizzling rain tower would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain its foothold in the capital. The Night Emperor retorted with a cold snort. At present, the court is a labyrinth of intertwined forces. The pacification department is dominated by 5 titans, 3 of whom are intent on striking against you. Among these 3, 2 are off-limits for assassination, yet Ouyang Xiong can be eliminated. He was appointed by the Emperor of Zhou and lacks significant backing. Once he is dispatched, the Lord of the Pacification Department will be replaced, and at that juncture, how could the Pacification Department trouble your Skyward Pavilion's golden wind and drizzling rain tower? The Elder articulated. So, your aim is to secure the position of the Lord of the Pacification Department. Given your Evil Alliance's capabilities, you should be able to handle Ouyang Xiong. Why then seek our partnership? The Night Emperor inquired solemnly. Once more, we speak of collaboration. We believe that your Skyward Pavilion can serve as a valuable ally to our Evil Alliance, the Elder declared. Upon hearing this, the Night Emperor feigned contemplation. He had summoned these individuals to glean insight into their intentions, and if partnership was possible, it would certainly yield greater understanding. Your Excellency, the time for your deliberation is limited. Prior to our arrival, we informed Ouyang Xiong of your presence here, and it is likely that he and his associates will arrive shortly, the Elder, Lu Yuan, stated solemnly. Even if they come, 3 individuals will not pose a challenge for us, the Night Emperor asserted confidently. They do not come as 3, but as 5. I suspect that 5 experts from the 9th difficulty of the Celestial Realm will make it exceedingly difficult for you to escape their encirclement, Lu Yuan cautioned. You truly possess a remarkable aptitude for strategy. I can only represent the North Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion in collaboration with your Evil Alliance, the Night Emperor mused thoughtfully. The North Pavilion of Tianya, splendid. May our partnership flourish, he declared. Upon hearing the Night Emperor's words, the Elder, Lu Yuan, furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded in agreement. However, with your inclusion, we are but 4 masters of the Heavenly Realm's 9th tribulation. I fear we may not be able to contend with the 5 adversaries. The Night Emperor cast a glance at the 2 individuals across from him. Fear not, Night Emperor, we shall intercept the other 4. You need only to eliminate Ouyang Xiong, Lu Yuan assured him. The Night Emperor's gaze sharpened, his consciousness expanding to survey the surroundings, yet he detected no presence nearby. There is no need for you to investigate. The 2 are en route, and once the constabulary arrives, they will too, Lu Yuan explained. Very well. The Night Emperor nodded. Please, step inside. He then invited the 2 into the room. The Elder and the woman in white entered and took their seats, awaiting the arrival of the constabulary's personnel. At this moment, a maid swiftly presented an array of pastries and freshly brewed tea. The Night Emperor and the Elder engaged in casual conversation, while the woman in white remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. As time passed, a sudden sound of 5 piercing winds echoed from outside the courtyard. In the next moment, 5 figures descended directly into the small courtyard, led by none other than Ouyang Xiong. Beside him stood Lu Mufeng and a man clad in an official robe, Guo Zixing. Each of these 2 was flanked by an additional companion. One appeared to be around 40, draped in a brown robe and cradling an unsheathed longsword that radiated a menacing aura. The other was a robust figure with hands that shimmered green, both possessing strength within the 9th tribulation of the Heavenly Realm. Humph, so you dared to pressure my constabulary, remaining here because you have allies? Yet it will avail you nothing, Ouyang Xiong proclaimed, his voice rising as he lunged forward, appearing before the woman in white like a specter. Raising his hand, which glimmered green and was adorned with scales reminiscent of a monstrous claw, he aimed to seize her. As Ouyang Xiong made his move, both the Night Emperor and the woman in white surged forward to confront him. Ouyang Xiong's expression shifted to astonishment as he turned his gaze behind him, realizing that the 4 figures had blocked his path. Now, he stood alone against the combined might of the Night Emperor and the woman in white. A situation akin to courting death. Chapter 367. Ouyang Xiong, why must I alone meet my end? Who are you? Lu Mufeng halted, gazing at the 4 figures before him, his voice grave. The 3 behind him also ceased their advance, their eyes wary as they scrutinized the 4 who obstructed their path. They merely sought to impede a few, allowing the Night Emperor and the woman in white to resolve their personal grievances with Ouyang Xiong. Lu Yuan interjected. Personal grievances? Lu Mufeng's eyes narrowed, emanating a fierce intensity. A surge of azure energy manifested within the palm, and in an instant, it grasped forward towards the old man's face with blinding speed. At the moment of his attack, a figure wielding a long staff behind him unleashed a torrent of potent energy, resonating with deep, rumbling thunder within his body. Yuan Thunderstaff, he bellowed, his form eclipsing that of the earlier attacker, Lu Mufeng. With a single downward strike, the formidable energy surged forth like a tempest, unleashing a whirlwind as the staff, akin to a bolt of lightning, slammed towards the elder. Caught off guard, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. Ancient method, Hammer Mountain form. He shouted, channeling his vital essence, causing his physique to seemingly double in size. The energy erupted forth, coalescing into a blood-red aura resembling a towering mountain. Bang! The violent thunderstaff collided with the blood-red aura, creating ripples upon impact. Failing to secure a decisive strike, the adept with the staff swiftly withdrew and thrust it forward like a spear. "Break for me," he commanded, concentrating immense force into a singular point, which struck fiercely against the protective barrier. The blood-red shield shattered in response, and the sharp tip of the staff darted towards the elder's head with the speed of lightning. In the face of such a ferocious assault, the elder propelled himself from the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath him, and unleashed a mighty punch. His energy surging dramatically. Bang! The fist met the staff in a clash, both combatants retreating simultaneously, their steps nearly equal in measure. However, from this exchange, it was evident that the elder possessed a slight edge in strength, for one wielded a weapon while the other relied solely on his fists. The Thunder Hall's thunderstorm style and the Qian Caidie thunderstrike technique are indeed extraordinary, the elder remarked, gazing at his opponent. "Pray tell, who might you be? You do not appear to be affiliated with the Tianya Pavilion." At that moment, Lu Mufeng turned to the elder. The initial strike was merely a test. The opponent's strength is formidable, showcasing both vitality and energy, a clear warning to us. The Knight Emperor is a friend. We merely assist a comrade. The elder replied without disclosing his own identity. Hearing his words, Lu Mufeng's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Guo Zixing, seeking his thoughts. Meanwhile, Guo Zixing's eyes flickered as he turned towards Ouyang Xiong, just in time to see him struck by the Knight Emperor's palm, his energy dissipating. In a swift motion, he seized the opportunity to strike Ouyang Xiong's chest. Bang! A layer of blood-red energy enveloped Ouyang Xiong, absorbing the impact of the blow from the day after. Yet blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He sought to flee, but the Knight Emperor intercepted him, raising a hand to strike. Ouyang Xiong, realizing the peril, countered with his palm. "Break!" the Knight Emperor commanded. Ouyang Xiong's energy exploded from his hand, his veins rupturing, eliciting a scream of agony. "Save Ouyang Xiong," Guo Zixing transmitted discreetly. They had come to eliminate others, yet one of their own had fallen to the enemy, a mark of disgrace for them. "If you are friends, then you may die together." As Guo Zixing's foot struck the ground, his figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment, he raised his long knife and aimed a decisive slash at the elder. Meanwhile, Lu Mufeng shifted his position towards the Knight Emperor and his companions. The blade's energy transformed into a radiant arc, slicing through the air toward the elder. However, this strike was deftly parried by the elder. "Did you think he could come to your rescue?" the elder scoffed. As Lu Mufeng moved, a white figure trailed closely behind, extending a palm to strike at Lu Mufeng's back. The force of the palm radiated with intense heat, startling Lu Mufeng, who swiftly turned to meet the attack. The other two were similarly obstructed, leaving Lu Mufeng unable to assist Ouyang Xiong, who was being besieged by the Knight Emperor and the day after. Ouyang Xiong's expression darkened. The Knight Emperor's palm techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, akin to his own martial arts, making it impossible for him to withstand a singular assault. Furthermore, the day after sudden strikes swiftly depleted his energy. Were it not for his robust physique and vitality, he would have succumbed long ago. Casting a glance at the four who had accompanied him, Ouyang Xiong felt a tinge of despair, perplexed as to why he alone faced dual attackers, despite not being the strongest among the five. Suddenly, at the moment he let his guard down, the Knight Emperor's palm connected with his back. A spurt of blood erupted from him, transforming into a crimson arrow aimed at the day after. The day after evaded, vanishing from his sight, causing the blood arrow to miss its target, only to reappear before him. Extending her palm, she struck at his heart. With a resounding impact, Her internal energy aimed to shatter Ouyang Xiong's heart meridian. You underestimate me, Ouyang Xiong. Even in death, I shall take one along with me, he bellowed, opening his mouth to swallow. The surrounding air swirled like a tempest into his body. The energy just infused by the day after was drawn back to his dantian under this powerful suction. Not only the external energy, but also every ounce of power within him. His meridians, sinews, blood, and bone marrow began to coalesce. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed the gathered energy from his mouth. This force surged forth like crashing waves, creating a thunderous sound that ruptured the air. The day after, facing him, shifted her expression as she rapidly summoned protective energy, forming a barrier of qi. However, this hastily erected defense lacked robustness, and cracks began to appear under the pressure of the energy wave. Just as it seemed on the brink of collapse, the Night Emperor struck from behind. A torrent of violent power surged into Ouyang Xiong's body, colliding with his internal energy. A deep thud resonated within him as the flow of energy abruptly halted. Ouyang Xiong coughed up blood, his gaze shifting to the Night Emperor and then to the day after. At that moment, the day after found blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Having sustained injuries from a reckless strike made at the expense of her own vitality. If it were not for the timely intervention of the Night Emperor, her injuries would have been far more grievous. Thud. Ouyang Xiong knelt upon the ground, one hand braced against the earth, his heart heavy with desolation. He could scarcely believe that as the master of the town guard's main hall and a martial artist of the 9 trials, he would meet his demise here. A sense of bitterness enveloped him. Why was he the only one beset by such a fate? He was perplexed, yet no answers were provided. Thud. His body collapsed to the ground, and soon his breath faded away. In that moment, silence pervaded the atmosphere. At this juncture, Lu Mufeng grasped Ouyang Xiong's lifeless form with a single hand and commanded, "Depart." With that, he swiftly retreated. The other 3 followed suit, hastening their exit. Chapter 368. The Left Chancellor of the Great Zhou, Kai Jing, and the Blood Transformation Technique of the Heavenly Silkworm. Observing the retreating figures, the elder and his companions made no move to obstruct them. Their purpose for coming here was solely to eliminate Ouyang Xiong. Now that he had perished, their mission was complete. This is the token of our evil alliance. With it, you may enter the capital and reach the Tianquan Tavern on Jingfeng Street to contact us. We eagerly await your arrival, Night Emperor. After delivering this message, they turned and departed. How is your condition? The Night Emperor inquired, casting a glance at Rihu. My injuries are not severe. With a day's rest, I should recover. However, it seems one among those 4 is acquainted with the elder, Rihu replied solemnly. It appears we have inadvertently entered the midst of their conflict. Lu Yuan is likely familiar with Lu Mufeng, the Night Emperor remarked. How do you know this? Rihu queried. Though they exchanged but a fleeting glance, it did not escape my notice. Had we not allied with those individuals, we might have faced annihilation today. Even if we fled, we would likely have suffered losses. The Night Emperor spoke gravely. I am truly curious to discern the identities of those who stand behind the evil alliance, he added, his eyes glimmering with intensity. As evening descended upon the capital, heralding the approach of spring, a chill lingered in the air. Pedestrians wrapped in coats hurried along the streets, while night vendors began to set up their stalls. Taverns and brothels remained lively with activity. In a secluded rear courtyard of a flower shop named Qinyuanfeng, the elder Lu Yuan appeared, pushing open the door to a private chamber. He strode directly towards the bed, brushing aside a covering to reveal a passage beneath. With a leap, he descended into the darkness of the passage, navigating it with ease. After an undetermined duration, the elder pushed open a stone door, emerging into a secret chamber. Inside the chamber stood a man clad in a brocade robe, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority. He had a black beard and a stern countenance, reminiscent of one accustomed to high office. I pay my respects to Chancellor Kai. Lu Yuan bowed deeply to the man before him. The name Kai is synonymous with the current left chancellor of the Great Zhou, Kai Jing. It was unexpected that the figure behind the evil alliance would be none other than the left chancellor of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, there were 2 prime ministers, Kai Jing on the left and Fu Zhongshu on the right. Kai Jing nodded slightly at the approaching figure. Old man Lu Yuan spoke. Ouyang Xiong has perished, and the future remains injured. It seems I have overestimated him. What is your opinion on the Night Emperor? To what realm does his power ascend? Kai Jing inquired. In regard to the evil alliance, I am rather astonished. Otherwise, there is no significant change. He appears quite self-assured. Judging by the ferocity of his attack, his internal energy is on the verge of transformation. Should he succeed, he would rank among the most formidable beings in the celestial realm. Lu Yuan conveyed his observations to Caidie. Is that so? Then we must engage more with this Night Emperor to discern their intentions for coming to the capital, Caidie replied, showing little surprise at Lu Yuan's assertion of the Night Emperor's impending transformation, as he himself was at a similar juncture. Moreover, have we uncovered who harmed the princess of Danyang? Caidie asked in a low voice. Currently, there are no leads. The death of the princess was rather abrupt. However, my subordinates suspect it may be an act of revenge, Lu Yuan responded. Revenge? Then why frame a guest of the Grand Tutor's residence? We must identify this individual. I wish to see who dares to thwart our grand designs. Originally, the incident involving Murong Qingchen was being suppressed, but now with the princess's demise, it is no longer feasible. I suspect someone may be aware of our plans and is attempting to interfere. The leader of the Yellow Spring's return must not survive. Find a way to eliminate him without leaving a trace. A fierce light flickered in Caidie's eyes. Understood, Lu Yuan affirmed. The leader of the Yellow Spring possesses the strength of the 9 trials of the celestial realm. If the Night Emperor arrives, you may invite him to join the fray. After eliminating the leader, arrange for me to meet with the Night Emperor. Caidie continued. Prepare 30 promising maidens for me. My lord, it seems the Heavenly Monitoring Department may have caught wind of something. They have recently dispatched spies to investigate, so we can no longer search in proximity to the capital. It will require some time, Lu Yuan replied. The blood of these 30 maidens should assist me in cultivating the celestial silkworm blood transformation technique. Once completed, I anticipate not needing their blood for a while. By then, I will ensure they remain hidden. Even the most capable of the Heavenly Monitoring Department will be unable to uncover any leads, Caidie stated. My lord, I comprehend. I shall promptly arrange for this. Lu Yuan bowed and exited the secret chamber. Within the chamber, Caidie approached another stone door. Upon its opening, a pungent scent of blood wafted forth. Inside, a number of unconscious young women lay upon the ground. Caidie stepped into the chamber, settled onto a stone pedestal, and with a swift motion, grasped one of the young women in his hand. With a soft groan, the unconscious maiden stirred as her blood was drawn forth by an unseen force, flowing into Caidie's palm. As blood surged into his palm, a stream of energy coursed through Caidie's body, following specific meridians, drawing the blood within the palm into his being. As the blood within transformed, the youthful woman's form withered, her breath extinguished. And Caidie carelessly discarded her to the side. He proceeded to absorb the blood from the second woman's body. With blood as his power, this left chancellor of the Great Zhou dynasty was practicing such dark arts. The origin of the evil alliance may well be rooted in this. In the capital, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Helian Luwu and a man in a black robe sat in solemn silence, both bearing grim expressions. Ouyang Xiong was dead, while Lu Mufeng and Guo Zixing returned unscathed. What are your thoughts on this matter? The speaker, the man in the black robe, was none other than Ren Shunfeng, one of the 5 great heads of the town suppression division. I sense a hidden hand orchestrating these events, which is why I do not support Ouyang Xiong and the others in their pursuit of the Night Emperor, he remarked. Brother Ren, how has your investigation into the matter I previously assigned you progressed? Helian Luwu inquired. I have uncovered a lead regarding the evil alliance and am in the process of tracking this individual. Within 2 days, I should be able to procure a likeness of this person. However, the Celestial Monitoring Division is already investigating this matter, and if we proceed further, we may need to confer with them, Ren Shunfeng replied, furrowing his brow. I will handle the meeting with the Celestial Monitoring Division. You expedite the acquisition of that person's likeness. I have a strong feeling that the recent occurrences in the capital are intertwined with this evil alliance. Additionally, regarding the 4th prince, did he not capture a key figure associated with the leader of the underworld? There should be some clues, and we can request him to share information with us. At the appropriate moment, we may even reveal details about the evil alliance to them, Helian Luwu stated solemnly. Chapter 369, Shui Wuhu's Fortune. Ruling the world, Li Chunzhou Lingnan Prefecture. Early spring brought forth thunderous rumbles across the sky. It was unexpected for spring thunder to strike so early in the northern region. Suiyun stood atop the pavilion of the mountain river gate, gazing at the heavens as resounding thunder echoed, its sound reverberating throughout the realm. He turned and re-entered the pavilion. Inside, Zhuge Jinghua and Yuan Suiyun sat upon wooden chairs, Qiu Caidie had recently been deeply engrossed in comprehending the emotionless heavenly book, gathering precious herbs, and entering seclusion to enhance his strength. What are your thoughts on this evil alliance? We received correspondence from the Night Emperor. The forces of the evil alliance approached them and assisted in intercepting the town suppression division personnel, providing the Night Emperor with an opportunity to eliminate the division's leader, Ouyang Xiong. From the feedback we received, it seems the evil alliance wields considerable power in the capital, and engaging with them could facilitate our understanding of their motives. Yet, their stated intentions raise suspicions, Yuan Suiyun remarked. The implications in their words suggest an intent to obstruct the great Zhou Emperor from utilizing the dragon veins for a breakthrough. However, the Night Emperor feels otherwise. Logically, to undermine the fortunes of the great Zhou dynasty, one would need to target the 9 royal princes, particularly Mu Rong Qingchen. What purpose would it serve otherwise? Moreover, the death of Mu Rong Qingchen has been thoroughly suppressed, he added. Suppressing the turmoil signifies that the situation cannot instigate unrest in the capital. This matter is unrelated to their insistence on preventing the great Zhou Emperor from utilizing the dragon vein to transcend to the celestial realm. Nonetheless, the Night Emperor still desires to establish communication with them. It is only through engagement that one can comprehend their intentions. Presently, there is some ambiguity, yet with increased interaction, clarity will emerge. This situation is to be left to the discretion of the Night Emperor. Furthermore, it should be conveyed to the Night Emperor that, for the time being, there are insufficient forces to assist in the capital. They must rely solely on their own capabilities. Suiyun held the teacup at the table, preparing to take a sip. Recently, he had not drawn any characters, but even if he had, it was imperative to remain in the northern 9 prefectures to confront the Qinglong Temple. Cui Wuhu successfully captured Lu Liqing, the deputy leader of the Yuanqing sect, and brought him into the Shanhua sect, acquiring 2 orange lottery cards. Suiyun momentarily paused, astonished by this development. Cui Wuhu's triumph in securing Lu Liqing was entirely unexpected. Given that Princess Danyang had recently passed away, he had contemplated recalling Cui Wuhu to the Shanhua sect, for Cui Wuhu had proven unwaveringly loyal, a quality that undoubtedly warranted significant utilization. Currently, the Shanhua sect commanded the northern 9 prefectures, and while there were ample matters requiring manpower, loyalty was a scarce commodity. Yet, to his surprise, this young man had managed to undermine the opposition and capture the deputy leader of the Yuanqing sect. As for the method of capture, it remained unknown. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly an impressive feat. Lu Liqing, the deputy leader of the Yuanqing sect, was noted to possess strength at the 6th level of the celestial realm. While Cui Wuhu's current prowess was likely capped at the unification of spirit and essence, and he lacked any other formidable allies. His ability to subdue such an individual speaks volumes of his capabilities. The Yuanqing sect is regarded as a relatively powerful faction in the Huayuan region. Otherwise, the king of Split Martial would not have permitted Princess Danyang to join them. The Huayuan region is distinct from others, being the fiefdom of the king of Split Martial, who exerts a strong grip over it. Almost all martial forces in the Huayuan region are compelled to submit to his authority. With the demise of Princess Danyang, if Cui Wuhu can embed himself within the Yuanqing sect, it would establish a strategic foothold in the Huayuan region, a potential asset for future endeavors, Suiyun mused. He then glanced at his accumulated lottery cards, 6 orange and 2 blue. However, he refrained from drawing any, having previously encountered ill fortune. He wondered if Cui Wuhu could bring him a stroke of luck. With that thought, he decisively used the 6 orange lottery cards. The results were promising. 1 card granting mastery of the stunning spear technique, 1 card for the unparalleled skill of Zhuge Jinghua, half-broken brocade, 3 bottles of celestial pills, and a character card for Li Qinzhou. Excellent. Cui Wuhu indeed brought me good fortune. This reflection led Suiyun to think of his companion, the chubby one. The plump individual is indeed exceptionally fortunate. However, he currently oversees the banking operations of the entire northern 9 prefectures, rendering him virtually unreachable. As for the few individuals before him, Yuan, Zhuge Jinghua, and the poisonous boy by the side, including himself, their fortune pales in comparison to that of the chubby fellow. There is no need for Suiyun to regard the first few. His focus lies solely upon the final figure, Li Qinzhou. Who is Li Qinzhou? He is a character from the esteemed work Xinzhou Qixia, renowned as the leader of the world's most powerful gang, known as the Sovereign of the Realm, whose talents are nothing short of extraordinary. He is the sole son of the notorious Yin Guangtu. What principles does he adhere to? The fist embodies authority. To clench one's fist is to grasp power. To strike with force is to wield influence. A man cannot endure a single day without power. I place my unwavering faith in my fist. This is his creed, marking him as an unequivocal hero of his time, possessing formidable strength. Nevertheless, Suiyun harbors some concerns. After all, when he previously encountered Qiu Caidie, he characterized her as a manifestation of the unity of spirit. Qiu Caidie, Li Chunzhou, and Zhu Xiuwu are contemporaneous titans. Of course, when Qiu Caidie made her appearance, it was through a blue lottery card. Now, with Li Chunzhou represented by an orange card, his prowess certainly warrants anticipation. Upon investigation, a glimmer sparked in Suiyun's eyes as he discerned that Li Chunzhou's strength was denoted as 9 trials of the celestial being, with an accompanying note indicating shattering the void. Although Suiyun remains unaware of the significance of this annotation, it is undoubtedly remarkable, as only the Night Emperor and Li Chunzhou possess such a distinction. For the next lottery draw, he ought to seek out the plump fellow and Cui Wuhu. Although Cui Wuhu's abilities are somewhat lacking, gifting him Zhuge Jinhua's martial arts card, along with 2 celestial pills, should enable him to ascend to the celestial realm. Given Cui Wuhu's recent accomplishments, it is imperative that he be rewarded. Extending his hand, a brocade box materialized, within which he placed 2 of Zhuge Jinhua's martial arts infusion cards and a vial of elixir. He intended to personally deliver this to Cui Wuhu, stating that it was a gift from him. Suiyun passed the items to the poisonous boy. As Cui Wuhu is not a summoned character and cannot receive the infusion from a distance, the poisonous boy must deliver it personally. Although Cui Wuhu has yet to relay information from the grievance gate, this has already been authenticated, leaving no room for error. Thus, he would send the reward ahead to evoke deeper gratitude from Cui Wuhu. With that, the poisonous boy accepted the brocade box, exited the chamber, and swiftly departed from the mountain and river gate, heading towards Huayuan, understanding that a round trip to Huayuan would consume considerable time. As days passed, the capital fell into silence, and the northern 9 prefectures also became quiet. In the Huayuan region, within a residence, a well-proportioned woman was assisting Cui Wuhu in dressing. Although the dual cultivation technique has aided you in enhancing your strength somewhat, breaking into the celestial realm remains a challenge. If you had a celestial pill now and engaged in a few more rounds of dual cultivation, it should facilitate your breakthrough. However, my position in the grievance gate makes acquiring a celestial pill quite difficult, she spoke softly. Chapter 370, The Gate of Resentment. Deputy Master Lu Liqing, the woman speaking, was in her 30s, clad in a pristine white robe. Her complexion bore a hint of coldness, yet her gaze softened with tenderness as it fell upon Cui Wuhu. This woman was none other than Lu Liqing, one of the 3 deputy masters of the Gate of Resentment. My innate talent is somewhat lacking, thus my progress is gradual. However, relative to others, my advancement has indeed been quite swift, Cui Wuhu remarked, unperturbed by his own pace of improvement. Perhaps you should mention this to Master Su. He is the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society and currently the lord of the northern 9 counties. Acquiring the celestial elixir should pose no challenge for him, Lu Liqing suggested. Master has his arrangements in place. Our primary focus here is to assist you in elevating your status within the Gate of Resentment. Although you hold the title of Deputy Master, you have faced considerable exclusion, wielding little power. Nonetheless, your position still holds value, she continued. I plan to reach out to young Master Wudu for assistance in concocting some poison, with the aim of gaining control over the upper echelons of the Gate of Resentment, Cui Wuhu declared. Should anyone overhear Cui Wuhu's words, they would undoubtedly be astounded. To gain control over the entire leadership was an audacious endeavor. The Master of the Gate was on the verge of transcending the 8th difficulty of the celestial realm, and attempting to subdue her with poison would be an arduous task. Moreover, she was the consort of the Liwu King. Should she be poisoned, the Liwu King would surely intervene. Even if she has achieved the 8th difficulty of the celestial realm, falling victim to young Master Wudu's poison would render her utterly helpless, Lu Liqing countered. Nevertheless, let us momentarily set aside the Master and first contend with the other 2 deputy masters. Recently, please assist me in gathering information on their attendants and maids, to discern any opportunities for subterfuge against them, Cui Wuhu instructed. Very well, I shall deliver their information by tomorrow. By the way, news has arrived from the capital that the daughter of the Liwu King has been murdered, and his third son is en route to the capital from Yuan. I wish to make another move, Lu Liqing stated. Cui Wuhu's collaboration with Lu Liqing stemmed from the incident when she attempted to assassinate the Liwu King's third son, Niechong, and was injured, subsequently afflicted by a love poison. The Princess of Danyang had made a move against Su Chun, for the Liwu Manor was a bitter enemy of Su Chen's. Thus, he had been secretly observing the Liwu Manor. Upon witnessing the injured Lu Liqing, he had promptly rescued her, and she had insisted he alleviate the love poison afflicting her. He was also privy to the reasons behind Lu Liqing's attack on Niechong. Years ago, the Liwu King had slain Lu Liqing's entire family, and at the tender age of 9, she had narrowly escaped death by hiding in a tunnel. She later joined the Gate of Resentment, nurturing thoughts of revenge against the Liwu King over the years. However, the disparity in strength was too great, leading her to seclude herself after reaching the Celestial Realm, aspiring to one day slay the Liwu King. Yet, upon achieving the 6th difficulty of the Celestial Realm, her progress had stagnated. Thus, she contemplated targeting the Liwu King's offspring, only to discover that Niechong was under the protection of formidable guards who recognized her as a woman and ensnared her with love poison. During the last encounter, it is likely that Niechong has already taken precautions. Tomorrow, I shall pen a letter to the sect leader, in hopes of enlisting the assistance of the Qinglong Society, assassins to eliminate our enemies, proposed Cui Wuhu. No, I wish to exact vengeance with my own hands. Only then can I alleviate the enmity that has burdened me for so long, replied Lu Liqing. Then we must first gain control of the Yuanqing Gate. Once our strength has grown, we can strike at the Liwu King. Furthermore, revenge is a final act. We can undertake certain measures against the Liwu King's estate, Cui Wuhu elaborated. Everything shall proceed according to your arrangements, Lu Liqing affirmed. Rest assured, in 3 days' time, the Liwu King will celebrate the birthday of his 7th consort. I have prepared a rather special gift for him, Cui Wuhu added. I shall return to the Yuanqing Gate. Now, Lu Liqing said, before turning to leave. After Lu Liqing departed, Cui Wuhu stepped out of the chamber, the evening sky casting shadows around him. As Cui Wuhu emerged, the eldest of the Shuangqi swordsmen, Chao, appeared at his side. Cui Lauda, that gambler has fallen into our trap, accumulating debts. Should we not take action? Chao inquired. He now referred to Cui Wuhu as Lauda, primarily due to Cui Wuhu's ruthless nature, his fervent loyalty to Su Chun, and the respect he commanded among them. Su Chun was not only the sect leader of the Shanhua Gate, but also the martial arts leader of the 9 northern prefectures, backed by the formidable Qinglong Society and holding the title of Shaolong. How had Cui Wuhu managed to ingratiate himself with such a figure? They could no longer curry favor with Su Chun, thus they turned their attention to Cui Wuhu. The gambler they spoke of was the lover of a maidservant from the Liwu King's estate. Exercise caution. The Danyang princess was recently murdered, and the third son, Niechong, was attacked. The Liwu King's estate will surely be on high alert, warned Cui Wuhu. Rest easy, Lauda, Chao swiftly responded. We shall bring that gambler to our stronghold. I believe that with enough money, he will assist us in smuggling our goods into the Liwu King's estate. Cui Wuhu considered this gambler a strategic asset for the forthcoming birthday of the 7th consort. Very well. With that, Chao departed. In the courtyard, Cui Wuhu fell into deep contemplation. With Lu Liqing managing the Yuanqing Gate, stability in the Huayuan region had finally been achieved. However, if they were to target the Liwu King's estate, they still lacked sufficient strength. Therefore, he resolved to dispatch a message to Su Chun. Old Cui, you are indeed fortunate. Just as he prepared to enter his quarters to compose a letter, a childlike voice rang in his ear. Young Master Wudu. Cui Wuhu's face brightened. Unlike others, he preferred to address the Wudu boy as Young Master Wudu. Old Cui, you know I cherish those words. The Wudu boy materialized in the courtyard. Young Master Wudu, what brings you to Huayuan? Cui Wuhu inquired, puzzled. Master sent me to deliver something to you. I assure you, Old Cui, what I bring this time is of great value. The Wudu boy whispered. Master, I implore you to send me something. Upon hearing this, Cui Wuhu's expression shifted to one of surprise, tinged with excitement. There is a secret chamber here. Let us converse within, advised the 5 poisons boy. Very well, replied Cui Wuhu, exhilarated as he led the 5 poisons boy into the secret chamber. Inside the chamber, the 5 poisons boy produced a brocade box from his garments. Within this box lie 2 celestial pills and 2 martial insight cards. which will aid you in comprehending the martial path. He opened the box and continued. I suggest you first utilize one of these inner strength insight cards before consuming the celestial pills. Should you ascend to the celestial realm, then employ the other card pertaining to the spear path. Cui Wuhu, cradling the brocade box, was overwhelmed with joy. Earlier, Lu Liqing had mentioned that with the celestial pills, he could step into the celestial realm. He never anticipated that the master would provide them so promptly, along with 2 martial insight cards. He silently vowed to be eternally loyal to Su Chun. I shall guard you here. Hasten your breakthrough. The 5 poisons boy urged. Cui Wuhu promptly seated himself cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the half-broken insight card. As he grasped the card, an aura of martial insight enveloped him, and his internal meridians instantaneously began to operate along the designated route of the half-broken brocade. The celestial pill. At that moment, the 5 poisons boy raised his hand, retrieving a celestial pill from its vial and promptly placing it into Cui Wuhu's mouth. Chapter 371, The Ghost Domain. Lei Jiodong's tactics in a secret chamber within a manor in Longbei County. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by 3 individuals, Yan Nantian, Ding Peng, and Li Chunzhou, who had recently appeared. The 3 bore a solemn demeanor, their energies contained. As for Fei, Xiao Qiushui, and Zhuge Jinghua, they were absent. Fei had been dispatched on a mission. A few days prior, Su Chun had entrusted the relic to Xiao Qiushui, who was now in seclusion, refining it. Zhuge Jinghua was assisting Su Chun with matters concerning the martial world of the northern 9 counties. This time, Su Chun personally led a covert operation to Longbei County. The relic had failed to draw out the personnel from the Qinglong Temple, indicating that the recent death of Xue Shaoran was undoubtedly linked to them. They seemed fearful of us discovering the motive behind their actions. Su Chun spoke gravely. Despite releasing the relic and arranging for individuals to compete for it, along with having Xiao Qiushui absorb its power, none of these efforts have compelled the Qinglong Temple to act. Hence, I am now convinced that Xue Shaoran's demise is indeed connected to them. To commit such an act and remain so silent, what exactly does the Qinglong Temple intend to accomplish? This aspect remained a conundrum for Su Chun. Since the Qinglong Temple had already intervened, they should not cease their actions. Currently, in the northern 9 counties, no other princely factions exist within the martial world. Those who previously constrained the Qinglong Temple to silence in the capital now likely hope for its resurgence. Given the Qinglong Temple's esteemed position within the esoteric sect, they could easily summon other Buddhist masters to their aid. With their own profound foundation, they should be capable of opposing the Qinglong society and Su Chun's forces. However, there had been no further developments, leaving Su Chun in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, a hurried sound resonated from outside the secret chamber. The stone door of the chamber swung open, and Xue Yiren emerged. Long before, Xue Yiren had arrived in Longbei County, diligently investigating whether the death of Xue Shaoran was connected to the Qinglong Temple. With a serious countenance, Xue Yiren approached Su Chun, sword in hand. Master, I have identified the one who killed my brother. He is within the Qinglong Temple. Xue Yiren spoke in a low voice. However, I am somewhat puzzled, for the assailant is not a monk. Not a monk. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Then how could this person be found in the Qinglong Temple? Su Chun inquired. I have yet to ascertain the identity of the individual. Xue Yiren shook his head. Is that so? There are several experts of the heavenly 9 tribulations within the Qinglong Temple. Su Chun remarked. 4 of them are at the heavenly 9 tribulations level. 1 at the heavenly 8 tribulations, 2 at the heavenly 7 tribulations, and approximately 10 ranging from heavenly 6 tribulations to heavenly 1 tribulations. Xue Yiren replied. The strength of the Qinglong Temple is indeed formidable. Su Chun exclaimed, impressed by Xue Yiren's words. First, we must thoroughly investigate the identity of this individual, and then consider how to deal with the Qinglong Temple. Their power is immense, and we must proceed with caution. A direct confrontation would leave us lacking absolute assurance, unless we can summon the Night Emperor in the future from the capital. However, the Night Emperor is currently engaged with the Evil Alliance in the capital, seeking information, and thus cannot return to the northern 9 counties for the time being. My subordinates will relay the image to the capital. Xue Yiren continued. The Qinglong Association has not established an intelligence network of its own, relying instead on the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Now that the Jinfeng Shiyu building has established itself in the capital, the intelligence resources will be more comprehensive. I believe we will soon acquire information about that person. At this moment, Beyond the borders, within the Wudi Gate, Dugu Wudi wore a troubled expression. For some time, he had been unable to find an opportunity to strike against the Ghost Domain's grand leader, Lei Jiudong. After obtaining resources from the Tianshan sect, Lei Jiudong seemed to have vanished. Lei Xingchuan kept insisting that Lei Jiudong was in seclusion. Yet, Dugu Wudi harbored doubts about this explanation. Qimyan Hu, have there been any updates from your end? Dugu Wudi inquired, glancing at the Yuan poisoned immortal beside him. There have been no updates. Yuan poisoned immortal shook his head. Qimyan Hu had been dispatched to the Ghost Domain to investigate Lei Jiudong's whereabouts, but thus far, not a single piece of news had arrived. Lu Sheng-Yijian had already reached the Wudi Gate, and he could not afford to keep Lu Sheng-Yijian waiting for too long. After all, their master was preparing to confront the Qinglong Temple and required skilled fighters, so he needed to locate Lei Jiudong swiftly, allowing Lu Sheng-Yijian to take action. Once Lei Jiudong was eliminated, competition would inevitably arise among the major leaders of the Ghost Domain, granting him an opportunity to infiltrate it. Immediately contact the enigmatic Qimyan Fox, urging him to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of Lei Jiudong, commanded Dugu Wudi. Understood, replied the Elder of 10,000 Poisons, bowing as he exited the Grand Hall. In a secluded area of the Ghost Domain, Qimyan Fox knelt before Lei Jiudong. Dugu Wudi has persistently instructed you to track my movements. Do you comprehend the reasoning behind this? Lei Jiudong spoke softly. I truly have no knowledge of it. Ever since Elder of 10,000 Poisons appeared at the Invincible Sect, most of Dugu Wudi's information has been relayed through him. Qimyan Fox responded. Is Guanqi still with your Invincible Sect? Lei Jiudong inquired. Indeed, he has not departed. Qimyan Fox confirmed. It is fortunate he remains. It serves as a gift I bestow upon the Tianshan sect, Lei Jiudong declared solemnly. My lord, does this imply an intention to act against Dugu Wudi? Qimyan Fox asked, momentarily taken aback. Dugu Wudi harbors grand ambitions. If allowed to flourish unchecked, the Ghost Domain would be imperiled. I am wary of the Tianshan pavilion behind him, which hinders my ability to act. However, Dugu Wudi's actions against members of the Tianshan sect warrant their pursuit of vengeance, do they not? Lei Jiudong spoke with a hint of amusement. But does this not entangle our Ghost Domain as well? Qimyan Fox questioned, perplexed. The matters concerning the Tianshan sect are entirely unrelated to the Ghost Domain. It is a self-directed act by Dugu Wudi of the Invincible Sect. I have already elucidated this to Elder Feng of the Southern Mountain of the Tianshan sect. Lei Jiudong replied gently. Elder Feng of the Southern Mountain, do you refer to Elder Feng Beihua, the one rumored to have contended with Mu Fengyun for the position of sect master? Qimyan Fox interjected. Precisely, Elder Feng Beihua and I have been long-standing friends. He has come to address the issues surrounding Bai Qingtian, Lei Jiudong stated. Since Dugu Wudi seeks my whereabouts, you shall convey them to him. I wish to discern his intentions. Lei Jiudong's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Yes, I understand. Qimyan Fox bowed and exited the chamber, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. After Qimyan Fox departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, Suiyun, the second-in-command of the Ghost Domain. Chief, given that Qimyan Fox has betrayed Dugu Wudi, should we be cautious of her potentially betraying us as well? Suiyun queried. Qimyan Fox is an astute individual. Moreover, she is one I strategically positioned beside Dugu Wudi. Lei Jiudong replied. Chapter 372. The Tianshan sect approaches. The Invincible Sect in peril. Upon hearing Lei Jiudong's words, Suiyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qimyan Fox was actually placed beside Dugu Wudi by Lei Jiudong. He felt a surge of admiration for Lei Jiudong's cunning. Chief, what shall be our course of action? Suiyun asked. The members of the Tianshan sect have arrived. We need only observe. Lei Jiudong responded with a solemn tone. The Tianshan sect has arrived. Suiyun exclaimed in astonishment, having not foreseen their arrival. Indeed, this is precisely why I instructed Qimyan Fox to return to the Invincible Sect. Dugu Wudi sought my whereabouts with a singular purpose, to strike at me from the shadows. If he succeeded in taking my life, he would undoubtedly continue to encroach upon the Ghost Domain. However, I shall not afford him such an opportunity. The members of the Tianshan sect are already following the thousand-faced fox back to the Invincible Gate, Lei Jiudong remarked coldly. How could someone capable of commanding the Ghost Domain be merely a simpleton? Dugu Wudi dispatched the thousand-faced fox to investigate my movements, which made it clear to me that he intended to take action against me. Therefore, I reached out to the Tianshan sect, planning to utilize their strength to eliminate Dugu Wudi. The chief informant from the capital has conveyed news that the two leaders of the North Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion exerted immense pressure on the regional governor of the Great Zhou, demonstrating formidable power. If we were to slay Dugu Wudi, it is likely that we would attract the ire of the Tianya Pavilion, Su Xiong stated solemnly. Whether Dugu Wudi falls by my hand or not is inconsequential. It is the Tianshan sect that will deal his demise, which has no bearing on us. Let us proceed to witness the unfolding drama. I am eager to see how Dugu Wudi intends to take my life, relying on that Guanqi. Lei Jiudong's eyes glimmered with cold light. His curiosity piqued regarding Dugu Wudi's methods. Having spoken, he departed with Su Xiong towards the Invincible Gate. At the Invincible Gate, within the main hall, the master of the sect addressed his audience. I have discerned the movements of Lei Jiudong, the chief of the Ghost Domain. Here lies the internal map of the Ghost Domain and the location where Lei Jiudong is in seclusion. The thousand-faced fox produced a map of the Ghost Domain, marking the site of Lei Jiudong's retreat. As Dugu Wudi accepted the map from the thousand-faced fox, excitement illuminated his features. Once he locates Lei Jiudong, he is certain that Lu Xingyijian would be able to eliminate him. Lei Jiudong, tomorrow you shall meet your end, Dugu Wudi murmured to himself, planning to summon Lu Xingyijian for the task. While the fate of Lei Jiudong remains uncertain, one thing is assured: you shall not survive this night. Those who dare harm the members of the Tianshan sect have no chance of living. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from beyond the hall. Dugu Wudi's pupils contracted sharply. Three figures then entered from outside the hall, clad in white robes adorned with golden snow lotus embroidery. Members of the Tianshan sect. Dugu Wudi's heart sank at their appearance, caught off guard by their arrival, and instinctively glanced at the thousand-faced fox. The thousand-faced fox, initially taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. She now understood that Lei Jiudong had summoned her back to guide the Tianshan sect. Realizing this, she hastily retreated. You have betrayed me. Dugu Wudi's expression darkened as he watched the thousand-faced fox dart away. He had never anticipated her treachery, especially considering he had once saved her life. Each serves their own master. I am but a pawn of the chief in the Invincible Gate, the thousand-faced fox asserted. Despite Dugu Wudi's somewhat domineering nature, he had treated her well. Yet, she was clearly aligned with Lei Jiudong. Lei Jiudong, truly deserving of his reputation as the chief of the Ghost Domain, is a master of cunning, Dugu Wudi mused, falling into a contemplative silence. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the three members of the Tianshan sect standing before him and inquired, Might I ask for your esteemed names? I am Feng Beihua of the Tianshan sect, and these two are my junior brothers, Mei Yingheng and Xiao Suo. Your strength is woefully inadequate. Summon Guanqi forth, and I shall escort you on your journey to the afterlife. Alternatively, should you possess any hidden trump cards, I would grant you the opportunity to call upon them. The foremost figure spoke. Prior to their arrival, they had gathered intelligence on the Invincible sect. Aware that this Dugu Wudi hailed from the now-renowned Tianya Pavilion in the Great Zhou, prompting the Tianshan sect to dispatch 2 from the 8th layer of celestial beings and 1 from the 7th layer. They feared that the Invincible sect concealed formidable experts. Upon hearing the names of the 3, Dugu Wudi's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was unfamiliar with them, their reputations were well known to him. Feng Beihua and Mei Ying were both formidable figures of the 8th layer, while Xiao Suo belonged to the 7th layer. Notably, Feng Beihua's prowess approached that of the 9th layer of celestial beings, making him the strongest among the trio. As he pondered this, the rear figure, Xiao Suo, stepped forward, an immense aura emanating from him, pressing down upon Dugu Wudi. Crack! Under the oppressive force of Xiao Suo, the stones beneath Dugu Wudi's feet shattered, blood trickling from his eyes, mouth, and nose. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Demonic dissolution. Without a moment's hesitation, Dugu Wudi ignited the blood within him, fervently seeking the chance to mobilize his body. Elder Wandu, instruct Guanqi to retreat. I will hold them off for a moment. Dugu Wudi bellowed to the Wandu immortal beside him. The implication that Guanqi was present here incited a glint of cold light in Xiao Suo's eyes, as he moved with swiftness, his longsword slicing towards Dugu Wudi. This was merely a pretext to grant Dugu Wudi an opportunity to summon aid, yet once he struck, he would show no mercy. Observing the unfolding events, Dugu Wudi activated his demonic extinction technique, enveloped in a thick barrier of energy bolstered by the demonic dissolution technique, placing it before the oncoming sword light. However, This barrier merely delayed the sword's advance for an instant. In the next moment, the energy shield shattered, and the sword light loomed before his chest. Swoosh! As the sword light passed, a gaping wound appeared on Dugu Wudi's chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. The gap in their strengths was insurmountable. Master, flee! Seeing this, Wandu Immortal immediately launched an attack towards Xiao Suo, striving to create an escape route for Dugu Wudi. If you seek death, I shall gladly escort you on your final journey, Xiao Suo declared as he struck again. The sword light resembling a silver flash that surged towards Wandu Immortal. Wandu Immortal threw a punch in an attempt to intercept the blade, but a horrifying shriek erupted as the punch and arm were ensnared by the sword light, instantly severed. Swoosh! The scream abruptly ceased. A deep gash appearing in Wandu Immortal's throat. Is Guanqi still not revealed? Xiao Suo slowly approached Dugu Wudi. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from outside the hall as the towering Kuan Wu emerged, unleashing a punch that released a tremendous wave of energy, colliding with the air and producing a deafening sound that reverberated painfully in the ears. Seeking death. However, at this moment, beside the sorrowful figure of the painting, Mei Ying pointed with a graceful hand, and a silvery beam pierced through the air, striking directly into the brow of Kun Wu. Thud! The immense body collapsed onto the ground, resonating with a thunderous sound. At this juncture, within the inner sanctum of the Invincible Sect's rear hall, in a secluded chamber, Guanqi and Lu Xingyijian simultaneously opened their eyes. This is bad, they exclaimed in unison as they rushed out of the secret room. Chapter 373, Lu Xingyijian. With a single sword strike, no chance for regret. Within the hall, the invincible Dugu was grievously injured, blood oozing from the wound on his chest, and his vital essence was rapidly dissipating. The strike from Tianshan Sect's Xiao Suo had not only left a scar on his chest, but had also allowed the sword energy to invade his body, damaging his internal organs and disrupting the normal circulation of his vital energy and blood. Without the ability to circulate his energy and blood, his chest wound could not heal. If this continued, he would slowly bleed to death. Such an injury might not seem severe, yet Xiao Suo cast a glance at Dugu Wudi and muttered to himself. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, sending a surge of energy crashing into Dugu Wudi. Uft! A mouthful of blood was expelled. Dugu Wudi's complexion became even paler, and his gaze turned fiercely towards the Tianshan Sect's Xiao Suo. The latter's strike had displaced all of Dugu's internal organs. What do you intend to do? If you wish to kill me, then do it, Dugu Wudi strained to utter, eager to comprehend Xiao Suo's intentions. It is rumored that Guanqi has acquired the golden plum vase, which he enjoys using in battle. I am quite curious to see its effects, Xiao Suo declared. The repeated use of the golden plum vase could drive a person mad, and from prior information, he was aware that Guanqi had used it several times. Keeping Dugu Wudi alive was merely a means to allow Guanqi to use it on him. Moreover, they were also intrigued by the golden plum vase. Bringing it back to the Tianshan sect would be immensely beneficial. Upon hearing this, a hint of desolation flickered in Dugu Wudi's eyes. In his previous life, he had cultivated the extinction divine art to the 13th level, only to be defeated by Yuan Feiyang, who had perfected the celestial silkworm divine art. In this life, his defeat was even more tragic. He had been struck down by a single sword, grievously wounded, forced to watch his life ebb away while being used as a pawn to test Guanqi. You should kill me, or you will come to regret it. Dugu Wudi solemnly addressed Xiao Suo of the Tianshan sect. As for Guanqi's use of the golden plum vase, outsiders were unaware of the circumstances. However, they knew there were no side effects, merely the consumption of the vase's energy. Once Guanqi arrived, Dugu's injuries would surely heal. We can kill you at any time, Xiao Suo retorted with disdain in his eyes. Dugu Wudi's strength was far too weak, only at the 3rd difficulty of the celestial realm. While such power might seem formidable to the average person, for someone like him, who had stepped into the 7th difficulty of the celestial realm, taking Dugu Wudi's life would require but a single sword strike. Had he known that Dugu Wudi had only been at the soul refinement stage a few months prior, his thoughts would have been quite different. Yet, after acquiring resources from the Tianshan sect, Dugu's strength had surged from the 1st to the 3rd difficulty of the celestial realm. Such rapid advancement was truly alarming. The specter of the ghost domain, Lei Jiu, had also discerned this threat, which is why he had enlisted the Tianshan sect to eliminate the formidable Dugu Wudi. He could never allow such a perilous figure to exist within the vicinity of the ghost domain. Boom! As the desolate voice fell, a figure surged into the grand hall. Towering in stature and radiating a formidable aura akin to a colossal whale amidst tumultuous waves, it was none other than Guanxi. Upon entering the hall, he beheld the gravely injured Dugu Wudi landing directly before him. At that moment, Dugu Wudi's complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath faint. Yet his gaze shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Though defeated, his spirit remained unyielding. Guanxi directed his energy towards Dugu Wudi, quickly realizing the severity of his injuries. He had no choice but to employ the power of the golden plum vase. Without hesitation, the golden plum vase materialized in his palm, emanating a tremendous pulling force. A unique life energy flowed from the vase into his hand, and ultimately into Dugu Wudi. As this energy coursed through Dugu Wudi, the sword wound on his chest began to mend, and the lingering sword energy within his internal organs and meridians gradually began to dissipate. The marvel of the golden plum vase was truly astonishing. Feng Beihua remarked, "Take action and eliminate them," he commanded. With Guanxi's arrival and the demonstration of the golden plum vase's prowess, it was time to confront their adversaries. However, as Xiao Suo prepared to strike, he suddenly shivered, every hair on his body standing on end as he sensed a lethal threat. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him like a wraith. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Suo, shaken to his core, swung his long sword, yet his blade merely struck a shadow. Before him, a glimmer of sword light flashed past. Swoosh! A scar appeared on his forehead. The drawn sword remained unsheathed, leaving him standing there, motionless. Not far from him stood a masked individual, none other than Lu Xingyijian, who had accompanied Guanxi. The opposing side boasted 2 warriors of the 8th heavenly difficulty and 1 of the 7th. Guanxi, having recently elevated his strength to the 7th heavenly difficulty, coupled with the golden plum vase and his own surging energy, had no trouble confronting a warrior of the 8th difficulty. He could manage one opponent while leaving the other 7th difficulty warrior to Lu Xingyijian. As Guanxi drew the attention of the crowd, Lu Xingyijian swiftly eliminated one adversary, leaving Xiao Suo with no opportunity for regret. "Who are you?" Upon witnessing Lu Xingyijian's emergence, Feng Beihua's pupils constricted sharply. The speed at which the opponent appeared and struck was astonishing, his consciousness unable to keep pace. His gaze instinctively turned towards Xiao Suo. Meanwhile, Mei Yingheng's form flickered, appearing before Xiao Suo to check on his condition. Thud! To his dismay, Xiao Suo's body collapsed to the ground. What? Upon witnessing the situation, Mei Yingheng reached out and seized the desolate figure of Xiao Suo. A sword scar marred his brow. A fatal strike. As he probed the wound with his energy, a surge of sword aura erupted from the injury, prompting Mei Yingheng to unleash his own energy in response. The sword aura was shattered, yet Xiao Suo's lifeless body fell to the ground. You! Mei Yingheng's gaze turned icy, and like a released arrow, he left behind a fleeting shadow as he appeared before Lu Xingyijian. One hand transformed into a claw, aimed directly at Lu Xingyijian's chest. However, Lu Xingyijian evaded the confrontation, swiftly retreating several steps. At that moment, Guanxi had already healed Dugu Wudi, and he surged toward Mei Yingheng, his internal energy roaring forth like a tumultuous sea, striking out with a palm. "You shall contend with me," Guanxi declared with a low shout. Boom! His palm struck the air, creating a thunderous sound. Mei Yingheng, who had initially targeted Lu Xingyijian, suddenly sensed an overwhelming force akin to a mountain barreling toward him. His pupils constricted sharply. He countered with a fist, transforming his claw into a punch. Bang! The deep resonance of their energies colliding echoed, and both combatants were forced to retreat. "Guanxi, how can your energy be so profound?" Mei Yingheng exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his face. Chapter 374, Fierce Engagement. Savage slaughter the 7th stage of celestial beings, daring to clash with a powerful opponent of the 8th stage. Remarkably, he held his ground. "That is due to your own feeble energy. This is why you contend with me, rather than him. You are merely a pawn left for me. 8th stage of celestial beings, let me see if you can withstand my assault," Guanxi proclaimed, his body crackling with energy as it surged forth like a tidal wave. His internal energy flowed vigorously, igniting his vitality, as he regarded Mei Yingheng with the predatory gaze of a hunter. "Guanxi, you court death. You truly seek your own demise." Mei Yingheng roared, his throat erupting with furious indignation. As an 8th stage celestial being, he could not tolerate the disdain of a mere 7th stage warrior. Boom. In his wrath, Mei Yingheng's aura surged violently, an icy chill permeating the hall. As snowflakes materialized amidst the energy, Tianshan cold shadow fist. Mei Yingheng shouted, grasping with his hand, as boundless cold energy swirled within, forming a vortex of frost. Boom. It collided with Guanqi's fist. The innate, formless sword energy clashed as Guanqi unleashed his innate limitless energy, the sword aura sharp and the cold energy domineering. The two were locked in a fierce exchange. Rumbling. The explosive energies reverberated, threatening to collapse the very palace itself. At that moment, Qin Mianhu, who had been observing from the sidelines, changed countenance, preparing to flee. Yet, as she turned, the now rejuvenated Dugawudi appeared before her. With a swift motion, he seized the throat of the thousand-faced fox. "I am eager to know the whereabouts of Lei Jiudong," declared Dugawudi. "Master, spare my life, and I shall reveal to you the location of Lei Jiudong." The thousand-faced fox hastily responded. "You lack the standing to bargain with me." Dugawudi's grip intensified. The color drained from the thousand-faced fox's face, turning a shade of deep purple as he struggled to pry open Dugawudi's hand, only to be met with an insurmountable force. "Lei Jiudong should be on his way," stammered the thousand-faced fox. Dugawudi's grip slightly relented. "You claim Lei Jiudong is on his way. I suspect so. He is the one who lured the Tianshan sect here. Given his nature, he will undoubtedly arrive to tie up loose ends and seize control of your invincible sect," the thousand-faced fox explained. "Then it appears you are of no further use to me." As Dugawudi spoke, he tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, the thousand-faced fox's neck was abruptly twisted. At this moment, the atmosphere was most still, belonging solely to Lu Sheng Yijian and Feng Beihua, who stood in a tense standoff. "Who are you?" Feng Beihua's icy gaze pierced through Lu Sheng Yijian, who emanated an aura of danger. "You need not know my identity. Today, only one of us shall leave this grand hall," Lu Sheng Yijian declared in a grave tone. Feng Beihua's strength was near the peak of the Celestial Nine Trials. Yet he had not broken through. Lu Sheng Yijian had recently entered this stage as well. The outcome of their encounter would reveal who would triumph. "Is that so?" Feng Beihua's eyes turned steely as he lunged forward, raising his hand to deliver a seemingly simple strike. However, as he unleashed this blow, it resonated with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a tempestuous storm. Tianshan sect, thunderstorm palm. This technique was akin to thunder. Before Lu Sheng Yijian, the strike descended with destructive force. In response, he swiftly wielded his sword, the speed rivaling that of the falling thunder. The two forces collided with a resounding thud, causing both combatants to stagger apart. In that fleeting moment, Lu Sheng Yijian swung his sword once more, advancing with determination. Feng Beihua summoned his power, imbued with the essence of wind and thunder. "Let us see if you can withstand my wind-thunder force." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Feng Beihua channeled his energy into his palm, escalating with intensity. Intent on clashing with Lu Sheng Yijian head-on, the force struck the blade of Lu Sheng Yijian's sword, surging through it towards Feng Beihua's arm. Lu Sheng Yijian deftly reversed his grip, the blade spinning into a shimmering shadow, releasing a torrent of sword energy. Feng Beihua retreated, narrowly evading the assault. The sword energy crashed into the ground, shattering rocks that scattered in all directions, precisely where Feng Beihua had retreated. He waved his hand to shatter the incoming debris. However, at that moment, Lu Sheng Yijian soared into the air, unleashing a swift and powerful strike. Not good. The wind howled as Feng Beihua's expression shifted unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that Lu Sheng Yijian would lay such a clever trap upon drawing his sword. Raising his palm, he summoned the force of wind and thunder. The energy surged within his hand, forming a formidable barrier that met Lu Sheng Yijian's strike head-on. A resounding crash echoed as the sword's energy descended, causing the ground beneath Feng Beihua to shatter violently, fragments of earth and wind colliding with the onslaught of energy, instantly disintegrating into dust. As the dust rose, the scene before Feng Beihua grew increasingly obscured. In that very moment, Lu Sheng Yijian unleashed another devastating blow, the roar resounding once more, thickening the haze around them. Angered by the successive assaults, Feng Beihua propelled himself forward, intent on dispelling the sword strike of Lu Sheng Yijian. As he launched his counterattack, Lu Sheng Yijian transformed into a fleeting shadow, landing gracefully, his right hand lifted as his energy surged, the sword spinning in his grasp before shooting towards Feng Beihua. With a swift motion, Feng Beihua raised his palm to deflect Lu Sheng Yijian's strike. Yet, at that moment, Lu Sheng Yijian accelerated abruptly, appearing before him like a specter. In a flash, he drew his second long blade, piercing directly into Feng Beihua's chest. Stunned, Feng Beihua momentarily froze, but Lu Sheng Yijian retreated swiftly, seizing the previously launched sword in his hand. A glimmer of light flashed as the blade found its mark in Feng Beihua's throat. With a finger pointed accusatorily at Lu Sheng Yijian, Feng Beihua attempted to utter something, but only managed a single word, "You." Lu Sheng Yijian, unperturbed, withdrew his sword, and with a swift motion, drew the blade lodged in Feng Beihua's chest into his grasp. "This battle is mine. You shall perish," he declared, casting his gaze towards the battlefield of Guanqi. Perhaps sensing Feng Beihua's predicament, Mei Yingheng hesitated momentarily. However, in a duel between masters, even a fleeting moment could lead to significant losses. Guanqi would not squander this opportunity. Channeling all his energy into his fists, he struck with tremendous force. Mei Yingheng could only brace himself with crossed arms. The impact reverberated as Guanqi's fist collided with Mei Yingheng's arms, resulting in an explosive release of energy that flooded into Mei Yingheng's limbs. He felt as if his arms would shatter under the strain. A look of agony etched upon his face. Simultaneously, a surge of energy coursed through him, leaving him feeling as if crushed beneath a mountain. In that instant, the ground beneath Mei Yingheng erupted violently, debris soaring like cannonballs in all directions as his energy dissipated. With a thud, he fell to his knees, blood spurting from his mouth and seeping from his orifices. Seizing the moment, Guanqi did not relent. He continued to unleash a barrage of punches. After several strikes, Mei Yingheng was brutally beaten to death, his body collapsing to the ground, veins ruptured, blood gushing forth. In Chapter 375, drawn out, "I Shall Kill You," the hall was suffused with the stench of blood as Guanqi suppressed his aura, wiping the blood from his fists. In his gaze lingered an unfulfilled desire. "Since Lei Jiudong has made his move, let us eliminate him and seize the ghost domain," Guanshi Qi stated solemnly. According to intelligence from the thousand-faced fox, Lei Jiudong was likely lurking outside the invincible sect. "We shall draw him out and slay him. Gongsun So, how much longer will you hide?" As he spoke, Dugu Wudi cast a stern glance toward the palace entrance. Kunwu had arrived, but fell victim to an attack. Gongsun So had accompanied him, but refrained from intervening, lingering in the shadows. Upon hearing Dugu Wudi's words, Gongsun So leapt swiftly into the great hall. "I have seen the sect master," he thought, eager to justify himself, yet at a loss for words, for he had just been paralyzed by fear and failed to act. Bang! As his words fell, Dugu Wudi struck him squarely in the chest. With a spurt of blood, Gongsun So cried out, "Spare me, sect master! Spare me! I shall not take your life." The thousand-faced fox indicated that Lei Jiudong should be following closely, yet he has not appeared. "He must be outside my invincible sect. You will lure him out," Dugu Wudi said coldly. "I shall certainly draw Lei Jiudong out." Gongsun So replied, "I hope you fulfill this task, for if not, the power I have left within you will seep into your organs, causing them to rupture and leading to your demise. Now go," commanded Dugu Wudi. "Thank you, sect master." Gongsun So clutched his chest and made his way outside the hall, fervently hoping that the words of the thousand-faced fox were indeed true and that Lei Jiudong awaited him beyond the gates. Meanwhile, outside the invincible sect, Lei Jiudong and Suiyun stood concealed in the shadows. "Boss, they must be engaged in battle inside. Should we not take a look?" Suiyun inquired. "I initially wished to observe, but I fear the Tianshan sect may misunderstand our intentions. Let us wait here until their members emerge before we proceed," Lei Jiudong replied, his brow slightly furrowed. The Tianshan sect had been inside for some time. Logically, they should have concluded their business and exited by now, yet they had not. Pondering this, a figure shot out from the gates. The fleeing figure spewed blood from his mouth. "Boss, that is Gongsun So. It appears Dugu Wudi and Guanshi Qi have perished," Suiyun remarked upon recognizing the escaping Gongsun South. "Indeed, yet we cannot allow him to escape. We must follow him, ascertain the situation within from him, and then deal with him accordingly," Lei Jiudong declared. The two figures hastened in pursuit of Gongsun So's fleeing form. In a forested area, Gongsun So's anxiety grew with each step. He feared that Lei Jiudong was not outside. What has happened to Mr. Lei, that he is in such haste? Just as this worry coursed through his mind, a low voice resonated beside him. Gong Sun So's heart leapt with joy, yet his expression shifted as he did not pause in his flight. Before him, a figure appeared. It was Su Xiong. Su Dankong, how did you come to be here? Gong Sun So halted, regarding Su Xiong with wary eyes. Mr. Gong Sun seems to be gravely injured. What transpired at the Invincible Sect? Tell me, perhaps I can assist Mr. Gong Sun. Su Xiong remarked, gazing at Gong Sun. South Su, the head of the sect, the master, and Mr. Guanqi were slain by the Tianshan sect. Currently, their members are inside the treasury of the Invincible Sect. Gong Sun So replied, you won't be able to leave. At that moment, Lei Jiudong emerged from the shadows. What do you mean, Lei? Gong Sun So's expression changed as he looked at Lei Jiudong. The meaning is quite simple. It signifies your demise. Su Xiong squinted as he spoke, his feet pushing off the ground as he lunged toward Gong Sun South. Gong Sun So swiftly retreated. However, the opponent's speed was astonishing. And just as the hand was about to grasp his head, Master, save me, Gong Sun So cried out. His cry startled Su Xiong, momentarily slowing his hand. Although his momentum was slightly hindered, he still advanced. Just as his hand was closing in on Gong Sun So, a tremendous force suddenly pulled Gong Sun So away, causing Su Xiong's hand to grasp nothing but air. Su Xiong quickly retreated, his gaze fixed upon the figure of Dugu Wudi, who had appeared behind Gong Sun So. A bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he glanced at Lei Jiudong. Let us go. Lei Jiudong turned and departed. How can you leave, Lei? Guanqi's figure materialized before him. Guanqi, Dugu Wudi, are you both unharmed? This is troublesome. Lei Jiudong thought to himself as he spoke. If both Guanqi and Dugu Wudi are unscathed, it indicates that something has gone awry with the Tianshan sect. Yet, he was also filled with doubt. Feng Beihua and his companions possessed the strength of 2 heavenly 8 difficulties, especially as Feng Beihua was on the verge of reaching heavenly 9 difficulties. Could it be that Lei Jiudong hoped for our misfortune? Dugu Wudi regarded Lei Jiudong and inquired, Of course, I do not wish for that. However, Brother Dugu, what do you intend by blocking my path? To kill you. Guanqi interjected. Kill me? A look of astonishment crossed Lei Jiudong's face, yet in that moment of surprise, he suddenly raised his hand and struck toward Guanqi. Though he was unaware of the events unfolding within the Invincible Sect, he knew that only by overcoming Guanqi could he seize the opportunity to escape. As Lei Jiudong made his move, lightning crackled from his palm, emitting a thunderous sound. His form blurred, showcasing immense strength from the very outset. His friendship with Feng Beihua attested to his formidable prowess. After all, Feng Beihua himself was a force of heavenly 8 difficulties, and so too was Lei Jiudong. Otherwise, he could not have risen to the rank of the head of the ghost domain. Upon witnessing Lei Jiudong's strength, excitement flickered in Guanqi's eyes. Previously, he had fought against Mei Ying and had fared well, but after the death of Feng Beihua, his spirit wavered just enough for his opponent to seize the chance and strike him down. That had felt rather unearned. Now, however, Lei Jiudong piqued his interest. The fists were unleashed with the ferocity of a tempest, striking with relentless force. The power of each blow transformed into an innate sword energy, cascading forth like a torrential downpour. In an instant, a colossal vortex of energy erupted, accompanied by a howling tempest that resonated with the intensity of their clash. The air crackled with electric fervor as their hands collided with a thunderous roar. In the midst of this tumult, an overwhelming sound of thunder reverberated from their encounter. In that fleeting moment, flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, and the horrendous energy surged like a tidal wave, scattering debris in all directions. The atmosphere was filled with explosive sounds, while the ground trembled and dust swirled chaotically. Chapter 376, The Death of Lei Jiudong. The shift of the ghost domain. Observing the fierce confrontation, Su Xiong's expression darkened with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Guanqi could withstand Lei Jiudong's onslaught. His gaze shifted towards Dugu Wudi, whose aura fluctuated with the strength of a celestial being, yet still paled in comparison to Su Xiong, who had truly ascended to the 6th level of celestial prowess. Su Xiong felt confident in suppressing Dugu Wudi. Just as he prepared to move, an ominous presence suddenly locked onto him, instilling a profound sense of peril. This formidable energy indicated he was in the presence of an exceptionally dangerous individual. Suppressing at the 3rd level of celestial prowess, kill me, and you may escape unscathed, Dugu Wudi declared, addressing Su Xiong. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiong's expression shifted to one of delight. He was certain that the hidden adversary was beyond his capabilities, and if they sought his life, escape would be futile. However, if he could vanquish Dugawudi, he would seize the opportunity to flee. This was his moment. Even if he suppressed his strength to the 3rd level of celestial prowess, he felt confident in his ability to defeat Dugawudi. Kill! Suiyun bellowed, compressing a surge of energy with his voice, directing it like a tidal wave towards Dugawudi. Though his power was restrained, Suiyun had been a martial artist at the 6th level for many years. He sought to create an advantage for himself, refusing to grant Dugawudi any opportunity. After the shockwave of sound dissipated, Suiyun lunged towards Dugawudi. As he charged, he deftly grasped the hilt of a soft sword that materialized at his waist. The blade emerged, imbued with dark energy that coursed into it, resembling a venomous serpent aiming for Dugawudi's heart. The speed was blinding, transforming into a streak of darkness that exhaled black sword energy. Suiyun exerted every ounce of his strength. Though he could not unleash the energy of the 6th level, he maximized the potential of his 3rd level prowess. He was resolute that Dugawudi could not evade this strike. Despite Suiyun's belief in the ferocity of his attack, Dugawudi maintained an unervingly calm demeanor. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow. The 13th level of the eradication demon technique erupted from his fist, colliding with the sword's tip, producing a piercing shriek. With a resounding impact, their fists met the blade, and both combatants were thrust backward simultaneously. As Suiyun retreated, he propelled himself off the ground, his long sword shifting forms in an instant, unleashing a relentless torrent of sword energy akin to a torrential downpour. The speed, power, and explosive force of the sword aura surged dramatically. Dugawudi, observing Suiyun's eruption of strength, narrowed his gaze. The sword energy emanating from Suiyun was fiercely potent, seemingly capable of shredding everything in its wake. As the sword shadows targeted the vital points surrounding Dugawudi, the sword energy collided with his protective barrier, threatening to tear it asunder. With a low growl, Dugawudi pushed off the ground, channeling the devastating magic of his body. A violent power erupted from his clenched fist. With a thunderous crash, he struck out, colliding with the long sword, producing a resonating clang. In the midst of the clash, he swiftly reversed his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that pressed down upon the long sword. The energy quivered at the sword's tip, causing the sword's aura to shatter instantly. In that moment, the sword softened. As it did, he flicked his fingers, causing the tip to pivot and shoot towards Suiyun. Startled, Suiyun instinctively maneuvered his long sword. In that fleeting instant, Dugawudi transformed into a mere shadow, appearing before Suiyun. He unleashed a powerful punch. Sensing the imminent threat, Suiyun released his grip on the long sword, retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists collided midair. Dugawudi proclaimed, "Even if we are of equal standing, your energy may not surpass mine." Suiyun retorted coldly, "Heavenly demon disintegration technique." Dugawudi's voice rang out, and the energy in his fist surged exponentially. With a resounding impact, Suiyun's arm erupted with explosive force, his veins bursting and blood gushing forth as he staggered backward. He attempted to speak, but Dugawudi denied him the chance, pressing the advantage as he stepped forward, raising his fist once more like a mountain descending upon him. With a thunderous crack, he struck. Suiyun let out a low roar, the energy of the 6 celestial beings within him erupting in response. Yet a chilling aura latched onto his vital points, preventing his full power from manifesting as he helplessly watched Dugawudi's fist descend. His eyes reflected horror and resentment, yearning to scream. Yet Dugawudi's fist had already crashed down upon his head, blood and brain matter splattering forth. Thud! His body crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Jiudong seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, his focus entirely on his skirmish with Guanqi. This Guanqi was a madman, neglecting all defenses, engaging in a relentless brawl without fear of injury, relying on that golden plum vase. Do you think you can act with such impunity? Guanqi, overuse that vase, and you'll fall into madness. Then you'll know no one but the thrill of slaughter. Lei Jiudong growled, but the only response he received was Guanqi's fist. Under Guanqi's ferocious assault, Lei Jiudong's fury began to boil. The power of lightning surged within him, and a storm of energy erupted around him as he matched Guanqi's blows with his own. Boom, boom. The two individuals engaged in a relentless clash. The resounding thuds followed by a deep, thunderous explosion. The surroundings were engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, creating a formidable aura of energy. With another explosive sound, the two figures separated. Both bore the marks of battle, their chests caved in, ribs evidently fractured, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Your energy is indeed profound, which I did not anticipate. However, you still fall short. With that, Lei Jiu transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Guanxi in an instant. Thunder 9 strikes. His fist descended upon Guanxi's heart, 9 waves of energy surging forth from his fist, aimed directly at the vital point. To approach me is your misfortune, Guanxi scoffed, unleashing the formidable energy of the Jiangnan Qigong, which enveloped him in a protective shield. The strength of this technique was evident in its name, allowing Guanxi to contend with an opponent of higher prowess. Bang! The opponent's fist collided with Guanxi's energy shield, causing ripples that threatened to shatter it. Yet, it bought Guanxi a moment's reprieve. In that fleeting moment, he maneuvered his body, evading the fatal strike aimed at his heart. At that moment, Guanxi retaliated. The innate, formless sword energy converged upon his fist, striking swiftly at his opponent's heart. The powerful energy pierced through like a bolt from a crossbow. Bang! The two figures were violently thrown back. I have actually lost. Lei Jiu gazed at Guanxi, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, yet he acknowledged his defeat. Guanxi's heart remained unscathed, and the golden plum vase would aid in his recovery. Thud! He collapsed onto the ground, while Guanxi's injuries began to mend rapidly. Gather yourselves and proceed to the ghost domain. I shall transport the valuable items to the grand hall of the ghost domain and dispose of the worthless ones for you. The voice of Lu Sheng Yijian echoed in their ears, gradually fading as he moved further away. Tonight, the ghost domain changes hands. Chapter 377, Speculation, Sovereignty, and the breakthrough of the celestial 9 tribulations in the Great Zhou. At the capital, the sky was overcast, with a fine drizzle. Such weather was typical for early spring in the capital. On the upper floor of an inn, Murong Fu observed the pedestrians below, clad in broad-brimmed hats, raincoats, or wielding umbrellas. Creak! At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiao Ruan entered, gently closing the door behind her. Approaching Murong Fu, she donned a white dress. Her previous fierce demeanor replaced by an air of tranquility, void of any murderous intent, resembling a delicate flower. Your inner turmoil seems to have dissipated, and your strength has progressed. It appears you have gained valuable insights during this time, Murong Fu remarked. Thank you, young master. Xiao Ruoyan bowed respectfully to Murong Fu. Had it not been for his assistance, she may not have emerged from her mental impasse. She now willingly served at his side. Murong Fu possessed an appearance, intellect, and scholarly prowess that exceeded that of ordinary individuals, making it entirely unsurprising that women were captivated by him. Furthermore, he had aided Xiao Ruoyan in overcoming her emotional turmoil. There is no need for gratitude. How did your inquiries fare? Murong Fu inquired. Initially, he had contemplated heading to Jiangnan, but the establishment of the Jinfeng Shiyu building in the capital led him to believe that remaining in the capital would be more advantageous. The capital was vast, with intricate and convoluted power dynamics, and he perceived that opportunities awaited him there. He did not intend to form his own faction. Rather, he aspired to align himself with a certain force within the capital, immersing himself in the political landscape of the Great Zhou dynasty. The factions in the capital were closely intertwined with the courtiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Once he integrated into the capital's power structure, he would have the chance to engage with the courtiers or influential officials of the Great Zhou, which would significantly benefit the ruler's arrival in the capital. He had instructed Xiao Ruoyan to investigate a faction known as the Zhanjing Hall, which had connections to the lineage of the current crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, or rather, to the maternal clan of the crown prince. The master of Zhanjing Hall, Yuan, was a disciple of the third elder of the Xiao family, related to the crown prince's maternal lineage. If he could gain Yuan's favor, he would subsequently have the opportunity to ascend the path leading to the crown prince's faction in this lifetime. Murong Fu harbored no ambitions of becoming an emperor. However, he nurtured the desire for Su Chun to emerge as the sovereign of the realm. This was a nation of martial artists, where the strong ought to govern. Although Su Chun did not yet possess such aspirations, as his influence and strength grew, he would inevitably confront the Great Zhou dynasty. The Emperor of Zhou was a figure of exceptional talent, renowned for his martial prowess. It was said that he was a martial fanatic. Ordinarily, such a person would not be interested in imperial power. Yet, Upon reading the biography of the emperor, Morong Fu discovered that the emperor's intentions had been clear from the outset of his journey into the martial world. He sought imperial authority. This was understandable, given the chaotic era of warlords and fragmented territories, where various factions vied for control of the imperial throne. However, after ascending to the throne, the emperor devoted little time to governance, instead utilizing the resources of the great Zhou dynasty for his cultivation. Eventually, he entrusted the administration of the court to his ministers, and as his sons matured, the emperor selected 9 princes to oversee the affairs of the great Zhou dynasty, retreating into seclusion and neglecting court matters. Yet, prior to obtaining the throne, the emperor had already reached the pinnacle of the 9 trials of the celestial realm. For a practitioner at this level, the most crucial aspiration was to take that definitive step forward. This suggested that imperial power might facilitate that crucial advancement. My lord, Yuan of Zhangjing Hall will appear at the tea merchants' gathering in Xiu Garden 3 days hence. The president of the gathering is one of his women. If we attend the tea merchants' gathering, we should be able to meet Yuan. However, my lord, our identities are tenuous. If the other party investigates, we will lack a proper background. Xiao Ruoyan expressed her concerns. How could we lack a background? You and I hail from Yanzidou in Linjiang County of the 13 counties of Linjiang. We have merely resided there in seclusion, without interaction with the outside world. Morong Fu replied. During this period, he had enlisted Bai Choufei to assist him in crafting an identity. In the realm governed by the Tianxiao Alliance, within the Linjiang region, there exists an island known as Swallow Island, where an individual has ventured to the capital, believing himself to have attained sufficient strength to make a name for himself. Here is our information. Please peruse it. Morong Fu retrieved some documents from within his robes and presented them to Xiao Ruoyan. Indeed, Xiao Ruoyan immediately began to examine the materials. Is the investigation into Princess Danyang and the matters concerning Murong Qingchen still ongoing? After a brief pause, Morong Fu spoke again. The inquiry continues, but no one seems to be looking into Murong Qingchen. Rather, the focus is primarily on Princess Danyang. Rumors suggest that Niechong, the 3rd son of the Liwu king, intends to journey from the Huayuan region to the capital. Xiao Ruoyan remarked. Is this an attempt to compel the capital to swiftly uncover the murderer of Princess Danyang? Morong Fu's brow furrowed slightly. He was not eager for this matter to remain a topic of discussion. What is Niechong's level of strength? He inquired. Niechong is regarded as the most exceptional martial talent among the progeny of the Liwu king, having already reached the 4th stage of the celestial realm, Xiao Ruoyan replied, her tone revealing a hint of emotion. Had it not been for the Liwu king, Princess Danyang would not have been so domineering, and her brother would not have met his demise. Keep a close watch on his movements. Should he truly arrive, I shall take action to eliminate him, Morong Fu declared. Yet, I fear Niechong may be accompanied by formidable experts, Xiao Ruoyan cautioned. We need not act ourselves. Are there not several assassin organizations within the capital? They claim that as long as one can pay, anyone can be slain. We can simply finance their efforts. Morong Fu suggested. Of course, whether they dare to act is another matter. If they refuse, I will enlist the assistance of the Qinglong Association. Xiao Ruoyan expressed no doubt regarding the Qinglong Association's capability to eliminate Niechong. I shall commence the investigation immediately, she affirmed. Exercise caution. Do not underestimate the capital's Zhenfu division and others, Morong Fu advised. Understood. Xiao Ruoyan responded with a bow before departing. Morong Fu continued to gaze at the gentle drizzle outside. May this rain never cease. Let the spring rains of Jiangnan persist, he murmured softly. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the Jinfeng Drizzle Pavilion, Bai Choufei gradually opened his eyes from meditation and stepped into the outer chamber. There, Nalan Rongyan was seated, reviewing some documents. Upon noticing Bai Choufei's awakening, she gathered her materials and remarked, Helian Xiaoyao, when you arrived earlier, I hoped you could visit the Marquis's residence for a discussion. To visit the Marquis's residence indicates that Helian Luwu wishes to see me. What do you surmise is the reason for this? Nalan Rongyan inquired. Recently, the Zhenfu division has undergone some changes. It appears that Helian Luwu has succeeded Ouyang Xiong as the Grand Master of the Zhenfu division. The matters troubling him seem solely to revolve around Murong Qingchen and Princess Danyang. However, it appears that the issues concerning Murong Qingchen are being handled discreetly, leaving only the situation of Princess Danyang, with rumors circulating that the 3rd son of the Liwu king, Niechong, is set to arrive in the capital, Nalan Rongyan recounted. Do you understand why the matter of Morong Qingshan is being treated with such discretion? Bai Choufei asked. This situation seems to be somewhat related to the imperial palace. But I am still investigating the specifics, Nalan Rongyan replied. Chapter 378. Morong Qingshan is not dead, General Wang. Dugu, for me the situation is rather perplexing. Princess Danyang is merely the daughter of the Liwu king, who is relentless in his pursuit. The peacekeeping department is currently investigating, yet Morong Qingshan, as a princess, has had her affairs suppressed and managed with remarkable discretion, which is somewhat illogical. However, this matter is entangled with too many complexities and warrants only discreet inquiry. Should any information surface, it must be promptly relayed to the young master. Bai Choufei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Rest assured, I will conduct the investigation with utmost caution." Nevertheless, the expenses incurred in deploying personnel in the capital are quite substantial. I fear we will need to consult with the young master for additional funding. Nalan Rongyan responded. I will establish contact with the young master regarding this matter. By the way, after my meeting with Helian Luwu, I may need to leave the city to meet with Lord Knight Emperor. Do take care in my absence. Oh, and the fourth prince has also expressed a desire to meet with you, Nalan Rongyan added. How has the investigation into the fourth prince's affairs in the capital progressed? As one of the ninth princes, he seems to have a rather subdued presence, Bai Choufei inquired. Morong Qingshan is the fourth princess' sister. The investigation should be conducted openly rather than covertly. The fourth prince appears to be quite passive in this matter. Rumor has it that his mother has encountered some troubles within the palace, which may affect him, Nalan Rongyan explained. Is that so? I will first visit the Helian Marquis' residence today, and upon my return from the city, please inform the fourth prince that I will meet him tomorrow. Bai Choufei stated. He wishes to inquire about certain matters as a friend of Su Chun. Also, keep an eye on Nye Chong's movements. The situation concerning Princess Danyang needs to reach a conclusion. If Nye Chong comes to the capital, we must have complete control over his whereabouts, Bai Choufei instructed. Understood. Nalan Rongyan replied. Your strength has waned somewhat. It seems I must request a celestial elixir from our master for you to assist in your ascension to the celestial realm. Bai Choufei remarked. The celestial elixir. Nalan Rongyan was taken aback upon hearing this. The celestial elixir is known to reliably aid individuals in entering the celestial realm. Indeed, you should also set aside other matters for now and focus on your cultivation to enhance your strength. The capital is unlike other places. Strength remains paramount. The absence of attacks against us is due to the formidable reputations of the Knight Emperor and the son thereafter. However, as our interests increasingly conflict with others, such renown will gradually wane, and one must remain strong, Bai Choufei concluded before turning to exit the room. Outside the golden wind and drizzling rain tower, a carriage awaited at the entrance. Bai Choufei, holding an umbrella, boarded the carriage, which made its way toward the Helian Marquis' residence through the gentle rain. News of this development swiftly spread among those observing the golden wind and drizzling rain tower. In the residence of the fourth prince, within a secret chamber, a figure stood opposite him. Should Su Chun be present, he would recognize this individual as Kai Wei, who accompanies Morong Qingshan. Have you ascertained who is behind the evil alliance? The fourth prince inquired. The truth remains elusive, yet it is certain that this individual wields considerable power within the court. Otherwise, they would not dare to brazenly take the blood of innocent maidens for their dark practices. Kai Wei spoke up. Mere conjecture proves futile. Those in the court possess extraordinary influence and strength. Even with evidence, we may not necessarily prevail against them, let alone in the absence of proof. The fourth prince spoke in a grave tone. Your Highness, the individuals behind the evil alliance may meet with the Knight Emperor of the Tianya Pavilion. Perhaps we could collaborate with the Knight Emperor to uncover the identity of that person. Kai Wei suggested. I have recently attempted to contact Bai Choufei, yet he has not responded to my messages. The fourth prince said solemnly. Should the young lady make an appearance and meet Bai Choufei? Their relationship with Su Chun is rather unique. The young lady's connection to Su Chun might persuade Bai Choufei to assist us in arranging a meeting with the Knight Emperor. Kai Wei proposed. From their conversation, it was evident that the young lady referred to was Morong Qingshan. Was it possible that Morong Qingshan had not perished? Speaking of Su Chun, I invited him to the capital, yet he did not come, and has now become the martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures, clearly establishing his dominance in that region. The fourth prince murmured. The young lady is unaware of this. She has indicated that once the matters in the capital are resolved, She intends to personally visit the northern 9 prefectures to see Suiyun. Kaiwei replied. This statement confirmed that Murong Qingquan was indeed alive. It has been a trying time for Qingquan, having to remain hidden, and she has even lost a substitute. However, as circumstances begin to settle, Qingquan may now return to my residence. The 4th prince declared. This task should be undertaken by the young lady. After all, she needs to leverage this situation to gain entry into the Heavenly Supervision Office. Your Highness, if there are no further instructions, I shall return to the young lady. Kaiwei said, bowing with her face shrouded in a black cloth. The 4th prince nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, within a manor in Longbei County, Suiyun gazed in astonishment at Liu Xingyijian, who had just returned from the frontier. The latter had surprisingly ascended to the 9 trials of heaven. Regaining his composure, he remarked, the Tianshan sect has made its move, presenting us with 2 individuals at the 8 trials of heaven and 1 at the 7 trials of heaven. Indeed, however, after the change of leadership in the ghost realm, there has been no further activity from the Tianshan sect. It seems there is some contention between the northern and southern factions of the sect. Once their disputes conclude, it is likely that Guanxi will advance to the 8 trials of heaven, and at that point, with his innate energy combined with the golden plum vase, he could even contend with those at the 9 trials of heaven. Liu Xingyijian responded, My lord, what is the situation here? The one who killed Xue Shaoran is within the Qinglong Temple. We have uncovered his identity. The lay disciple Ling Zhu of Qinglong Temple is the nephew of General Wang Dugong of the Great Zhou dynasty. Suiyun spoke in a low voice. To be associated with a general of such stature as Wang indicates the complexity of affairs within the Great Zhou dynasty. General Wang Dugong commands the southeastern seas, perpetually engaged in battles against foreign forces. The Emperor of Zhou has risen to prominence, subduing the heroes of the realm, having once contended with formidable figures for dominion over the world. Not all have perished. Many have fled overseas, establishing their own factions upon distant islands. Furthermore, there exist numerous powers abroad. Following the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, Emperor Zhou dispatched General Wang Dugu to oversee the southeastern maritime region, standing firm against these forces. It is evident that the Qinglong Temple has been scheming against him. Thus, when Suiyun eliminated Ling Zhe, he intended to eradicate the Qinglong Temple as well, for daring to conspire against him. Consequently, he would not be merciful. Initially, he merely sought to compel the Qinglong Temple to retreat. However, Suiyun has now resolved to annihilate the Qinglong Temple, ensuring rivers of blood flow, instilling fear in others, deterring them from plotting against him. As for offending General Wang Dugu, Suiyun gave it no thought, having already crossed paths with princes, grand masters, and eunuchs. He feared not the ire of yet another general. Chapter 379. Liu Xingyijian, Suiyun, intends to confront the Qinglong Temple personally. The one who seeks to kill him has already become his sworn enemy, so what further concerns could he have? My lord, since we are already foes, I desire to ascend to the Qinglong Temple, proclaimed Liu Xingyijian. His lifelong pursuit has been to become the strongest in the world, challenging the entirety of the Central Plains martial arts community. Now, he wishes to approach the Qinglong Temple in this manner, striving to elevate his strength further. For him, only by overcoming formidable opponents can his prowess be enhanced. Suiyun pondered, surprised by Liu Xingyijian's proposal. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Indeed, testing the Qinglong Temple through Liu Xingyijian was a commendable strategy. The Qinglong society gained renown primarily due to Yan Nantian and Ding Peng. Yet when it comes to pure lethality, Liu Xingyijian's swordsmanship is most fitting. He adheres to a path devoid of emotions, wielding a blade that is equally unfeeling. Subordinates, return and refine your swords. We shall ascend to the Qinglong Temple tomorrow, declared Liu Xingyijian. Suiyun nodded in agreement. Just then, Suiyun entered from outside. My lord, I wish to accompany Lord Liu Sheng to the Qinglong Temple. I wonder if Lord Liu would consent. Suiyun, known for his lethal sword technique and nicknamed Bloodclad Man, has earned his moniker through the countless lives he has claimed. In the classic novel The Legend of Chu Liuxiang, he is hailed as the world's foremost swordsman, embodying unparalleled mastery in swordsmanship akin to Liu Xingyijian. Brother Xue, it would be my honor to have you join me. Liu Xingyijian responded. He recognized Suiyun's swordsmanship. Had they not belonged to opposing factions, he would have relished a duel with him. Although he has entered the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm, He does not underestimate Shui Yiren, believing that in their confrontation with the Qinglong Temple, Shui Yiren is bound to ascend to the 9th difficulty as well. Thank you, Shui Yiren replied, with Lu Sheng Yijian's approval. Su Chun found no reason to refuse. Moreover, they needed justification for their expedition to the Qinglong Temple, and Shui Yiren provided that. The one responsible for the death of Shui Shaoran lies within the Qinglong Temple, and as Shui Yiren seeks vengeance for his brother, what objection could there be? Thank you, my lord. After Shui Yiren bowed, he departed with Lu Xingyijian. Observing their retreating figures, Su Chun proceeded directly to the entrance, devoid of any intimidation. He intended to formally notify the Qinglong Temple that tomorrow, Lu Xingyijian and Shui Yiren would ascend the mountain, demanding the surrender of the murderer Ling Jia, responsible for the death of Shui Shaoran. Su Chun contemplated that should the Qinglong Temple yield Ling Jia, it would result in a decisive execution. In such a scenario, he was eager to witness how the Qinglong Temple would confront the formidable Duge Weiwa. Conversely, if they refused to comply, the Qinglong society would have just cause to take action against the temple. Su Chun was not inclined to be merely a pawn in other schemes without plotting his own counteractions. Who would convey this message? After some reflection, he settled on Yan Nantian. Emerging from the courtyard, he made his way to the residence of Yan Nantian and his companions, Ding Peng and Li Chenzhou, who all shared a dwelling. Sensing Su Chen's aura, the three simultaneously opened their eyes, exiting their respective chambers. Tomorrow, Lu Xingyijian and Shui Yiren are preparing to visit the Qinglong Temple. However, we must adhere to the principle of courtesy before aggression. Mr. Yan, I kindly ask you to visit the Qinglong Temple and inform them of tomorrow's demands in the name of Shui Yiren. Without revealing your presence, Su Chen articulated. Very well. Yan Nantian nodded in agreement, familiar with the intricacies of such matters in the martial world. Master, are we preparing to take action? Li Chenzhou inquired, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity at the mere mention of confrontation. He had always believed that strength equates to authority. In his past life, his suspicions towards his brother Lu Suifeng led to discord, culminating in his delayed rescue of Lady Zhao Shiyong, resulting in her tragic demise. Disheartened, he ultimately perished after taking a blow from the renowned Zhu Daitian. Though he had faced defeat, the spirit within him remained unbroken. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, where martial prowess is revered, the strong are considered sovereigns of the realm, an environment he found most fitting for a wanderer of the martial world. The world itself was a vast arena, and the arena was the world. Although his emergence into this realm was slightly delayed, he still possessed a stage to showcase his abilities. Su Chun had yet to assign him a position. Within the Qinglong society, he would be the dragon head, and at Tianya Pavilion, he would be the Eastern Pavilion master. Yet, he had not made his choice, as he still harbored a lingering resentment from his previous life, a yearning for catharsis that he needed to unleash. Only through this release could he address his spiritual deficiencies and personal weaknesses, allowing his martial cultivation to advance further. Despite his current strength being at the 9th heavenly difficulty, the Zhou dynasty was home to countless martial artists, and he would not underestimate the warriors of this world. Let us see how the Qinglong Temple responds, Su Chun stated solemnly. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Yan Nantian had already departed for the Qinglong Temple. Outside the temple, an eerie silence prevailed. The vast structure appeared somewhat desolate, with the grand entrance firmly shut. Within the temple grounds, two young novices were diligently sweeping the courtyard, tidying up the stone path. In the northern 9 prefectures, the atmosphere differs markedly from that of the capital. Nature has yet to awaken from its slumber. Suddenly, outside the Qinglong Temple, a figure clad in black and adorned with a conical hat, Yan Nantian, makes his appearance. He leaps gracefully to the rooftop at the entrance of the temple. Tomorrow at noon, Lu Xingyijian and Shui Yiren from the Qinglong Society will come to the Qinglong Temple, demanding the surrender of the individual responsible for the death of our hall master. Shui Shaoran, his resonant voice reverberates within the temple's confines. Who dares to be so audacious? A deep voice emanates from the temple. This somber tone resonates like a tolling bell, sending a wave of force hurtling toward Yan Nantian. The masters within the temple spring into action. However, as the force approaches Yan Nantian, a surge of energy envelopes him, effortlessly countering the onslaught. Utilizing the momentum of the wave, he retreats with remarkable speed, unimpeded by hesitation. His purpose here is merely to convey a message, not to engage in combat. There is no need for confrontation. Once he touches the ground, He turns and departs. After Yin Nanshan's exit, a robust and portly monk materializes outside the Qinglong temple. Despite his ample physique, his light-footedness is remarkable. With piercing eyes, he gazes at Yin Nantian's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly before he turns and re-enters the temple. Meanwhile, within the central hall of the Qinglong temple, 4 individuals are seated. At the forefront sits an elderly monk draped in a golden robe, slender in stature and resembling an ordinary monk. He is Master Food, the abbot of the Qinglong temple. Beside him are 3 others clad in the ceremonial robes of the temple's 3 great Dharma kings, all of whom are formidable figures, possessing the strength of the 9 trials of the celestial beings. How shall we respond to the arrival of the Qinglong society? Inquires the abbot, Food. Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun are rather presumptuous. Should they come tomorrow, I shall personally intervene to halt their advance. One of the Dharma kings interjects, Master Daji. Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun are likely not to be underestimated. According to our previous intelligence, they are from the headquarters of the Qinglong society and will not be easily dealt with. Moreover, we are currently in a state of temple closure, and direct confrontation may not be prudent. Another elder monk adds, Master Deshang. The other powerful figures dispatched by the princes have already withdrawn from the northern 9 prefectures. Our temple need not remain closed any longer. From their titles, it is evident that the speaker is Master Daji, responding to him is Master Deshang, and the final elder is Master Baoji. Together with Abbot Food, they constitute the most formidable quartet of the Qinglong temple. We may say this, but we previously declared the temple closed. Reopening may tarnish our reputation, Master Deshang remarks solemnly. Are you suggesting we surrender Lingjia? Hand over Lingjia. It would not only bring disgrace to our Qinglong temple, but also offend Dugu Weiwa, stated the great wisdom Dharma king coldly. This situation is quite straightforward. We can leverage the arrival of the Qinglong society to announce the reopening of our temple. After all, it is only natural for us to retaliate since they have intruded into our domain, added the Dharma king Baoji. Upon hearing Baoji's words, the expressions of the other 3 brightened. Indeed, they could utilize this incident to proclaim the resurgence of Qinglong temple. However, we must be cautious. The Qinglong society may not be as simple as we imagine. We need to be wary of Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun. Their audacity to approach our temple suggests a high level of confidence in their own strength, cautioned the great wisdom Dharma king. Tomorrow, you and Dharma king Baoji will meet with Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun, said the abbot Food. Just then, the corpulent monk who had acted earlier stepped into the hall. Qian, do you recognize the visitor? Inquired Abbot Food. Abbot, the 3 Dharma kings. The visitor possesses formidable strength, and I have not encountered them, replied the monk. Is that so? You may depart now and inform the monks within the temple to refrain from wandering tomorrow, commanded the abbot. Yes. Qian bowed and exited the grand hall. Meanwhile, news of Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun from the Qinglong society heading to Qinglong temple spread throughout Longbei County and swiftly reached beyond. Instantly, numerous spies and martial artists from the surrounding areas flocked towards Longbei City. Qinglong temple was once the paramount force in the northern 9 counties, while the Qinglong society currently held that title. The clash between these 2 titans was indeed highly anticipated. On the following day, numerous martial artists had gathered outside Qinglong temple, having rushed overnight to witness the unfolding events. Why would the Qinglong society target Qinglong temple? Do they intend to eradicate it? Although the temple has been suppressed and closed, its strength remains. Does the Qinglong society possess the capability to conquer it? Speculated a few. Who knows? Yet, how can one mountain accommodate 2 tigers? Today may witness a bloodbath, many debated, discussing the rivalry between the Qinglong society and Qinglong temple. As noon approached, the tension among the spectators intensified. Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun were well aware of the circumstances prior to their arrival. After all, both had made appearances before, albeit without revealing their true forms. Would they finally be unveiled this time? As the moment of anticipation arrived, the 2 figures emerged on the stony path at the mountain's entrance. It was indeed Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun, with 2 long blades sheathed at Lu Sheng's waist, one large and one small, while Suiyun wielded a broad long sword. Their appearances were as elusive as phantoms, swiftly materializing before the temple of Qinglong. They have arrived. It is Lu Sheng-Yijian and Suiyun from the Qinglong society. The aura of sword energy emanating from them was so terrifying that it felt lethal with every step closer. Many, Sensing the overwhelming sword intent radiating from Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian, instinctively recoiled. As two figures appeared, the grand gates of the Qinglong temple slowly creaked open. A silhouette emerged, revealing the monk Qian. You two have no grievances with our temple. Why, then, do you seek to challenge us? Qian inquired, gazing at the pair. At that moment, Suiyun thrust his long sword into the ground, pressing his hands upon the hilt. His gaze sharp as a blade directed at Qian. In a cold tone, he declared, Lingzhe has slain my brother, Suiyun, and now he resides within your temple. You must surrender him to us. Hand him over, and we shall depart immediately. Is it true that the leader of the Qinglong society, Suiyun, was killed by Lingzhe of Qinglong temple? Murmured the crowd, speculating on whether the temple would comply with the demand. Surely they will not. Relinquishing Lingzhe would deal a significant blow to the temple's reputation. Among the onlookers, Suiyun observed with narrowed eyes. The arrival of Lu Xingyijian and Suiyun at Qinglong temple was no trivial matter. Yet, the temple had not summoned a formidable presence from the ranks of the Tianren Jiunan, but had instead sent Qian to confront them. Lingzhe is my disciple. How could we possibly hand him over? You two ought to return whence you came, Qian asserted solemnly. The Qinglong temple had seized the opportunity presented by the arrival of Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian to announce the conclusion of its seclusion. So, you have no intention of surrendering him? Suiyun replied, his eyes darkening as he regarded Qian. What if we insist on taking Lingzhe with us? Then we shall see if you possess the capability to do so, Qian retorted coldly. As his words fell, Suiyun drew his sword, striking towards Qian. The monk's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such an immediate assault. Clenching his fist, a metallic sheen enveloped his hand as he attempted to block the strike. However, just as the fist was about to meet the sword, Suiyun deftly shifted his grip, unleashing a dark arc of swordlight that flashed before Qian, piercing through the air. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword, casting a cold glance at the monk. With my sword drawn, blood must return. I wonder if my blade shall taste blood today. Chapter 381. The pressure on Qinglong temple. Two great sorcerers appear. Qian attempted to speak, yet no sound emerged. A crimson mark appeared upon his brow. Thud. His form collapsed onto the ground. This, in a single stroke, Suiyun had slain Qian. The monk, who had previously shown no such strength, was defeated in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the observers were taken aback. They had not anticipated Suiyun's formidable prowess, nor the lethal intent that led to such swift violence. Were they truly prepared to confront Qinglong temple? The Qinglong society does not appear to be seeking lives. Yet many sense the gravity of the situation. Figures retreat, maintaining their distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire of a potential confrontation. In the shadows, for individuals donning wide-brimmed hats observe the scene before the Qinglong temple. They are Suiyun and his companions. Uncertain of what characters may emerge from the Qinglong temple, Yin Nantian speaks with an air of indifference, showing no surprise at Suiyun's decisive action. Regardless of the circumstances, Lingzhe is indeed a disciple of the Qinglong temple, and the death of Suiyun is undoubtedly tied to it. As one of the ancestral grounds of the esoteric sect, having flourished in Longbei County for a millennium, how could the Qinglong society force it to retreat? The annihilation of the Qinglong temple would be the most prudent course of action. To confront an adversary, one must endeavor to diminish their strength. However, the Qinglong temple is deeply rooted in tradition, its heritage evident from the great sutra of life and death. Thus, one must remain vigilant. Nevertheless, with him included, there are 5 formidable figures present. Even if they cannot eradicate the Qinglong temple, they will surely elicit some revealing cards from the temple, ensuring that it does not underestimate the Qinglong society. This would afford the Qinglong society the opportunity to develop. At this moment, the spectators react in various ways. Some spies swiftly dispatch messages about the unfolding events. In the distance, 2 individuals clad in brocade robes and wide-brimmed hats exchange glances as they observe the situation outside the Qinglong temple. Mu Feng, the Qinglong society, truly exhibits a domineering nature, resorting to murder right at the temple's doorstep. Do they genuinely believe the Qinglong temple is so easily subdued? The speaker's face betrays astonishment. Beside him, under the brim of his hat, is a middle-aged man. Should outsiders glimpse him, they would recognize him as Mu Feng, the current governor of Longbei County, accompanied by his guest, Lin Dongren, a close friend of the governor. Dongren, Do not underestimate the Qinglong Society. They are the true victors in the northern 9 counties. With their foundation rooted in Lingnan County and the Shanhua sect, their overt expansion is matched by covert strife among princes. Having seized control of the 2 leading assassin organizations in the north, thereby emerging as the foremost assassin group. Ultimately, they have succeeded in elevating the Shanhua sect's leader, Suiyun, to the position of martial arts leader of the northern 9 counties. Their methods and strength are remarkable, and this incident involving Shui Shaoran likely serves as a means to probe the depths of the Qinglong Temple. Just consider, would one allow a tiger to remain dormant on their territory after becoming the martial arts leader of the northern 9 counties? Moreover, this tiger possesses formidable strength and may strike at any moment. To act preemptively, should the Qinglong Society manage to suppress the Qinglong Temple, the martial arts world of the northern 9 counties would truly belong to them, Governor Mu Feng stated solemnly. Mu Feng, if the Qinglong Society is indeed this powerful, it could pose a threat to our dominion over Longbei County, Lin Dongren remarked gravely. There is no cause for concern. With the Qinglong Society exerting pressure, Longbei County will remain tranquil, free from turmoil, which is precisely what we require, Mu Feng replied. Moreover, even if the heavens were to collapse, there would be tall individuals to uphold it. Yet, I am uncertain whether Suiyun, the esteemed figure of the Shanhua sect, will make an appearance today. I am quite eager to engage with him. If Suiyun does manifest, it would signify his extraordinary status within the Qinglong Society, perhaps presenting me with an opportunity. As Mu Feng spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Mu Feng, you are contemplating leveraging Suiyun's power, Lin Dongren remarked, taken aback by Mu Feng's words. That depends on whether Suiyun appears. If he does, it would indicate his significant standing within the Qinglong Society, potentially aiding me in my quest for vengeance. Mu Feng replied with a grave tone. Sighing, Lin Dongren did not pursue the matter further, his gaze drifting toward the temple ahead. At that moment, 12 monks emerged from within the Qinglong Temple, each wielding golden staffs, standing in a row. Their staffs pointed menacingly at Suiyun, exuding a formidable aura, their levels surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. The emergence of the Qinglong Temple was a testament to their strength. Yet the energy radiating from these monks diverged from that of typical practitioners. They were imbued with a heavy malevolence, starkly contrasting the serene presence of the high monks Suiyun had previously encountered. The Qinglong Temple, a sacred place of Buddhism, equally values both the teachings of the Buddha and martial prowess. However, the 12 monks displayed a marked deficiency in their spiritual cultivation. The 12 staff monks of the Qinglong Temple. I wonder which of them will step forward, Mu Feng mused softly as the 12 figures emerged. As his words faded, 2 silhouettes strode forth from the temple. Their arrival unleashed a surge of energy akin to crashing waves, directed toward Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian. Both Suiyun and Lu Xingyijian's expressions sharpened, their energies surging in response to the impending force. The great wisdom Dharma King and the precious attainment Dharma King. The onlookers gasped in horror upon recognizing the newcomers. These 2 were among the 3 eminent Dharma Kings of the Qinglong Temple, second only to the abbot. This battle promised to be a spectacle. Witnessing this scene, the spectators were filled with trepidation yet exhilaration, knowing that should a confrontation arise, it could be an earth-shattering clash. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qinglong Temple, Abbot Fu De and the great Ascension Dharma King stood conversing. Master, do we truly wish to instigate this conflict? The Qinglong Society dares to encroach upon our temple, and they likely bring formidable experts. Engaging in battle with them may not bode well for the Qinglong Temple. The great Ascension Dharma King cautioned. My concern does not lie with the number of their experts. Rather, I am apprehensive about the outcome of this confrontation. Do you understand why I have sent great wisdom and precious attainment into action? Abbot Fu De replied. Please enlighten me, Master, the great Ascension Dharma King requested. Great wisdom and precious attainment possess fiery temperaments, and their training in our temple's heaven and earth destruction divine palm and secret heart of enlightened action has been remarkable. While their strength continues to grow, they have yet to grasp the art of transforming energy into an ocean, Abbot Fu De elucidated. Let them engage with the members of the Azure Dragon Society. Perhaps it will aid them in grasping a fragment of the profound essence of Qi transforming into the sea, which would be beneficial for their upcoming cultivation. Furthermore, I am eager to observe the hidden cards of the Azure Dragon Society. Only when they reveal their true strength shall I discern whether we should proceed to confront them. The abbot Fu De spoke in a solemn tone, indicating his intent to probe the Azure Dragon Society. Chapter 382, Meticulous Thoughts, Denying You a Breakthrough Opportunity, Master. Two of the three great Dharma kings of the Azure Dragon Temple have emerged. It seems they intend to test us, remarked Li Qinzhou, standing beside Su Chun. We are both probing each other, seeking to unveil who possesses more hidden cards, replied Su Chun. The Azure Dragon Temple, a millennium-old sanctuary and one of the ancestral grounds of esoteric Buddhism, had been investigated by Shui Yiren's faction, revealing only 4 formidable beings of the Heavenly Nine Trials. However, Su Chun was confident that the Azure Dragon Temple harbored more than just 4 such powerful entities. It was now a matter of observing how the 2 great Dharma kings of the Azure Dragon Temple would respond. Yagyu Ikamanji, Shui Yiren. You have slain the head of my Azure Dragon Temple in our presence. Should you not provide us with an explanation? The great Wisdom Dharma King coldly addressed Yagyu Ikamanji and Shui Yiren. Our Azure Dragon Society bears no conflict with your Azure Dragon Temple. However, your temple has dispatched individuals to assassinate our home master. Thus it is you who owe us an explanation, Shui Yiren retorted icily. Explanation? Allow me to provide you with one, the great Wisdom Dharma King declared, suddenly vanishing from sight and launching himself towards Shui Yiren. His palm raised. A dark crimson energy erupted from within, which he clenched into a fist and hurled towards Shui Yiren. At that very moment, Shui Yiren also sprang into action, his figure darting forward as he unleashed a strike with his long sword. The sword light crackled like thunder, exploding through the air and colliding with the oncoming fist. Clang, clang, clang. The thunderous clash of sword light and the crimson fist reverberated, causing the surrounding air to erupt with explosive sounds. The ground beneath them shattered and rose in the wake of their fierce energies colliding. I have discerned your strength. I shall escort you on your journey, the great Wisdom Dharma King proclaimed as he battled Shui Yiren. Bang! A muffled grunt followed, as Shui Yiren was forced to retreat several steps. A trickle of blood oozing from his wrist. Yet he paid no heed to the blood, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the great Wisdom Dharma King. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, his sword slicing through the air, the sword energy crackling like thunder, a chilling brilliance erupting. He sought to leverage the pressure from the great Wisdom Dharma King to propel himself to the next level. Just as he surged forward, 3 figures suddenly burst forth from the temple, simultaneously launching an assault on Shui Yiren. One of them struck with a fist, golden light flashing within the force, accompanied by a torrent of scorching energy. Another pointed a finger directly at Shui Yiren's chest. The third, resembling a hawk pouncing upon its prey, extended his palm like a talon, aiming for Shui Yiren's head, clearly possessing formidable skills. 3 figures surged forward, an overwhelming wave of energy targeting Shui Yiren. In response, Shui Yiren swiftly turned his sword, conjuring a protective curtain of sword rain before him. A resounding thud echoed as 3 powerful forces struck down upon him. Shui Yiren staggered backward, his grip tightening painfully around the sword, blood flowing from the widening fissures in his palms. A successful strike. The trio landed before Shui Yiren, revealing 3 eminent monks, a sight that took the spectators by surprise. Shui Yiren, do you intend to utilize me to hone your sword intent and assist your ascension through the 9 trials of heaven? How utterly naive. The great Wisdom Dharma King remarked coldly. It was astonishing that the great Wisdom Dharma King had discerned Shui Yiren's intentions. He was indeed formidable. Su Chun, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. These 3 do not appear in our prior investigations, yet their auras suggest they possess strength at the 6th trial of heaven. Nearing the 7th. Together, their combat prowess rivals that of Shui Yiren. Yan Nantian whispered solemnly beside Su Chun. Kill. At that moment, Shui Yiren issued a sharp command, unleashing a torrent of energy as he swung his long sword, sending out a triad of sword Qi aimed at the 3 monks. That sword Qi cannot harm us, they replied in unison, striking with their fists. Their timing, speed, and force coalesced into a remarkable synchronization. Clang. The furious energy converged, forming a barrier that thwarted Shui Yiren's strike. As the gleam of the sword dissipated, the barrier vanished, and no victor emerged from the exchange. With narrowed eyes, Shui Yiren lifted his foot, and in the next instant, he reappeared before the trio, his sword slicing through the air once more. The 3 countered, their fists meeting Shui Yiren's lethal sword Qi with equal resolve. The clash continued, erupting in brilliant sparks and powerful shockwaves that radiated outward, causing discomfort to the onlookers' eardrums. The battle intensified, reaching a fervent climax. Suiyun's sword chi was fierce, yet the trio's coordination was impeccable. Their collective energy effectively staved off his advances. Their intention was not to defeat him, but merely to hinder his progress. A strategic move orchestrated by the great wisdom Dharma King to deny Suiyun any opportunity for breakthrough. This illustrated the king's meticulous planning. Yasuyuki Ichijin, I am curious about the confidence that your Qinglong society possesses in daring to approach my Qinglong temple. The great wisdom Dharma King turned to Yasuyuki Ichijin, delivering a powerful punch. Upon witnessing the attack, Yasuyuki Ichijin's gaze sharpened, yet an immensely fierce sword chi erupted around him, enveloping his form. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a torrent of violent light towards the great wisdom Dharma King. Yasuyuki Ichijin's sword style differed from that of Suiyun. Not only was it sharp, but it also wielded tremendous power. With each slash, he struck the ground, creating deep fissures beneath his feet, while a chilling and savage sword chi radiated outward, asserting its dominion over the battlefield. The spectators were utterly captivated, their minds ensnared by the menacing aura of the sword energy, their pupils dilating, and their hair standing on end. Such ferocious swordsmanship. Under the overwhelming presence of Lu Sheng's sword, the great wisdom king felt a chilling sensation, as his internal energy surged rapidly, causing his palms and wrists to shimmer with gold. When his fist met the sword energy, a stalemate ensued, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Is this all the Qinglong society has to offer? The Supreme Treasure King declared, his voice resonant and imbued with a hint of mental assault, echoing like thunder in the minds of the onlookers. The members of the Qinglong society found themselves suppressed, uncertain of who might next appear. I hope it is Suiyun, thought the watchful governor of Longbei County, Shimu Feng. I doubt it, replied Lin Dongren beside him. At this moment, the Qinglong society is at a disadvantage. Even if Suiyun were to arrive, it would be of little consequence. Can he truly leverage his title as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance to intimidate the Qinglong Temple? Let us continue to observe, Shimu Feng urged, his gaze fixed upon the battle unfolding before the temple. Master, I shall take down this supreme treasure monk, Yan Nantian declared confidently. Lu Sheng had only just stepped into the realm of transcending the 9 difficulties, yet he, Yan Nantian, was far more seasoned. He could suppress and slay the Supreme Treasure King. If the Qinglong Temple is compelling us to reveal ourselves, then let us do so together and confront this Qinglong Temple, Suiyun proclaimed. Chapter 383, A Direct Confrontation, the abbot's intentions of the Qinglong Temple, given the current circumstances. It was evident that the Qinglong Temple was not so easily dealt with, and there was no longer any need for concealment. It was time to confront the Qinglong Temple openly. The area before the Qinglong Temple fell into a hushed silence. The 3 combatants engaged with Suiyun ceased their movements, on guard against him. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng and the Great Wisdom King, having exchanged blows, stood poised, each attuned to the other's energy, ready for a more intense clash should they engage once more. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged from the throng. Leading them, Suiyun removed his conical hat and strode purposefully toward the entrance of the Qinglong Temple. Following closely behind, Li Qinzhou and the other 2 shed their hats as well. Trailing Suiyun, they have appeared, Shimu Feng exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he recognized Suiyun leading the way. Ding Peng, Yan Nantian, and another individual who has not yet been seen, but must surely also be a leader of the Qinglong society. The significance lies not in their identities. Lin Dongren remarked solemnly. Look at Suiyun. He walks at the forefront, indicating his position within the Qinglong society is undoubtedly substantial. But is he not a disciple of Dingpeng? Lin Dongren furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, he is a disciple of Dingpeng. But who decrees that he is merely a disciple within the Qinglong society, without other titles? Shimu Feng replied, a sense of elation filling him. Suiyun's status might be even more elevated than he had anticipated. If that were the case, aligning with or pledging loyalty to Suiyun could very well enable him to exact his revenge. That is Suiyun, and behind him stand Yan Nantian, Dingpeng, and another individual I do not recognize. Wasn't he Dingpeng injured? Yet he exudes a formidable aura. Could it be that his wounds have healed? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suiyun, the leader of the Mountain River sect, and the martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures. These 3 are the 5 dragon head Yin Nantian, the 6 dragon head Ding Peng, and the 3 dragon head Li Chunzhou from the Qinglong Society. We have come today to seek an explanation from your esteemed temple. Suiyun remained composed, his gaze betraying not a hint of anxiety. Upon hearing Suiyun's words, the Baosher Dharma King's eyes sharpened momentarily, and a glimmer of light flickered within his gaze. It is said outside that you, Suiyun, are merely a puppet elevated by the Qinglong Society, but seeing you today, that does not appear to be the case, the Baosher Dharma King remarked, his voice resonating with a powerful timbre that vibrated the air. Yet as his voice approached Suiyun, the latter's aura surged dramatically, his bones cracking in a symphony of sound as a wave of vital energy erupted, dispersing the auditory vibrations. Without employing any energy techniques, he merely mobilized his physical strength and blood vitality. Baosher Dharma King, I am not someone you can test. We have come solely to seek justice. The Qinglong Temple previously announced its closure, which, according to the rules of the martial world, means no further actions can be taken. Now that your temple has acted, resulting in the death of our Qinglong Society, Hall Master, we demand that your temple first surrender the perpetrator for us to take away. Second, issue an announcement acknowledging your lack of discipline. And third, compensate us with 10 indestructible Vajra pills that your Qinglong Temple has concocted, Suiyun declared, fixing his gaze upon the Baosher Dharma King. Inside the Grand Hall of the Qinglong Temple, Abbot Food and the Great Ascension Dharma King were also aware of Suiyun's arrival and the demands he had articulated. This Suiyun is truly remarkable. He has come to challenge our Qinglong Temple. Right from the outset, Abbot Food stated gravely. Abbot, what should we do now? Should we send aid to our brothers? Inquired the Great Ascension Dharma King. Hearing his words, Abbot Food slightly furrowed his brow. The 3 individuals who had recently appeared were all masters of the 9 trials of heaven and man. One Baosher Dharma King alone would not suffice to contend with them. At this juncture, they could not afford to lose face. Thus, they must deploy powerful warriors to withstand these 3. Please summon the seated monks Fuming and Fukong from the Buddhist Institute to assist Baosher Dharma King. Abbot Food commanded. The seated monks of the Qinglong Temple were those who presided over the temple, signifying their considerable strength. Moreover, judging by their monastic titles, these 2 shared the same generation as Abbot Food. Understood. The Great Ascension Dharma King promptly exited the Grand Hall. Within, Abbot Food's brow remained tightly knit. The strength demonstrated by the Qinglong Society astonished him. Initially, he believed that the only formidable warrior of the 9 trials of heaven and man within the Qinglong Society was the Dragon Head. But now he had to reassess that notion. For while Lu Xingyijian was indeed a warrior of the 9 trials of heaven and man, he was not the Dragon Head, indicating that there were more than 7 formidable warriors within the Qinglong Society. Where did such a formidable force emerge from? Occupying the 9 northern prefectures at this time? Master Food murmured. Liao Kong. He then called out towards the temple door. A young monk stepped inside. Master, do you have any instructions for me? We must keep a close watch on Ling Zhe. He may need to be handed over, Food replied solemnly. Master, Ling Zhe is a lay disciple of our Qinglong Temple. If we turn him over, it could severely tarnish our temple's reputation. Liao Kong interjected. What reputation does our Qinglong Temple hold now? We have been forced to seal our doors and have faced intimidation on the mountain. Our name has already faded, especially since we forbade anyone from taking action, yet Ling Zhe has assassinated Xue Shaoran from the Qinglong Society. This places us in direct confrontation with them and provides them with a pretext to strike against us. Someone is attempting to use our temple to test the strength of the Qinglong Society, Food said, a hint of worry etched on his face. As the abbot of Qinglong Temple, he felt deeply entangled in this situation. Master, with our temple's foundation, we can manage the external threats, Liao Kong replied. We may manage. But once we engage in battle, Qinglong Temple could very well vanish from these northern prefectures. You must understand that the Qinglong Society is the martial arts leader in the north, capable of mobilizing all the forces to confront us, Food warned. Hearing this, Liao Kong responded, those forces dare to strike against us, fearing not our wrath. This is precisely why I mentioned earlier that our reputation will vanish after the Qinglong Society's visit to our temple. They will no longer fear us. Food spoke with gravity. Indeed, taken aback by the response, Liao Kong found himself at a loss for words. There is another crucial task for you. Given your age is akin to that of Suiyun, I want you to challenge him and defeat him. This will help restore a semblance of prestige to our temple. Food instructed, looking intently at Liao Kong. Chapter 384. The Will of the Sword. Mental Assault. Rest assured, Master, I will certainly triumph over Suiyun, Liao Kong affirmed. Having reviewed Suiyun's information and deemed him a mediocre opponent unworthy of concern, he was confident in his abilities, for he considered himself the strongest among the younger generation of Qinglong Temple. Do not underestimate Suiyun. He has concealed his strength for many years, and his true ability is likely far beyond what he has shown. You must exert yourself fully, Food cautioned. You are the most talented individual of your generation in our temple, with mastery over body, spirit, and meditation. Facing Suiyun with all your strength should yield victory without issue. Master, when shall I challenge Suiyun? Liao Kong inquired. The great vehicle king summoned his two venerable masters, instructing them to exit the temple alongside him. They were to assess the situation first. Should they find themselves unable to suppress the opposing forces, they would then confront Suiyun, allowing the outcome of their duel to resolve the matter at hand. Abbot Food spoke, understood. The monk Liao Kong accepted the command and departed. After Liao Kong had left, a figure emerged from the rear of the main hall, clad entirely in black and wearing a mask that concealed all but his piercing eyes. I did not expect Abbot Food to falter even before the battle commenced. The newcomer spoke in a low tone. It is not trepidation, but rather a desire to prevent the destruction of Qinglong Temple under my watch, Abbot Food replied. Is not decline synonymous with annihilation? The masked figure pressed on. As long as the strength of Qinglong Temple endures, there remains a chance for revival. Once that strength dissipates, not only will the temple lack the time for restoration, but it will also lose the capability to rise again. Food's voice remained eerily calm. The prince and the great general wish for me to take Lingzhu away. Do you consent? The figure inquired. Lingzhu cannot leave. I will not permit it. He must bear the consequences of his own actions, Food retorted coldly. In that case, neither the crown prince nor the great general will be pleased, the masked individual warned. Do not dare to use the crown prince and the great general to threaten me. Abbot Food's eyes flashed with intensity as he spoke. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure surged toward the black-clad figure. The masked man was taken aback, unprepared for Food's sudden aggression. He quickly attempted to counter the force, but his own energy shattered under the weight of Food's might. A tremendous force descended upon him, not only crushing his body, but also battering his spirit, causing his eyes to bulge in distress. Abbot, he managed to gasp. This is Qinglong Temple, not a place for your insolence, Food declared, as the immense pressure and spiritual oppression receded like a tide. Regaining his composure, the black-clad figure stared at Abbot Food in astonishment. Thank you, Abbot, for your mercy, he said, turning to leave without further mention of Lingzhu. His fate was beyond his control, and it was best to withdraw. Yet, as he stepped out of the hall, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. You have fallen prey to my secret Buddhist scripture, if not discovered in time. You shall be transformed, and no one will be able to save you. Abbot Food watched the departing figure, his heart cold as he murmured, indeed. Meanwhile, outside Qinglong Temple, all awaited the temple's response. He has arrived. Suiyun, who had been keenly observing the developments within Qinglong Temple, sensed two formidable auras and turned his gaze toward the temple's entrance. Three figures emerged from the temple. Two elderly monks walked ahead, followed closely by a young monk. Who are these three? Murmured some, uncertain of the identities of those who had just appeared. I am unfamiliar with the two esteemed monks, yet I recognize the young monk, who is a disciple of Master Food, the abbot, known as Master Liao Kong. His prowess has already reached the third difficulty of celestial beings, with rumors suggesting he has mastered the three bodies, far surpassing the typical celestial beings of the third difficulty. Some offered explanations. There are two celestial beings at the ninth difficulty and one at the third. The voice of Yin Nantian resonated in Suiyun's ear. Is that so? It appears that the Qinglong Temple is indeed preparing to confront us. Upon hearing Yin Nantian's transmission, Suiyun murmured softly. Just moments ago, three individuals emerged from the temple, among whom, alongside the great wisdom and precious virtue kings, were four celestial beings at the ninth difficulty, corresponding to those on his side. As for the young monk who appeared, he was likely directed at him. The Qinglong Temple has orchestrated this quite astutely. Suiyun mused inwardly. Su Zhangjiao, if you wish to exchange pleasantries, let us first engage in combat, The precious Virtue King spoke coldly. Boom. Just as his words fell, Lu Xingyijian moved. He had yet to fully relish the encounter with the great Wisdom King. Raising his long sword, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from him. The great Wisdom King, facing him, felt a sudden pressure from this sword strike. He realized he could not evade. Should he attempt to dodge, Lu Xingyijian would instantaneously accelerate his strike, delivering a potentially fatal blow. The Vajra Destruction Fist. Even when suppressed, the great Wisdom King unleashed a punch. His fist surged forth, radiant with golden light, akin to a tidal wave, crashing towards Lu Xingyijian. Lu Xingyijian, with his sword drawn, at that moment, embodied both an unstoppable force and a sword's keen edge, cleaving through stone. Boom! The fist and sword clashed, emitting a thunderous roar, with shockwaves radiating outward. After the initial strike, neither retreated. They continued their fierce exchange. Yet this time, the great Wisdom King's punches came with the swiftness of lightning, carrying golden energy, overwhelming Lu Xingyijian. Undeterred, Lu Xingyijian retaliated with a slash. The previous strikes were mere tests. Now, it was a genuine battle that must yield a victor. Bang! 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 After several exchanges, both were forced back by the shockwaves. At this moment, blood dripped from the great Wisdom King's wrist, while Lu Xingyijian's sword hand trembled, both sustaining injuries. They paid no heed to their wounds. Their gazes locked onto one another, especially Lu Xingyijian, whose fighting spirit surged. The pressure from the great Wisdom King was immense. Only under such duress could his swordsmanship advance. He stepped forward. Just as he did, a sudden burst of mental power erupted from the great Wisdom King. This force immediately penetrated Lu Xingyijian's mental space. Mental power. Sensing this mental wave, Su Chen's gaze sharpened momentarily before he relaxed. The will of Lu Xingyijian's sword path is not easily shattered. He is a figure who has forged his sword through the loss of his wife. As he stepped forward, Yagyu Ichigen's form came to a halt, as if shrouded in an immense iron net that suffocated his mental space, preventing any escape. The weight of this mental oppression pressed heavily upon his heart, inducing a sensation of impending stillness, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Just when the onlookers presumed that Yagyu Ichigen was on the verge of being severely injured, a ruthless will of the sword erupted from within him, a force so formidable that it shattered the iron net that confined his spirit. Kill! He uttered fiercely, and with a swift motion, his sword cleaved through the air, directly dismantling the mental assault of the great Wisdom King. As the spiritual attack crumbled, the great Wisdom King was struck as if by a colossal hammer. His vision momentarily obscured. However, the residual force of Yagyu Ichigen's strike did not wane, continuing its relentless advance toward the great Wisdom King. At that moment, the King of Treasures intervened, executing the 5 elements palm, his hand striking out like a mountain formed of the 5 elemental forces, attempting to obstruct Yagyu Ichigen's lethal blow. Chapter 385, Comprehensive Suppression, Liao Kong's Battle. With a blade unsheathed, a chilling aura resembling a crescent moon materialized, slicing toward the King of Treasure's outstretched palm. The king's countenance shifted in alarm, for the blade was far too fierce. Should he fail to counteract, his hand would surely be severed. Instinctively, he reversed his hand to meet the oncoming blade. Simultaneously, the great Wisdom King, in a state of panic, sensed Yagyu Ichigen's sword energy. His body shifted, but he was a fraction too slow, and Ichigen's sword energy cleaved through his left arm. A cry of anguish escaped the great Wisdom King. As his mind reeled from the pain, he retreated swiftly. Yet Yagyu Ichigen would not relent. He surged forward, his sword raised to deliver a fatal strike against the great Wisdom King. At that moment, observing from the sidelines, Fu Ming and Fu Kong launched their assault simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of golden energy from their palms, creating shockwaves that collided with Yagyu Ichigen's strike. Their coordinated attack was a precaution against any further interference from the Qinglong Society. Boom! At that instant, a massive surge of energy locked onto the two of them. Stepping forth from behind Su Chun was Li Qinzhou, his visage as chiseled as a blade, his eyes gleaming like stars, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. This commanding presence suppressed the forms of both Fu Ming and Fu Kong. Li Qinzhou, the third dragon head of the Qinglong Society, had been introduced by Su Qin moments earlier, underscoring the significance of his stature within the organization. Fu Ming and Fu Kong, feeling the weight of his aura, exchanged glances of trepidation. In their clash, the fates of life and death would be determined. Was the Qinglong Temple truly intent on overcoming them with sheer numbers? Li Qinzhou's voice resonated in their ears. Fu Ming attempted to respond, yet words eluded him. Since you have already engaged, I shall accompany you in this contest. Li Qinzhou proclaimed, fully committed to the confrontation, determined to subdue the two eminent monks of the Qinglong Temple. Are you prepared to face us? As Li Qinzhou approached with resolute strides, both Fu Kong and Fu Ming's gazes sharpened. However, Li Qinzhou did not afford them a moment to ponder. His aura surged dramatically, enveloping the two with an overwhelming presence. The essence of his martial practice lay in dominance. His fists embodied power, a mastery over momentum that allowed him to command all beneath his influence. In wielding this control, he unleashed strikes that subdued everything in their path, embracing a path of tyranny in the way of the fist. Such strength. When Li Qinzhou's formidable aura erupted, the martial artist's presence sensed the intensity of his essence. Boom. The pressure of his presence compelled Fu Kong and Fu Ming to swiftly unleash their own energy in a bid to counteract him. The Qinglong Temple adhered to esoteric practices. They cultivated both physical and spiritual prowess, integrating Buddhist teachings. Thus, they sought to counter Li Qinzhou's might with a fusion of their energies and mental force. Yet, such mental assaults are futile against me. Li Qinzhou raised his hand, forming a fist. Boom. His fist surged forward, shattering the combined might of Fu Kong and Fu Ming. With the weight of a mountain, it descended upon them, 1-2. The indomitable Vajra, unyielding fist. Sensing the impending impact, both men roared in unison, striking back with fists aglow with golden brilliance, their might fierce enough to obliterate all. As their fists collided with Li Qinzhou's, the surrounding air contorted under the tremendous force, rippling with a series of blurred folds. Bang! The ground beneath them fractured under the immense pressure. Yet, Li Qinzhou did not relent. He soared into the air, unleashing two rapid punches, the sheer force creating a piercing sound that echoed through the atmosphere, exuding a dominance that belittled the two esteemed monks of Qinglong Temple. This was Li Qinzhou, his fists capable of shattering all barriers. Fu Kong and Fu Ming, undeterred, retaliated with their own strikes. As their fists burst forth, a torrent of golden energy erupted, clashing spectacularly with Li Qinzhou's own. Bam! Bam! The collision of their energies produced a thunderous roar, shattering the eardrums of weaker observers who bled from their ears. At that moment, a blinding flash of sword light appeared. As it passed, one of the high monks before the man in the shui robe was cleaved in two. The sword's ferocity was palpable. The shui-robed man had made his move. Although he had slain one, a handprint seared into his chest, leaving a mark of blazing heat. Yet, the shui-robed man appeared unperturbed, disregarding the wound as he pressed onward towards the remaining two. The trio's collaboration was essential to subdue the shui-robed man, but now, even as he bore his injury and claimed one life, the other two were no match for his prowess. The figure did not falter, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it charged towards the other two individuals. The glimmer of the sword flickered, and soon two bodies lay upon the ground. At that moment, Shui spat a mouthful of blood, his long sword propped against the earth. Previously, in his attempt to assassinate one, the opponent's palm force had already infiltrated his body. He had not taken the time to heal, but had instead unleashed all his strength to slay the other two. Dragging his weary form, he slowly came to stand behind Suiyun. The tenacity of Shui was formidable, even in his injured state. He was determined to eliminate the three from the Qinglong Temple. The spectators watching this scene could not help but marvel in awe, just as they exhaled their astonishment. Another anguished cry erupted. The great Wisdom King, engaged in combat with Lu Xingyijian, was cleaved in two by a single stroke, collapsing to the ground as blood pooled beneath him. The Qinglong society was indeed merciless in their onslaught. How dared they act so? Observing the unfolding situation, Lin Dongren, standing beside Shi Mufeng, spoke solemnly. To strike without drawing blood offers no intimidation to the Qinglong Temple. Have you not noticed? The Qinglong Temple has no intention of confronting us head-on. Li Qinzhou single-handedly subdued the two seated monks, Fu Ming and Fu Kong, seemingly holding back his full power, which instilled a sense of trepidation. Additionally, Yan Nantian, who remained behind Suiyun, had yet to make a move. With Lu Xingyijian having slain the great Wisdom King, it was clear that the Qinglong Temple would require at least two more celestial warriors of the 9 difficulties. Shi Mufeng remarked, At this juncture, it rests upon Liao Kong. His appearance is likely to challenge Suiyun. He gazed at Liao Kong, who stood poised. As the governor of Longbei County, he was well acquainted with the figures within the Qinglong Temple. Presently, Liao Kong's expression was grave. He had initially believed that the Qinglong Temple could suppress Suiyun. But to his astonishment, it was not the Qinglong Temple that held the upper hand, but rather the opposite. Now was the moment for him to step forth and challenge Suiyun. Stepping forward, he proclaimed, Su Zhangjiao, we are of similar age. Today, I represent the Qinglong Temple to challenge you. If you emerge victorious, I shall fulfill your requests on behalf of the Qinglong Temple. Chapter 386. Suiyun takes action. The battle concludes as Liao Kong stepped forward. Suiyun's countenance remained tranquil. The moment Liao Kong appeared, he had already discerned the monk's intent to engage him in combat. Liao Kong truly wishes to duel with me, Suiyun reflected. A monk does not speak in riddles, Liao Kong declared, fixing his gaze upon Suiyun. Very well, Suiyun replied, advancing without a hint of hesitation. In that instant, the temple courtyard fell silent. The onlookers were taken aback, some appearing enlightened. Their astonishment stemmed from the Qinglong Society's current advantage, yet they could not fathom why they would relinquish it. Those who understood could see that the Qinglong Society also wished to avoid prolonging the conflict to a greater extent. The Qinglong Temple, an ancient edifice of 1,000 years and the cradle of esoteric Buddhism, surely possessed hidden trump cards. Now, as the Qinglong Temple took a step back, so too did Suiyun. Shi Mufeng, who had been closely observing Suiyun, regarded him with glimmering eyes. When Suiyun agreed to Liao Kong, there was not a trace of hesitation in his demeanor. He did not inquire with Li Qinzhou, Yin Nantian, and others, indicating that he possessed full authority over this matter. The monk Liao Kong, a disciple of Master Fu De, gazed at Suiyun. Suiyun, recalling the information about Liao Kong, acknowledged that he was the foremost disciple of Master Fu De of the Qinglong Temple, embodying a trinity of physical prowess, mental fortitude, and Buddhist teachings. He was the appointed successor of Master Fu De. I am the headmaster of the Shanhua sect, the martial arts leader of the 9 northern prefectures, Suiyun declared slowly. As his words fell, a fierce aura emanated from his being, evoking the sensation of a ferocious beast in all who bore witness. Those who had previously underestimated him now changed their expressions dramatically. With a swift motion, Suiyun unleashed his ferocious energy towards the monk Liao Kong. The monk's gaze sharpened, and a golden energy began to swirl around him, transforming his body into a golden hue. Indestructible, the physical cultivation technique of the Qinglong Temple, when perfected, enveloped the practitioner in gold, rendering them impervious to ordinary attacks. With a thunderous sound, Suiyun activated his demonic golden strength, seemingly enlarging his form as he propelled himself off the ground. The earth trembled beneath him as he charged towards Liao Kong like a colossal iron giant. In response, Liao Kong launched a punch. At the same moment, Suiyun also struck out. The collision of their fists resonated like metal clashing. The air was torn apart by the force of their strikes, rippling outward. Realizing his attack had not succeeded, Liao Kong assessed that Suiyun's physical strength was on par with his own, making it challenging to best him in that regard. Let me see how proficient you are in mental cultivation, he thought. Lion's roar. As Liao Kong retreated, he unleashed a low shout that resonated like a bell towards Suiyun. Unfazed, Suiyun's eyes glimmered with crimson light as he formed a barrier of energy to shield himself from the sonic assault. Just then, a surge of mental energy emanated from Liao Kong, coalescing into a blade aimed at him. The air around them stirred without wind, creating a tempest that rushed towards Suiyun. Though Suiyun had practiced mental cultivation, he had little experience wielding mental power. As the mental blade approached, he felt a surge of vitality within him and resolved to use this energy to counter the incoming attack. Compared to Li Qinzhou, Yin Nantian, and Ding Peng, Suiyun lacked a certain momentum. However, with the passage of time, this momentum would undoubtedly grow stronger. With a determined shout, he enveloped his fist in vitality and unleashed a barrage of 18 punches, each one forming a furnace of energy that engulfed the approaching mental blade. With a resounding boom, the mental blade shattered under the immense force of his vitality. As the spiritual blade shattered, the monk Liao Kong felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly transparent. In a sudden flash, he propelled himself towards Suiyun. With a swift lift of his hand, he launched a fierce attack against Suiyun. In response, Suiyun's eyes glinted with a cold light as he too surged forward, his fist raised to strike. However, at the moment their fists were about to collide, Liao Kong opened his hand, transforming it into a claw, and aimed for Su Qin's wrist. The speed was astonishing, and Su Qin's wrist was seized, causing a surge of energy to burst forth from Liao Kong's fingers and flow into Su Qin's wrist. Yet, this energy was quickly shattered by the dense vitality emanating from Su Qin's blood. "This feeble energy cannot harm me," Su Qin declared coldly, twisting his palm to strike at Liao Kong's wrist. Having missed his initial attack, Liao Kong swiftly retreated. Roar! Su Qin let out a low growl that resonated powerfully, causing Liao Kong to feel a vibration in his eardrums, as if he had temporarily lost his hearing. At that moment, Su Qin unleashed a palm strike. The Tian Shuang fist erupted, its icy aura radiating forth. Though Liao Kong could not hear, he sensed a searing energy manifesting in his palm, colliding with Su Qin's fist. Both combatants were forced to retreat. "I have gauged your strength adequately. Now, I shall subdue you," Su Qin proclaimed as he delivered another blow with his left hand, still employing the Tian Shuang fist. Observing this, Liao Kong retaliated with a punch of his own. When their fists met, Su Qin transformed his fist into a grasp, seizing Liao Kong's hand. A wave of terrifying cold surged from his palm, encasing Liao Kong's arm in ice. In that instant, the golden ape within Su Qin awakened, causing his entire form to morph, his vitality coalescing into a massive ape that charged towards Liao Kong. "Golden Buddha, illusion." Sensing impending danger, Liao Kong shouted. As Su Qin barreled towards him, a colossal golden Buddha materialized in Su Qin's gaze, momentarily halting his advance. Yet, a chilling sensation surged from his left arm, igniting a fierce determination within him. Illusion shatter. Su Qin's gaze hardened as he lunged forward with renewed vigor. Crack! Boom! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the golden Buddha vanished. Liao Kong was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the Qinglong temple, blood spewing from his mouth. He was left gasping for breath, on the verge of death if not for immediate intervention. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the Qinglong temple, carrying another individual, whom he promptly threw before Su Qin. A vial containing 10 indestructible pills clinked at their feet. The figure was Ling Jie, and the pills were known as the Golden Buddha Immortal Pills. "The one who dispatched me is none other than the great Ascension Dharma King beside Abbot Fuda," he stated, before approaching Liao Kong, lifting him, and retreating into the temple. The other combatants swiftly withdrew, carrying the fallen bodies with them back into the sanctuary. Outside the Qinglong temple, a profound silence settled in. Chapter 387. The Reason, the Encounter with Shimu Feng. The atmosphere was hushed. No one anticipated that matters would conclude in such a manner. In the wake of the 5 casualties, the Qinglong temple surprisingly conceded defeat. This turn of events astonished everyone present. What could have prompted the Qinglong temple to surrender so readily? Observing from the sidelines, Lin Dongren regarded Shimu Feng. At that moment, Shimu Feng's gaze sharpened, as he had foreseen a cessation of hostilities following the clash between Su Qin and the monk Kong. Yet he was taken aback by the Qinglong temple's swift capitulation. What alternative was there to concede? The northern 9 prefectures now belonged entirely to the Qinglong society. Shimu Feng spoke gravely, acknowledging this reality within himself. Su Qin, on the other hand, directed his attention towards the Qinglong temple, his brow furrowing slightly. The temple's decisive action left him perplexed. This ancient sanctuary, a bastion of esoteric Buddhism, could not possibly be cowed into submission at its threshold. Previously, when the forces of the capital exerted pressure, it remained concealed in the shadows. Yet now, after blood had been shed, the Qinglong temple had chosen to endure, leaving him utterly confounded. "Abbot Food, it appears I must delve deeper into your intentions," Su Qin mused inwardly. "Gather the others. We shall depart," Su Qin instructed Suiyun. They were determined to take Ling Jie with them. The Qinglong temple's willingness to hand him over suggested that his affairs were, in fact, not their concern. If they had no ties to the Qinglong temple, it implied connections elsewhere. Su Qin was eager to uncover those relationships. Understood. Suiyun stepped forward. Despite his injuries, he had no trouble in securing the captive. With a swift motion, he grasped Ling Jie. At that moment, as Su Qin and his companions turned to leave, a sudden flash of cold light surged towards Suiyun. His eyes narrowed, and he raised his sword to intercept the oncoming threat. Just as the blade was about to collide with the icy projectile, it split into 2. With a sharp sound, One shard of the icy light penetrated Ling Zhi's body, while the other was deflected by Suiyun's sword. The latter was revealed to be a needle of ice, no larger than a palm. Suiyun's gaze sharpened as he scanned the area from whence the attack had originated, but it was now deserted. The group paused, their eyes fixed on that spot. "Let us go," Suiyun uttered succinctly. Suiyun, bearing Ling Zhi's lifeless form, chose not to leave behind the body. Often, valuable information could be gleaned from the deceased. Such futile actions, Shimu Feng remarked coldly upon witnessing the scene. Ling Zhi had clearly embraced his fate when he struck. Being taken by the Qinglong Society would yield no revelations. "Will you not approach Suiyun?" Lin Dongren inquired. "There is no rush. I shall first send a missive." "Let us proceed," Shimu Feng replied, leading Lin Dongren away. The martial artists outside the Qinglong temple gradually departed. Although they left, the events of this day firmly established the Qinglong Society's dominance in the northern 9 prefectures. In the main hall of the Qinglong temple, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. "Abbot, given the heavy losses we have suffered at Qinglong temple, we should retain all of them," spoke King Baoji, gazing at Abbot Food. To retain them would mean engaging in an unending conflict. The opposing forces control all the martial factions of the 9 northern prefectures. Should we commence hostilities, our ancient temple, standing for a millennium, may face imminent destruction, Food replied with a heavy heart. "If we keep them all here, would those factions dare to act against Qinglong temple?" insisted the monk Baoji. "They would become even more reckless. The opposing factions utilize venomous tactics, which are exceedingly ruthless. This is precisely why I have refrained from engaging them." Abbot Food lamented. "Even if they have such power, we could summon assistance from the other 2 sects of the esoteric school. Are these martial factions truly a cause for concern? The other sects of the esoteric school, particularly from the Zhongshan region, have indicated they will not intervene. As for the esoteric school in the capital, they demand that we submit to their authority before offering us aid," Abbot Food elucidated. "What?" Upon hearing Food's words, King Baoji's expression hardened, though he remained silent thereafter. "I had assumed you would merely be suppressed, waiting for an opportunity to engage with them and then retreat. However, I did not anticipate their methods to be so vicious. Alas, in our current weakened state, we must accept this outcome," Food spoke solemnly. "What shall we do next, Abbot?" "Close the temple. We must shut down completely for a year before reopening," Abbot Food declared with determination. "Did you gain any insights into the essence of the sea of energy from your encounter with the Yagyu sword?" Food inquired, looking at the monk Baoji. "None. The Yagyu sword's path is too fierce and relentless for us to comprehend. However, with a year of seclusion, we should attain some understanding," Baoji replied. "That is good. A year will pass swiftly," Abbot Food remarked. "Enter the great wisdom king in the stupa on the back mountain." After issuing these instructions, he approached Kong. "Senior brother, Liu Kong's bones have been shattered, and many of his internal organs are damaged. To survive, he may require the use of relics. However, even with the absorption of relics, survival is not guaranteed," the Mahayana king stated. "Relics?" Hearing this, Abbot Food furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded, allowing him to consume the golden cicada relic, hoping it would help him endure this trial. If he survives, his strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. "And what of Suiyun's strength?" Abbot Food inquired. "His physical form is formidable, and his energy is potent, though his mental fortitude seems somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, his vibrant life force enhances his will. To contend with him, one would likely need to employ a being of celestial difficulty. Otherwise, he cannot be slain," the Mahayana king responded. "No wonder the Qinglong Society has made him the martial leader of the 9 northern prefectures. It seems Suiyun holds other identities within the Qinglong Society, beyond merely being Ding Peng's disciple. Relay this information to the Crown Prince. I hope he can make the most of it. This is also a way for us to fulfill the commitment we could not uphold for Ling Zhi," Abbot Food concluded. "Understood," replied the Mahayana king. Soon, accompanied by the empty monk, they departed from the grand hall. Days passed one after another in Longbei County. The events concerning the Qinglong temple had ceased to circulate. Within a courtyard, Suiyun beheld a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, Xiang Mufeng, the governor of Longbei County. Suiyun was taken aback by the arrival of such a distinguished figure. The position of a county governor is indeed remarkable, especially considering that Longbei County would be akin to a provincial capital in the world Suiyun once inhabited, underscoring the significance of this governor. "What brings you here, governor?" Suiyun inquired, observing Xiang Mufeng. "Master Su," Xiang Mufeng replied with candor, I have come to propose a transaction. I wish to offer myself as collateral in exchange for your assistance in eliminating a certain individual. Should you agree to assist me in this endeavor, I would willingly serve you as a humble servant." Xiang Mufeng articulated his intent with straightforwardness. Upon hearing his words, Su Qian's brows furrowed slightly. He possessed information regarding the governors of the 9 northern counties, and Xiang Mufeng hailed from the esteemed chief family of the capital. Without such noble lineage, he could not possibly hold the position of governor. The individual he sought to have eliminated must undoubtedly be formidable, prompting Su Qian to enter a state of deep contemplation. Xiang Mufeng remained composed, patiently awaiting Su Qian's decision. "Your family is indeed a prominent clan in the capital. The fact that you are willing to offer yourself as collateral suggests the matter is of significant gravity. I fear I may not possess the capability to assist you," Su Qian remarked, gazing at Xiang Mufeng. Though he wielded some power, he would not underestimate the martial artists of this world, particularly those among the ruling class. "Master Su, allow me to present the circumstances before you assess whether you can aid me. Although my family is esteemed in the capital, the direct lineage has dwindled to only 2 individuals, myself and the current clan leader, my elder brother, Xiang Bing. I have served as governor of Longbei County for over a decade and seldom returned to the capital. However, 3 years ago, upon my return, I received an astonishing revelation from my sister-in-law that the current clan leader, my brother Xiang Bing, is an impostor." Su Qian was momentarily taken aback by Xiang Mufeng's revelation. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Upon hearing this news, I found it quite absurd. Although I had not seen my brother in many years, I could still recognize his visage and demeanor. Yet, my sister-in-law insisted repeatedly, casting doubts in my mind. After all, she has been married to my brother for 30 years, and sensing something amiss, I discreetly conducted an investigation. Ultimately, I uncovered certain inconsistencies, confirming that someone was indeed impersonating my brother. Over the years, I have quietly pursued this matter and discovered that the impostor hails from the Evil Alliance. I have been unable to ascertain the full details of the Evil Alliance, but I learned that it is controlled by 3 individuals, none of whom have been seen in person. I implore you, Master Su, to assist me in eliminating the current clan leader, my brother Xiang Bing. I do not wish for his children to live under the delusion of being fathered by a thief." Upon hearing Xiang Mufeng's words, Su Qian was momentarily stunned, not expecting to confront such a predicament. "In my heart, I lament the fact that the impersonator of Shibing not only masqueraded as him, but also took his family." However, Su Qian harbored doubts about Shimu Feng. Shimu Feng had just stated that within the current generation of the Xie family, there were only 2 legitimate heirs, himself and Shibing. Should Shibing suddenly meet his demise, Shimu Feng might indeed stand to benefit. "Su Zhaojiao, you seem to have reservations regarding my words," Shimu Feng remarked, observing Su Qian. "It is only natural for Lord Xie to harbor such suspicions, considering that among the legitimate heirs of the Xie family, it is solely you and Shibing. Once Shibing is eliminated, you would become the one wielding power over the Xie family." Su Qian responded in a calm tone. Upon hearing Su Qian's skepticism, Shimu Feng replied, "Even if my elder brother Shibing were to perish, I would not ascend to the position of clan leader or hold dominion over the Xie family. The next head of the family can only be my elder brother's son, Suiyun, who was designated as the young master by the clan elders when he was merely 10 years old. Our clan possesses certain traditions, and the selection of a family leader is exceedingly rigorous. It is not a position that just anyone can claim. I shall refrain from elaborating further on this matter. Given this, you could entirely expose him without resorting to murder?" Su Qian queried with a hint of confusion. "The Xie family is a prominent clan. Surely there are formidable individuals capable of subduing Shibing. I had initially intended to expose him, but this individual is far too powerful. No one within the Xie family stands a chance against him," Shimu Feng sighed. Su Qian's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that Shimu Feng would assert that no one in the Xie family could overpower the impersonator of Shibing, a martial artist who had already comprehended the transformation into the sea during the 9 trials of heaven. Sensing Su Qian's disbelief, Shimu Feng spoke again. "A practitioner who has reached the 9 trials of heaven and comprehended the transformation into the sea?" Su Qian's brow creased further. "Indeed. The one impersonating my elder brother is on the verge of achieving the transformation into the sea. I believe Su Zhaojiao is aware of the formidable strength of those nearing this stage," Shimu Feng explained. "I am not truly aware." Su Qian internally scoffed while maintaining a calm facade. Does your CF family really lack such a strong individual? Suiyun inquired. Indeed, we do not. Ever since our ancestor passed away 10 years ago, there has not been anyone who has comprehended the transformation into the sea. If there were, I would not need to seek your assistance, Su Zhaojiao. Shimu Feng replied. There are numerous strong individuals in the capital. Capturing him should not be a daunting task. This matter must not be made public. If it were to leak, my sister-in-law would likely lose all face, and the reputation of the CF family would suffer greatly, becoming the laughingstock of the capital's aristocracy. Furthermore, I am concerned that most of our clan may already be under his control, Shimu Feng spoke solemnly. Lord Xie, the governor of Longbei County holds little significance for us at the Qinglong Society, or rather, for me personally, Suiyun remarked, making his intentions quite clear, that Shimu Feng's value was insufficient. Su Zhaojiao, in 2 months, I shall return to the capital and assume the position of right commander in the Court of Censors, one of the 3 major judicial bodies of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Ministry of Justice, the Court of Censors, and the Supreme Court. The right commander is the second in command within the Court of Censors. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, one could be regarded as a figure of considerable influence and authority. I believe that Master Su would not be content merely to remain in the northern 9 prefectures. I am confident that I can assist you, not only in matters concerning the capital, but also in elevating your standing within the Qinglong Society. Shimu Feng gazed at Suiyun, keenly observing his reaction, for his offer was to aid Suiyun rather than the Qinglong Society. Suiyun comprehended the implications of his words. He had always refrained from engaging with the Zhou court, not out of reluctance, but due to the lack of opportunity. I am aware, Master Su, that you possess a subordinate capable of utilizing poison to control others. I, Shimu Feng, am willing to be afflicted with this poison, he declared. Even if I agree to your proposal, it is improbable that I can eliminate that shibing swiftly. It will require time, and I cannot provide you with a definitive timeline. Suiyun replied, regarding Shimu Feng intently. Upon hearing Suiyun's response, a glimmer of hope illuminated Shimu Feng's countenance. Had Suiyun promised an immediate demise for shibing, he would have deemed it mere bravado. However, Suiyun's uncertainty instilled a sense of trust in his words. Respectfully greeting my lord, Shimu Feng proclaimed as he knelt before Suiyun. Indeed, Suiyun was taken aback by Shimu Feng's immediate act of submission, recognizing him as his sovereign. If my lord doubts my sincerity, you may administer the poison to me now, Shimu Feng said, bowing deeply. He was determined to depart from Longbei County. For once he arrived in the capital, any subsequent meeting with Suiyun might draw the attention of watchful eyes. Therefore, he must earn Suiyun's trust at this moment. Gazing at Shimu Feng, Suiyun's eyes narrowed, contemplating testing the man's intentions. A golden goo worm materialized in the center of his palm, a special insect provided by the 5 Poisons boy. Without hesitation, Shimu Feng swallowed the goo worm as it appeared in Suiyun's palm. Congratulations, host. For subduing the governor of Longbei County, Shimu Feng, you have been rewarded with 3 orange lottery cards. Chapter 389, The Beggar's Sect and Xiao Feng. Along with his followers observing Shimu Feng's unwavering resolve as he consumed the golden goo, Suiyun's gaze flickered. Such an act left no room for doubt regarding Shimu Feng's intentions. Who else could be privy to the truth about Shibing's deception? Now that he had successfully subdued Shimu Feng, it was imperative to uncover all pertinent information. Only my close friend, Lin Dongren, is aware of this matter. My lord, I have saved Lin Dongren's life, and he has saved mine in turn. He would never betray me, Shimu Feng asserted with confidence. This assurance stemmed not solely from emotional ties. Lin Dongren had known about this situation for many years, and had there been an issue, Shimu Feng would not have survived to this day. Is that so? Please send me the information regarding Shibing, and I shall arrange for an investigation. Once you arrive in the capital, I will ensure someone meets with you, Suiyun instructed. Until Shimu Feng returned to the capital, he would refrain from taking action, necessitating a thorough investigation before determining the course of action. My subordinate will deliver it as swiftly as possible, Shimu Feng replied promptly. This is my token. Suiyun revealed a medallion from his attire. The token bore a single character, signifying Suiyun himself. Shimu Feng hastily stepped forward to receive the jade token, stating, My lord, I shall not linger any longer. Suiyun nodded in acknowledgement as Shimu Feng took his leave. Within the courtyard, a smile of delight graced Suiyun's face. He had not only subdued the Qinglong temple, but also won over Shimu Feng. With this development, He could now arrange for individuals to enter the court of the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as someone infiltrated the court, he would have the opportunity to pry open its secrets. However, he was uncertain whether the impersonator, Shui Bing, had any ties to the evil alliance, and he pondered whether the Night Emperor had made contact with them. Suiyun remained vigilant regarding the evil alliance. He then glanced at the lottery cards in his mind. Over the recent period, he had triggered rewards, acquiring 3 orange lottery cards, bringing his total to 5. Should he draw from these 5 orange cards? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to proceed with the draw, hoping to obtain a character, though high-quality items would also suffice. The result of his draw revealed, the host has drawn Xiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars sect, along with 1 9-bag elder, 2 8-bag elders, and 1,000 followers. His pupils dilated in astonishment. He had not anticipated drawing Xiao Feng, the revered leader of the Beggars sect, alongside 1 9-bag elder, 2 8-bag elders, and 1,000 followers. This granted him a formidable faction. Xiao Feng, known as the mightiest leader in the Tianlong Babu, was celebrated for his wisdom, valor, and commanding presence, coupled with exceptional martial skills. In the realm of Tianlong, he was often compared to Murong Fu, yet in reality, Murong Fu paled in comparison to Xiao Feng. Suiyun had a particular fondness for this character, despite his tragic fate. Immediately, Suiyun inquired into Xiao Feng's cultivation level, his gaze shifting slightly as he discovered that Xiao Feng was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, with a notation akin to Li Chunzhou, designating him as a character capable of shattering the void. Based on his observations over time, Suiyun deduced that this notation likely referred to their martial potential. He also examined the 9-bag elder and the 2 8-bag elders, finding the 9-bag elder's strength at the 8th level of the celestial realm, while the 8-bag elders were at the 7th level. The 1,000 followers, although merely at the late stage of the innate realm, possessed the potential for rapid growth due to their numbers. Though these followers were at the late stage of the innate realm, their sheer quantity, being beggars, could prove advantageous. Despite the Great Zhou dynasty's unification, beggars existed even in prosperous times, and their vast numbers across the expansive territory of the Great Zhou could be mobilized. Once these 1,000 late-stage innate realm fighters were deployed, they could quickly amass more followers, establishing the Beggars sect as the foremost faction in the Great Zhou dynasty. With the collaboration between the Beggars sect and the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Suiyun would gain immediate access to information from any corner of the Great Zhou. It could be said that Suiyun's fortune this time was remarkably extraordinary. This excursion had certainly yielded significant rewards. At this moment, outside the capital, in a mountainous estate, the weather had warmed, and the chill of the mountains was dissipating, giving way to a temperate and humid atmosphere. A hint of verdant life adorned the trees within the manor. In the courtyard, beneath the elegant pavilion, stood Murong Qingchun, clad in pure white, her delicate fingers dancing gracefully over the strings of a guqin, producing melodies that entranced all who listened. Behind her, her attendants Kai Wei and Xiu were similarly captivated, their voices hushed in reverence to the music. Suddenly, a stern figure clad in a blue robe approached from a distance. The man's gaze was cool and distant. Yet upon seeing Murong Qingchun, a flicker of admiration sparkled in his eyes. Sensing his presence, Murong Qingchun paused her playing, rising slowly to greet him. "Second brother, what brings you here today?" she inquired. As she spoke, Kai Wei promptly stepped forward to take the guqin from the table, while Qiu swiftly presented a set of tea utensils. A pot of fragrant tea soon prepared. "I came to see you, Qingchun, and to share some news," the second brother replied. This estate, known as Fengjiao Manor, was home to Feng Yunsong, the eldest son of the Feng family and Murong Qingchun's second brother. Since the passing of her substitute, she had sought refuge within these walls. "I wonder what news my brother bears. Have you uncovered information regarding the evil alliance?" Murong Qingchun asked. "Not much is known about the evil alliance, but I have come to inform you of recent events in the 9 prefectures of the north," Feng Yunsong responded. "Hasn't the situation in the 9 prefectures stabilized? What has transpired now? Is it related to the Qinglong Temple?" Murong Qingchun's brow furrowed slightly. "It does involve the Qinglong Temple, but they have suffered significant losses this time. Suiyun from the Mountain River sect, along with 3 dragon heads from the Qinglong Society, exerted pressure on the Qinglong Temple, resulting in the deaths of the esteemed Great Wisdom Monk and 4 disciples of the temple," Feng Yunsong elaborated. Suiyun from the Mountain River sect, accompanied by the 3 dragon heads, confronted the Qinglong Temple and even killed their members? "This cannot be true," Murong Qingchen expressed her disbelief. Indeed, after committing the act, they departed with ease, particularly Su Chun, who defeated the temple's head disciple, Kong. Feng Yunsong confirmed. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingchen's expression shifted, revealing her skepticism. The monk Kong possesses formidable strength. How could he be defeated by Su Chun? She was well aware of Su Chen's capabilities and found it hard to fathom such a defeat. You underestimate Su Chun. He has been concealing his true strength. In combat with Kong, the latter was no match for him. According to intelligence from our spies, it is estimated that Su Chen's actual combat prowess is nearly on par with the 5th celestial difficulty, Feng Yunsong stated. Is he truly that powerful? Murong Qingchen's face registered astonishment. The revelations about Su Chun had far exceeded her expectations. It seems my royal brother's ambition to reclaim control over the martial forces in the northern 9 prefectures will prove challenging, Murong Qingchen remarked. Second brother, your visit must pertain to more than just Su Chun. There must be additional matters of significance. As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea for Feng Yunsong. There are indeed other matters that bear a relation to Su Chun, he replied. Feng Yunsong gazed at Murong Qingchen and inquired, is there some connection with Su Chun? Brother Feng, please speak plainly, Murong Qingchen replied. Then I shall be direct, Feng Yunsong stated. The Feng family aims to seize the salt business in the northern 9 prefectures. We have established some salt fields in the southeastern seas, and now our production of salt has surged dramatically. We intend to flood the northern 9 prefectures with our supply. I believe that given Su Chen's standing in the north, those salt merchants will heed his word. Feng Yunsong continued, I can inquire with Su Chun on your behalf, but I cannot reveal myself at this moment. When the time comes for me to appear, I shall assist you in this matter. That would be a great help, Sister Qingchun, Feng Yunsong hurriedly replied. Brother, how is the investigation regarding Princess Danyang progressing? Is it related to the evil alliance? Murong Qingchun then shifted the topic. There should be no connection. The evil alliance would not implicate the guests of the Pang Taisher's residence in the murder of Princess Danyang. The case lacks substantial leads, and the local authority is preparing to reduce personnel for the investigation. However, the third son of King Liu is soon to arrive in the capital, and at that time, the local authority will continue its inquiries, Feng Yunsong explained. Is that so? Murong Qingchun furrowed her brow. Sister Qingchun, the orchids in the back mountain have already bloomed. If you have no pressing matters today, we could go to admire them together, Feng Yunsong suggested. Brother, I must refrain from unnecessary appearances, so I cannot accompany you to view the orchids, Murong Qingchun declined, shaking her head. Is that so? A look of disappointment crossed Feng Yunsong's face as he sighed. After conversing for a while, Feng Yunsong took his leave. Once he departed, Kaiwei approached Murong Qingchun and inquired, Miss, does Feng Yunsong's desire for the salt business in the northern 9 prefectures stem from his own intentions or those of the Feng family head? Regardless of whose desire it is, I shall not assist them. My second brother inadvertently omitted mentioning one individual, Murong Qingchun remarked. Miss, are you referring to Lingjia, who perished outside the Qinglong temple? Kaiwei asked. Indeed, Lingjia is the nephew of General Wang. His death outside the Qinglong temple will surely incite General Wang's wrath. Currently, most salt fields in the southeastern seas are under General Wang's control, including those of the Feng family. If they attempt to transport salt from the eastern sea to the northern 9 prefectures, General Wang will undoubtedly be aware and will not permit them to proceed. However, I did not perceive such awareness on Feng Yunsong's countenance. This suggests that he may have allied with General Wang or perhaps engaged in some business dealings with him. Please send someone to investigate, instructed Murong Qingchun. Understood. Kaiwei nodded. After Kaiwei departed, Murong Qingchun and Qiuling Air returned indoors. Miss, should we not reach out to Su Chun? With his current strength, he could be of great assistance to you, Qiuling Air suggested as she entered. If he were still the leader of the Mountain River sect, I would ask for his help and even persuade him to join my royal brother. However, he is now the young dragon head of the Qinglong Association and the martial arts leader of the northern 9 prefectures. His every word and action carries great weight, and we cannot act rashly, Murong Qingchun replied. Once you undertake a certain action, you shall be branded with a label that proves detrimental. Though the Qinglong society is formidable, the Great Zhou dynasty boasts many powerful individuals, and a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, sighed Murong Qingchun. It seems the young lady is overthinking. By the way, Miss, you mentioned that the Feng family has been investigating the evil alliance for quite some time. Why have they yet to uncover any clues? Has Kaiwei made any progress? Queried Schillinger. It is possible they have indeed found something, but have chosen not to disclose it to us, Morong Qinchin softly replied. Is that so? Then the Feng family is truly despicable. Miss, what are we doing here? Asked Schillinger. What are we doing here? You shall find out today, Morong Qinchin said, her gaze directed towards the outside. Meanwhile, in another location, within the banquet hall of the Feng estate, Feng Yunsong entered and bowed to a robust middle-aged man clad in a black robe. This man was Feng Shang'an, the current master of the Feng family. Upon seeing Feng Yunsong, Feng Shang'an inquired, has Morong Qinchin agreed to persuade Suiyun? She did not refuse outright. She mentioned that she would assist us once he has concluded his affairs, replied Feng Yunsong. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Feng Shang'an's brow furrowed slightly. For the time being, let us pause this matter. Also, ensure you ascertain the forces surrounding Morong Qinchin. Have you made any progress recently? The three alliance leaders are growing impatient. It is difficult to detect their aura. They are formidable. Father, could it be that the three alliance leaders intend to target Morong Qinchin? Feng Yunsong asked Feng Shang'an. The three alliance leaders do not wish to strike at Morong Qinchin, but rather seek to ascertain whether her powers are derived from the Heavenly Surveillance Bureau. Feng Shang'an replied solemnly. The Heavenly Surveillance Bureau? Even if Morong Qinchin is a princess, she shouldn't require their protection. Feng Yunsong inquired. The three alliance leaders are concerned that our identities may have been exposed. They suspect that Morong Qinchin might be here on our behalf, urging us to remain vigilant. Explained Feng Shang'an. That seems unlikely, Feng Yunsong frowned. Better to be cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. I too harbor some doubts regarding Morong Qinchin's visit. Although you and she share a brother-sister relationship and have gotten along well, it is unusual for her to come to the Feng estate after being attacked. Surely your bond has not reached such depths? Feng Shang'an gazed intently at Feng Yunsong. Father, if you harbor suspicions, why then do we not dismiss Morong Qinchin? Feng Yunsong asked, perplexed. She is a princess. I have no grounds to refuse her presence. Besides, I am curious to see what schemes Morong Qinchin harbors, Feng Shang'an stated. As they conversed, the sound of footsteps echoed in the courtyard, causing their dialogue to halt. An elderly man resembling a steward appeared at the door, and Feng Shang'an nodded in acknowledgement. The elder entered and announced, Master, young master. Lorden has sent word requesting young master to visit the Onqing Marquis residence. The Marquis of Onqing seeks me? Feng Yunsong showed no signs of distress, his countenance betraying a hint of confusion, as his association with Duke Onqing was rather limited. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Feng Shang'an, who also wore a furrowed brow. You should visit the Duke Onqing's residence and ascertain what he requires of you. Feng Shang'an suggested. Father, I shall take my leave for the Duke's estate, Feng Yunsong replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the banquet hall. Chapter 391, Supreme Grade Weapon. Duke Onqing. After Feng Yunsong departed, Feng Shang'an's expression grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the banquet hall. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at an underground chamber, where a towering furnace loomed large. Within the furnace, a dark golden blade was being subjected to fierce flames. Today marks the final refinement. This supreme-grade weapon will soon take shape, and my task will be complete, Feng Shang'an murmured as he gazed at the blade within the fiery depths. As he spoke, he shed his upper garments, revealing his bronze-hued skin. With a thunderous roar, the organs within him began to function, his blood circulating with a resonant pulse. As the blood flowed, an aura of vitality erupted from his being, akin to magma surging forth from the earth's core. With a swift motion, he grasped a nearby hammer, channeling the immense vitality into it, which then propelled towards the blade. He forged the weapon with each strike, and as time passed, the blade gradually took form, emanating a subtle yet formidable glimmer. With a resounding crash, the final blow fell. Feng Shang'an raised his hand and sliced open a vein, allowing a stream of blood to cascade onto the blade. The weapon absorbed his lifeblood, and a deep crimson glow radiated from its surface, overpowering the flames in the chamber. He grasped the air, channeling his energy into the blade. It emitted a soul-stirring hum, and with all his focus, the blade was enveloped in a dark red light, unleashing a terrifying aura. Not only was it sharp and lethal, but it also exuded an unsettling tremor that could instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. As he withdrew his energy, the dark red brilliance quickly diminished. Feng Shang'an retrieved a vial of elixir from his robes, consuming it hastily to restore some vitality. his pallid complexion regaining a hint of color. Approaching a nearby stone table, he observed a scabbard resting upon it, dark golden in hue, adorned with peculiar inscriptions that, while unembellished, exuded an air of mystery. With this weapon, and sufficient vitality or energy, I could slay even those who have just entered the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm. Alas, the materials are too precious. I can forge but one. Feng Shang'an sighed. A craftsman of blades, he cherished his creation, yet he knew this blade was not destined for him. He sheathed the blade and wrapped it in cloth. Before I bid you farewell, perhaps I shall witness your might. He spoke softly, as if sensing an impending fate. In the rear courtyard, a figure appeared beside Morong Qingshan. Feng Yunsong had departed from Feng family manor, heading towards the Onqing Marquis's residence. Furthermore, Feng Shang'an was likely engaged in forging a sword, and based on the timeline, the completion of the sword should occur today. Should we venture into that underground chamber to investigate? A newcomer whispered. Ensure that we ascertain the reasons behind Feng Yunsong's contact with the Onqing Marquis. Avoid probing the chamber. We must not expose any vulnerabilities. Our primary focus is on the 3 leaders of the evil alliance. I am eager to discover the identity of the leader, Morong Qingshan replied solemnly. Her purpose for coming to Feng family manor was to investigate the evil alliance. Previously, she had discovered the connection between Feng family manor and the evil alliance, and that Feng Shang'an was forging a weapon for its leader. It appeared that Feng family was possibly one of the members of the evil alliance. Thus, she had come here, ostensibly to evade certain matters, but in reality, her aim was to uncover the identity of the leader of the evil alliance. You must keep a close watch. At the slightest commotion, we will act and seize Feng family manor. Morong Qingshan commanded. Understood. The cloaked figures swiftly retreated. After their departure, Morong Qingshan furrowed her brow slightly. What business could the Onqing Marquis have with Feng Yunsong? She pondered. At the Onqing Marquis's residence, in a study, incense wafted gently, creating a soothing atmosphere. The Onqing Marquis sat gracefully at his desk, perusing some information regarding the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The Onqing Marquis was quite young, around 30 years of age, and he was the 2nd-generation Marquis. Standing respectfully before him was a woman clad in purple. Have there been any updates regarding the Night Emperor and future son? The Onqing Marquis inquired, his voice carrying a subtle softness. In response to your lordship, there is scant information on the Night Emperor and future Sunday. However, based on my investigation, they are likely not within the capital, but rather outside the city. The purple-clad woman reported. Are they concerned that someone might take action against them? The Onqing Marquis snorted coldly. Is it possible to recruit Bai Choufei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? He withdrew a document containing information on Bai Choufei. Recruiting Bai Choufei from the Tianya Pavilion is quite challenging. I am currently trying to get close to his deputy, Nalan Rongyan, to see if I can persuade her, the purple-clad woman replied. Nalan Rongyan. The Onqing Marquis extracted another document, examining the details on Nalan Rongyan, his brow slightly furrowing. For now, establish contact, but refrain from making any overtures to avoid unforeseen complications. I instructed you to notify Feng Yunsong. Has he arrived yet? The Onqing Marquis inquired as he returned the document to its place. I have already arranged for someone to invite him. He should arrive in about an hour. However, my lord, it seems we have little interaction with Feng Yunsong. Why do you wish to meet him? The purple-clad woman asked, perplexed. I merely wish to explore a potential collaboration. When he arrives, come to summon me. I will wait here alone for a while. The Onqing Marquis gestured dismissively. Understood. The purple-clad woman bowed and exited the study. The Onqing Marquis then rose and approached the window. A gentle breeze wafted in from outside, carrying with it the scent of autumn. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. You have obstructed my financial avenues, leading my plans astray. How shall I address this transgression? Spoke Lord Onqing in a low voice. Jin Yuling operated a series of banks under the guise of the Money Guild in the northern 9 counties, all of which were, in truth, under his dominion. Jin Yuling was one of Lord Onqing's financial assets. However, the people of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had slain Jin Yuling, resulting in not only the failure to establish the banks in the northern 9 counties, but also the loss of a crucial source of income. At present, the Money Guild offered him no support, inflicting significant losses upon him. Lord Onqing was no mere noble. He wielded real power, holding territories and private soldiers within them. The consumption of his personal army was substantial, and with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion severing his financial lifeline, how could he possibly let them go unpunished? He turned and seated himself once more, retrieving a letter from his drawer. The envelope bore but a single line. There is a weapon at Feng family manor. If you can procure it, cooperation may ensue. What manner of weapon could this be? And why must I retrieve it? Lord Onqing murmured to himself. This was also the reason he had summoned Feng Yunsong. He wished to glean more information, for he sensed an air of intrigue surrounding this affair. However, collaboration with the other party was a pressing necessity for him now. Chapter 392. Convergence of Forces, Kaijing's Conspiracy at Feng Family Manor. Feng Shangyan felt his vitality returning slightly as he perused a confidential letter handed to him by his steward. His brow furrowed slightly. Has my son not returned yet? He inquired. Not yet, sir, the elder steward replied. As soon as he arrives, summon him to me, Feng Shangyan commanded. Just as the words escaped his lips, Feng Yunsong entered from outside. Qinbo, please wait outside. I have a few words to exchange with my father, Feng Yunsong stated as he stepped into the room. The elder steward withdrew, standing guard at the door. What business does Lord Onqing have with you? Feng Shangyan asked solemnly. Father, Lord Onqing seeks that blade. He desires it. Do you think he is also affiliated with the Evil Alliance? Feng Yunsong replied. Take a look at this. Feng Shangyan handed the letter to Feng Yunsong. Upon glancing at its contents, Feng Yunsong's expression hardened. If we surrender the blade to Lord Onqing, what are the intentions of the three alliance leaders? He said in a grave tone. Lord Onqing has likely not joined the Evil Alliance, but he must have had some dealings with them. It is also possible that the three alliance leaders wish to seize this opportunity to test Murong Qingchen and the others, Feng Shangyan mused after a moment of contemplation. Is that so? Then let us contact Lord Onqing, informing him that the blade has been forged and invite him to retrieve it himself. Feng Shangyan waved his hand, adding, however, we must also prepare for our departure from this place. Meanwhile, as the father and son of the Feng family conversed, Kai Wei stood before Murong Qingchen alongside a woman clad in black. The blade has been forged and brought forth by Feng Shangyan. It appears they are ready for the handover, the woman in black remarked. Has Feng Yunsong met with the Duke Onqing, and do you know what they discussed? Murong Qingchen inquired. The Duke Onqing met Feng Yunsong in his study, and our people could not approach the Duke's study, so we are unaware of their conversation. However, upon Feng Yunsong's entrance and subsequent departure from the Duke's residence, an expression of astonishment lingered in his eyes for quite some time. It seems he encountered something truly remarkable and shocking. The woman in black remarked, could it be that the Duke Onqing is one of the three leaders we seek? If the Duke Onqing is indeed one of the three leaders, we must exercise caution. Although he is a second-generation Duke, he wields significant power, Kai Wei replied solemnly. Murong Qingchen remained silent in their presence. Have we inadvertently revealed any weaknesses? She pondered. She harbored some skepticism regarding the Duke Onqing being the individual they were searching for. Observe their movements. Should they engage in trade, we will act decisively. Seize the long knife, and if the Duke Onqing appears, instruct Elder Ren to allow him to depart. I shall personally meet with the Duke Onqing afterward, Murong Qingchen declared. Understood. The two bowed and withdrew. In another location, at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Bai Choufei scrutinized the confidential letter in his hand, his brow furrowed. Master, has something transpired? Naylan Rongyan inquired. Members of the Evil Alliance. Their three leaders wish to meet with the Night Emperor and the day after. This evening, the meeting is to take place at a location outside Feng Family Village. At a place called Bai Choufei, Bai Choufei explained. Previously, the members of the Evil Alliance directly contacted the Night Emperor and the day after. Why has this information arrived at our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion this time? Naylan Rongyan asked in confusion. That is also a point of concern for me. The two masters have long desired to meet with the Evil Alliance, yet since their last encounter, the Evil Alliance has not made an appearance. The sudden request for the day after and the Night Emperor to convene at Bai Choufei leaves me perplexed, Bai Choufei replied gravely. I will send this information to the Night Emperor and the day after and observe how they choose to respond. Bai Choufei approached the desk and penned another confidential letter, dispatching it via carrier pigeon beyond the city. After sending the message, Bai Choufei remarked, Young master, there has been pressure exerted on the Qinglong Temple. We must remain vigilant regarding movements in the capital, particularly concerning the first prince and the information related to the secret sect. Naylan Rongyan reflected. I did not anticipate the young master would take direct action against the Qinglong Temple, exerting such influence. It seems the northern 9 prefectures are firmly under his control. The speed with which Su Chun has taken command of the northern 9 prefectures is indeed astonishing. Today, the Duke Onqing met with Feng Yunsong, and upon reviewing prior records, we discovered no connection between the Duke Onqing and Feng family village, leaving us in the dark as to why they suddenly convened. Nalan Rongyan stated, "The Duke Onqing is an adversary of golden wind and drizzle. I must remain ever watchful." What is the background of Feng Yunsong? Bai Choufei inquired. Feng Yunsong is the son of the head of Feng family village and is also Murong Qingchen's second senior brother. 10 years ago, they both took the esteemed de Zhou Tianlong Jinren as their master. Is there a connection to Murong Qingchen? Upon hearing the name, Bai Choufei's brow furrowed slightly. Numerous indications suggested that Murong Qingchen might still be alive, yet Bai Choufei had not uncovered any compelling evidence. Could it be that Murong Qingchen was in Fengjiazwang? A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate Fengjiazwang to ascertain whether Murong Qingchen was indeed there. Bai Choufei spoke in a solemn tone. "I will immediately arrange for someone to handle this." Nalan Rongyan swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Duke Onqing received news that the long sword had been successfully forged, instructing him to retrieve it at the Baisu Pavilion outside Fengjiazwang later that evening. Upon reading this message, Duke Onqing's brow creased slightly, but then he steeled his resolve. "Summon Elder Kai, I must step out," he commanded the woman beside him in a purple robe. "My lord, I sense there is something amiss. We should exercise caution," the woman advised. "Those people possess something I require, an item that can assist me in breaking through to the next level of Tianwu Zenlongjin," Duke Onqing replied. "I shall accompany you, my lord," the woman asserted. "I am capable of self-defense, you need not worry. Besides, my identity may prove advantageous to them," Duke Onqing responded gravely. "Then I shall summon Elder Kai," the woman stated before withdrawing. Before long, Duke Onqing emerged from the Duke's residence alongside an elderly man clad in a brocade robe, stepping into an opulent carriage and making their way toward the outskirts of the city. Not far away, atop a tall building, the left minister Kai Jing observed the departing carriage of Duke Onqing with narrowed eyes. "The plan has commenced. I hope this time we can leverage the Heavenly Monitoring Division to entangle Duke Onqing and the Jinfeng Xiaolu with our evil alliance. By the way, that sword is of great use to me. It must be retrieved at all costs," Kai Jing instructed his aide, Lu Yuan. "I will ensure that the long sword requested by the minister is brought back." Lu Yuan bowed in response. From Kai Jing's words, it was evident that he intended to exploit the Heavenly Monitoring Division to link Duke Onqing and Jinfeng Xiaolu to their evil alliance. Chapter 393. The Struggle for the Great Tao. The contest of Kai Jing. After Lu Yuan departed, a masked figure appeared in Kai Jing's chamber. "Aren't you concerned about offending both the Duke's household and Jinfeng Xiaolu with your actions?" the visitor inquired, his voice low and hoarse, deliberately muted. "They wish to collaborate. They must demonstrate some sincerity. Moreover, I am quite eager to discern the Heavenly Monitoring Division's true stance toward our evil alliance," Kai Jing replied solemnly. "The Heavenly Monitoring Division is not as simple as you perceive. It was specifically created by the Emperor of Zhou, although the Emperor has been sequestered for years. Do you know why the world remains so tranquil? In many respects, it is due to the existence of the Heavenly Monitoring Division," the visitor stated in a grave tone. "I am well aware of that. However, what is the current situation with the Emperor?" Kai Jing inquired. "I cannot say for certain. I came primarily to observe the considerable commotion you have stirred," the visitor responded. "In the capital, such disturbances may appear significant, yet, in distant lands, they stir no waves. Grant me a little more time. My celestial silkworm blood transformation technique is on the verge of completion. Once achieved, I should be able to channel my energy into the vastness of the sea," Kai Jing remarked. "However, I find your current ostentation rather disagreeable," a voice interjected solemnly. "We possess strength now. Why should we hide in the shadows? Concealment will not forge a formidable power. In this chaotic world, we must seize the source of disorder. And in doing so, we may hope to take that pivotal step forward," Kai Jing retorted. "I have been investigating the methods of transcending the mortal realm, yet I have found no leads. I fear we may end up as mere pawns for others," the voice warned. "In the martial arts arena, strength begets weakness. The weak perish at the hands of the strong. Even if we ultimately fail and become instruments for others, I shall accept it. For at least it demonstrates the path of martial arts is indeed traversable," Kai Jing replied coldly. "If that is the case, proceed according to your own plan," the voice said after a moment's contemplation. "This time, I shall enlist the support of the Duke of Onqing and the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to our cause. The Duke's domain lies in the barren region of Biansu, which can serve as our experimental ground. Beyond Biansu, there are scattered clans expelled by His Majesty that we can exploit as targets, Kai Jing continued. I had thought you would take action from the East Sea. It seems you are cautious after all, which puts my mind at ease. I shall take my leave now, the masked figure declared, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they departed through the window. In the pursuit of greatness, how can one achieve without contention? Kai Jing murmured, watching the departing figure, then cast his gaze towards the palace. After years of seclusion, why do they remain hidden? With that, he exited the tavern. Later, outside the city, at the Bai Choufei pavilion, Feng Xiang'an awaited someone, impatience etched upon his face. Father, will the Duke of Onqing truly come? Feng Yunsong inquired. We shall wait here. Feng Xiang'an replied with an air of calm. In the distance, within a valley, Murong Qingchen and Kai Wei gazed towards the pavilion. Miss, who do you think will arrive to exchange this longsword with them? Kai Wei asked quietly. Based on my calculations, it is likely the Duke of Onqing. Murong Qingchen responded. Miss, do you also assert that the three leaders of the Evil Alliance are the Duke of Onqing? Kai Wei questioned. The Duke is not the leader of the Evil Alliance. However, he must be connected to them. This intervention, while not aimed at the Duke, serves to intimidate him, compelling him to divulge what he knows, Murong Qingchen explained, revealing her rationale for taking action. Moreover, we shall retrieve Feng Xiang'an, for they may possess valuable information. The Feng family has long engaged in weaponry, and their recent collaboration in forging top-tier weapons indicates a significant relationship with the other party. Perhaps we can glean some insights from them. There exists a weapon that must be retained at all costs, a supreme-grade weapon, scarce even among the royal family, remarked Murong Qingchen. Understood, replied Kai Wei. At that moment, amidst the lingering hues of the sunset, a carriage approached Bai Choufei Pavilion, emblazoned with the insignia of the Onqing Marquis. Miss, it is indeed the Onqing Marquis arriving, Kai Wei whispered upon spotting the approaching vehicle. I hope the third leader of the Evil Alliance makes an appearance. Those who dare to use living beings for their nefarious practices deserve the harshest punishment. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Murong Qingchen's eyes. Typically martial sects, whether righteous or wicked, engage in combat among warriors without interference from the Heavenly Surveillance Bureau, as long as it does not threaten the stability of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, the members of the Evil Alliance audaciously abducting living maidens for cultivation is a blatant provocation towards the Great Zhou dynasty. How could the Heavenly Surveillance Bureau remain indifferent? Investigating the third leader of the Evil Alliance serves as a test for Murong Qingchen's authority over the Bureau. A significant doubt lingered in Murong Qingchen's mind. How could the members of the Evil Alliance dare to commit their heinous acts so close to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty? The Onqing Marquis' carriage had arrived at the front of Bai Choufei Pavilion. The Marquis descended slowly from the carriage, while the elderly driver remained seated, taking a swig from a wine flask before reclining against the carriage. With the arrival of the renowned martial artist, Gong Fu Dan, it was likely that the foremost expert of the Onqing Marquis, Kai Jingtao, was within. In the distance, as Murong Qingchen observed the old man drinking from the flask, she remarked solemnly, "It seems the Onqing Marquis is not entirely at ease with this matter. Miss, shall we take action?" Kai Wei inquired from the side. The blade of Feng Xiang'an must be retrieved, yet I sense that the situation is more complex than we anticipated. It may not unfold as smoothly as we hope, Murong Qingchen said with a furrowed brow. From the moment the Onqing Marquis arrived, she realized her intentions had likely been uncovered. Someone was aware of her purpose for visiting the Feng family. Within the pavilion, Feng Xiang'an beheld the Onqing Marquis. "This is the long blade. Please accept it, Onqing Marquis," he said, extending the wrapped package to the Marquis. Upon receiving the blade, the Marquis glanced at the scabbard, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, which he quickly steadied, banishing the sensation. Alarmed, he pondered the capabilities of such a scabbard, and thus felt an overwhelming urge to draw the long blade. Nevertheless, he suppressed this desire. Even if he wished to inspect it, he would not do so in this place. "My lord, the items have been delivered. We shall take our leave now," Feng Xiang'an expressed, eager to depart as he sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding them. "If you wish to leave, you shall not." At that moment, a man resembling a lion emerged from the shadows, accompanied by several others adorned with golden lion motifs. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the dragon symbolizes imperial power, while the lion represents the most formidable faction lurking in the shadows, the Heavenly Surveillance Bureau. Heavenly Surveillance Bureau, 3 awakened lions, peace is maintained. The appearance of the elder elicited expressions of astonishment from both Feng Shangyan and the Anqing Marquis. Why do you not wish to see the old man? Observing the shock on the faces of the two, Ren Weian turned to Duke Anqing and said, Duke Anqing, hand over what you possess, and you may depart now. Chapter 394, Convergence. The appearance of the Celestial Monitoring Division. Duke Anqing furrowed his brow slightly. With Ren Weian from the Celestial Monitoring Division present, he ought to comply and surrender the item in his possession. However, this matter was intertwined with his own affairs, and he was reluctant to relinquish it. It is merely a weapon. My dealings with the Feng Manor regarding arms should not fall under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Monitoring Division. Duke Anqing replied in a hushed tone. Considering your title, Duke, I have made a concession. Should you choose to involve yourself in this matter, I shall have no choice but to take you back to the Celestial Monitoring Division as well. Ren Weian's voice turned icy as he regarded Duke Anqing. In his mind, capturing Duke Anqing was merely a precaution to prevent the situation from escalating, as Princess Murong had wished to avoid further complications. Nevertheless, should Duke Anqing court disaster, Ren Weian would not hesitate to take him with them. Ren Weian, your words are somewhat presumptuous. You are addressing Duke Anqing of the Great Zhou dynasty, the third-ranking noble in the court. At that moment, a low voice emanated from within Duke Anqing's carriage. Kai Jingtai, do you intend to obstruct our investigation? Are you suggesting that we pay a visit to your Duke Anqing's estate? Ren Weian responded coldly to the voice from the carriage. Ren Weian, do you truly believe you and your entourage can hinder us? The occupants of the carriage remained unfazed by Ren Weian's words and replied calmly. Do you think I came alone? Ren Weian then called out. As his figure descended, another silhouette soared from the distance, landing with an aura of frost enveloping the pavilion. Suiyun, I did not expect your arrival. It appears the individuals you intend to confront are formidable. Might I inquire who they are? The occupants of the carriage displayed a hint of surprise upon sensing the newcomer. If you wish to know, then you shall need to step out of the carriage. The newly appeared elder, Suiyun, retorted with a cold snort. Raising his hand, he unleashed a surge of frigid air that swept towards the carriage. The elderly man reclining in the carriage was momentarily taken aback, rolling to evade the assault. In response, a figure burst forth from the carriage, also striking out with their palm. A golden wave of energy erupted, taking the form of a roaring tiger, charging towards the icy blast. Boom! The clash of energies created a tempest of force, swirling frost across the ground and branches, while the golden tiger's energy advanced a few steps before dissipating. Suiyun, how dare you strike? Kai Jingtai emerged from the carriage, his gaze icy as he regarded the old man. Why would I refrain from striking? However, I must admit, I did not anticipate you would have cultivated the Tianyuan lethal tiger technique to the point of manifesting its energy form. It seems you are nearing mastery. However, under our combined efforts, your defeat is inevitable, and it will be quite catastrophic, remarked Suiyun, casting a cold glance at Kai Jingtai. You of the Celestial Monitoring Division truly are tyrannical. My lord, hand over the items to them. We must take our leave now, Kai Jingtai said, glancing at Suiyun before addressing Marquis Anqing. Just then, an elder rushed in from a distance, moving with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the pavilion. The elder was none other than Lu Yuan. My lord, I have procured the items for us. I am sincerely grateful to you. You may bring your weapons to meet our 3 alliance leaders, and the promises we made will surely be delivered to your residence in due time. Lu Yuan stated upon his arrival, addressing Marquis Anqing. Why don't you take them directly? Marquis Anqing asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. It would not be appropriate for me to take them. I am merely here to assist you, Lu Yuan replied. As he spoke, he propelled himself forward, his form transforming into a shadow and appearing behind Ren Weian with astonishing speed. Suddenly, he opened his palm, and several beams of icy light shot out in an instant. The individuals following Ren Weian drew their swords in response, but were abruptly enveloped by an invisible wave of spiritual energy that halted their movements. A mere half-second pause in a martial engagement can spell disaster. Swish, swish, swish. The icy beams pierced through the foreheads of the assailants. How dare you? Ren Weian finally regained his senses and raised his palm to strike at Lu Yuan, a brilliant golden light erupting from his hand. It seemed Lu Yuan had no intention of confronting Ren Weian directly. He executed an uncanny maneuver, evading the oncoming palm strike. At that moment, Suiyun made his move. His palm appeared to anticipate Lu Yuan's direction, unleashing a fierce blast of frigid air aimed at his chest. Lu Yuan's expression shifted, and he raised his palm, unleashing a wave of chilling energy from within. He retaliated with a powerful strike that collided forcefully with Suiyun's hand. The impact produced a sharp, crisp sound. Suiyun remained steadfast, while Lu Yuan was sent reeling backward, his palm covered in frost, his arm trembling uncontrollably. You possess considerable audacity, daring to harm a member of the Celestial Monitoring Division. Today, I shall bring you to justice, Suiyun declared, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. To kill me? I doubt you are capable, Lu Yuan retorted, as he channeled his energy to dispel the frost, though his arm continued to quiver slightly. Are you implying that he will protect you? Suiyun inquired coldly, directing his gaze at Kai Jingtang. At this moment, Kai Jingtang's expression sharpened, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. Initially, he believed they could retrieve the items without bloodshed. However, the opposing side had now taken the life of a member of the Celestial Monitoring Division. The Celestial Monitoring Division was notorious for their relentless pursuit, akin to madmen. Moreover, the division was under the control of the imperial family, which would undoubtedly place pressure on Marquis Onqing following this incident. The matter had become rather troublesome. Brother Kai, if we join forces to eliminate these individuals, this matter shall remain undisclosed. At this moment, Lu Yuan spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense. In the shadows, Murong Qingqian's expression also darkened considerably. Miss, should we send a distress signal? Inquired a woman clad in black behind Murong Qingqian. No, if we issue a distress signal, our location will be revealed, and the princess may find herself in peril. Murong Qingqian replied decisively. To outsiders, the princess is already deceased. Should she perish again, it would evoke no concern and create no ripples. Kai Wei quickly shook her head. A dead person, dying once more, would certainly not incite any commotion. We need not worry about the safety of Elder Ren and Elder Zhua, given their prowess. They will have no trouble signaling for assistance if they sense danger. Murong Qingqian asserted, her gaze anxiously fixed on the pavilion. Even if Lu Yuan and Kai Jingtao allied, it was inconceivable they could subdue Ren Weian and the others. She could not fathom the confidence of her adversaries. Was there another expert lurking nearby? Murong Qingqian furrowed her brow. Can the two of you truly accomplish our demise together? Suiyun stated coldly. You cannot. I merely speak in jest. However, I doubt you can subdue me, so why not retreat? Lu Yuan responded icily to Suiyun. Brother Ren, intercept Kai Jingtao. I shall take his head, Suiyun declared as he suddenly surged forward, his hand transforming into a claw aimed viciously at his opponent's head. Your Excellency, the Night Emperor, would not idly watch as I am captured, would he? Lu Yuan stood motionless, uttering those words. Chapter 395. The energy of the Dantian transforms into the sea. Focusing the mind within the sea to shatter the void. 5,500 words in a single grand chapter. As Lu Yuan's words echoed, silence enveloped the scene. Although the reign of the Night Emperor had passed for a time, his reputation still lingered. Thus, his utterance caused Suiyun's movements to slow ever so slightly. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Lu Yuan evaded the strike, yet a layer of frost manifested upon his chest. This chill slowed the circulation of his internal energy, a characteristic of the cold attribute technique. The Night Emperor has yet to appear. It seems he has no intention of aiding you, Suiyun remarked frostily. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. The Night Emperor had undoubtedly arrived, yet for reasons unknown, he chose not to intervene. Had Suiyun not momentarily paused upon hearing the Night Emperor's name, Lu Yuan feared he would have been struck squarely in the chest. The absence of the Night Emperor's assistance indicated a deliberate decision not to engage in this affair. His gaze hardened as it shifted towards Suiyun. Suiyun practiced the heavenly cold and earthly frost technique, and under the influence of the frigid aura, both his movements and energy were impeded, rendering him exceedingly passive. To confront his opponent, he must first devise a strategy to counter the cold energy surging from his adversary's palm. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Duke Onqing. The figure suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Lord Onqing, snatching the long blade wrapped in his grasp. It seemed as though Lord Onqing made no attempt to resist, allowing Lu Yuan to seize the weapon. Suiyun, Your mastery of the icy path renders this long blade imbued with fiery attributes, capable of countering your chilling aura. Even without the intervention of the Night Emperor, today I can vanquish you." As he spoke, Lu Yuan unsheathed the blade. The moment the blade was drawn, a resonant sound emanated from its body, accompanied by a vibrant aura that exuded the essence of severing all things. This occurred even without the infusion of energy. In the next instant, a torrent of sanguine energy surged like a tide into the long blade from Lu Yuan's palm, instantly enveloping it in a crimson aura, imbued with intense heat. The coldness within his arm and chest swiftly dissipated beneath this fervent energy. "Suiyun, your chill cannot suppress me. Witness my resolve to slay you." Lu Yuan's gaze grew ferocious, emboldened by the blade in his hand. Observing the weapon, Suiyun's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He sensed the formidable fiery essence contained within the blade, subtly stifling the chill in his own being. "Kai, I will handle Suiyun. You distract Ren Weian," Lu Yuan declared. With the Night Emperor absent, he had no choice but to ally with Kai Jingtao. A flicker of irritation brewed within him towards the Night Emperor for not intervening. Previously, he had aided the Night Emperor in eliminating the oppressive Jinfu division, allowing the Night Emperor to slay its leader, Ouyang Xiong. Now, confronted by adversaries, the Night Emperor remained idle. "Kai Jingtao, are you choosing to stand against us of the Tianjin division? Consider your decision carefully," Ren Weian remarked sternly, his expression darkening as he scrutinized his opponent. "I merely wish to spar with Brother Ren," Kai Jingtao retorted, subtly positioning himself to obstruct Ren Weian's path. "My lady, Lord Anqing has the audacity to collude with the forces of the Evil Alliance against the Tianjin division. Your earlier gesture of granting him face was indeed an overestimation." Kai Wei spoke beside Morong Qingchen. "It appears Lord Anqing seeks something significant from the Evil Alliance. Yet, this also signifies that since Father has entered seclusion, these courtiers have begun to disregard the royal authority." Morong Qingchen's voice turned frigid. "My lady, what shall we do now? That long blade seems to restrict Elder Zhua, preventing him from utilizing his strengths, while Elder Ren is being held back by Kai Jingtao. The situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us." Kai Wei furrowed her brows. "It is not just us. There are also the figures mentioned, Tianyao Pavilion and the Night Emperor. If the Night Emperor were present, he might join forces with them. Should they unite, Elder Ren and the others may face dire consequences," the cloaked woman interjected. At the conclusion of her words, Lu Yuan, wielding the long blade, surged forth, his form darting like lightning as he struck with unparalleled speed. The piercing, violent sound of a blade instantly penetrated Suiyun's eardrum. Accompanying this cacophony was a wave of searing heat that enveloped his entire being, casting a shadow over his spirit. With a steely gaze, he summoned the cold energy within him to stabilize his mind and, in a swift movement, struck out with the palm. The icy force collided with the long knife, producing a hissing sound as the frigid and fiery elements clashed, a cloud of white mist erupting at their point of contact, only to be swiftly consumed by flames. "Suiyun, can you still be so arrogant?" After their initial confrontation, Lu Yuan revealed a sinister smile, empowered by the blood and energy coursing through the long knife. He not only defended against Zui's icy aura, but also subtly suppressed it, emboldening his attacks without restraint. Suiyun's expression darkened as he realized that Lu Yuan was utilizing the searing heat from the long knife to counter his chilling energy, rendering his previous advantage entirely nullified. Prolonged engagement in such a manner would be exceedingly detrimental to him. Despite these thoughts, Suiyun propelled himself forward towards Lu Yuan, seeking to dominate through technique when his internal energy was suppressed. As a wielder of cold energy, he inherently countered fire, establishing a mutually antagonistic relationship. Since his icy energy failed to harm Lu Yuan, the blazing aura from Lu Yuan's long knife posed a similar threat to him. In such circumstances, he recognized the necessity of striking first to subdue his opponent. With his hand raised in a claw-like gesture, he aimed for Lu Yuan's chest with a fierce attack. However, Lu Yuan remained ever vigilant and deftly evaded Suiyun's strike. Undeterred by the failed attempt, Suiyun clenched his fist, rapidly condensing a chilling energy atop it, seemingly intent on overwhelming his foe with sheer force. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. He swiftly redirected his long knife downward towards Sui's arm. The blade was not only searing but also alarmingly sharp. In response, Suiyun quickly retracted his fist to avoid the strike. After dodging the long knife, he accelerated his footwork, reappearing before Lu Yuan in an instant, his fist suddenly unfurling. With a whoosh, 2 beams of cold light shot forth, striking with such speed that they pierced Lu Yuan's eyes in the blink of an eye. A scream of agony erupted from Lu Yuan as the energy from the long knife flared, flailing wildly in desperation. Seizing the moment, Suiyun retreated hastily to evade the erratic strikes of the long knife. One precise attack from the icy projectiles had blinded Lu Yuan, confirming the prowess of this individual from the Tianjin division, who had demonstrated impeccable timing. Now, do you truly intend to refrain from making a move? Should he fall, we may never encounter those behind the Xiameng. At that moment, from the shadows, a voice spoke. The Xiameng had lured out the Tianjin division, seemingly aiming to entangle us with the Duke of Anqing, binding our fates together. While the true intentions of the Xiameng remained unclear, it was evident that their ambitions were far from simple. They might incite turmoil within the great Zhou dynasty. We find it challenging to become involved. Yet as long as they make a move, we can locate them. However, they are unlikely to abandon our collaboration, remarked the Knight Emperor. When it comes to the great Zhou dynasty's heavenly monitoring department, the matter is certainly significant. The Tianya Pavilion has offended the pacification office, and should they clash with the heavenly monitoring department again, it would not bode well for their development. Of course, if all the individuals here were to be eliminated, this affair would remain concealed from outsiders. Yet, some individuals cannot be slain, which is why he refrained from acting. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the location of Murong Qingchen. The one referred to as the future glanced in Murong Qingchen's direction, seemingly comprehending the Knight Emperor's intentions. If Murong Qingchen were to remain alive, she must also not perish before them. Should the adversary strike at Murong Qingchen, they would have to intervene to rescue her. In the midst of the scene, the frenzied Lu Yuan had ceased his tumultuous dance. Though his vision was obscured, his spiritual awareness remained intact. Suiyun, how despicable you are, Lu Yuan uttered coldly. Despicable? Only the weak would utter such words. Suiyun, contemplating the capture of Lu Yuan alive, believed that he possessed valuable insights regarding the evil alliance. Kai Jingtai, protect my escape, Lu Yuan implored, directing his words to Kai Jingtai. Dressed in splendid garments, Kai Jingtai's expression tightened, taken aback by the sight of Lu Yuan. Once full of vigor, now having his eyes pierced, he moved swiftly towards Lu Yuan. Kai Jingtai, it appears you are oblivious to the circumstances, remarked Ren Wan, who had previously confronted Lu Yuan. I am fully aware of the situation. As Kai Jingtai reached Lu Yuan's side, his words left his lips just as he pivoted sharply, launching himself at Lu Yuan. In that instant, his left hand formed a fist, unleashing an immense force as he struck towards Lu Yuan's chest, while his right hand reached out in a reverse grip to seize the long knife from Lu Yuan's grasp. With a thunderous impact, that lightning-fast punch collided with Lu Yuan's chest. Completely caught off guard by Kai Jingtai's sudden assault, Lu Yuan felt an eruption of volcanic force in his chest, propelling him backward. In the process, the long knife was swiftly wrested from his possession. Blood spewed forth as he collapsed to the ground, his ribs shattered, and his internal meridians severed. Kai Jingtai showed no mercy, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Lu Yuan. As the blood flowed from his mouth, the blind Lu Yuan realized that his life was slipping away. You, how ruthless, he gasped before drawing his last breath. Kai Jingtai, Ren Wan, witnessing this grim turn of events, roared as he rushed to Lu Yuan's side, hoping to ascertain whether he could save him. At that very moment, the Duke of Anqing, who had been standing beside Feng Shang'an, felt a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. He swiftly turned his hand at his waist, and in an instant, a flash of icy brilliance passed by. In a state of astonishment, Feng Shang'an felt a trace of blood on his neck. You, Duke Anqing, he exclaimed, pointing accusingly at the Duke. Blame Lu Yuan for his overconfidence. If he hadn't fallen, you wouldn't be facing death. The glint of cold steel vanished from Duke Anqing's hand, revealing an exquisitely slender soft sword. It was inconceivable that Duke Anqing, having ascended to the position of the second Duke Anqing, would possess weak capabilities. Silence enveloped the scene, as the unfolding events defied all expectations. Miss, Duke Anqing. Kaiwei struggled to comprehend the circumstances. I underestimated Duke Anqing. No wonder he has attained the rank of the second Duke. Murong Qingchen observed the Duke within the pavilion, murmuring to herself. Duke Anqing, ranked third among the 10 noble lords, held a status that few could achieve. Her error lay in underestimating him, and the consequences of such folly became starkly apparent. Within the pavilion, Duke Onqing, with an expression of calm, walked past Feng Xiangyan and gradually approached the carriage, flanked by Kai Jingtao wielding a long knife. As they neared the carriage, Ren Weian and Suiyun drew closer. Is the Duke planning to depart so easily? Ren Weian questioned coldly. Do you intend to stop us? I am Duke Onqing of the Great Zhou. What grounds do you have to impede my passage? Naturally, you cannot take me by force, and as for the long knife, it was crafted for me by a trusted artisan. Do you intend to seize it as well? Duke Onqing replied with a nonchalant demeanor. With all the necessary parties deceased, the Heavenly Supervision Bureau could not possibly escort him away. As long as he possessed the long knife, he believed that members of the Evil Alliance would still reach out to him, especially since his purpose for being here was to acquire that very weapon. Hearing Duke Onqing's words ignited a fiery rage within Ren Weian, compelling him to act. Duke Onqing, you may leave, but I advise you to surrender the long knife to us, Suiyun stated solemnly. Since you choose not to attack me, I shall take my leave. Duke Onqing replied, ignoring the retort as he and Kai Jingtao boarded the partially destroyed carriage. Ren Weian watched Duke Onqing depart, his fists clenched, contemplating a strike against him. The carriage gradually receded from their sight. At that moment, Murong Qingqin and her two companions surged forth from the shadows. Your Highness, I regret that my subordinates have failed in their duty. Please impose punishment. Elder Zhua and Elder Ren, this is not your fault. It is my oversight in underestimating Duke Onqing. Bring back that man's corpse. Perhaps we can glean some clues from it, Murong Qingqin instructed. Very well. Ren Weian lifted his hand to grasp Lu Yuan's lifeless body. However, as he reached for it, boom, the chest exploded, rendering the entire form a blurred mass. Duke Onqing had left them no trace of vital evidence. There is no need to deal with Feng Xiangyan's corpse. We shall have the Feng family handle it later. As there is nothing of value on him, Murong Qingqin concluded, shaking her head. From the recent circumstances, it seems that Feng Xiangyan has likely never encountered the upper echelons of the Evil Alliance. Thus he would bear no valuable remnants. Bringing back the corpse would serve no purpose. Take our people and the bodies away, commanded Murong Qingqin. Subsequently, he departed with his entourage. They have left. We shall depart as well, observed Ri Ho, in the shadows, glancing at the Night Emperor. However, during our departure, we must procure an item to take with us. The Night Emperor's gaze drifted towards the direction in which Qingho had previously exited. You desire the long blade possessed by Qingho. Ri Ho seemed to grasp the Night Emperor's intention. Let us proceed. The duo hastened towards the direction Qingho had taken. At this moment, along the descending path, the Evil Alliance had suffered considerable losses. One could not ascertain whether they would retaliate against the Celestial Monitoring Division. Beside Qingho, Kai Jingtao remarked, the shattered carriage reveals the figures of the two. The Evil Alliance should refrain from taking action against the Celestial Monitoring Division for the time being. But I am curious about the Celestial Monitoring Division's intentions towards the Evil Alliance. The Evil Alliance has remained rather inconspicuous. How could they provoke the attention of the Celestial Monitoring Division? And Qingho spoke in a low voice. Has anything unusual transpired in the capital recently? He inquired of the elder driving the carriage. My lord, if we are to speak of peculiar occurrences, it would be that numerous maidens have gone missing in the capital and its surroundings. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qingho's expression sharpened. What could the Evil Alliance be scheming? They are utilizing living maidens for their cultivation. No wonder they have attracted the attention of the Celestial Monitoring Division. Then, my lord, should we continue our contact with them? Kai Jingtao asked gravely. Contact is necessary. Business is business. The individuals from the Celestial Monitoring Division currently present are not a concern for me. Qingho declared. Just as he spoke, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, as two figures stood before it, Night Emperor and Ri Ho. Qingho's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing them. Surrender your weapons, and you may leave, otherwise. Should I take action, you may suffer consequences, the Night Emperor stated, fixing his gaze on Qingho. Night Emperor, allow me to gauge your strength. Kai Jingtao, perched atop the carriage, leaped forth, charging at Night Emperor, while swiftly drawing his long blade. A surge of immense blood energy flowed into the blade, causing its heat to intensify. The Night Emperor, having slain Ouyang Xiong, possessed unfathomable strength. He knew he must exert his utmost effort to measure my strength. You deem yourself worthy? Scoffed the Night Emperor, unleashing a violent surge of energy, his fist striking out. The force of his punch detonated the air, compressing it like a cannonball towards the cleaving long blade. The fierce flames erupting from the blade were extinguished under the pressure of the air, and then, infused with the might of his punch, it collided against the opposing long blade. The overwhelming force surged along the fist into the blade, as the Night Emperor aimed to suppress his adversary with his formidable energy. Witnessing this, Cai Jingtao had no choice but to summon all his strength, engaging in combat with the Night Emperor. Boom! At this moment, a transformation occurred within the dantian of the Night Emperor, and an endless ocean emerged. Simultaneously, a surge of power erupted with great intensity. Bang! Cai Jingtao, who was engaged in battle with the Night Emperor, was sent flying by the sudden and formidable force, his long blade clattering to the ground. With a swift motion, the Night Emperor summoned the blade into his grasp. The energy within his dantian had transformed into an ocean. How had he attained such a formidable realm? Cai Jingtao, now fallen to the ground, gazed at the Night Emperor with disbelief etched upon his face. Seated in a carriage, Duke Onqing's expression shifted upon hearing Cai Jingtao's words. The 9 trials of celestial beings. Upon reaching the 9th trial, one typically experiences 3 stages. After attaining the 9th trial, the depth of one's internal energy becomes substantial, prompting some powerful individuals to aspire to transform their dantian energy into an ocean. The name itself suggests the immense energy required for such a transformation. However, it is not merely a matter of abundant internal energy. One must also achieve a certain level of enlightenment to effectuate this transformation. Only then can one concentrate the spirit within the ocean. If one were to recklessly attempt this transformation, they would fail to concentrate the spirit, thus never achieving the 3rd stage, shattering the void with divine force. As of yet, no one has reached this 3rd stage. From the moment the Night Emperor emerged, he displayed overwhelming strength. Such a being would undoubtedly not undertake a reckless transformation. Hence, Duke Onqing could not help but feel astonished. As he marveled, the Night Emperor swung the long blade in his hand, a blade of energy slicing through the air and severing Cai Jingtao's neck. The bloodied head tumbled to the ground. "My lord, you must leave at once," an elder beside the carriage urged, instinctively shielding Duke Onqing. "I am Duke Onqing of the Great Zhou. Do you dare to kill me?" the Duke demanded, glaring at the Night Emperor. "Why should I not kill you?" Jin Yuling perished at the hands of those from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. "We have already forged a vendetta. Given such a splendid opportunity, why would I refrain from striking?" The Night Emperor replied coldly. Just then, 2 figures appeared on the scene. Ren Weian and Suiyun had descended the mountain and, upon hearing the commotion, hastened their pace towards the source. Observing the 2 newcomers, the Night Emperor pivoted, addressing them. "We must depart," and without hesitation, they swiftly left. Chapter 396. The Cold Moon Sect, Tianshan Sect. The 7 swords descend from Tianshan, combined chapter. Within the mountain river gate, Suiyun sat cross-legged on a mat, his gaze revealing a hint of surprise as he looked at Yuan Suiyun, who had come to report. Murong Qingchen was not dead. No wonder the royal family seemed to be deliberately suppressing any movements. Yet, one could only wonder how Mei Xianfeng would react to this news, for she was undeniably the most unfortunate one in this situation. Reflecting on this, Suiyun couldn't help but sigh for Mei Xianfeng. He pondered her return to the Chang'an Palace and how it had fared. As for the intelligence from the Jiangnan region, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had yet to gain timely control over it. Thus, they remained oblivious to the situation at Chang'an Palace. Moreover, the primary focus of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower currently lay within the capital, with no significant efforts being directed towards other regions for the time being. The Evil Alliance has drawn the attention of the Heavenly Monitoring Division, prompting Jin Feng Shiyu to swiftly investigate the underlying issues. Suiyun instructed this. Having just received information from Yuan Suiyun regarding the developments from Jin Feng Shiyu, the content contained 2 crucial points. First, that Murong Qingchen is alive and may have assumed control of the Heavenly Monitoring Division. Second, the mention of the Evil Alliance once again. Presently, the Night Emperor has acquired a top-tier weapon that the other party desired, and it is believed that this weapon will facilitate a meeting between them. Bai Choufei is already conducting an investigation, and it is anticipated that the matter will soon be clarified. Yuan Suiyun remarked that it may not be necessary to complicate matters, as Murong Qingchen has made an appearance. Perhaps Bai Choufei could engage with her. since she is likely to be aware of the situation given her potential leadership of the Heavenly Monitoring Division. Suiyun suddenly contemplated the advantages of establishing a connection with Murong Qingchen, who hails from the royal lineage of the Great Zhou dynasty. As Jinfeng Shiyu Lu expands in the capital, has the Five Poisons boy not returned yet? Suiyun inquired, turning to Yuan Suiyun. The Five Poisons boy had been dispatched to deliver medicinal pills to Cui Wuhu and had been gone for quite some time, with his own affairs at Qinglong Temple concluded. Suiyun could not help but ask. The Five Poisons boy has sent word that he is assisting Cui Wuhu for a while, Yuan Suiyun replied. Then let him continue to assist Cui Wuhu for the time being, Suiyun responded. Despite being called the Five Poisons boy, he was merely a dwarf by stature. Yet he was of considerable age. Master. At that moment, Xiaofeng stepped forward. His tall stature and imposing presence exuded the aura of a hero. How well do you understand this world, Xiaofeng? Suiyun inquired. After being summoned along with 3 elders, Xiaofeng had been gathering information about the world and the Great Zhou dynasty. Unlike others, Xiaofeng had appeared with his followers, and Suiyun aspired for the Beggars sect to become the most prominent faction in the Great Zhou dynasty. The 1,000 followers had been arranged to leave in batches, waiting for Xiaofeng's call to unite. We have gathered sufficient understanding, Master. We are preparing to head towards the Jiangnan region, which is affluent yet marked by significant wealth disparity, making it suitable for the development of our Beggars sect, Xiaofeng articulated. The Jiangnan region? Suiyun's initial vision also revolved around Jiangnan. Recently, Lian Qingbi had traveled there to establish the Wugo Mountain Villa. Xiaofeng's presence in that area would enable mutual support between both parties. I hope you will use Jiangnan as a base to expand outward and establish the Beggars sect as the foremost faction in the Great Zhou dynasty, Suiyun declared. Thank you, Master. I shall lead the 3 elders and our followers to Jiangnan, Xiaofeng affirmed. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact Yuan Suiyun. Additionally, if Lian Qingbi encounters any danger, lend your assistance, Suiyun instructed. The Jiangnan region is exceptional. The Jiangnan region is not only vast and rich in resources, but it is also home to numerous factions. For some of these forces, survival in Jiangnan proves to be quite arduous. Rest assured, my lord, I shall first meet with Brother Lian Qingbi upon arriving in Jiangnan. He has spent considerable time there and is undoubtedly more knowledgeable than I, Xiaofeng declared. Excellent. Suiyun nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiaofeng turned to depart. Following his exit, Yuan Suiyun also left the room, leaving Suiyun alone within. Everything was falling into place, albeit his personal advancement felt somewhat sluggish, Suiyun pondered. At that moment, outside the Shanhua gate, a veiled woman approached its entrance. Who goes there? The guards halted her progress. The current master of Shanhua Gate, Suiyun, was now the lord of the northern 9 prefectures, and the gate had risen in stature since earlier times. I am an old acquaintance of your esteemed leader, and here is my letter of introduction. I trust that upon seeing it, your leader will agree to meet with me, the veiled woman replied, handing the missive to the guard. Please hold on. The guard responded promptly. While others could be dealt with easily, a direct audience with the leader indicated that she was no ordinary visitor. Before long, the veiled woman was ushered into a reception hall. Has Miss Z returned to the Cold Moon sect? What brings you to my northern 9 prefectures? Suiyun inquired as he gestured for her to take a seat. Observing Suiyun before her, Zihanyu sighed inwardly. She had initially perceived him as a minor figure, only to realize that he was, in fact, a formidable adversary. Reflecting on the events in Qingcheng, it was evident that Suiyun had orchestrated them all. Master Su, I have come primarily to propose a collaboration, Zihanyu stated as she settled into her seat. Collaboration? Are you referring to the exploration of that secret cavern? I cannot engage in such an endeavor, Suiyun replied, revealing his lack of interest in uncovering the hidden cavern. Truth be told, he was not inclined to have the secret exposed at this juncture. The northern 9 prefectures had only just achieved a semblance of tranquility, and it was the perfect moment for him to consolidate his control. He certainly did not wish for any disturbances. Should the cavern resurface now, it would inevitably attract martial artists from the Jianghu, which was not his desire. This time, we aim to undertake our endeavors not within the confines, but rather outside of them. Our Cold Moon sect is poised to emerge. We have identified a location to seize, specifically, the Tianshan sect, Zihanyu elaborated. Upon hearing her words, Suiyun's expression shifted in surprise, and even Yuan Suiyun, who accompanied him, displayed a look of astonishment. The Tianshan sect was formidable, possessing considerable depth and strength. It was unexpected that the Cold Moon sect would set their sights on them. Miss Z, I find it curious how your intent to confront the Tianshan sect pertains to me. It seems we have no grounds for collaboration, Suiyun queried, perplexed. The conflict between the Cold Moon sect and the Tianshan sect was their own affair, and it hardly warranted his involvement, let alone a partnership. Sovereign Su, it is rumored that the leader of the Tianshan sect is preparing to select 7 disciples within the sect to inherit the 7 divine swords. These disciples will undoubtedly descend upon the northern 9 prefectures first, which poses a considerable threat to you, remarked Zi Hanyue. The 7 swords descend from Tianshan? It appears your esteemed sect has some knowledge of this matter. I wonder if Miss Z is aware of the unique characteristics of those 7 divine swords, Suiyun murmured. The phrase 7 swords descend from Tianshan aptly describes the situation. However, regarding the specific traits of these swords, I must admit my ignorance. The 7 divine swords are to be presented by the Tianshan sect's leader, Huamufeng. It is said that each sword possesses distinct characteristics and should be classified as high-grade weapons, among the finest of their kind, Zi Hanyue replied. High-grade weapons? Who will they choose as successors? Suiyun inquired. This selection will be made from the younger generation. The one who acquires a divine sword will become Huamufeng's personal disciple. Judging by this, the prowess of those 7 swords should be extraordinary, Zi Hanyue stated solemnly. The younger generation, no matter how strong, what waves can they truly stir? Suiyun said dismissively. Yet, his words were merely superficial. He was well aware of the formidable power of high-grade weapons and recognized the necessity for caution. During his leisure reading, Suiyun had learned of the weapon classification system in the Great Zhou dynasty, ordinary weapons and high-grade weapons. Ordinary weapons lack distinction, while high-grade weapons are further divided into low, mid, high, and top tiers. Beyond high-grade weapons, it is rumored that there exist spiritual treasures, though none have been documented. Upon hearing Suiyun's words, Zi Hanyue's expression hardened as she spoke. Sovereign Su may not regard these 7 individuals, but their descent signifies something significant. It indicates that the Tianshan sect harbors intentions of entering the realm. Sovereign Su, there are matters that warrant your vigilance. This time, our Hanyue sect wishes to ally with you to subdue the Tianshan sect. In return, you may claim 2/3 of the resources from the Tianshan sect. But the sect itself will belong to our Hanyue sect. I believe this arrangement would be highly advantageous for you, Sovereign Su. Hearing Zi Hanyue's proposition, Suiyun did not respond immediately. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. From her words, it was evident that taking action against the Tianshan sect would be beneficial to him. However, one critical aspect could easily be overlooked. Should he collaborate with the Hanyue sect to eliminate the Tianshan sect? It would create the appearance of an alliance between the Qinglong society and the Hanyue sect. This would only serve to heighten public apprehension toward the Hanyue sect. Miss Z, while this course of action is advantageous for us, aiding in the elimination of hidden threats, it seems even more beneficial for you. Partnering with our Qinglong society could significantly enhance the renown of your Hanyue sect. Moreover, I must ask, why should I join forces with you to eradicate the Tianshan sect? After all, should you replace the Tianshan sect, we may find ourselves facing your Hanyue sect in the future, Suiyun remarked, his gaze half-lidded, his voice deliberate and slow. However, as he spoke, Zi Hanyue felt a heavy pressure descend upon her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Suiyun had ascended to the position of the sect leader of the Shanhe sect and the martial alliance leader of the northern 9 prefectures. It could be said that he had long resided in a position of power, cultivating a certain aura of authority. After all, his every word and action represented the northern 9 prefectures as the martial alliance leader. Thus, even without exerting his own oppressive aura, he could still impose a sense of restraint upon Zi Hanyue. Taking a deep breath, Zi Hanyue gradually acclimated to the pressure exerted by Suiyun, yet her heart was filled with astonishment. Initially, she had held a dismissive attitude towards Suiyun, but now there was not a trace of that sentiment left. The banquet hall fell into silence for a moment. After a brief interval, Zi Hanyue broke the silence first. Might I inquire whether sect leader Su is interested in a collaboration, and if so, what would be the terms? Collaboration is certainly possible. However, all resources that the Tianshan sect can take must belong to us. As for the Tianshan sect's stronghold and fixed resources, we shall not require them, Suiyun responded. How could this be feasible? Upon hearing Suiyun's words, Zi Hanyue immediately retorted. Do not be hasty in your rebuttal. The most crucial aspect of the Tianshan sect is the heavenly pool. It is something we cannot take away, which shall then become the possession of your Hanyu sect. Is it problematic for me to request all the resources? If you cannot agree to this, then our alliance is simply not possible, Su Chen stated. Upon hearing Su Chen's resolute tone, Zi Hanyu pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well, I will accede to sect leader Su's terms. This shall be your wise choice. However, I am aware that individuals from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower are present beyond the borders, having unified the ghost realm. Logically, you should be in contact with them." Su Chen inquired after Zi Hanyu agreed to their proposal. "Although we will not take action against the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, we can certainly form an alliance with our enemies. Furthermore, since the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower occupies the ghost realm, they likely harbor intentions toward the border, and we may inevitably become rivals," Zi Hanyu replied in a solemn tone. Recently, the Hanyu sect had learned of the change in ownership of the ghost realm, with the unmatched Dugawudi of the Tianya Pavilion becoming the domain lord. They would not rush their plans from this side. Is that so? Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. As for how to deal with the Tianshan sect, how do you plan to arrange it, and how shall we cooperate? Of course, if our people are to be used as scapegoats, do not blame me for being ruthless," Su Chen remarked, his eyes glinting coldly as he gazed at Zi Hanyu. In response to Su Chen's piercing gaze, Zi Hanyu felt a chill in her heart and hastily replied, "Rest assured, sect leader Su, we wish to continue our collaboration in the future as well. I agree to the terms, but I must also persuade some elders within the sect. I will visit sect leader Su again in a few days." As Zi Hanyu spoke, she rose to take her leave. "Allow me to see off Miss Zi," Su Chen called to Yuan Suiyun. After bidding farewell to Zi Hanyu, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Previously, his thoughts had been focused on gradually strengthening the influence of the ghost realm to eventually suppress the Tianshan sect. Yet he had not anticipated that the Hanyu sect would harbor ambitions toward the Tianshan sect. Furthermore, from Zi Hanyu's words, it was evident that the Hanyu sect's plans regarding the Tianshan sect were not a matter of mere days. This is also the reason why Su Chen ultimately agreed to collaborate with the other party. Of course, what intrigues Su Chen the most at present is the 7 long swords of the Tianshan sect. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Shanhua Gate, Zi Hanyu hastily made her way into the forest. She paused by a small stream, and after a while, a swift sound of wind was heard, followed by the appearance of 2 figures behind her, an elder clad in blue and another in gray. Upon seeing Zi Hanyu, they respectfully greeted her, "Saintess." The 2 elders. "Su Chen has agreed to join forces with us, but he demands all the resources of the Tianshan sect," Zi Hanyu stated. "All resources?" Upon hearing this, the 2 elders furrowed their brows slightly. They consider 2/3 insufficient, yet he seeks everything. Su Chen's appetite is rather excessive. "I fear the leader may not consent to this matter. I have already given my word," Zi Hanyu replied calmly, as the 2 elders appeared ready to voice their concerns. "We can relocate some of our people within the Tianshan sect before we act. In this way, Su Chen will remain unaware." Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the 2 elders. "This method is indeed clever. We shall report this plan to the leader," the elder in blue proclaimed. "Excellent. Let us expedite this matter. Once we receive a response, I will negotiate with Su Chen regarding the number of experts we shall deploy against the Tianshan sect," Zi Hanyu concluded. Meanwhile, as preparations were being made against the Tianshan sect, within the Tianshan sect's main hall beyond the borders, a crowd had gathered. Standing in the center of the grand hall, hands clasped behind his back, was the sect's master, Hua Mufeng. Flanking the hall were several individuals, their auras radiating a formidable presence. Among them, the leaders on either side exuded particularly intense energy. One, a middle-aged man in blue, bore a pale visage, as if recovering from a serious illness. His furrowed brows conveyed an innate authority, while his thin lips formed a cold, stern line, indicating he was no gentle soul. This was Mu Fengyun, the Lord of Nanshan. The other, an elderly man in white robes, appeared frail, his eyes half closed as if in slumber. Yet the aura he emanated was no less formidable than that of Mu Fengyun. He was Jin Duyi, the Lord of Beishan. The remaining individuals were elders from both the Nanshan and Beishan regions. Kneeling among them were 7 individuals, selected through internal competition within the Tianshan sect, preparing to receive the 7 divine swords bestowed by sect master Hua Mufeng. With these swords, they would emerge from the Tianshan sect, making their name renowned. Chapter 397. The bestowal of swords, descending the mountain, the purple sand palace, Emo when S-blade, ahead flies. Sectmaster, the auspicious hour has arrived. We may proceed with the sword bestowal, Mu Fengyun announced, rising and bowing. Huo Mufeng nodded in acknowledgement. As he did so, the other elders in attendance rose, their gazes directed toward the hall's entrance. At this moment, 7 individuals entered the hall, each cradling a long, ornate box. They positioned themselves before the 7 who had previously knelt. Upon opening the boxes, 7 magnificent swords emerged, each exuding a distinct aura of sword energy that permeated the air even before being drawn. The extraordinary nature of these blades was evident. These 7 swords were forged during my years of seclusion at the Tianshan sect, embodying the moment when their emergence would herald the resurgence of our sect's glory. The humiliation of our past isolation shall be washed away when these swords are unsheathed. Today, as you accept these divine blades, you, the 7 disciples of my esteemed Huo Mufeng, must adhere to a singular belief. As long as the sword exists, so do we. Should the sword perish, so shall we. Your foremost task upon descending the mountain is to obliterate the ghostly domain that currently lurks beyond our borders. Huo Mufeng's voice remained calm, yet it resonated with an unmistakable intent for vengeance. We shall not disappoint the master, the 7 replied in unison, bowing deeply before rising to accept the swords from the ornate boxes. Descend the mountain, commanded Huo Mufeng with a wave of his hand. Without hesitation, the 7 turned and exited the grand hall. 2 mountain lords remain, the others may withdraw. Huo Mufeng instructed as the 7 departed. Understood. The elders within the hall bowed and exited, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Master, using these 7 and their divine swords to draw out our adversaries, does this not seem a steep price? Queried Mu Fengyun, the lord of the South Mountain. Not at all. Huo Mufeng replied. Consider how recently we have established the Tianshan sect, yet we have discovered infiltrators among us. Some have been with us since our seclusion, while others joined midway. This indicates that we have long been under scrutiny. Now that we have re-emerged, it is likely they will take action against us. If we do not draw them out, we will find no peace. Indeed, added Jin Duyi, the lord of the North Mountain, in a somber tone. Upon hearing Jin's words, Mu Fengyun fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation, yet fearing for the safety of the 7 swords. Fengyun, it is the hidden enemy that poses the greatest threat. We must draw them out to ensure our safety. Moreover, these 7 are not mere bait, they are also hunters. I have faith they will restore the dignity of our Tianshan sect, Huo Mufeng asserted. From their dialogue, it became clear that the arrangement for the 7 to descend the mountain with their swords was intended to lure out their sought-after enemies. Master, the ghostly domain is occupied by the formidable Duga Wudi, a member of the Tianya Pavilion. Reports from the capital suggest that this pavilion is no ordinary entity. Mu Fengyun remarked. Ordinary or not, what of it? The information from the capital mentions the lord of the North Pavilion of Tianya, who has reached the 9th stage of transcendence. Such strength does not warrant my trepidation, Huo Mufeng retorted coldly. In that instant, Huo Mufeng's previously subdued aura surged dramatically, an astonishing presence erupting from him, yet it was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. Turning to gaze outside the hall, Emperor Zhou pondered whether he had attained the stage of transcending the void after years of seclusion. In the contemporary realm, the only individual he regarded with trepidation was none other than Emperor Zhou of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, with the emperor currently in isolation, Huo Mufeng felt no fear of anyone. Years prior, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Emperor Zhou, his divine consciousness shattered, and his dantian devastated, which compelled him to seal the Tianshan sect. Now, having advanced his prowess beyond previous limits, he intended to emerge and challenge the emperor once more. Yet, the emperor's retreat hindered his journey to the capital. Deep down, he recognized that he was still not a match for the emperor. Thus, he was biding his time, preparing to strike once his strength reached a sufficient level. Sensing the vast energy within the sect leader, Mu Fengyun and Jin Duyi displayed a flicker of excitement on their faces. They keenly monitored the movements of the 7, ready to annihilate them at the first sign of opposition. Huo Mufeng spoke, indeed. The 2 bowed and exited the grand hall. At the Mountain River sect, Yuan Suiyun appeared before Su Chen. My lord, we have received word from Miss Z that the one in charge of the 7 swords of the Tianshan sect has descended from the mountain, with their first destination being the annihilation of the ghost domain. Has this news reached Duga Wudi? Su Chen inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Before I departed, I informed him, so he should be prepared. However, they are armed with 7 weapon-grade artifacts. Should we not arrange for some personnel to be dispatched to the ghost domain? Yuan Suiyun replied. Are you aware of their strength? Suiyun asked. The specifics of their power were not disclosed by Miss Z. I believe Qiu will send someone to test their capabilities upon receiving the information, Yuan Suiyun responded. Keep me informed of any developments. For now, we shall refrain from sending anyone and allow Qiu to handle it. However, since the Tianshan sect's first destination is the ghost domain, it stands to reason that their second stop may be Qingqing. We must remain vigilant and ensure Bai Tianyu is cautious, Suiyun mused. Currently, both the ghost domain and Qingqing fell under the jurisdiction of the Taniage. Qiu was stationed beyond the border, while Bai Tianyu was in Qingqing. If they targeted the ghost domain, they could very well set their sights on Qingqing, a vital passage between the interior and the borderlands. Send Luxing Yijian and Shui Yiren to Qingqing, Suiyun commanded. Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately, Yuan Suiyun replied, bowing as he exited the chamber. The notion that 7 individuals could destabilize the borderlands seemed implausible. Surely, the Tianshan sect must have a contingency plan, Suiyun pondered. In the ghost domain, within a vast cavern illuminated as brightly as day by flickering flames, Qiu sat majestically on the main seat. Beneath him stood several individuals, some of whom were former leaders of the ghost domain, now serving as elders under Qiu's command. In his previous life, commanding the invincible sect and ruling a territory had been a trivial matter for him. The Tianshan sect's 7 swords have descended from the mountains, and it is rumored that their purpose is to annihilate our ghost domain. It seems that our domain has become merely a sharpening stone for their blades. Qiu addressed the assembly. Indeed, based on their trajectory, they appear to be heading towards our ghost domain. We must dispatch individuals to intercept them. One among them spoke, clad in a black robe adorned with a skull emblem on the cuffs. This was Wu Tao, a former 3rd-tier leader of the ghost domain. Qiu commanded, Elder Wu, you shall handle this matter. Ascertain the strength of these individuals, as well as the details regarding their 7 swords. Investigating their strength is one aspect, but it is imperative to also comprehend the rumored characteristics of those 7 weapon-grade swords. Wu Tao responded, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. At this moment, tumult arose beyond the borders. On the first day, the 7 swords of the Tianshan sect were besieged by dozens from the ghost domain. One individual wielded a double-headed sword, adept in both offense and defense. When he struck, a chilling aura emanated from the blade. Any wound inflicted would allow the cold to permeate the body, freezing the blood vessels and leading to the victim's demise. This sword was wielded by a man named Lu Yuan, whose strength was at the 3rd tier of celestial beings. And within 3 seconds, he had slain all the assailants from the ghost domain. On the second day, another individual drew a sword, a yin-yang sword, with one side radiating brilliant golden light and the other shrouded in darkness. The onlooker could perceive only the golden brilliance before being enveloped in darkness. The user, Ling Mu, dispatched the second wave of attackers from the ghost domain, rendering them blind and effortlessly slicing their throats, also at the 3rd tier of celestial beings. On the 3rd day, the ghost domain sent forth yet another intercepting party, this time led by an elder of considerable age. The elder conjured countless small iron shards, which, upon activation, converged with a forceful energy, releasing a barrage akin to a rain of swords. Those who drew near were instantly ensnared like bees in a hive. 3 days passed, and the 7 swords had dispatched 3 of their number, crushing the attackers from the ghost domain with astonishing swiftness. Given the pace at which the 7 moved, they would reach the vicinity of the ghost domain by the 5th day. Within the ghost domain, Wu Tao reported to Qiu, from our reconnaissance. It appears that the strength of these 7 individuals is indeed at the 3rd tier of celestial beings, yet their weapons are anything but ordinary. 3rd tier celestial beings wielding weapon-grade arms? Recall all those sent to probe. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices, Qiu commanded coldly. Gather all elders and several hundred elite disciples. Tomorrow, we shall encircle and annihilate the 7 swords. I shall assemble them at once, Wu Tao replied. Seething with frustration from the losses of nearly 50 men over the past 3 days, while the adversaries had only dispatched 3 without suffering any harm. He was determined to believe that, under the assault of hundreds, they could not possibly survive. At this moment, in Qingcheng, within an inn, Zihan Yu stood atop a balcony, gazing at the distant Jinfeng Shiyu building. Holy Maiden, what brings us here? Beside Zihan Yu, an elderly man clad in a blue robe spoke. It appears that the Tianshan sect has dispatched 7 swordsmen to the ghost domain, intent on vanquishing the formidable Dugawudi. They must surely be aware that the Jinfeng Shiyu building in Qingqing is affiliated with him. Thus it is likely that an assault will be launched against this establishment. Zihan Yu replied in a low voice. Our faction within the Tianshan sect has received no intelligence indicating that they would target Qingqing. From where does the saintess derive this information? The elder in gray, filled with curiosity, interjected. The Tianshan sect may not act directly, yet they can delegate others to carry out their will. Upon hearing Zihan Yu's words, both the blue-robed and gray-robed elders exchanged glances and simultaneously remarked, Saintess, are you suggesting that the Zitan Palace intends to strike against the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Indeed, Zihan Yu asserted with conviction. As she spoke, a figure emerged from the bustling crowd, making its way toward the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Here they come. Zihan Yu observed the silhouette advancing toward the establishment, exclaiming, It is Mo Winda from the Zitan Palace. I did not anticipate him to be the one to act. The gray-robed elder's gaze flickered momentarily. As his name suggests, he has a profound connection to the blade. He is indeed the most fitting choice. For his prowess rivals that of Bai Tianyu, and both are practitioners of the blade. It is entirely natural for 2 sword masters to engage in combat. The blue-robed elder remarked. The Zitan Palace seems intent on securing an escape route for themselves, yet it appears to be a futile endeavor, considering they are already at odds with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Shaking his head, the gray-robed elder concluded, Indeed. Just as his words lingered in the air, 2 fierce blades of intent erupted from within the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The potency of these blade intents was palpable, fierce, and domineering. What formidable blade intent! Have they already begun their clash? The blue-robed elder's eyes were fixed intently on the Jinfeng Shiyu building, as if he could perceive the events unfolding within. At that moment, the crowd on the street sensed the oppressive blade aura and hastily quickened their pace to vacate the area. The shops lining the street hurriedly shuttered their doors and windows. Let us investigate. Perhaps we may find an opportunity for collaboration, Zihan Yu stated, leaping gracefully toward the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Outside the grand hall of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Mo Winda, who had entered earlier, turned his gaze toward Bai Tianyu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He could discern the essence of a swordsman within Bai Tianyu. Today, we shall battle, and our fate shall be determined by destiny, Mo Winda declared, his blade intent coalescing, emanating a murderous aura. Your strength is sufficient to compel me to unleash my full potential. As Bai Tianyu spoke, he raised his long blade. In that instant, a terrifying aura of death surged forth from him, thick and suffocating. Bai Tianyu had honed the abyssal 3 blades taught by Suiyun. Sensing the overwhelming presence radiating from Bai Tianyu, Mo Winda's pupils constricted sharply. He propelled himself off the ground, unleashing a swift strike with his long blade. The blade intent emanating from the opponent was somewhat terrifying. He could not allow the adversary to fully concentrate this malevolent energy, thus he took the initiative. Instantly, an endless array of fearsome blade lights materialized around them. These menacing lights ultimately coalesced into a beam of white light, hurtling towards Bai Tianyu. Opposite him, Bai Tianyu also unleashed his blade. With a single stroke, it seemed as though a river of yellow springs had appeared between heaven and earth. A resounding clash ensued as the 2 forces collided, sending shockwaves outward, accompanied by a piercing shriek upon meeting the air. Take another strike from me. As he spoke, Bai Tianyu rose, his long blade instantaneously enveloped in a crimson hue. With a swift slash, the blood-colored radiance transformed into a sanguine beam, aimed directly at Mo Wintian. Mo Wintian's gaze sharpened, and a torrent of energy surged forth from within him, flowing into his long blade. With the blade drawn, the energy spiraled, creating a whirlwind around the weapon, hurtling towards Bai Tianyu's crimson blade. Boom! The 2 powers collided once more. Bai Tianyu's long blade cleaved through Mo Wintian's attack, advancing towards him. Seeing this, Mo Wintian swiftly retaliated, his strikes unrelenting, shattering Bai Tianyu's blade energy in rapid succession. In that moment, Bai Tianyu propelled himself off the ground, his form transforming into a black streak, appearing beside Mo Wintian. His long blade sliced through the air with immense speed. Mo Wintian could only raise his blade in defense. The tremendous force caused the ground beneath him to shatter, sending shards of stone sprawling. With a successful strike, Bai Tianyu hoisted his long blade once more, unleashing an array of blade lights that enveloped Mo Wentian. Underneath this onslaught of blade energy, Mo Wentian felt his spirit eroded, a profound sense of impending death rising within him. Yet, as a disciple sent by the Zitan Palace, his resolve was formidable. Under the ferocity of Bai Tianyu's assault, he swiftly adjusted his body and actions. Suddenly, his wrist, which gripped the blade, could no longer withstand the power behind Bai Tianyu's strike. It split open, blood gushing forth. The pain in his wrist caused a slight delay in his defensive maneuver. In that fleeting moment, Bai Tianyu's blade flickered, piercing through Mo Wentian's defenses and striking his neck. In an instant, Mo Wentian's head was sent soaring into the air before plummeting to the ground. The severed head, resting on the earth, bore an expression of fear, shock, and disbelief. Just like that, he had been slain. The observing Zihanyu furrowed her brow slightly. Mo Wentian's appearance had not posed any trouble for Bai Tianyu. Chapter 398, Alliances, Investigations, Speculations. The Zitan Palace ought not to contemplate retreat. They should dispatch stronger warriors to avoid such calamities. Zihanyu sighed inwardly, her tone laced with a touch of lament. Were it her, she would undoubtedly send forth an opponent stronger than Bai Tianyu. Yet, even stronger adversaries might falter within the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. Two terrifying presences had briefly flickered, evoking a sense of dread. Clearly, the Tianya Pavilion held this place in high regard. Besides Zihanyu, an elderly man in gray robes cast a wary glance towards the inner courtyard of the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower, his eyes brimming with caution. Were there masters within the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower? Zihanyu's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue. The elder in the gray robe nodded slightly. Let us descend to pay a visit to Master Bai Tianyu. A faint smile graced Zihanyu's face as she gracefully landed in the courtyard. Upon her arrival, Bai Tianyu's expression remained unchanged, merely casting a cursory glance in her direction. He had sensed their presence even before they appeared. Master Bai, this Mo Wenda has been dispatched by the Tianshan sect to confront you, Zihanyu stated. And what of it? Bai Tianyu replied in a tone devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the appearance of the Tianshan sect's people. Currently, the master of the outer ghost domain, Duga Wudi, is facing threats from the Tianshan sect. You are all affiliated with the Tianya Pavilion. Thus, as they target Duga Wudi, they will inevitably turn their attention to you as well. Hence, I wish to propose an alliance with you, Master Bai, to combat the Tianshan sect, Zihanyu continued. That collaboration may no longer be feasible, for our Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in Qingcheng is preparing to withdraw, and I must take my leave, Bai Tianyu responded. Withdraw? To whom will you entrust Qingcheng? A flicker of surprise crossed Zihanyu's eyes as she inquired. I have already reached an agreement with Su Zhangjiao. The Shanhua sect will take over Qingcheng. Bai Tianyu replied candidly. I understand entrusting Qingcheng to Su Chun, but your withdrawal raises questions. Are you truly abandoning Duga Wudi in the ghost domain? Zihanyu asked, perplexed. Is every pavilion within the Tianya Pavilion distinct? I have nothing here to offer you, Miss C. I kindly ask you to take your leave, Bai Tianyu concluded, turning to enter the pavilion. Elder Yin, what do you make of his words? Zihanyu turned to the elder in gray beside her. It seems to indicate that Duga Wudi does not hold significant relations with them. Perhaps he does not belong to the North Pavilion. It appears there is a lack of unity within the Tianya Pavilion, the elder remarked. Our Hanyu sect is similarly divided. Since Bai Tianyu intends to depart, further engagement seems unnecessary. Let us return to Lingnan County and discuss strategies with Su Chun on how to deal with the Tianshan sect, Zihanyu suggested. Initially, she had planned to gauge the strength of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower when attempting to take action against Bai Tianyu. However, upon realizing the prowess present on Bai Tianyu's side, she had considered an alliance with them, only to discover that they were now preparing to leave. Given the clash between the Tianshan sect and the ghost domain, the strength demonstrated by the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower today suggests they may not require our intervention. Duga Wudi should be capable of subduing those 7 individuals. We might wait until they have exhausted their resources or draw out some Tianshan sect experts before making our move against them, the elder in gray inquired. First, we must ascertain Su Chen's capabilities, particularly how many experts he can mobilize. Hua Mufeng is not easily dealt with. His strength has fully recovered, and attempting to eliminate him may result in significant losses. We must inform Su Chun of this in advance to prevent any disruptions on his part, Zihanyu stated. With that, Zihanyu led the 2 companions toward Lingnan County. In the Lingnan prefecture, at the mountain river gate, Su Chun was engrossed in reading. His current occupation involved triggering certain lottery cards through his reading endeavors, as rewards from other activities were often unpredictable. After occupying all 9 northern prefectures, Su Chun intentionally allowed some information to leak, professing his affinity for obscure historical texts, rare ancient tomes, and fragmented martial arts manuals. In an effort to curry favor, several factions presented him with numerous ancient books, antiques, and incomplete manuals. These resources would sustain Su Chin's reading for quite some time. The master teacher had just received news from Bai Tianyu that Mo Wendao of the Zitan Palace had made a move against him and had been slain. Yuan Suiyun, who was beside Su Chun, bowed slightly and remarked, "The Zitan Palace has completely allied with the Tianshan sect, becoming their vanguard." Su Chun inquired, "What have you discovered about the 7 swords?" "The identities of the 7 swords have been thoroughly investigated, and their strength is roughly at the 3rd tier of the heavenly realm. As for the unique attributes of their 7 swords, Dugu Wudi has only permitted them to reveal 3 weapons during their encounters, as per the information relayed from the northern territories. He is prepared to personally lead a hunt for these 7 individuals," Yuan Suiyun reported, handing a dossier to Su Chun. Upon perusing the document, Su Chun furrowed his brow. "What do you think is the purpose of Hua Mufeng sending the 7 swords down from Tianshan?" he asked. "It seems improbable that the 7 swords could challenge Dugu Wudi and Guanxi, while the outside world may be unaware of Dugu Wudi's advancements. Guanxi's accomplishments are well known to the Tianshan sect. The combat prowess exhibited by the 7 swords would be easily overwhelmed by Guanxi." Setting the dossier aside, Su Chun continued, "Master teacher, I have a hypothesis. The actions of the Tianshan sect may be connected to the Cold Moon sect. The preparations of the 7 swords to descend had been arranged well in advance, and it was only after the Cold Moon's awareness of this that they sought our collaboration. Could it be that the intentions of the Cold Moon sect have been perceived by the Tianshan sect? I have also conducted a thorough investigation into the Tianshan sect. Hua Mufeng is undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Years ago, he faced the Emperor Zhou, and though he was defeated, the Tianshan sect has since sealed its mountain. Now that he has resurfaced, it is certain that Hua Mufeng's strength has at least been restored, if not advanced further." Yuan Suiyun articulated his thoughts. Listening to Yuan Suiyun's insights, Su Chun reached for another book, opened it, and glanced at the first page. Discovered the ancient map of Qingqing outside the fortress. Reward: 1 orange lottery card. The mention of the Qingqing ancient map brought a sense of fortune to Su Chun that day. "Can we ascertain the realm Hua Mufeng had attained back then?" he queried, his gaze still fixed on the text. According to information from the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, Hua Mufeng's strength at that time may have reached the stage of transformation of sea and concentration of spirit. Otherwise, he would not have been the first chosen by Emperor Zhou as a contender against the heavenly forces, Yuan Suiyun replied. "Transformation of sea and concentration of spirit? From our current perspective, we still lag behind them in strength," Su Chun remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. Currently, the 2 most formidable individuals on his side are the Night Emperor and Li Qinzhou, both of whom have transformed their danshins into vast oceans and are at the critical stage of concentration. Chapter 399, Gu Santong, the 4 Ghosts of Xiangxi, and the Heart Blood of the Heavenly Demon Ape. The leader of the Tianshan sect, Hua Mufeng, has also reached the stage of concentration after transforming his dantian. At this juncture, Li Qinzhou and the Night Emperor are not their match. It appears they must first consult with Zi Hanyue if they decide to take action. It suggests they possess a degree of confidence. Have they not replied during this period? Su Chun inquired, his gaze still fixed upon the books. No response. "Master, should we consider withdrawing Dugu Wudi and the others? If this continues, the fishermen may well be the Hanyue sect, rather than ourselves," suggested Yuan Suiyun. "Is that so?" Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, as Yuan Suiyun feared, the eventual beneficiary might very well be the Hanyue sect. "Let us first have Bai Tianyu withdraw from Qingqing and arrange for Li Tianqing to lead a group there to maintain order for a while. Inform him to return only after the matters between the Tianshan sect and the Ghost Domain have concluded. Additionally, send a message to Zi Hanyue. If she does not arrive within 2 days to discuss matters concerning the Tianshan sect, our cooperation will be dissolved." Su Chun commanded. "Understood. I will dispatch Li Tianqing to Qingqing immediately to liaise with Bai Tianyu." Yuan Suiyun exited the room. Hua Mufeng is exceptionally powerful. If the Hanyue sect lacks a capable adversary against him, Any confrontation could result in significant losses, Suiyun pondered. He then glanced at the lottery cards he possessed. After so many days, he had only acquired 3 orange lottery cards. Perhaps he might draw a character. To be frank, while he claimed to lack characters, he was not entirely devoid of them. What he truly needed were those who could instill fear in others, granting him the freedom to act without restraint. Acquired character Gu Santong. Acquired character the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, and a drop of the heart blood of the heavenly demon ape. Upon seeing this, Suiyun's expression changed. He did not anticipate that Gu Santong and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi would appear this time. Gu Santong, renowned in the realm as the undefeated brat, was a disciple of the Tianqi monster hero, mastering the art of energy absorption and the indestructible diamond body technique, marking him as an absolute powerhouse. Upon assessing his strength, his gaze sharpened. Gu Santong's power is noted to be at the level of the 9 difficulties of heaven and man, with 2 annotations, one indicating he has achieved the stage of concentration after transforming his dantian, and the other indicating he can shatter the void. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi are also figures of the highest caliber, skilled in the shadowy phantom technique, capable of suppressing the ever-advancing Chao Jingchun, and able to engage with Zhu Wushi. Their combined strength is formidable. In individual strength, the 4 ghosts fall within the 5 difficulties of heaven and man, yet when united, they can contend with the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. They seem unable to confront those at the dantian transformation stage. Suiyun murmured as he scrutinized the information regarding the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Dantian transformation signifies that the internal energy is as vast as the ocean, indicating profound depth. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi may not possess formidable individual strength, yet their combined prowess enables them to neutralize their opponent's energy strikes. Coupled with their enigmatic and unpredictable shadow phantom technique, they become truly formidable. In this realm, martial arts are anything but ordinary. For instance, when faced with the spiritual assault from the Heavenly Dragon Monastery, it proves quite challenging for the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi to defend themselves. These 4 could serve as my bodyguards. Suiyun has long been devoid of skilled protectors by his side. After all, it seems somewhat unrealistic to have formidable figures such as Ding Peng, Yan Nantian, or Li Chunzhou safeguard him. These individuals are all lords of their own domains, and having them close at hand feels rather incongruous. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, with their wealth rivaling that of nations, are perfectly suited for such a role. As for the heart's blood of the heavenly demon ape, it is derived from a substance known as the heart blood of the heavenly demon ape, which can refine one's physical form. Should negotiations with the Cold Moon sect falter, I might consider revealing my identity as a member of the Taniage to assist the Ghost Domain in its struggle against the Tianshan sect. Merely sending Guanxi and Duga Wudi would not suffice to instill fear in the Tianshan sect. A powerful figure must be dispatched. Suiyun pondered. At this moment, in the capital, at the Wind family manor, young Master Feng Yun Tsang has been taken away by the agents of the Heavenly Supervision Bureau, leaving only Murong Qing Chen behind. Murong Qing Chen, having no intention of departing, becomes the new master of the Wind family manor, though she refrains from renaming it. In the rear courtyard, within the pavilion, she gazes at Xiuling Air and inquires, "Are you saying that Bai Choufei wishes to see me outside the manor?" "Indeed. It is likely that during your recent appearance, Miss, you were spotted by the Night Emperor and the Future Sect." Xiuling Air responds. Initially planning to remain hidden for a while, she never anticipated being discovered. Nonetheless, she is eager to meet Bai Choufei and discern their true intentions for entering the capital. "Invite him to the banquet hall. I shall meet him there." Murong Qing Chen commands. Understood. Xiuling Air rises to arrange for Bai Choufei's arrival. Meanwhile, Murong Qing Chen takes a moment to compose herself. Arriving early at the banquet hall, upon encountering Bai Choufei, a hint of surprise flickers across her face. Back in Lingnan County, Bai Choufei was merely at the soul consolidation stage, yet now he has reached the 5th difficulty of the celestial realm. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation leaves her somewhat astonished. "Greetings, Miss Murong," Bai Choufei begins, addressing her without the title of princess, opting instead for a familiar greeting from their previous encounters, which lends an air of comfort to their exchange. "Master Bai, I did not expect to meet you here in the capital after our brief acquaintance in Lingnan County," Murong Qing Chen acknowledges. Although their familiarity is limited to 1 or 2 encounters, she cannot afford to underestimate Bai Choufei. She hopes to glean information from him regarding the Future Sect and the Night Emperor, especially with the intention of reclaiming that prized weapon from the Night Emperor. The three leaders of the Evil Alliance would not bestow such a weapon to Fengshang and without ulterior motives. I have come to pay my respects. With the intention of collaborating with you, Miss Morong, Bai Choufei continues. Upon my arrival at the capital, my foundations were somewhat shallow, necessitating collaboration with someone of Miss Morong's caliber, Bai Choufei remarked. Hearing his words, Morong Qingchen's countenance did not reflect joy. Instead, it grew somber. Master Bai, with both the Night Emperor and the future Lord at your side, I presume you may not require my assistance, she replied, eyeing Bai Choufei with suspicion at his sudden proposal for cooperation. Once the esteemed Night Emperor and future Lord stabilize their affairs here, they shall depart the capital. Which is precisely why I sought an audience with you, Miss Morong. However, that is not the sole reason. It is also due to the suggestion from Master Su of the Shanhua sect, who advised me to collaborate with you, Bai Choufei explained. Su Chen's recommendation? Is it one that Master Bai would heed? Morong Qingchen questioned, her expression laced with skepticism. To speak frankly, there are times when I must consider Su Chen's counsel. He is not merely the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society. There is much more to him than meets the eye. And you shall come to understand this in due time, Miss Morong, Bai Choufei responded. Seemingly, Su Chen's identity is far from ordinary. I am quite inclined to collaborate with your esteemed Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, and I sincerely hope for a fruitful partnership, Morong Qingchen conveyed without further inquiry. The promptness of her agreement stemmed largely from the formidable strength of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu naturally. She also desired to glean insights regarding the Evil Alliance from both the Night Emperor and the future Lord during their collaboration. Since we are to collaborate, might I request Master Bai to arrange a meeting for me with the esteemed Night Emperor and future Lord? She inquired. Upon my return, I shall reach out to both lords. I believe they would be amenable to meeting you, Miss Morong. Bai Choufei did not reject this proposal. Given Morong Qingchen's royal lineage, she was indeed qualified to meet the Night Emperor and future Lord. Then I must trouble you, Master Bai. Your visit, I trust, encompasses more than just our collaboration, she remarked, suggesting it was time to address the crux of the matter. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of light flickered in Bai Choufei's eyes. His visit was indeed not solely for the purpose of collaboration. He harbored a request for Morong Qingchen's assistance. Miss Morong, you have been investigating the Evil Alliance for quite some time. I seek information regarding them. Additionally, I wish to ascertain what similar forces exist in the capital. Jin Feng Shiyu Lu has spent too little time here and lacks knowledge of the more clandestine factions. Previously, when I attempted to acquire information about the Evil Alliance from other intelligence networks, none were willing to part with such knowledge, or perhaps they dared not, Bai Choufei stated. Have you not formed an alliance with the Evil Alliance? You ought to possess more insight than we do, Morong Qingchen replied, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Bai Choufei. Unconvinced by his assertions, unacquainted with the other party's true nature, collaboration remains a possibility. The recent demise of the commander of the local pacification office can be partially attributed to the emergence of the Evil Alliance. Miss Morong, as newcomers to the capital, we are indeed unaware of the clandestine forces at play. While we contemplate an alliance with the Evil Alliance, we have yet to encounter the high-ranking officials of the Night Emperor and future factions. Hence, I am eager to procure information regarding the Evil Alliance. Additionally, it is essential for us to discern what may be touched and what must be avoided in the future. Thus, we seek knowledge about other similar factions to the Evil Alliance. Bai Choufei articulated earnestly. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Morong Qingchen furrowed her brow and replied, within the capital, there exist three organizations akin to the Evil Alliance. One is the Longevity Society, another is the Eternal Hall, and the last is the True Martial Academy. Among these four factions, the Evil Alliance has a relatively brief history, having appeared only 5 years ago. The Longevity Society is the most enigmatic, while the Eternal Hall is notably discreet. The most active among them is the True Martial Academy. There is limited information available regarding these factions, but I shall ensure that you receive a copy discreetly. At her words, Bai Choufei's pupils narrowed slightly. He had only managed to uncover information about the True Martial Academy, while the Longevity Society and the Eternal Hall remained elusive. Why does the Heavenly Surveillance Department target the Evil Alliance? Bai Choufei inquired. They are utilizing maidens to practice malevolent arts. Recently, the disappearance of young girls both outside and within the capital is linked to the Evil Alliance, Morong Qingchen replied solemnly. Bai Choufei's mind stirred slightly upon hearing her words, yet his expression remained unchanged. He had not previously considered connecting the recent disappearances of women in the capital to the evil alliance. To practice through the blood of maidens is a heinous method indeed. Thank you, Miss Morong, for enlightening me, Bai Choufei said, hastily bowing in gratitude. We are partners in this endeavor. Sharing some information is only fitting, Morong Qingqin gently responded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Bai Choufei took his leave. Kai, please escort Master Bai, Morong Qingqin instructed her companion, Qiu. Qiu stepped forward to guide Bai Choufei out. Shortly thereafter, Qiu returned to the banquet hall. Miss, do you believe that Bai Choufei and his associates are truly unaware of the evil alliance and the longevity society? Qiu spoke in a low tone. Whether they are aware or not, since Bai Choufei has sought our cooperation, a connection has been established. Should I encounter the Night Emperor and future, it would signify that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion places great importance on our collaboration. Perhaps, at that time, we can unite with the Night Emperor and future to confront the yet-to-be-seen third leader of the Evil Alliance. Inform the personnel to send a dossier on the Evil Alliance, Longevity Society, Eternal Hall, and True Martial Academy, to Bai Choufei, ensuring he receives it upon his return to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Morong Qingqin commanded. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Qiu replied, bowing as she departed. When Bai Choufei returned, Nalan Rongyan was already perusing the materials. Morong Qingqin's efficiency in handling matters was indeed commendable. What have you discovered? Bai Choufei inquired. I have reviewed some of it, but have yet to finish. However, these 4 factions are remarkably powerful, Nalan Rongyan replied. Once you have completed your review, I shall take a look. By the way, what is the situation with Shangwan Jinhong and Jing Wuming? Shangwan Jinhong and Jing Wuming have also arrived in the capital. Their target is the Jin Xian gang. They have already garnered the favor of Jin Yuding, the second in command of the gang, and have become protectors, accompanying him closely, Nalan Rongyan explained. Currently, the leader of the Jin Xian gang, Jin Feihong, is in seclusion, making Jin Yuding the de facto controller of the gang. The fact that Shangwan Jinhong and Jing Wuming are by his side indicates they have earned his trust. Indeed, that is quite impressive, Bai Choufei remarked, praising Shangwan Jinhong's capabilities. Additionally, there is another matter. Nie Chong, the third son of the king of Split Martial, has arrived from Yuan. Should we inform young Master Morong? Nalan Rongyan asked. There is no need to inform Morong Fu. Nie Chong is unlikely to reach the capital. Speaking of Morong Fu, what is he currently occupied with? Bai Choufei responded. At present, Cui Wuhu and Wu Duing are in the Huayuan region. Given my understanding of Cui Wuhu, he will certainly devise a way to eliminate Nie Chong. He is approaching the 12th prince, Lu He, and has preliminarily obtained information from him. I believe that in due time, he should be able to gain Lu He's complete trust, Nalan Rongyan stated. After the incident at the town protector's office, the 12th prince has risen dramatically, becoming the only prince outside of the 9 ruling princes to enter the court. Now, the 12th prince is continuously expanding his influence, subtly forming a new power capable of contending with the 9 ruling princes. Of course, this maneuver by the 12th prince has prompted other princes to stir as well. Who does not covet imperial power and the throne? Previously, they had no opportunity, but now that a chance has arisen, they must compete for it. Ensure that you accommodate Morong Fu's requests to gain the 12th prince's trust. I believe Morong Fu will seek power and official positions, which would be highly advantageous for us. Should that occur, we will swiftly be informed of court affairs, Bai Choufei instructed. Chapter 401, The Ghost Domain. Surrounding the 7 swords, what is the situation in the northern 9 prefectures? Bai Choufei asked. The young master of the northern 9 prefectures visited the Qinglong temple, after which things seemed to calm down. Is there nothing of note? However, the Tianshan sect from the borders has made a move. 7 individuals have descended, preparing to eliminate the peerless Dugawudi in the ghost domain. Mao and Dao from the Zitan Palace has traveled to Qingchang to challenge Bai Tianyu, but was slain by him. Nalan Rongyan reported. The foundation of the Jinfeng Shiyu building in the northern 9 prefectures is already solid. Thus they can receive news from there promptly. I will dispatch this information today. Bai Choufei contemplated for a moment before continuing. Although the Night Emperor and the Sun King have established their reputations, mere notoriety does not guarantee their success. There must be individuals who come to commission them for investigations or to purchase information. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince have sent emissaries to this place. seeking first-hand information regarding the 9 prefectures of the north and the lands beyond. Nalan Rongyan remarked, "The Crown Prince and the Third Prince are indeed keenly interested in news from the northern territories. We shall inform them as soon as we receive any updates." Bai Choufei interjected, "Providing overt intelligence often hinges on swiftness. Additionally, there is a rather troublesome matter. The Third Prince has commissioned us to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Princess Danyan. I deferred this assignment, stating that as newcomers to the capital, we wish to avoid attracting undue trouble. However, it seems he has sought inquiries from the Honglu faction." Nalan Rongyan continued, "The Honglu faction has been a long-standing power. Do inform Murong Fu to exercise caution. Yet, I suspect that once Niechong meets his demise, their focus will shift." Bai Choufei added, "In the lands beyond, within the ghost domain, a small town lay ahead. 7 riders made their way slowly towards the town's center. Within the dim confines of a shadowy room at the town's heart, the flickering light revealed Dugu Wudi at the forefront, with 7 figures gathered behind him. Throughout the town, numerous disciples of the ghost domain lay in ambush along the streets. Esteemed colleagues, our quarry has now entered the hunting ground. Regardless of the circumstances, we must capture a few of them today. Otherwise, the ghost domain will lose its formidable reputation," Dugu Wudi stated solemnly. "Master of the domain, these individuals seem manageable. Yet I fear they may be accompanied by formidable experts from the Tianshan sect." A burly man wielding a meteor hammer voiced his concern. This man, named Lu Chuan, was formerly the 6th-ranked leader of the ghost domain, spared by Dugu Wudi and subsequently elevated to the rank of elder. Rest assured, even if the most skilled practitioners from the 9 trials of heaven were to arrive, we are more than capable of facing them, Dugu Wudi asserted. His confidence stemmed from the knowledge that Gu Santong was already lurking in the shadows. "Lu Chuan, you are overly cautious. This small town is devoid of any cover for 10 miles, merely vast stretches of yellow sand. Even if they have experts in tow, we shall be able to detect their presence," a gaunt figure beside Lu Chuan, resembling a zombie, remarked. This emaciated man was a rogue cultivator named Lu Ming, subdued personally by Dugu Wudi, who practiced a technique known as Iron Corpse skill, resulting in his cadaverous appearance. "Enough. Proceed according to the plan," Dugu Wudi commanded. "Understood." The 7 figures swiftly departed. After their exit, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Are you not concerned that among them might be individuals from the Tianshan sect?" Seated in a corner, cross-legged, was Guan Qi, who had remained outside the domain. "This serves as an opportune test. Come, we should observe their confrontation," Dugu Wudi replied. Meanwhile, the 7 horses continued their journey. Despite sensing an unusual atmosphere, the riders maintained an air of calm. "What do you think? Which individuals will the ghost domain dispatch this time?" inquired a man dressed in blue, bearing a dark red long sword on his back. "If not for the purpose of refining our swords, we would have long since invaded their ghost domain," he added. Another robust man clad in gray spoke up. 7 weapons-grade long swords. We have just acquired them and can perfectly synchronize with the swords. Our deliberate pace is merely to channel the essence from the inhabitants of the ghost domain into our blades." Just as the gray-clad man finished speaking, 7 figures emerged on the street. The 7 elders of the ghost domain had arrived, this time not sending mere minions. However, the strength of these 7 was somewhat lacking, the strongest among them barely reaching the realm of the 2nd tier of celestial beings. "Are you, then, the ones sent by the invincible Dugu to meet your demise?" remarked the previously speaking young man in blue, casting a cold glance at the 7 not far away. Although he acknowledged that he could not contend against the combined strength of the 7, they too had 7 on their side. A mere 4 would suffice to vanquish the lot. "Haha, since the invincible Dugu has shown such goodwill, we shall graciously accept." The burly man in gray laughed heartily. As his laughter faded, he landed squarely on the ground, accompanied by 3 other figures who simultaneously descended. Boom! A formidable surge of energy erupted from the 4 of them, akin to a tempest, sweeping away the surrounding sands. "Kill!" One of the elders in green from the ghost domain stepped forth, conjuring a gray whip that pierced the air like a serpent, darting towards the burly man in gray with lightning speed. Observing this, the gray-clad giant snorted coldly and swiftly drew the long sword from his back. The sword's blade was broader and heftier than typical long swords. However, in the hands of the giant, it was wielded effortlessly. As he struck, the sword's energy cascaded like a waterfall towards the advancing whip. Clang! The long sword met the whip, not due to a lack of agility in the whip, but because the opponent's sword energy was more extensive and swifter, entirely suppressing the whip's motion. The elder in green felt a powerful force emanating from the whip, nearly forcing it from his grasp. Yet, with a fierce grip, he retracted the whip and maneuvered to the side. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. The burly man in gray propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air, and brought his sword crashing down once more. Triple heavy strike. The long sword created 3 overlapping shadows in the air before coalescing into a single blade aimed at the green-clad man. Sensing the oppressive force behind him, the elder in green rolled away to evade the strike, hastening his retreat. Seeing this, the gray-clad giant pursued the one who had just attacked. "Yi, be careful," an elder among the 7 swords called out. However, his warning arrived too late. As the burly giant descended, dozens of Ghost Domain members emerged on either side of the street, leaping into the air, their long knives aimed at the gray-clad giant. Meanwhile, the green-clad man's whip, now resembling a venomous strike, lunged towards the giant's chest, its speed double that of the prior attack. The man clad in gray, while engaged in a fierce confrontation with dozens of long blades, remained oblivious to the whip that struck with the swiftness of a venomous serpent. Perhaps he did not anticipate that his opponent could unleash the whip with twice the speed of before. Nevertheless, his heightened sense of danger allowed him to evade a fatal blow to his chest, though his left arm took the brunt of the attack, pierced by the whip, causing blood to spurt forth. In a fit of rage, the pain in his arm ignited a fury within him. His internal energy surged, creating a formidable aura that scattered the incoming blades. With his sword in hand, he executed a swift, decisive strike. The sound of slicing flesh echoed as 3 figures were cleaved in 2. "Fall back." At that moment, the man in green commanded, and those surrounding him quickly retreated. As they moved away, the gray-clad giant propelled himself off the ground, charging towards the man in green with an explosive fury, his sword morphing into 5 shimmering shadows that surged forth like lightning. Upon witnessing the raw power of his adversary, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in the eyes of the green-clad figure. With a deft maneuver, he pivoted on the ground, transforming his form into an afterimage, evading the oppressive onslaught of the sword's light. The ground trembled as the long sword struck down, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Some of the slower members of the Ghost Domain were brutally pierced and fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, after his devastating blow, the gray-clad warrior remained motionless, his hands still gripping the sword, for his previously injured arm had turned a sickly shade of black. "Your whip is poisoned," he declared, turning to face the man in green. Chapter 402. Confrontation, Suppression, and Intense Combat. Is it not commonplace to employ poison in the martial world? The green-clad man scoffed in response, his whip striking out with lethal precision. The whip pierced his opponent's throat, ensuring a swift demise. Though the gray giant would have met his end regardless, the green-clad figure deemed it prudent to eliminate him outright. The others, having witnessed the earth-shattering strike of the gray-clad warrior, fell into a stunned silence, unaware of the poison that had befallen him until the fatal blow was dealt. "Kill." At once, the other 6 leapt from their horses, advancing towards the remaining elders of the Ghost Domain. With the first kill, the spirits of the Ghost Domain's members were lifted, and the other 6 elders hastily moved towards their preordained directions, intent on luring their foes into a divided confrontation. "Be cautious, do not scatter," the elder at the forefront urged as he observed his companions preparing to charge. Heeding his words, the others halted. "Let us take down one first. If they dare approach, we shall collectively dispatch them. We must eliminate him." The leading elder glanced at the man in green, and without hesitation, charged forth with his sword, followed closely by the other 5. The previously elated expression on the green-clad elder's face morphed into one of dread upon seeing so many rushing towards him. Without a moment's pause, he turned and fled. Having relied on cunning to dispatch the gray-clad giant, he now faced the imminent threat of 6 adversaries approaching. Surrounded, he feared he might be torn apart, leaving him no choice but to escape. "Brother Guanxi, assist me in subduing the 5 individuals behind that elder, while I deal with him directly," declared the indomitable Dugawudi. At that moment, he could not allow his subordinate elder to be harmed. "Understood." The 2 ascended into the air. Guanxi raised his palm, the innate and formless sword energy surging within it. With a firm fist, he unleashed a powerful punch. The formidable sword energy propelled by his might crushed the air, creating a violent tempest that swept towards the elder's companions. Meanwhile, Dugu Wudi descended, his presence compressing the air into a chaotic maelstrom. As his feet touched the ground, he propelled himself forward with incredible speed towards the elder. The air around him erupted with explosive sounds. The elder's gaze sharpened, seemingly anticipating Dugu Wudi's approach. In an instant, he pivoted his longsword, transforming it into multiple beams of sword light that surged towards Dugu Wudi. The sword light collided with Dugu Wudi's energy, piercing through it and advancing towards his fist. This was the unique trait of his sword, capable of penetrating through energy. However, it required a substantial infusion of his own energy into the sword to overcome a more profound energy barrier. While high-grade weapons did not rely solely on the sharpness of the blade, they still required energy to enhance their effectiveness. Dugu Wudi, recognizing the situation, swiftly retracted his fist and transformed it into an open hand, aiming to grasp the elder's wrist. He would not recklessly test the strength of the opponent's weapon with his own hand. He had witnessed the sharpness of Bai Tianyu's weapon and understood the peril it represented. As Dugu Wudi targeted the elder's wrist, the elder executed a reverse maneuver, swirling his sword to form a vortex of sword energy, denying Dugu Wudi any opportunity. Dugu Wudi unleashed the Annihilation Demon technique, feeling his energy surge dramatically, and launched a powerful punch. The force shattered the air, sending a formidable current towards the elder. Your sword may penetrate energy, but I shall not engage in a clash. What can you do? Boom. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the elder erupted with an equally potent energy, revealing his strength at the third heavenly difficulty. Dugu Wudi, too, stood at the same level. Their powers were nearly matched. Although Dugu Wudi had activated the Annihilation Divine technique, the elder, as one of the 7 swords of the Tianshan sect, wielded formidable skills, cleaving through Dugu Wudi's punch with a single stroke. Dugu Wudi, even with your energy at the third heavenly difficulty, you shall still perish beneath my sword. I am Wei Haiping, the one who will slay you. As the elder spoke, he lunged towards Dugu Wudi, swiftly retracting his long sword before striking with a flurry of fierce sword energy aimed at Dugu Wudi's vital points. The sound of the blades was urgent and piercing. He aimed to slay Dugu Wudi with one decisive blow. Once he accomplished this, their mission would be deemed successful, paving the way for them to become true disciples of the sect. Faced with the elder's relentless assault, Dugu Wudi furrowed his brow and took a decisive step forward, declaring, "Heavenly Demon Disintegration." The power within surged dramatically, accompanied by a terrifying aura of destruction that enveloped the surroundings. His strength ascended from the third heavenly difficulty to the fifth heavenly difficulty in an instant. Not only did his power increase, but his speed also soared. Appearing beside Wei Haiping like a specter, his hand extending like an eagle's claw aimed at the opponent's sword-bearing arm. "Disarm you, and let us see how you wield your sword." The gaze of Dugu Wudi was frigid. In that moment, Wei Haiping felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, only to witness the palm descending upon him. Crack! His entire shoulder was crushed, pain etched across his face as the long sword he held clattered to the ground. In your next life, choose a more formidable sect. With a successful strike, as Wei Haiping's sword fell, Dugu Wudi's other hand coalesced with demonic energy, delivering a powerful blow to Wei Haiping's chest. Bang! Wei Haiping's body was sent crashing into the crumbling wall of a nearby town. The wall collapsed, burying him beneath the debris. Boom! Wei Haiping emerged from the wreckage, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organs. "You shall perish too." Ignoring his own agony, Wei Haiping coldly addressed Dugu Wudi. "Humph." As his words fell, Dugu Wudi leaped, his foot descending directly upon the opponent's head. Splat! The head was crushed beneath his foot, blood mingling with white brain matter. Old Wei. Witnessing this, the other 5 individuals changed countenance, rushing forward to avenge Old Wei. However, they were restrained by Guan Qi's overwhelming energy. The formidable, intangible sword Qi surged like a tide, suppressing the 5 and rendering their long swords ineffective. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, 2 figures observed the unfolding scene. I did not expect Dugu Wudi's prowess to be at the third heavenly difficulty. The information we previously received indicated only the first heavenly difficulty. It seems the resources we provided have elevated his strength to the third heavenly difficulty. Spoke one man clad in a blue robe. Dugu Wudi is manageable, but Guan Qi is the concern. From the energy he exudes, it is evident that he has ascended to the 8th heavenly difficulty. and his power is growing swiftly. If we do not intervene soon, he may resort to lethal measures," remarked the robust, bare-chested man beside him. "Regrettably, we have yet to draw out the person we seek. Let us take action," the blue-robed man declared. Chapter 403. Under the palm, a golden head as he spoke, the burly man charged forth. "Guanxi, allow me to experience your strength." A low voice resonated as a figure erupted from a dirt wall, launching a fist towards Guanxi. Tianshan avalanche fist. With the punch, a terrifying chill erupted from his fist. This coldness was not merely bone-chilling, but formed a frigid wave, descending upon Guanxi with the ferocity of an avalanche. Under the shadow of the boxing specter, Guanxi's gaze sharpened, as if a wave of chilling currents surged around him. Beneath the might of this martial force, he felt his sword energy being encased in frost, while the cold began to envelop his limbs. He had encountered a true master. Guanxi mused inwardly. A glimmer flickered in his eyes. It was only through grappling with formidable opponents that one could advance further. He focused intently on the powerful boxing energy that surrounded him. While these strikes were formidable, they were not the most lethal aspect of his adversary. The true threat lay in the opponent's fists, the ultimate expression of their strength and the real killing move. If he could locate the opponent's fists, he could counter this blow. A tempest of cold enveloped him, swirling with snowflakes descending towards the ground. It was at this moment, as the snowflakes were about to touch the earth, that a spark ignited in Guanxi's eyes. His innate, formless sword energy erupted within him, merging into his palm, coalescing into a fist, which he then unleashed. The force of his punch, akin to the sharpness of sword energy, tore through the storm, converging at a singular point. Boom! The two forces collided, dissipating the tempest that surrounded them. In the aftermath, a powerful wave of energy erupted outward like a gale. Both combatants staggered back several paces, regaining their footing. "You all leave first," the bare-chested giant commanded, steadying himself before addressing the 5 individuals behind him. Upon seeing this, the 5 leapt onto their steeds, turning to depart. The loss of 2 had somewhat diminished their previous arrogance, and they understood that remaining here was futile and perhaps perilous. Guanxi and Dugu Wudi remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the departing figures. Following Dugu Wudi's technique, the residual vitality within him was waning, and he risked a decline in strength should he pursue. As for Guanxi, he was obstructed by the bare-chested giant, leaving him no opportunity to strike. Moreover, there was another lurking in the shadows. "Tianshan sect? Who are you?" Guanxi inquired coldly, directing his gaze at his opponent. "Tianshan sect, main peak, Ruanqi Xue," the bare-chested giant replied. "Main peak, Ruanqi Xue," Guanxi echoed, ruminating over his earlier research, yet finding no information on this individual. Clearly, the Tianshan sect harbored numerous concealed experts. Truly, it was a sect capable of contending with the Emperor of Zhou. Guanxi reflected. The strength of a sect's leader often mirrors the overall power of the sect itself. In the past, when the Tianshan sect's leader Huan Mufeng was at his peak, they exerted dominance over the entire frontier, drawing resources from afar. The Tianshan sect was immensely powerful then, compelling even the renowned Kunlun sect to retreat into obscurity. It was hardly surprising that they had hidden masters. "Enough talk. Allow me to witness your strength, Guanxi," Ruanqi Xue declared, raising his hand. A surge of cold energy swirled above his palm as he launched himself toward Guanxi. Guanxi's eyes narrowed, and he propelled his fist forward to strike back at his opponent, though it appeared as if the two were charging at each other. During their encounter, Ruanqi Xue transformed his palm into a claw, reaching directly for Guanxi's shoulder. In response, Guanxi opened his palm, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed at his opponent's face. Remarkably, neither seemed inclined to engage in a direct confrontation, primarily due to their prior encounter, which had allowed them to gauge each other's inner strength. Guanxi deftly twisted his body, evading Ruanqi Xue's claw, while Ruanqi Xue executed a peculiar backward lean, narrowly avoiding the oncoming sword energy. Without wasting any time, both struck simultaneously. Having missed his initial attack, Ruanqi Xue let out a low growl. Observing this from the shadows, a man in a green robe sprang forth, positioning himself beside the burly figure. Immediately, a formidable aura emanated from him. This man's prowess was on par with that of Ruanqi Xue. Tianshan's sect, main peak, Yang Changqing. The man in the green robe introduced himself. As his words fell, Yang Changqing suddenly stepped forward. With a swift motion, A blurred shadow materialized behind him, and as it appeared, Yang Changqing's energy surged dramatically. In an instant, he executed 9 rapid steps, conjuring 9 phantoms that emerged before Guanqi. By the time Guanqi perceived these 9 figures, Yang Changqing had already closed the distance between them. A sudden sense of danger jolted Guanqi's senses. Phantom 9 steps, heavenly illusion fist. Just as Guanqi's mind shifted, Yang Changqing let out a sharp cry, launching a fist imbued with a powerful black energy toward Guanqi's chest. Drawing upon the formidable techniques of the Jiangnan region, Guanqi erupted with a protective energy barrier. Boom! Yang Changqing's fist collided with Guanqi's barrier, causing it to tremble. Despite his strike failing to shatter Guanqi's defense, Yang Changqing remained unfazed, retracting his hand only to see his fist transform into 9 phantoms, launching another assault. Bang! The energy barrier before Guanqi was instantly shattered. At that moment, the burly man from earlier also struck simultaneously, revealing that he had already thrown his punch during Yang Changqing's attack to achieve such an effect. Guanqi suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist to counter, colliding with the burly man's blow. As they clashed, Yang Changqing's hand shot forward, resembling a blade as it sliced toward Guanqi's chest. However, as Guanqi's fist met the burly man's, he was propelled backward, causing Yang Changqing's strike to miss. With a grave expression, Yang Changqing watched Guanqi, who had skillfully sensed his attack and utilized the force of Guanqishua's punch to evade their combined assault. Guanqi, you may evade, but Dugu Wudi cannot. A cold smile crept across Yang Changqing's lips as he turned his gaze toward Dugu Wudi. Do you intend to kill him? You may try. Before Guanqi could finish his words, Yang Changqing dashed toward Dugu Wudi, his hand morphing into a claw, lunging with astonishing speed. Dugu Wudi could only glimpse a few fleeting shadows. The opponent's palm hovered ominously above his head, yet he remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the approaching strike. With a thunderous impact, Yang Changqing's hand descended, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he prepared to sever the head of his adversary, Dugu Wudi. However, to his astonishment, he found that the head he grasped was as unyielding as diamond, resisting his grip entirely. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was clutching a golden head, belonging not to Dugu Wudi, but to another individual entirely. Chapter 404. Standing still, you cannot strike. Absorbing energy technique. Do you sense how solid my head is? Can you truly extract it? As he braced to exert more force, a voice emerged from his opponent's lips. Hearing this, Yang Changqing's expression shifted dramatically, and a surge of potent energy erupted from his fingers as he lunged for his opponent's head, intending to pierce through the skull. However, upon contact, his energy met a resounding clang against the opponent's head, proving utterly ineffective. It seemed he could not even dislodge a single hair. The recoil from the impact sent a jolt of pain through his hand. Realizing he was confronting a formidable foe, he swiftly retracted his hand, retreating at a speed surpassing his initial strike. As he withdrew, Yang Changqing noticed his fingers trembling. His gaze filled with dread as he regarded the man standing before Dugu Wudi. The figure bore the visage of a middle-aged man, devoid of any aura of strength. Yet his golden head and hair appeared bizarrely striking. Your finger's force was too feeble. It barely tickled me, leaving me somewhat disappointed. The newcomer remarked with a smile gracing his lips. Who are you from the Tianya Pavilion? Yang Changqing inquired solemnly. Recognizing the man as undoubtedly affiliated with the organization but eager to discern his identity. This is Lord Gu Santong, the master of the East Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. Dugu Wudi replied coldly. Gu Santong of the East Pavilion? Yang Changqing's eyes narrowed, shifting his gaze toward the brawny man beside him. When you attacked, he appeared suddenly, his head transforming to gold, likely a manifestation of a physical cultivation technique, deflecting your assault with astonishing speed. Given that he withstood your strike unscathed, it seems neither of us can breach his defenses. We must devise a way to escape or signal for assistance. The brawny man, Guanqishua, appeared to grasp Yang Changqing's intent and promptly conveyed his thoughts telepathically. Upon hearing Guanqishua's caution, Yang Changqing's expression grew serious. Fleeing may prove futile. Although I was casual in my previous strike against Dugu Wudi, my opponent managed to substitute himself without my notice, exhibiting a speed beyond imagination. Our only recourse now is to send out a distress signal and await reinforcements from our sect. The adversary likely won't grant us that opportunity, Guanqishua countered. What are you two whispering about? I'm quite curious to hear. Gu Santong interjected with a smile. Just then, a swift interruption occurred. In the distant sky, a firework ascended, revealing that you were indeed seeking assistance. It seems I must first address your predicament, Gu Santong remarked with a smile as he beheld the firework. In a heartbeat, he stepped forward, unleashing a formidable surge of energy that erupted from within him. In an instant, his figure transformed into a swift arc of light, darting towards Yang Changqing. Upon witnessing Gu Santong's movement, the burly man immediately took action, a chilling aura emanating from his palm. Gu Santong's speed was astonishing. He had to momentarily restrain his opponent's velocity, lest he be unable to thwart the attack. Furthermore, should his adversary close the distance, Gu Santong knew he could not withstand the brutal defense of the opponent's formidable physique. He lunged forward, his palm releasing the icy energy toward Gu Santong. However, unfazed by the frigid onslaught, Gu Santong pressed onward, a terrifying force coursing through his muscles, dispelling the encroaching chill. Liuli true energy. In that instant, Yang Changqing let out a low shout, a glimmering aura enveloping him as his hands curled into talon-like shapes, lunging towards Gu Santong's head. He sought to further test the extent of Gu Santong's golden body, whether it was invulnerable as a whole or merely in parts. Gu Santong raised his own hand, unleashing a golden fist to counter the assault. His fist glimmered with golden light, yet lacked any visible energy. Clang! As Yang Changqing's palms descended, they collided with Gu Santong's fist, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal, accompanied by sparks. The crisp clang of steel echoed once more. Yet his previous attack left no mark upon Gu Santong's palm. The force was still lacking. However, if this is all you can muster, then I shall send you on your way. The smile vanished from Gu Santong's face as he abruptly spread his fingers, a terrifying gravitational pull erupting from his palm. Yang Changqing, who had just landed, found himself drawn toward Gu Santong against his will. Boom! Within him, energy erupted as he attempted to resist this overwhelming allure. For reasons unknown, he sensed that if he were to be ensnared by this pull and draw closer to Gu Santong, he would face grave peril. Observing this turn of events, the burly man, Yuan Qixue, sprang into action, appearing before Gu Santong in an instant. Heart-piercing cold palm. Seizing the opportunity against the unguarded Gu Santong, Yuan Qixue unleashed a torrent of chilling energy from his palms, striking swiftly towards Gu Santong's heart. Bang! His hands collided with Gu Santong's chest, yet it felt as though he had struck solid metal. There was no effect whatsoever. Standing idle while you strike at me, yet failing to inflict any harm. What purpose does that serve? I had intended to deal with you later, but since you present yourselves so conveniently, we shall resolve this together. Gu Santong's expression turned cold, and with a swift motion, he extended his other hand, energy swirling within as he reached for his opponent's arm. With a whoosh, he executed the absorption technique, releasing a terrifying suction force from his palm. Yuan Qixue felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him, akin to a floodgate bursting forth, wildly rushing towards his opponent's body. Yuan Qixue was taken aback, attempting to articulate something, yet the immense force left him no time to speak. In the blink of an eye, all the energy within him was absorbed, and with a resounding explosion, his entire being disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Yang Changqing found himself ensnared by Gu Santong, who swiftly activated the absorption technique. The same dreadful scene unfolded. All of Yang Changqing's energy was consumed, and subsequently, his body erupted into a mist of blood. The display of power was exceedingly tyrannical, starkly contrasting with Gu Santong's earlier demeanor, which had been adorned with smiles. The warriors of the celestial 8 difficulties in this realm appeared utterly feeble. Gu Santong furrowed his brow slightly. It is not that they are weak, but rather that you are exceptionally strong. Guan Qi interjected. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might not have emerged victorious against these individuals. Yet, in the presence of Gu Santong, they resembled mere ants, underscoring the latter's overwhelming strength. Having just signaled for reinforcements, Gu Santong pondered the caliber of experts that might arrive. If they were merely practitioners of the celestial 9 difficulties, they would not pique his interest in the slightest. He cast a glance at the fireworks that had recently illuminated the sky and spoke solemnly. Chapter 405, Dissemination. Solo infiltration of the Tianshan sect. It is difficult to ascertain whom they might dispatch. Dugu Wudi replied in a grave tone. The strength exhibited by the Tianshan sect, today suggests they harbor quite a few formidable individuals, making it challenging to predict who might come. Is that so? Inform me of the location of the Tianshan sect, and I shall venture there directly to gauge the strength of their sect master. This will also instill a sense of trepidation in them, preventing any further incursions into the ghost domain, Gu Santong contemplated. Despite having effortlessly slain 2 practitioners of the celestial 8 difficulties, he dared not claim absolute certainty in overcoming the sect master of the Tianshan sect. Master, shall we accompany you? Guanxi and Dugu Wudi inquired in unison. No need. I will go alone. Even if besieged, I can carve my way out. However, should you accompany me, your chances of survival may not be as favorable, Gu Santong responded. Then we shall wait for you in the ghost domain. Here is the route to the Tianshan sect, Dugu Wudi said. Gu Santong accepted the map, glanced at it, tucked it into his bosom, and proceeded towards the direction of the Tianshan sect. Observing Gu Santong's retreating figure, Dugu Wudi sighed. My strength remains insufficient. My capabilities are similarly lacking. Guanxi concurred. We ought to seek methods to enhance our strength in this world. Previously, they had attempted to elevate their power according to the practices of their own realm. But progress had been rather slow. In contrast, the martial prowess in this world flourished at a significantly higher level. Perhaps there exist unique means to bolster their strength. Upon hearing Guanxi's words, Dugu Wudi's eyes brightened. Speaking of which, I do know of a method. Recently, I perused some ancient texts that mention a technique for rapid enhancement of strength. It involves a grand formation that, once established, can absorb the energies of heaven and earth, integrating them into the body to augment one's power. However, I did not pay much attention to the name of this formation. I shall review it again upon my return. As the two conversed, a chilling scream echoed from a distance, a sound that arose swiftly and faded just as quickly. It was likely that the reinforcements had been ruthlessly slain by the ancient master. While he spoke, he raised his arm, and a plume of black smoke erupted into the air. The disciples of the ghost domain swiftly converged towards this direction, hastily departing with their comrades. As for Gu Santong, he made his way rapidly to the Tianshan sect. In Lingnan Prefecture, amidst the ranks of the Mountain River sect, Zihanyu appeared before Su Chun. Master Su, I have come primarily to inquire how many celestial experts you can deploy against the Tianshan sect. A single celestial expert of the ninth tribulation, Su Chun replied. Upon hearing this, Zihanyu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You can only mobilize one celestial of the ninth tribulation? Yet, Master Su, you have acquired a substantial amount of resources this time. Why then send forth only one celestial of the ninth tribulation? Such a transaction is not characteristic of you. Is one expert of the ninth tribulation, particularly one of the Dan Tian Hua high level, not sufficient? Su Chen inquired, gazing at Zihanyu. A celestial expert at the Dan Tian Hua high level? Zihanyu's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she regarded Su Chen. Such a formidable individual is not merely an ordinary celestial of the ninth tribulation. I did not anticipate that you would dispatch someone of such caliber. At that moment, a figure emerged from outside, an elderly man in gray robes, who had accompanied Zihanyu. After offering a slight bow to Su Chen, the elder whispered a few words into Zihanyu's ear. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zihanyu's expression turned grave. Master Su, some events have transpired beyond the borders. Gu Santong, the master of the East Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, has appeared, brutally slaying 2 celestials of the 8th tribulation and one of the 9th tribulation from the Tianshan sect, and he is now en route to the Tianshan sect. Indeed, Su Chen furrowed his brow, yet his heart remained unperturbed. The strength of Gu Santong made it simple for him to eliminate those individuals, and his advance towards the Tianshan sect was entirely reasonable. He practiced both the indestructible diamond technique and the absorption technique, which were, to be frank, somewhat extraordinary. One made him impervious to blades and arrows, while the other allowed him to absorb the strength of others. The two abilities complemented each other splendidly. Coupled with Gu Santong's prowess, he could indeed charge forth unimpeded. To venture solo into the Tianshan sect was audacious. The sect's master, Hua Mufeng, had once battled the Emperor of Zhou, and his strength was undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, given the multitude of experts within the Tianshan sect, it was likely that even a concerted ambush could result in his demise. Su Chen then remarked, the strength displayed by that individual is formidable. He is likely a celestial at the Dan Tian Hua high level. Such a powerhouse would not be one to act recklessly. His audacity in approaching the Tianshan sect surely stems from profound confidence. This might present an opportunity for us. We could join forces to strike at the Tianshan sect. The experts on my end have yet to arrive, leaving me without the opportunity to take action. However, I sense that the situation is rather unusual. I shall investigate and seek any news regarding the Tianshan sect, and I will inform us immediately. Zihan Yue's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the elder in the gray robe. The elder exited the grand hall. At that moment, Yuan Suiyun appeared within the chamber. The leader has received word from outside the borders. Gu Santong, the master of the eastern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, has emerged and slain 2 formidable masters of the 8 difficulties and 1 master of the 9 difficulties from the Tianshan sect. None of these individuals were included in our previous investigation. Furthermore, after claiming these lives, Gu Santong proceeded towards the Tianshan sect. Based on the clues we have gathered, it is anticipated that he will arrive at the Tianshan sect by tomorrow, Yuan Suiyun reported. The news of Gu Santong's approach towards the Tianshan sect should have already reached them. What movements are they making? Su Chun furrowed his brow and inquired. No useful information has arrived as of yet, Yuan Suiyun replied. After Gu Santong eliminated the master of the 9 difficulties, the Tianshan sect seemed to have fallen into silence, showing no signs of movement. Is that so? It appears there is much to observe. We must closely monitor any developments from outside the borders and inform me immediately of any further news. Su Chen gestured dismissively. Su Zhaojiao, I shall not linger here. I need to report these matters to the sect. I will come to find you as soon as there is any news. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Tianshan sect's main peak, Huamufeng and 2 other mountain lords convened. I did not anticipate Gu Santong from the Tianya Pavilion to be so formidable. To dispatch 2 individuals in 2 moves speaks volumes of his prowess. Now he approaches our Tianshan sect. One wonders what his intentions may be. Jin Duyi remarked. What does he intend? Surely, it must be to challenge me. To test my strength. I will ensure he understands my capabilities, Huamufeng declared, a glint of fierce coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 406. Huamufeng descends the mountain. At the Tianya Pavilion's Qinglong Association base, Zhaojiao, Gu Santong is so audacious. Should he arrive at our Tianshan sect, it would indeed be an affront to us. Since you took the helm of the Tianshan sect, no one has dared to approach us so brazenly, Jin Duyi asserted. Before Huamufeng became the leader, the strength of the Tianshan sect was inferior to that of the Kunlun sect during its peak outside the borders. And there were 3 other powers of comparable stature alongside the Tianshan sect. In the 3rd year of Huamufeng's leadership, he initiated a grand conflict, swiftly subduing and resolving the other 3 major forces before the Kunlun sect could react, thus elevating the Tianshan sect to a status equal to that of the Kunlun sect. Subsequently, Huamufeng challenged the then leader of the Kunlun sect, Yuan Shuzi, severely wounding him and forcing the Kunlun sect into seclusion, establishing the Tianshan sect as the foremost power beyond the borders. Even the Emperor Zhou of that time opted to challenge Huamufeng instead of attacking the Tianshan sect. Zhaojiao, allow me to confront Gu Santong, Jin Duyi proposed. Jin Duyi, the lord of the northern mountains of the Tianshan sect, is, by lineage, the granduncle of Huamufeng. In terms of visible strength, he ranks as the foremost expert beneath Huamufeng within the Tianshan sect. Master Jin, your Dantian has just transformed into the sea. It requires consolidation, and it would be prudent not to engage just yet. The adversary is likely well acquainted with our Tianshan sect, thus I shall personally confront him. Huamufeng gestured dismissively. Master, this is not advisable. Should you intervene, the outside world might believe the Tianshan sect lacks capable defenders. This matter originated from my southern mountain. I request permission to venture forth and challenge Gu Santong, declared Mu Fengyun, the lord of the southern mountain. Even more so, this is a matter of our Tianshan sect's hidden cards, which we cannot reveal at this moment. I shall personally meet Gu Santong. You all shall remain here at the Tianshan sect, Huamufeng reiterated. With that, he departed the palace in a flash of black light, heading forth to intercept Gu Santong. A day later, news emerged from beyond the borders. Gu Santong, the leader of the eastern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, clashed with Huamufeng at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. The battle raged for an entire day and night, causing avalanches upon the surrounding snow-capped peaks. Ultimately, neither side claimed victory, and both retreated. However, what astonished onlookers was the manifestation of ethereal figures surrounding both Gu Santong and Huamufeng, their spectral forms colliding with cataclysmic force. This phenomenon was later deciphered as the second stage of the 9 trials of heaven and man, known as concentration in the sea, reflecting their congealed divine shadows. In Lingnan Prefecture, at the Shanhua sect, Su Chun observed the news relayed from beyond the borders, his gaze sharpening. Initially, he had anticipated Gu Santong's victory, yet the outcome was a stalemate, revealing that both adversaries had ascended to the stage of concentration in the sea. Indeed, they were worthy opponents of the Zhou Emperor. Nevertheless, Hua Mufeng's prowess was also formidable, having sustained grave injuries in his prior encounter with the Zhou Emperor. He had remarkably regained his standing within a mere 20 years. Su Chun had taken time to delve into Hua Mufeng's history and understood the extent of his abilities 2 decades prior. With Hua Mufeng's strength so formidable, one could only ponder the realm in which the Zhou Emperor resided. If Hua Mufeng could contend evenly with Gu Santong, it suggested that Gu Santong was not a match for the Zhou Emperor, instilling further trepidation within Su Chun. Truly, he was a figure capable of subduing the entire realm single-handedly, Su Chun mused. Following this conflict, the development of the invincible Gu Di's ghost domain would no longer be restrained and was expected to expand rapidly. My lord, you are mistaken. We have just received word that the Tianshan sect is exerting all efforts to suppress the growth of the ghost domain. Mu Fengyun, the lord of the southern mountain, has personally descended to lead the charge against it, and the Tianshan sect has also opened 3 mountain ranges, each housing a sect that once subdued the 3 great powers beyond our borders during Hua Mufeng's era, remarked the newcomer, Ru Suiyun, as he entered. Oh, it seems they remain quite formidable, he concluded. Su Chun furrowed his brows slightly. Having anticipated that the Tianshan sect would ease its suppression of the ghost domain following this battle, to his surprise, the ghost domain had become even more arduous. What do you believe is the intention behind the Tianshan sect's actions? Su Chun inquired, his voice laden with gravity. He could not fathom the rationale behind their decisions. Logically, the Tianshan sect should not seek to stifle the ghost domain, as both sides possessed equal might, which should lead to a cessation of hostilities. Moreover, the Tianya Pavilion had only dispatched the leaders of the East and North Pavilions. Perhaps the Tianshan sect harbored some hidden cards. Nonetheless, their actions, while restrictive, did not encroach upon the existing territories of the ghost domain, as Yin Suiyun remarked solemnly. When is Gu Santong expected to return? Su Chun asked, eager to discern the specific details of the recent conflict. The information circulating merely conveyed the sentiments of observers. He yearned to understand Gu Santong's assessment of Hua Mufeng. He will return in 3 days. Both our lord at Tianya Pavilion and the Qinglong Society require a genuine base of operations. Otherwise, there will be complications regarding the whereabouts of Mr. Gu and his companions, Yin Suiyun replied, his tone grave. Do you possess a suitable location? Su Chun queried, his brow furrowing. The matter Yin Suiyun raised was indeed on his mind. Gu Santong and Ding Peng of the Qinglong Society could not remain at their Mount River Gate indefinitely. They needed a true bastion of their own. In his vision, these formidable experts would converge together. My lord, I have recently examined the mountainous terrains of the 9 northern prefectures. I discovered that there are no suitable bases in those areas. However, within the 13 prefectures controlled by the Tianxiao Alliance, there exists a fitting location, Yuan Prefecture, which is closest to my Lingnan Prefecture. It boasts an ancient mountain range known as the Qixing Mountains, perpetually shrouded in miasma and seldom trodden by human feet. I plan to investigate it with the Wudu Tongzi upon his return to ascertain if it holds potential for establishing a base, Yin Suiyun articulated. Then summoned the Wudu Tongzi back post-haste. Su Chun commanded. Rest assured, the Wudu Tongzi should be returning shortly, after they eliminate Niechong, the 3rd son of the Liawu king from Huayuan. They will make their way back, Yin Suiyun assured him. Niechong, the 3rd son of the Liawu king, has proceeded to the capital, and indeed, he must not arrive there. Otherwise, it would exert undue pressure on Murong Fu, Su Chun stated. Presently, Murong Fu was engaging with the 12th prince of the great Zhou dynasty, and he could not afford to be under scrutiny. Although Murong Fu had skillfully turned the tables, implicating the guests of the National Master's residence, the capital was rife with talent. Should Niechong reach the capital and apply pressure, it would not be long before Murong Fu was exposed. Thus, Niechong must not venture to the capital. Should he perish en route, the focus would inevitably shift to the Huayuan region and the Liawu king, suggesting that someone was targeting the Liawu king rather than harboring ulterior motives. thereby alleviating the investigative pressure on Murongfu. Chapter 407. The third son of the Liawu king, the Wudu Tongzi's poisoning outside the Huayuan region on a broad thoroughfare. The rhythmic sound of hoofbeats echoed, tick, tick. Over 20 robust, menacing warriors, armed with sabers, rode forth upon their steeds. At the forefront stood a robust man clad in dark golden armor, his complexion bearing an ancient bronze hue, exuding an air of formidable strength. He was none other than Qiao Mang, one of the 3 deputy leaders of the Liawu Wang mansion. Nestled amidst the cavalry, he safeguarded a broad carriage. Within the confines of the carriage reclined a young man dressed in splendid attire. This youth emanated a composed aura, with a prominent nose and piercing eyes, suggesting a keen strategist. This individual was Nie Chong, the third son of the Liawu Wang, distinguished among his siblings for his exceptional talents and strategies, ranking third in martial prowess after his elder siblings. Beside him knelt 2 maidservants, one gently massaging his shoulders while the other attended to his legs. Not far away sat a gaunt man in a gray robe, eyes closed, utterly motionless. Having exited the Huayuan region, do you believe adversaries will dare to strike against us? Nie Chong inquired, stretching lazily and sitting upright to address the man in gray. My lord, the true peril may lie beyond the Huayuan territory. This is not the prince's domain, and they may seize the opportunity to act here, the man in gray replied, his eyes flickering open with a glint of coldness. Indeed, we must exercise caution. The death of my younger sister is not tied to the rivalry among the 9 princes. It likely stems from enemies of my sister or ours at the Liawu Wang mansion. I aspire to draw them out this time, Nie Chong stated solemnly. The lurking adversaries evoke a sense of unease that must be eradicated. As he journeyed to the capital, he had previously pressured the 7th prince. A mere facade to lure out his foes. He had initially intended to bait them within the Huayuan region, but they had remained inactive. Now, having departed from Huayuan, outside his territory, he had unwittingly granted them an opportunity, one they would not overlook, albeit at the risk of his own safety. Do not be overly optimistic. If they intend to strike, they have surely assessed our strength, the man in gray cautioned. With you and General Qiao safeguarding me, I should be safe. Nie Chong replied confidently. My lord, I cannot shake this ominous premonition. It feels perilous, the man in gray remarked, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing his words, Nie Chong's expression grew grave. Let the convoy proceed, he commanded. At that moment, Qiao Mang approached the carriage. My lord, if we continue, we shall reach the nearest small town in approximately 2 hours. Should we rest there for the night and resume our journey tomorrow? He suggested from outside the window. Then let us lodge at the upcoming town. Nie Chong acquiesced with a nod. As the convoy advanced, a man with a conical hat, carrying 2 woven baskets, appeared before them. Seemingly aware of the approaching caravan, he sidestepped to the side of the road, bowing his head to allow the convoy to pass. Once they had moved on, the man in the hat slowly removed his hat and opened one of the baskets, revealing a child within, none other than the Wudu Tongzi. Cui Wuhu, adorned with a conical hat, was on a mission alongside another individual to eliminate Nie Chong, the son of the splitting martial king, or rather, to capture him, compelling Lu Liqing to take action against him. When will the poison from the 5 poisons young master take effect? Cui Wuhu inquired. In a little while. Some of the weaker individuals will succumb to blood oozing from their 7 orifices, likely around 5 of them. Once these 5 perish, I believe a wave of panic will ensue, he replied. The demise of these 5 would undoubtedly necessitate someone to dispose of their bodies. And those tasked with this grim duty would also meet their end upon arriving in the small town. A cold smile graced the face of the 5 poisons youth. By the calculations of time, they should reach Suiyun town by evening. Let us hope that tonight instills fear in them, granting us the opportunity to seize Nie Chong. Cui Wuhu proclaimed. Do not underestimate the situation. The leader, clad in chainmail, possesses strength far superior to ours, and there are formidable individuals within that carriage as well. It would be prudent for us to avoid direct confrontation, the 5 poisons youth cautioned. Utilizing poison is advantageous. Yet I fear leaving any trace that could lead to your suspicion during an investigation, Cui Wuhu responded. Have the Qiao brothers dispose of the bodies without a trace. The 5 poisons youth insisted sternly. At that moment, he appeared somewhat exhilarated by the prospect of using poison to eliminate those stronger than himself, relishing the thought of instilling terror in his victims before their demise. Let us proceed. The 5 poisons youth urged Cui Wuhu. Cui Wuhu hoisted his burden and dashed into the dense forest adjacent to the official road, trailing behind the convoy. The caravan continued its journey. After a while, some mounted guards suddenly clutched their throats, letting out anguished cries as they toppled from their horses, frothing at the mouth. Their eyes bulged, their bodies convulsed a few times, and then they breathed their last. In light of this alarming situation, the convoy came to a halt. The guards nearby rushed to investigate. "Captain, they have been poisoned," one exclaimed, his face etched with horror. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mang leapt from his horse, rushing to the fallen guard who was foaming at the mouth. His gaze fixed upon the lifeless form, his expression turning grave. He quickly moved to examine the others, his brow furrowing in concern. "Check immediately to see if you have been poisoned," Qiao Mang commanded. The guards began to circulate their internal energy to determine whether they had been affected, but found no signs of poisoning. "You all remain here. I shall report this to the young master." Qiao Mang swiftly made his way to Nie Chong's carriage. "What has transpired?" Nie Chong inquired from within the carriage. "5 guards have suddenly succumbed to poisoning. I have instructed the others to check themselves, but no one else has reported any signs of poisoning," Qiao Mang relayed. At this, a heavy silence enveloped the carriage. Nie Chong's pupils constricted sharply. They had only just exited the Huayuan region when calamity struck. "It seems our enemies have arrived. Dispose of those bodies, and let us hasten to the small town ahead," Nie Chong commanded from within the carriage. "Understood." Qiao Mang received the orders and arranged for 3 individuals to remain behind to dispose of the 5 corpses. He then leaped onto his horse and led the entourage onward. The caravan progressed, yet an air of unease enveloped them, particularly among the guards outside the carriage. The 5 deceased had been their companions throughout the journey, never straying from their side. With their sudden demise from poisoning, it raised the unsettling possibility that the others might also be afflicted, albeit undetected. This mindset began to breed tension, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. "Within our carriage is a master of poison. We must exercise caution," Nie Chong declared in a low voice. Initially, he had anticipated a direct assault, but he had not expected to be confronted by a poison expert instead. The art of killing unseen, without bloodshed, was indeed terrifying. "My lord, are you afraid?" inquired a man in gray robes, observing Nie Chong intently. "Fear does not grip me. The fact that he has yet to strike implies he lacks the opportunity. Furthermore, I am confident that should he attempt to harm me, I will unearth his presence. Perhaps tonight, I shall confront him." A cold smile flickered at the corners of Nie Chong's mouth. Chapter 408. The sinister use of poison. Another half perishes. The caravan continued its journey. Soon, the guards who had buried the bodies caught up, and as dusk fell, the group arrived at a small town. Named Suiyun Town, it appeared prosperous, with a steady flow of vehicles and well-dressed passers-by. "My lord, we have arrived at the town. Shall we enter?" Qiao Mang approached Nie Chong's carriage. "Indeed, we shall enter. I am eager to see if they will strike at me under the cover of night." Nie Chong replied sternly. "Yes." Qiao Mang acknowledged the command and guided the caravan into the town. At the town gate, Cui Wuhua and the 5 poisons boys stood nearby, trailing the caravan into the town. Suddenly, as the caravan passed through the city gates and had barely traveled a few steps, 3 piercing screams echoed through the air. The 3 individuals responsible for burying the 5 corpses began to suffer a grotesque decay in their hands, the rot spreading rapidly, engulfing their bodies in an instant, causing them to tumble from their horses. Writhing in agony on the ground, they soon lost their breath, their bodies rapidly succumbing to necrosis. Within a brief span, flesh and blood vanished, leaving behind mere piles of bones. The pedestrians along the road gazed in horror at the scene, hastily distancing themselves from the caravan. Some brave souls lingered to witness the unfolding horror, while the timid quickly fled, deeming it wise to avert their eyes from such ghastly sights. Inside the carriage, Nie Chong's previously relaxed demeanor turned grim. "Proceed," he commanded, his voice icy. Qiao Mang, at the helm, pressed onward, leaving the 3 skeletal remains unclaimed on the ground. The burden fell upon those responsible for cleaning the streets. They stood aghast at the sight of the bones, paralyzed by fear. "Go and dispose of them, or I shall have your head," one guard barked at an elderly street cleaner. Fearing for their lives, they could only allow others to meet a grim fate. The old man could only drag his cart, trembling with fear as he cautiously shoveled the 3 skeletal remains into the refuse vehicle. However, they were unaware that the poisonous boy had mastered his craft to perfection. Those who were meant to perish from the same steamed bun would indeed die. while the others would remain unscathed. Thus, the three corpses posed no threat to an ordinary person who might touch them. The carts soon arrived at the most opulent inn in the small town, where they would dine in the grand hall. Niechong descended from the carriage, accompanied by a maid and the man in gray robes. The adversary had already caused him considerable losses in manpower, and the means of poisoning remained unidentified. Aware of the adversary's formidable skills, he opted to dine in the inn's hall. Meanwhile, in an upper room overlooking the hall, Cui Wuhu and the poisonous boy watched as Niechong and his companions entered to eat. This time, we intend to let a few of them perish. Cui Wuhu remarked to the poisonous boy. If half of them were to die, I believe it would instill even greater panic among them. The poisonous boy replied coldly. It is preferable to lose half, but we cannot afford to delay too long. According to my reconnaissance, a group has arrived at this inn, likely for Niechong and his companions as well. Cui Wuhu cautioned, we must keep a close watch on them to ensure they do not disrupt our plan. My poison has reached the third layer. With 2 more layers, I will be able to take Niechong away. We must not allow any unforeseen incidents to arise. The poisonous boy spoke in a solemn tone. I have instructed the Chow brothers to keep a discreet watch, though their strength may be lacking. They are quite adept at remaining hidden, Cui Wuhu added. In the grand hall, Niechong and the man in gray sat at a table by the window, with several guards gradually taking their seats. A young waiter promptly approached with the menu. Your Highness, what dishes would you like to order? Bring us one of everything from your signature dishes, and add a bit of wine. Each table must be the same, Niechong instructed. With adversaries keeping a watchful eye, particularly those skilled in poisoning, he had little appetite for food. Very well, the young waiter replied, hastily retreating. Before long, the table was laden with dishes and wine. 2 maidservants standing beside, Niechong stepped forward to test for poison. After examining each dish, they tasted a small portion before standing behind him. Your Highness, there is no issue, they affirmed in unison after a short while. Meanwhile, at other tables, the waiters sampled the food as well, confirming its safety. Only then did they begin to eat and drink freely. At that moment, within a private room, sat 2 men and a woman who gazed intently into the hall, their expressions grave. Among them, a girl clad in green, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, possessed a slender figure and an air of delicate beauty. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, yet they were now filled with animosity as she looked at Niechong, gripping a long sword tightly in her hand. It seemed as though she yearned to rush out and slay him. Yet, she appeared to be suppressing her murderous intent, ensuring that it did not manifest outwardly. Qingling, now is not the time for action. You must exercise restraint. Any movement could alert the enemy, she was cautioned. The figure beside him, clad in a gray robe, was the mixed-blood warrior Cheng Wu, whose mastery of palm techniques was remarkable. He had diligently cultivated the principles of the Yuan sect, possessing an exceptionally formidable internal energy, rumored to be on the verge of transcending to the 7th level of the celestial trials. Alongside him was Chao Mang, one of the 3 leaders of the Liu Wangfu, whose strength was already at the 5th level of the celestial trials. The 3 of us stood no chance against them. At that moment, a young man dressed in white spoke up. Cousin, it seems we are not the only ones seeking their demise. I have just received word that en route, they encountered a master of poison. In the first wave, 5 perished. In the second, 3 more fell. It is a formidable poison master, and I suspect there will be more casualties shortly. As he spoke, a commotion erupted among the guards of the Liu Wangfu, who were indulging in their drinks. One by one, they clutched their throats, frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, reminiscent of those who had previously fallen from their horses. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback and quickly distanced themselves from the dining table, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the fallen. Each table had 1 or 2 individuals in such a predicament, while the others remained unharmed. Niechong, seated composedly, turned pale, entirely caught off guard by the unfolding events. Just then, a maid beside him also clutched her throat, collapsing to the ground like the others, and soon after, her breath ceased. The atmosphere in the hall became oppressive. Staring at the fallen maid, Niechong was struck with horror. Even the usually impassive Cheng Wu's expression grew grave. The maid had done nothing but consume the dishes on the table. He swiftly seized another maid, channeling a surge of energy into her, only to find no signs of poisoning. Young master, our adversaries are exceedingly powerful. We require reinforcements, he declared solemnly. Their poison tactics were too formidable for them to withstand. Meanwhile, The three individuals upstairs exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting their shock. They were utterly bewildered by how the poison had been administered. The same individuals had consumed identical fare, yet some had perished while others remained unharmed. Such a phenomenon was terrifying. It seemed that without any intervention from us, Niechong might not survive. The young man in white stammered, though they are not targeting us. It chills me to think what would happen if I were to encounter such a master of poison. I might not even realize how I met my end. We should refrain from making any sudden moves. Otherwise, we might disrupt their rhythm and provoke them, another youth advised. As for the young woman, although she had initially been startled, a smile soon graced her features. No, I will not act impulsively. Just look at how terrified Niechong is. I relish seeing him in such a state of anxiety, spoke the girl, known as Qingling. Within the hall, Niechong's countenance gradually regained its tranquility. Commander Chao commanded the innkeeper to expel all patrons from the establishment, asserting that the individual responsible for the poison must be among them. I shall uncover who dares to target me, Niechong declared coldly. On the second floor, the Five Poisons boy observed Niechong and remarked, "He possesses a modicum of intelligence, yet regrettably, his limited manpower cannot encircle this inn. How could he possibly subdue them? Let us depart." He addressed Cui Wuhu. Cui Wuhu responded, "There is no need to leave. Doing so would play into Niechong's scheme." As he spoke, he produced two human skin masks, one resembling a child's face, which he handed to the Five Poisons boy, while he donned the other, resembling a middle-aged man. The Five Poisons boy glanced at the mask in his hand before affixing it to his face. They entered the room wearing hats that concealed their identities, ensuring that the inn staff remained unaware of their true appearances. This was crafted at my request when I arrived in the Huayuan region, Cui Wuhu continued. Once we wear these masks, as long as we do not reveal ourselves, our true identities will remain concealed. Let us continue to dine. At that moment, within a nearby private room, three figures stealthily exited through a window. Someone is leaving. Niechong alerted Chung Wu in the inn's lobby. As he spoke, he strained his ears, probing the situation in each room, and detected the escape of the three individuals. What is their strength? Niechong inquired gravely. Based on the sound they just emitted, their abilities are not formidable. I can apprehend them all, Chung Wu replied. There are eyes upon them. They cannot escape. Niechong retorted, then addressed Chao Mang, instructing, search every room and bring everyone down. Chao Mang, upon hearing this, promptly led his men upstairs. My lord, I beseech you to exercise restraint. This establishment cannot endure such losses. The innkeeper approached Niechong cautiously, imploring him. Such losses will be borne by me, for I am the son of the king of Liwu. Niechong replied coldly. Upon realizing that Niechong was the son of the king of Liwu, the innkeeper immediately bowed and said, everything shall proceed as the young master commands. As a martial artist or of any other standing, he could leverage the influence of those behind him, considering the power necessary to operate an inn in such a bustling town. However, upon learning of Niechong's identity as a noble, he understood that the weight of such status far outweighed any backing he could muster, thus rendering Niechong free to act as he wished. The son of the king of Liwu indeed commands great authority. However, this is not the king's domain. On the second floor, a window swung open, revealing a woman clad in a black dress. Observing the scene below, the voice that had resonated earlier belonged to her. Niechong's gaze fell upon her. A smile graced her lips, radiating an alluring charm. Tianhuan sect, Fairy Yunqi. One of Niechong's remaining attendants exclaimed upon seeing her countenance. The region of Tingzhou is one of the 13 sects under Huayuan's jurisdiction. Each of the 13 sects governs a county, and they currently reside in Tongchuan, which falls within the dominion of the Tianhuan sect, one of the 13. The one referred to as Fairy Yunqi by her maidservants is the third disciple of the sect's leader. It is rumored that she possesses an innate charm and practices the renowned art of the Tianhuan sect, the illusory transformation of heaven and earth. To my astonishment, Fairy Yunqi is indeed present here. It is truly an honor. However, there are individuals who have dared to act against me within your Tianhuan sect's territory, showing a blatant disregard for your authority. I trust that Fairy Yunqi would wish to identify these culprits as well. Niechong interjected, wasn't someone just leaving? Your people could apprehend them easily. Do you truly believe that simply driving them away will reveal their identities? These are skilled poisoners. They won't be easily detected. Furthermore, young Master Nya, there is no need for flattery. The ones who were killed belong to your royal household, not to others. This already concedes a measure of respect to our Tianhuan sect. Therefore, I ask young Master Nian not to let your personal grievances affect others. I hope you can refrain from disturbing the innocent as you seek out the culprits. Let your abilities lead you to them. Fairy Yunxi addressed Niechong. Upon hearing her words, Niechong's expression shifted slightly. In light of your esteemed presence, I shall let this matter rest, he conceded. Innkeeper, please arrange for us a private courtyard. As the largest inn in the town, it featured designated private quarters. Young master, please follow me, the innkeeper promptly responded, guiding Niechong and his companions toward the inn's rear courtyard. As they departed, he instructed the staff to swiftly remove the bodies. In this world where martial arts flourish, such conflicts are commonplace. The inn staff quickly set about clearing away the corpses from the floor. Once the group had left, Fairy Yunxi closed the window and returned indoors. We merely came to observe young Master Nie's movements. How did you come into contact with him? Asked another woman in a white dress, whose striking figure and somewhat aloof beauty were evident. If I do not intervene, won't we be expelled as well? Fairy Yunxi replied. If we are cast out, it would bring shame to our Tianhuan sect. Moreover, I genuinely believe that Niechong will not be able to find the culprits. Although poison experts often revel in witnessing their handiwork, the proficiency of this particular poisoner allows them to slip away unnoticed. It is entirely possible they may be discovered. But should a confrontation arise, the poisoner would act without restraint, leaving no survivors in this establishment, and we might not escape either. I am acting for our own good. Indeed, as you say, the woman in white murmured. I took a glance at Niechong's features. His fate appears grim. Then what do you foresee for the three who left? Will it be fortune or misfortune? Fairy Yunxi inquired, gazing intently at the woman in white. I cannot speak for the other two, but the young girl possesses favorable luck. She should survive, the woman in white responded. As they engaged in conversation, a wretched scream echoed from the direction of the backyard, where Niechong and his companions had just ventured. It appeared that another life had been claimed on their side. One could only wonder how many were left this time, remarked Fairy Yunxi. Shall we take a look and ascertain the truth? Suggested the woman in the white dress. Rising from her seat, she pushed open the door and made her way towards the backyard. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of numerous lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, leaving only 3 survivors from Niechong's group. Niechong himself, Cheng Wu, and the captain of the guards, Chao Meng. Witnessing this grim scene, both Yunxi and the woman in white exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in shock. Only 3 remained. They thought to themselves, young master, this is no place for us to linger. We must vacate this inn at once. Chao Meng urged. Their assailants had dispatched everyone around them on 4 separate occasions, leaving only the 3 of them. It was clear that the next move would be against them. At that moment, Niechong's complexion paled, the composure he had just regained evaporating entirely. Let us depart swiftly from the city and seek an open area to wait for our adversaries, and send out a distress signal. He insisted urgently. As he spoke, Cheng Wu shielded him as they exited. Outside the tavern, where the carriages were stationed, the trio wasted no time. Heading directly toward the city outskirts in search of a more spacious locale where they could detect their pursuers. Only by locating them could they hope to devise a solution. Rumor had it that the 3rd young master was among the cunning offspring of the splintered martial prince. Yet he had not anticipated being forced to flee in such a manner. The uncertainty remained. Could they evade this calamity? Pondered Fairy Yunxi. If you were in such a predicament, you would likely react similarly. The method of poisoning employed by their foes was exceedingly sinister. And for Niechong to have endured this far was indeed commendable. Yet, I find myself perplexed. I have seen Niechong before, and he does not bear the signs of a short lifespan. Why then is he in this plight? The changes in the auguries are quite bewildering, remarked the woman in white. Her brow slightly furrowed. Come, let us see if this young master can survive the night, urged Fairy Yunxi. No, we should first investigate who has departed from this establishment. As one among them may be the master behind the poison, countered the woman in white. I shall look into it. You stay here and wait for me in the private room, said Fairy Yunxi. As soon as Niechong and his companions had left, the one who had administered the poison would likely follow suit. She was confident she could uncover the culprit. Within the private room, Cui Wuhu and the poisonous boy arose. The latter slipped out through the window while Cui Wuhu exited through the main door. The poisonous boy's appearance was quite distinctive, making him less likely to be recognized. After leaving the inn, the two met in a narrow alley and continued their journey towards the city's outskirts, albeit at a leisurely pace. The poisonous boy had inflicted 5 layers of poison upon Nie Chong. The 5th layer would not manifest immediately, requiring a catalyst. After some time, Fairy Yunxi appeared beside the woman in white. Many have departed, yet I have not discerned any suspicious individuals. You should remain at the entrance of the tavern and scrutinize each person as they leave. Perhaps you might uncover something. If that is the case, we are in peril. They will surely deal with us as well. We are merely here to observe the unfolding events, and as long as we relay the information back, excessive involvement could endanger us. Let us proceed to the outskirts of the city and ascertain the adversary's next move, suggested the woman in the white dress. At this moment, in a vast open area outside the city, Nie Chong's carriage stood in the center, with Chao Meng beside it, while Cheng Wu and Nie Chong remained within. Suddenly, a figure clad in a blue robe sped toward them from the distance. Upon seeing the figure, Chao Meng immediately approached. Greetings, Elder Qing. The newcomer was an elderly man, around 60 years of age, with dark facial hair and a commanding presence. Hearing Chao Meng's voice, Nie Chong and Cheng Wu emerged from the carriage. We pay our respects to our master and to Elder Qing. The elder in blue was Nie Chong's mentor, a formidable expert tasked with safeguarding Nie Chong on his journey to the capital, possessing a strength that rivaled the 8th level of the celestial realm. Why are only the 3 of you left? Elder Qing inquired solemnly. Master, during the 4th wave, the enemy left us 3 while the others perished, Nie Chong replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Qing's expression grew grave. The assailants were exceptionally skilled in the use of poison, having caused the demise of all his guards in 4 encounters. Their methods were not only ruthless but also instilled a sense of psychological terror, leaving them in a state of fear. The arrival of these adversaries is far from simple. Of the 3 figures I encountered, I managed to eliminate 2, while 1 managed to escape, Elder Qing confessed, feeling a twinge of frustration. During the moment he dispatched the 2, the woman had thrown a smoke bomb, causing him to retreat several steps in surprise, allowing her to slip away. Upon reflection, he realized it was merely a standard smoke bomb. Master, should we remain here or depart immediately? Nie Chong queried. If we leave, we will likely not get far before being pursued. Moreover, the capital is quite distant, and we cannot remain on guard against them indefinitely. We must identify the poisoner. Only then can we ensure our safety. Let us enter the carriage and await their approach, Elder Qing declared, stepping into the carriage. Nie Chong and Cheng Wu followed suit, leaving Chao Meng alone outside. Minutes turned into a quarter hour, then 2, as time passed slowly. The carriage remained in place, awaiting developments, while the night descended, casting a chill in the air. On the city wall, Fairy Yunxi and the woman in white observed Nie Chong's carriage from a distance. Do you think the person will appear? Yunxi inquired. They should. The enemy has slain so many of Nie Chong's companions, and it is unlikely they would leave anyone behind. The woman in white responded. As they spoke, Yunxi's gaze suddenly changed, focusing on the broad avenue outside the city gate, where a figure shrouded in a black robe was slowly approaching. Is it making an appearance? Yunxi murmured. The woman in white fixed her eyes on the figure in black, which was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, creating an aura of mystery. Young master, Elder Qing, someone is coming. Outside the carriage, Chao Meng spoke, his energy and blood suppressed. His heartbeat faint, rendering him akin to a stone sculpture. Despite this stony demeanor, he could still sense the strength of the approaching individual, who was merely a challenge of celestial proportions. The Elder Qing, seated within the carriage, furrowed his brow. Beside him, Cheng Wu mirrored his concern. Elder Qing, young master. Should we eliminate this person? Chao Meng conveyed his thoughts telepathically. Regardless of who they are, anyone within 5 zhang of the carriage must be slain on the spot. Elder Qing's voice resonated in Chao Meng's ear. Chao Meng narrowed his eyes, gazing at the figure advancing towards them. A wave of bloodlust and murderous intent radiating from him. Ideally, he wished to prevent the individual from approaching the carriage, for such proximity would place him in peril as well. Chapter 411. Toxic suppression. Frenzied, overwhelmed, the adversary's speed was neither slow nor fast, and they soon approached within 5 zhang, showing no signs of halting. In an instant, the brilliance in Chao Meng's eyes dimmed, his murderous intent coalescing. The moment the figure crossed into 5 zhang, he would unleash a devastating strike. However, just as the figure neared that threshold, they unexpectedly halted. Chao Meng, suppress your murderous intent. A deep voice emanated from the cloaked figure. Upon hearing this, Chao Meng's expression changed dramatically. The energy he had been gathering surged to its zenith. Realizing that the arrival was the very person they had been waiting for, he resolved to strike first. With a forceful push against the ground, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The ground trembled as his form shot forth, propelled by a tempest of energy towards the cloaked figure. As Qiao Mang struck, the air erupted with a thunderous roar, the atmosphere slicing under the power of his fist. Boom! His fist collided with the figure. Yet they dissipated into thin air, reappearing elsewhere. Qiao Mang swiftly redirected his attack towards that spot, only to encounter the same phenomenon once more. Atop the city gate, Yuan observed the scene below with confusion. What is Qiao Mang doing? He seems to be striking at the air with all his might. The cloaked figure stood at a distance, advancing towards the carriage, while Qiao Mang continued to unleash his attacks in vain. He may have fallen victim to an illusion or been poisoned. Losing his senses, she mused, deducing from the preceding events that Qiao Mang's disorientation was indeed due to toxins. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage, disturbed by Qiao Mang's erratic strikes, was flung open, revealing his relentless assault. The three individuals within the carriage exchanged solemn glances. Qiao Mang, Elder Qing, emerged from the carriage, issuing a fierce shout as a wave of energy surged towards Qiao Mang. Hearing this, Qiao Mang momentarily halted, but soon redirected his aggression towards Elder Qing. Witnessing this, Elder Qing's gaze sharpened. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Qiao Mang, his hand reaching out to grasp the latter's arm. Crack! With a swift motion, he dislocated one of Qiao Mang's arms, then promptly severed the other. In a sudden flurry, two legs struck like lightning at the joints of Qiao Mang, resulting in a sickening crack. With a piercing scream, Qiao Mang collapsed onto the ground, his cries echoing in despair. Rendered helpless, he could only writhe on the ground, utterly incapable of any further action. Truly ruthless, the figure draped in black nearby remarked. Who are you? And why have you chosen to attack the heir of the Liu Wangfu? Once the elder general, Qiao Mang, had been incapacitated, he kicked Qiao Mang aside and coldly regarded the man in black, who was none other than Cui Wuhu in disguise. You of the Liu Wangfu have taken too many lives. There is no need to concern yourselves with my identity. I am here today to escort you on your final journey. Cui Wuhu's voice was low and foreboding, instilling an eerie sensation. We shall see if you possess the strength to do so. At that moment, Cheng Wu, positioned atop the carriage, sprang into action, transforming into a streak of black light that appeared before Cui Wuhu. His palm descended like a blade, laden with a terrifying energy directed towards Cui Wuhu. Aware of the poison that might emanate from Cui Wuhu, Cheng Wu opted to channel his energy into his palm, believing he could cleave Cui Wuhu in two. It is not your time to perish. Yet, you hasten your own demise. Cui Wuhu shook his head, sighing. Before his words could fully escape, Cheng Wu suddenly felt as if the energy within him had been entirely drained, leaving no trace behind. The energy he had gathered in his palm shattered instantaneously. At that moment, a colossal wave of blood energy erupted from Cui Wuhu, melding with the energy surrounding him to form an ever-increasing aura of might. Boom! In an instant, he unleashed a devastating punch, the energy swirling around his fist like a tempest, striking Cheng Wu, whose energy had vanished. Thud! Cheng Wu flew backward like a bloodied pillar, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, which mingled with his internal organs, gasping for breath. With one strike achieved, Cui Wuhu did not relent. He surged forward, brazenly approaching Cheng Wu, and grasped for his head. Crack! In a brutal motion, he severed it entirely. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck. A scene both savage and unrestrained. Why does Tin Qing not intervene? Yunxi, witnessing this grim spectacle, was filled with astonishment, yet perplexed. She inquired. It was because he believed the person present was not the one who had administered the poison. He was on guard against the true poisoner. Thus compelled to watch Cheng Wu meet his end. I am merely curious about how they were poisoned. Cheng Wu and Qiao Mang displayed no signs of affliction prior. The woman in white furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Who are you truly? Furthermore, how did they fall victim to the poison, and when was it administered? The elder in the blue robe asked Cui Wuhu solemnly, his body enveloped in a shroud of energy, wary of being poisoned himself. Though Cheng Wu and Qiao Mang were weaker than him, the ability to poison them suggested the potential to target him as well. After a moment of contemplation, a detoxifying pill appeared in my hand, which I promptly swallowed. This antidote, I hoped, would aid me. The poison I faced was ineffective. It was designed to ensure a swift demise. It was evident that the toxin had been applied to the carriage. Mere contact with it would render one poisoned. This was merely the first layer of a 5-tiered venom. The second layer had already claimed the lives of 5 individuals, while the third had resulted in the deaths of 3 at the city gates. The fourth layer resided within the dishes served at the tavern. And as for the fifth layer, I chose to remain silent about its nature. Cui Wuhu refrained from disclosing the final layer of poison or the specifics of its application. You are not the poisoner. Let the true culprit reveal themselves, the elderly man in the azure robes stated, fixing his gaze upon Cui Wuhu. As he spoke, the elder lunged forward with remarkable speed, aiming to seize Cui Wuhu before he could unleash the fifth layer of poison, using him as leverage to obtain the antidote. Upon witnessing the elder's advance, a smile crept across Cui Wuhu's face. He clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow that resonated like thunder on a summer day. In the midst of this cacophony, the elder momentarily faltered, his expression betraying surprise. At that instant, he felt a sudden, violent throbbing in the vicinity of his heart, intensifying as though it might burst forth at any moment. He swiftly retreated, evading Cui Wuhu's fist, and positioned himself beside the carriage, channeling his energy to suppress the tumult in his chest. Cui Wuhu, having missed his initial strike, pivoted and continued his assault, his fist descending like a tempest. This is dire, the elder thought, summoning a surge of energy that coursed through his arms, meeting Cui Wuhu's thunderous punch with a formidable force. The impact reverberated, producing a thunderous roar. Blood spurted from the elder's mouth, and his arm fell limply at his side. Yet, in that moment, he turned and fled, leaving the carriage and Nie Chong behind with astonishing speed. Cui Wuhu, observing the elder's retreat, let out a cold laugh and struck with his palm, sending the carriage cover flying. At that moment, Nie Chong's face turned pale. He attempted to speak, but darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the carriage. Cui Wuhu approached and hoisted Nie Chong, swiftly departing. Chapter 412, Morong Fu. Meng City, Iron Palm Gang. Cui Wuhu intended to bring Nie Chong back to Lu Liqing of the Resentment Sect, where he would meet his demise. Naturally, if the King of Cracked Arms could not locate Nie Chong's body, he would assume Nie Chong had survived, which would instill a sense of caution in him. Further complicating matters. Should we pursue them? Asked the fairy Yunxi, gazing at Cui Wuhu as he carried Nie Chong away. Though this individual's realm is merely at the threshold of ascension, he is accompanied by a master of poison. If we follow, the outcome may be perilous. I have no desire to place myself in danger. However, I find myself somewhat perplexed. If Nie Chong's visage resembles that of a death omen, why did that individual not eliminate him directly, but instead choose to abduct him? At this juncture, the woman in the white dress furrowed her brow slightly. Given this circumstance, regardless of whether Nie Chong meets his demise or not, it bears no consequence to us. We shall simply report this information to our sect. Let us depart. The fairy Yunxi remarked, casting a glance towards the direction in which Cui Wuhu had left. In the distance, Cui Wuhu, who was carrying Nie Chong, felt a flicker of emotion. He had anticipated that the two observers would intervene, yet to his surprise, they remained inactive. With Nie Chong's body in tow, he swiftly made his exit. The developments surrounding Nie Chong escalated rapidly, spreading like wildfire within a single day. In the capital, within a modest manner, Morong Fu concluded the circulation of his internal energy and rose to his feet, stepping out of the room. Xiao Ruoyan was standing just outside the door. As Morong Fu emerged, Xiao Ruoyan respectfully attended to him, now serving as his personal maid. The news of Nie Chong's abduction had reached them, and his life or death remained uncertain. Only one person had struck, possessing strength akin to that of a celestial being in tribulation, yet aided by a master of poisons. Nie Chong's mentor, a martial artist of the celestial 8 tribulations, had been poisoned and subsequently slain. Xiao Ruoyan conveyed the intelligence to Morong Fu. The poison was likely administered by the 5 poison boy, as only he possesses such capabilities. It appears that Nie Chong is undoubtedly doomed, which is fortuitous for us. Morong Fu remarked softly. Indeed, it is indeed fortuitous. Yet, my lord, the 12th prince desires your presence in Meng City to subdue the Iron Palm Gang. Xiao Ruoyan responded. The Iron Palm Gang, the 12th prince aims to seize control of the lucrative waterway interests in Meng City. Presently, it is rumored that the Iron Palm Gang is covertly overseen by Yang Zhan, the right general of the inspectorate, one of the 3 divisions. The 12th prince's ambition to usurp business from Yang Zhan seems rather hasty, Morong Fu observed, his brow furrowing slightly. "My lord, there are whispers that Yang Zhan is on the verge of being dismissed from his position as Right General," Xiao Ruan added. "Dismissed? No wonder. However, in such a case, the Iron Palm Gang will attract attention not only from the 12th prince, but also from several other princes," Morong Fu pondered. "Indeed. I am currently gathering information on this matter and believe I shall soon ascertain which factions hold interest in the Iron Palm Gang. Nevertheless, the Iron Palm Gang is the foremost faction in Meng City, governing the 13 interconnected docks of the outer waters. Their influence is formidable. Previously, Yang Zhan merely sought collaboration with them, and persuading them to serve the 12th prince may prove challenging," Xiao Ruan remarked. "Accompany me to the Wangfu to gather specific information regarding the Iron Palm Gang. After our inquiry, we shall devise a plan of action," Morong Fu declared. "To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle." As the two conversed, they exited the small courtyard. In a short while, they arrived at the nearby residence of the 12th prince, where 4 guards in black attire, each wielding a long black blade radiating a chilling aura, stood sentinel. Their formidable presence was unmistakable. Upon seeing Morong Fu, one of them stepped forward and said, "We greet you, Mr. Morong." Morong Fu nodded slightly at the approaching figure, leading Xiao Ruoyan into the royal residence. As a guest official of the palace, and being favored by the 12th prince, he possessed a token granting him the privilege to roam within the estate. Thus the attendants did not impede his entry. In the banquet hall, the 12th prince, Lu Ha, was leisurely sipping tea. "Your Highness, Morong Fu seeks an audience." Announcing from outside the banquet hall, Morong Fu did not enter, but bowed respectfully. As a descendant of the great Yin royal family, he placed great importance on etiquette. This very aspect earned him the admiration of the 12th prince. Coupled with Morong Fu's lack of the arrogance typically associated with those from the martial world, which allowed him to quickly gain the right to move freely within the palace. "Come in." Lu Ha beckoned. Stepping into the banquet hall, Morong Fu saluted the 12th prince. "Your Highness, Morong, you have come regarding the matters of the Iron Palm Gang in Meng City, have you not?" Lu Ha gestured for Morong Fu to take a seat. However, Morong Fu remained standing, replying, "Indeed, Your Highness. The Iron Palm Gang is the most powerful faction in Meng City, and I fear many eyes are on it at this time. I have come to inquire whether we should hold back when engaging them. In the struggle for interests, one must not hold back. Besides, if you do, others will not, and it is you who shall fall," the 12th prince, Lu Ha, replied. "Understood, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall establish contact with the Iron Palm Gang to secure their assistance for you," Morong Fu responded. "Excellent. If you can accomplish this task for me, I shall reward you with an unexpected boon," Lu Ha promised. "Then I shall await your good fortune, Your Highness. I will first gather all relevant information on the Iron Palm Gang from the treasury before departing for Meng City," Morong Fu stated. "Very well. You are representing me on this journey. Take this royal decree with you." Lu Ha handed Morong Fu the token at his waist. "By the way, the guest Yuan Heezy from the 7th Prince's residence will also be heading to Meng City to engage with the Iron Palm Gang. Do not worry, Your Highness. Yuan Heezy will not reach Meng City," Morong Fu assured confidently upon receiving the royal decree. "Good. It seems you truly understand my intentions," Lu Ha smiled. "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." "Await my good news," Morong Fu said, bowing before departing with Xiao Ruoyan to gather information on the Iron Palm Gang from the treasury. "Do you trust him so readily?" A woman clad in red emerged from the inner hall, settling into Lu Ha's embrace. "Trust? Why should I not? I have thoroughly investigated his background, though that is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is that I perceive a desire for power in his eyes. While I may not be able to offer him much else, power is something I can provide, should I succeed. There is little in this world worthy of trust that guarantees against betrayal. The best leverage is mutual benefit," the 12th prince replied coldly. As the 12th prince Lu Ha spoke, he inquired, "What impact does Niechong's situation have on my 7th brother?" Upon hearing the 12 prince's words, Hong Luo replied, "After Niechong's incident, the atmosphere surrounding the 7th prince has appeared somewhat tranquil. In fact, for the 7th prince, this turn of events can be considered fortuitous. Previously, many believed that the demise of Princess Danyang was linked to him. Rumors suggested that King Liwu had sent a letter rebuking the 7th prince. However, with Niechong's predicament, it is evident that the actions were directed at the Liwu palace and have no bearing on him, thus exonerating him completely from the Princess Danyang affair. There is merit to your assertion. I had anticipated that the matter concerning Princess Danyang would prolong his troubles, yet it seems he has extricated himself so swiftly. Lu He remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. The position of right supervisor of the inspection court has been designated for Shi Jia's Shi Mufeng. Please make an effort to engage with him and see if we can sway him to our side, the 12 prince instructed. At present, the Shi family has not allied with any prince, making it difficult for Shi Mufeng to collaborate with us, Hong Luo responded gravely. Let us initiate contact and ascertain if there are any gains. However, what is your perspective on the recently emerged evil alliance? Lu He asked, his brow furrowing in concern. We have conducted investigations into the evil alliance, but have refrained from delving too deeply due to the significant threat they pose. It has been advised that we avoid probing further or engaging with them, Hong Luo replied, her expression troubled. It is not that I wish to avoid engagement. But they have sent me an invitation, Lu He said, producing a missive that bore the seal of the evil alliance, his expression darkening. Currently, the Heavenly Supervisory Office has officially placed the evil alliance under Yuan status. Yet, at this juncture, the evil alliance still dares to extend an invitation to me, which is infuriating. It appears they do not regard me, the 12 prince, with any respect. Could this be an indication that someone is leveraging the evil alliance to probe our foundations? Should I request the higher-ups to dispatch some formidable experts to safeguard our residence? Hong Luo, having examined the invitation, stepped down from Lu He's embrace, her demeanor serious. It is indeed time to summon some skilled individuals to publicly display the depth of my standing as the 12th prince. Lu He nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at another location, within the residence of Left Chancellor Kai Jing, in the study, a young man clad in white stood respectfully before Kai Jing, who was meticulously inscribing on a piece of parchment. Has the dagger been confirmed to have reached the Heavenly Supervisory Office? Whose possession is it currently in? Kai Jing inquired, his writing uninterrupted. Reporting to you, my lord, the dagger has not yet been returned to the Heavenly Supervisory Office. It is presently in the hands of Princess Qingqin. The young man in white responded solemnly. To think that the substantial resources expended in its creation would ultimately result in it falling into the hands of Princess Qingqin. It appears she has firmly seized control of the Heavenly Supervisory Office. A grave expression crossed Kai Jing's face. I had previously underestimated Murong Qingqin, but following the upheaval within the Feng family, I must now regard her with the seriousness she deserves. Currently, the news that Murong Qingqin has survived and continues to preside over the Celestial Monitoring Division has gradually emerged, as she is the biological sister of the 4th prince. Her position provides him with an additional ally within the court, thus bolstering his power once more. There are individuals approaching the 4th prince, particularly the Night Emperor from the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Why did they refrain from taking action at that time? Have you gathered any insights on this matter? My subordinate has secretly contacted Bai Choufei, who indicated that he needed to inquire further before providing any information. The young man furrowed his brow and replied, Is that so? For the time being, refrain from contacting Bai Choufei to avoid complications. Send someone else to meet him and inform him that I will be at the Zuwei Pavilion tonight to meet with them. I intend to personally probe into the affairs concerning the Night Emperor in the future. The individual who previously met with the Night Emperor was killed, and now I wish to encounter the Night Emperor in the future myself. Of course, he now possesses the confidence to meet others, having absorbed a substantial amount of virgin blood, which has enabled him to reach the sea transformation phase of his Dantian. The term sea transformation itself suggests that the power within the Dantian is boundless, akin to the ocean. Furthermore, he has practiced the formidable techniques of blood soul severing and overturning sea dragon whale, granting him a significant standing among martial artists of the sea transformation stage. My subordinate will now seek out Bai Choufei, the young man in white concluded, making his way toward the right corner of the study without using the main entrance. He deftly manipulated a tiger-shaped carving on the nearby bookshelf, revealing a concealed door, and stepped inside. Shortly after his departure, Kai Jing began to undergo a drastic transformation. His entire body trembled as he shifted from a somewhat emaciated figure to one of robust stature. His face also transformed, becoming broader than its previous lean outline. His height gradually increased, until Kai Jing's appearance completely altered into that of a stocky middle-aged man. The Night Emperor expects a reasonable explanation upon our meeting, or else. Kai Jing's voice boomed with a coarse timbre, markedly different from before. It remains uncertain whether this is his true form or if his previous guise was the authentic one. Should this be his true appearance, it would herald significant upheaval within the court of the great Zhou dynasty. Upon finishing his words, Caidie also entered the hidden passage. Moments later, he emerged in a small courtyard not far away, heading not toward the Towei Pavilion, but towards the residence of the Marquis of Anqing. Regarding the incident at Feng Family Manor, only the Marquis and his carriage driver returned alive, and since their return, they have remained secluded, refusing to meet anyone. Caidie had anticipated the Marquis would approach him, but after waiting for many days without any sign of movement from the Marquis, he resolved to seek him out. As he approached the Marquis's residence, Caidie sensed himself being scrutinized by 3 piercing gazes. The Celestial Monitoring Division is still watching the Marquis's estate. No wonder he is hiding within. Caidie mused to himself. In front of the Marquis's residence, 2 guards stood motionless, their broadswords resting against their backs. The Marquis of Anqing wielded considerable power, commanding the military forces of the region, and the guards were selected from his own troops. Halt! Who approaches? One guard called out as Caidie stepped forward. Please deliver this letter of tribute to the Marquis of Anqing and inform him that the elixirs he requested have been successfully concocted and are ready for collection. Caidie produced a letter and stated his message. The guard scrutinized Caidie for a moment before turning and entering the estate. Shortly thereafter, he returned, instructing, "Follow me. The Marquis awaits you in the banquet hall." He led Caidie into the inner courtyard. As Caidie entered the Marquis's residence, a pigeon took flight from the shadows. In the banquet hall, upon seeing Caidie arrive, the Marquis of Anqing's expression turned cold. Shouldn't the Evil Alliance provide me with an explanation regarding the incident at Feng Family Village? The Marquis's losses from that event were profound. His most skilled warrior, Caidie Tao, had been slain by the Night Emperor. Though he harbored resentment towards the Night Emperor and sought vengeance, he understood that the situation would not have arisen had the Evil Alliance not intervened. Can you recount the circumstances of that day? Caidie's purpose for visiting was to ascertain the truth behind the incident. The rumors circulating in the outside world had left him perplexed, compelling him to seek confirmation from the Marquis himself. After a moment of silence, Caidie, reflecting on the Marquis's account, spoke. Are you implying that the Night Emperor's strength has reached the level of internal energy manifesting as a sea? The foremost concern of any martial artist is their power. All else pales in comparison. Indeed, otherwise, how else would my top warrior fall to his hands? The Marquis's expression hardened at Caidie's words, not to belittle the prowess of his foremost fighter, but rather out of astonishment at the Night Emperor's capabilities. After a brief pause of astonishment, Caidie's demeanor returned to its usual composure. The guards outside mentioned that you have brought what I requested, the Marquis said. Certainly, this is a token of our collaboration. Caidie responded, producing a jade vial. Within this vial are 2 3-trans dragon pattern pills that should assist you in advancing your heavenly martial true dragon technique to the next level. Without hesitation, the Marquis accepted the vial, declaring, the Marquis of Anqing has already become adversaries with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Henceforth, I shall take action against them. From their dialogue, it was clear to him that the other party was engaging with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, prompting him to lay the situation bare. Is it wise to resolve grievances rather than deepen them? I will meet with the Night Emperor tonight. I hope to assess the attitude of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower after our meeting. How about you take action thereafter? Caidie spoke earnestly. Both the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower and the Marquis of Anqing held significance for him. Thus he wished to avoid conflict between the 2 factions. I can wait a day, the Marquis replied. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now. With that, Caidie did not linger any longer and turned to depart. After the departure of Lord Anqing, a woman clad in a purple dress emerged from the shadows. Do you think this person could possibly be the 3rd leader of the Evil Alliance? Lord Anqing gazed at the woman in the purple dress, sensing her profound aura, which exuded an air of unfathomable depth. It is indeed a possibility. Shall I follow her discreetly? The woman in purple suggested. You risk being discovered. Take these 2 pills for examination. If they prove to be satisfactory, leave one for inspection to see if we can concoct a similar elixir. And deliver the other to me, for I need it to advance to the next level of heavenly martial true dragon technique. Although Lord Anqing was young, he approached matters with great caution. He understood that the Evil Alliance currently needed him as an ally and would not act against him. Nevertheless, one must always remain vigilant. Understood. The woman in purple returned the pills. We must seek a more powerful alchemist. Otherwise, the subsequent elixirs cannot be refined. I cannot indefinitely rely on the evil alliance to cultivate the heavenly martial true dragon technique to its ultimate tier. Lord Onqing replied, I have identified 3 potential candidates and am currently observing them. Once confirmed, I will extend a lucrative invitation. Excellent. The woman in purple affirmed, nodding in approval. Lord Onqing then inquired, is Morong Qingxun still at Feng Family Manor? Indeed, Morong Qingxun remains at Feng Family Manor. But news has arrived from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau that the 3 elders there have fully recognized her status. It is anticipated that soon she shall become the new head of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Is that so? Lord Onqing's brow furrowed slightly. Morong Qingxun had set her sights on him regarding matters at Feng Family Manor. Once she solidifies her position as head of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, he would likely find himself under close scrutiny. You may leave now, he gestured. The woman in purple bowed and exited the banquet hall, just as another figure stepped inside. Greetings, my lady. The woman in purple greeted the newcomer with a respectful bow, retreating from the banquet hall. The newcomer was elegantly attired, appearing to be around 28 or 29 years of age, exuding gracefulness in her white gown, adorned with pale blue lotus flowers embroidered at the cuffs, trimmed with golden threads and silver edges. The bodice formed a striking silhouette, accentuating her curves as she walked with a graceful poise that conveyed an aura of aristocratic beauty. A true gem among the beauties of the capital. She entered the hall with an air of nobility, distinctly different from a warrior. Upon seeing his wife approach, Lord Onqing moved forward to support her arm. My lady, what brings you to the banquet hall? He inquired softly. You have been confined at home for such a long time. I thought it pertinent to inquire. She replied, her voice reminiscent of a delicate orchid in a tranquil valley, imbued with a hint of natural allure. Rest assured, my lady, I will handle this matter appropriately. Lord Onqing assured her in a gentle tone. My husband. We are one and the same. There are matters I must be privy to. Her tone shifted from gentle to somewhat stern. The fiefdom of the Marquis of Onqing is situated in the region of Biansu, which encompasses 5 counties, the most powerful of which is known as the 12 Peaks of Qilian. The wife of the Marquis, Miao Ruofeng, is the daughter of Miao Batian, the Lord of the 12 Peaks. However, the Marquis has always harbored doubts about her parentage, for Miao Batian is a man of robust stature, while Miao Ruofeng is a vision of ethereal beauty, a stark contrast that raises his suspicions. Nevertheless, despite his misgivings, the prospect of marrying such a stunning woman and securing an alliance with the 12 Peaks to gain complete dominion over Biansu is too enticing to dismiss. Recently, he has been in contact with the Evil Alliance and has caught the eye of Morong Qingxun, the head of the Heavenly Monitoring Division, which could prove to be quite unfavorable for him, remarked the Marquis. Your dealings with the Evil Alliance, which has only recently emerged and operates with extreme measures, suggest they have ulterior motives. It would be prudent to exercise caution in your interactions with them, advised Lady Onqing gravely. They possess the dragon pattern pills I require, specifically, the 3rd-tier ones. I need such elixirs to advance my mastery of the heavenly martial true dragon technique, the Marquis replied. While Lady Onqing is indeed a paragon of beauty, the Marquis refrains from divulging all matters to her. However, when she inquires, he does not conceal the truth. The 3rd-tier dragon pattern pills? The Evil Alliance is capable of concocting such potions? Lady Onqing expressed her astonishment. My lady, your visit must entail more than simply discussing these matters. There must be other concerns at hand, the Marquis suggested, redirecting the conversation. Indeed, there is another matter. The South Sea Chamber of Commerce is to host a Rare Treasures conference in the capital 3 days hence. I wish for you to accompany me, Lady Onqing stated. The South Sea Chamber of Commerce is holding a Rare Treasures conference? The Marquis's demeanor shifted slightly at her words. My lady, you are close friends with the president of the South Sea Chamber. Do you think we might be able to partake in this event? He inquired. My lord, is there a financial issue at hand? With the support of the Golden Merchant Guild, you should not be lacking in funds, Lady Onqing observed, looking at her husband. With Jean Yuling's death, the Golden Merchant Guild has severed their financial assistance, stating that they will only continue our collaboration once their leader is back in action. The Marquis declared solemnly. The land of Biansu is inherently barren, with scant tax revenues barely sustaining his military forces. However, the cultivation of martial prowess necessitates medicinal pills, and the exorbitant costs of such resources have become burdensome. Previously, the support from the Golden Merchant Guild alleviated his pressures, but with that lifeline cut off, he must seek alternative avenues for funding. The South Sea Chamber of Commerce established a grand trading house in the capital 3 years ago, renowned for its opulence. Within, one can find rare treasures discovered in the South Sea region, items unattainable in the inland areas, particularly the lustrous, round pearls that are highly coveted by the noble ladies of the capital. They also periodically host auctions for rare artifacts, further enhancing the reputation of the South Sea Chamber. Securing a share in the South Sea Chamber could undoubtedly alleviate his current predicaments. Upon hearing the words of Lord Onqing, Madame Onqing furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "Are you contemplating the affairs of the Nanhai Merchants Association? Its depths are profound. I advise against such aspirations. Could you arrange a meeting with Madame Rui for me instead?" To hear her thoughts, Lord Onqing, however, paid little heed to the complexities of the Nanhai Merchants Association. He was merely focused on extricating himself from his predicament, even if it meant addressing only a fraction of it. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements. I will meet her this afternoon and facilitate your introduction," he replied. Although Madame Onqing's brow was still furrowed, she ultimately nodded in agreement. At the Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion, Nailan Rongyan placed an invitation before Bai Choufei. In 3 days, the Nanhai Merchants Association will host a Rare Treasures Conference, inviting both of us to attend, she announced. Bai Choufei paused in surprise. He was well aware that the attendees of the Nanhai Merchants Association were primarily noble women and affluent heiresses from the capital, predominantly engaging in feminine pursuits. This conference promised the unveiling of other treasures, hence the dual invitations. "Let us attend. It will be an excellent opportunity to encounter some prominent figures from the capital," Bai Choufei suggested. "What news from the Onqing residence? Is there any stirring?" he inquired. "Nothing much, though it appears Lord Onqing's circumstances have grown dire. His financial support from the Jinxian gang has been severed. While his other enterprises yield profits, they cannot sustain his expenditures. However, someone visited Lord Onqing today, and a likeness has been rendered," Nailan Rongyan replied, producing a drawing from her sleeve. The foremost expert of the Onqing household had perished at the hands of the Night Emperor, prompting Bai Choufei to take a keen interest in Lord Onqing's affairs. The individual left the Onqing residence shortly after arriving, and those assigned to monitor him were unable to keep track, Nailan Rongyan stated with a serious tone. "It could be members of the Evil Alliance," Bai Choufei posited. Upon hearing this, Nailan Rongyan's brow twitched slightly. "Isn't the leader of the Evil Alliance scheduled to meet Lord Night Emperor tonight? Why would they send someone to the Onqing residence at this time?" she queried. "Perhaps they seek information regarding the recent events in the mountains," Bai Choufei replied. "If that is the case, the leader of the Evil Alliance will become aware that the long knife passed from us to Murong Qingshun," Nailan Rongyan noted. "Our relationship with the Evil Alliance is merely one of cooperation, devoid of any binding obligations. Furthermore, after today, whether we continue to collaborate remains uncertain. However, the dealings between Lord Onqing and the Evil Alliance are matters for Lord Night Emperor to decide. We need not concern ourselves with them. We should focus on our own tasks. Do take the time to investigate what unique items might be presented at this forthcoming Nanhai Merchants Association conference. The young master has a fondness for such treasures, and if possible, procure something to present to him," Bai Choufei advised. Fully aware of the significance that rare treasures held for Suiyun, the great Zhou dynasty, particularly in Jiangnan, boasted the most fertile lands of the realm. In the entire Jiangnan region, there are 18 prefectures. Although there are merely 18, each prefecture boasts an area twice that of those in other regions. Thus, the 18 prefectures of Jiangnan correspond to 36 prefectures outside. It is the largest area within the vast Zhou dynasty, naturally, due to its extensive expanse. The power dynamics here are intricate and multifaceted. In Changhe Prefecture, within the city of Luo, at a wharf, Qiao Feng and the 3 esteemed elders emerged from a dark vessel, all adorned with wide-brimmed hats. A gentle drizzle fell outside. While it did not pour, it was enough to dampen their garments, and the broad hats provided a shield against the fine rain. "Master, why have we chosen Luo City in Changhe Prefecture? This prefecture itself is merely average among the 18 in Jiangnan, and Luo City is even more unremarkable. Developing here may pose challenges," remarked an elder beside him, leaning on a bamboo staff. The elder had 9 pouches hanging from his waist, accompanied by 2 others who also bore bamboo staffs and possessed 8 pouches each. Changhe Prefecture governs 24 cities, 8 of which are located downstream. Luo City occupies a central position. During the rainy season, the downstream cities frequently suffer from floods. resulting in many displaced individuals flocking to the banks of the Luo River. Consequently, the city is likely to see an influx of beggars, presenting an opportunity for us to gather members for our beggar alliance, Xiao Feng explained. Master, while recruiting these beggars is feasible, we must bear in mind that floods can lead to pestilence. If we amass these individuals, we will need to stockpile a substantial amount of medicinal supplies as a precaution, cautioned the elder with 9 pouches. Indeed, while pestilence poses no threat to our level of cultivation, it remains perilous for those beneath us. However, as we are new to this place, we may not be able to prepare such ample supplies, added an elder with 8 pouches. Moreover, prior to our arrival, I investigated certain conditions in Chang'e Prefecture. Luo City is home to 3 major factions. Among them, the Luo River Gang ostensibly engages in water and land trade, yet clandestinely partakes in human trafficking. If we proceed with our plans, we may inadvertently encroach upon their interests, voiced another elder. What of it? Our beggar alliance was once the greatest in the realm. Upon our arrival in this world, we must reclaim that title. If the Luo River Gang remains amicable, all will be well. However, should they harbor ill intentions, I would not hesitate to confront them directly, Xiao Feng declared boldly. Yet, the Luo River Gang is backed by the forces of the Li family, related to the 7th prince. This could lead us to conflict with the Li clan, cautioned the elder with 9 pouches. Do not fret. Recently, the 1st prince has taken action against the maternal family of the 7th prince. Although the 7th prince's uncle, the foremost expert of the Li family, has returned to Jiangnan to uphold their dominance, the situation has not entirely shifted. Even if we were to dismantle the Luo River Gang, it might not attract the Li family's attention. Once we establish our foothold here, our beggar alliance can begin to extend its influence across Chang'e Prefecture, and subsequently, throughout the entire Jiangnan region, Xiao Feng concluded. Let us proceed into the city and explore the bustling marketplace where medicinal elixirs circulate, he urged. In pursuit of a substantial supply of medicinal elixirs, one must seek out cooperative sellers of Dan medicine to produce a considerable quantity of the Qingling Dan, a remedy for epidemic prevention. Chapter 4:15, Evil Alliance, orchestrates a plague and unrest. The Mountain River sect, with Zhuge Jinghua and Yuan Suiyun, stands before Suiyun. My lord, the northern 9 prefectures have stabilized. I have prepared a resource submission list detailing the contributions required from various factions, Zhuge Jinghua stated, currently assisting Suiyun in governing the affairs of the northern 9 prefectures. To establish dominance over these territories, it is imperative that subordinate factions offer resources. Otherwise, the title of martial arts overlord would be a mere facade. My lord, this matter necessitates swift action. Our expenditures have been excessive lately, and business for the Qinglong Association remains sluggish. It is unlikely we will secure any significant deals in the northern 9 prefectures, as major factions are well aware of your status as the young master of the Qinglong Association. Even as the dominant force in the northern 9 prefectures, they dare not incite trouble on their own turf. Additionally, the expansion of the Jinfeng Shiyu building's personnel has led to a rapid depletion of resources, threatening to exhaust our previously acquired assets. Thus, the collection of resources must be expedited. Yuan Suiyun interjected. Is that so? Upon hearing Yuan Suiyun's words, Suiyun felt a pang of regret. While he had garnered fame as the young master of the Qinglong Association in controlling the northern 9 prefectures, his wealth had not augmented correspondingly. This matter shall trouble you, Mr. Zhuge. Zhuge Jinghua, in his past life, was not only the head of the Divine Marquis Mansion, but also a grand tutor and the foremost figure of the 6 doors, proficiently managing the northern 9 prefectures. Yes, I shall commence issuing orders for them to send a portion of this year's resources forthwith. Many martial arts factions in the northern 9 prefectures have undergone significant changes, resulting in substantial losses. Some have ascended to power, yet may struggle to gather the requisite resources within such a short time frame. Hence, Zhuge Jinghua intends to collect a portion initially. Suiyun nodded. After Zhuge Jinghua departed, he turned to Yuan Suiyun and remarked, the resources from the Mountain River sect cannot be diminished. Otherwise, this could lead to complications. The Jinfeng Shiyu building has only just established itself in the capital and requires support. In the Ghost Domain, Gu Santong is personally stationed, while Duge Wudi contends with the Tianshan sect, leading to severe resource depletion. Often, success does not solely hinge upon individual strength, as experts cannot always intervene at a moment's notice. Therefore, we require additional personnel. Suiyun, do you believe we have spread ourselves too thin, resulting in our current predicament? Rising with hands clasped behind his back, Su Chun pondered the situation. My lord, the assassination missions of the Qinglong Association must be reinstated promptly. Xiao Feng should have arrived in Jiangnan's Changhe Prefecture by now, and he will undoubtedly require considerable resources. Meanwhile, Lian Xingbi and Murong Fu do not need resource support for the time being. Lian Xingbi has established the Wugeshan Villa near the Bai Lake outside Su City in the central Jiangnan region, funded by the wealthy merchant's daughter, Li Yimei, Yuan Suiyun explained. Hearing this, Su Chen's gaze flickered with interest. Are you suggesting that Lian Xingbi's Wugeshan Villa was financed by the affluent merchant's daughter, Li Yimei? How did Lian Xingbi come into contact with her? Su Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. As Lian Xingbi entered Jiangnan, he inadvertently rescued Li Yimei from the clutches of Kaiwa Dao. The Li family, being merchants without any martial talent, viewed their assistance to Lian Xingbi as an initial investment. Yuan Suiyun remarked on this insight. The Li family possesses remarkable foresight, recognizing Lian Xingbi's exceptional qualities. Consequently, we need not extend our support for the early stages of Wugeshan Zhuang. Su Chen interjected. Master, Knight Emperor, has met with the three leaders of Evil Alliance and mentioned a matter concerning the city of Luo, where Qiao Feng is currently situated. Yuan Suiyun said with a grave expression. Is it related to the city of Luo, where Qiao Feng resides? Su Chen inquired, slightly puzzled by Yuan Suiyun's serious demeanor. Evil Alliance intends to exploit the intelligence capabilities of Jin Feng Xiu Lu to disseminate information regarding a plague and ensuing riots in Luo City, Yuan Suiyun explained. However, Qiao Feng's report did not indicate any plague in Luo City, Su Chen noted, sensing something amiss, but soon grasped the implication. You mean that the people from Evil Alliance aim to instigate a plague and riots in Luo City? Indeed, and the groundwork for this scheme has likely already been laid, if not already completed. They await the onset of flooding in the lower regions of Changhe County. According to our investigations, the rainy season in Changhe County has commenced, and this year's rainfall exceeds that of previous years, Yuan Suiyun continued. What are the intentions of Evil Alliance? To create a plague and riots in defiance of the court? Has Knight Emperor gathered any intelligence? Su Chen questioned, unable to fathom their motives. The Great Zhou dynasty is still in its prime. A plague or riot would merely be a spark easily extinguished. What could be their true intent? Knight Emperor has not discerned their motives either, although Knight Emperor met with the three leaders of Evil Alliance. It is suspected that they did not present their true selves during the encounter, Yuan Suiyun replied. Is that so? Then inform Qiao Feng to remain vigilant about this situation. And regarding matters in Luo City, report to me at the first sign of developments. I have a nagging suspicion that something lies hidden beneath this situation, Su Chen mused. He was far removed from Jiangnan, situated in Lingnan County, and despite his reluctance to witness such a scenario, he found himself powerless to intervene. Moreover, it appeared that their adversaries had already completed their preparations. Now, he could only observe their intentions unfold. My subordinates will promptly send a letter to Qiao Feng. Yuan Suiyun stated. What of Zihanyu? Were they not supposed to deal with Tianshan's sect? Why has there been no sign of activity? Since the battle between Gu Santong and the Tianshan sect's leader, Hua Mufeng, Zihanyu of Hanyu's sect seemed to have vanished. My subordinates have been unable to reach Miss Hanyu recently. Perhaps she has become cautious after witnessing Hua Mufeng's strength and has refrained from taking action against Tianshan's sect. Yuan Suiyun spoke solemnly. Nevertheless, Tianshan's sect poses a threat that must be eliminated, Su Chen asserted. Although Ghost Realm has been engaged in ongoing conflicts with Tianshan's sect beyond the borders, with casualties on the rise, encounters among masters above the celestial realm remain scarce. In this aspect, the forces of Ghost Realm, led by Dugu Wudi, hold numerical superiority, yet their victories are not significantly pronounced. From the current situation, it appears that the Tianshan sect is intentionally stalling them. Su Chen inquired whether we have spies deeply embedded within the Tianshan sect. Aside from the disciples led by the Southern Mountain Lord Mu Fengyun and the later emergence of personnel from 3 other mountain ranges, there are no others affiliated with the Tianshan sect. Furthermore, the Tianshan sect has completely sealed itself off, allowing no entry or exit, rendering our people incapable of reconnaissance. Even if they were to infiltrate, escape would be impossible. Yuan Suiyun relayed the circumstances surrounding the Tianshan sect. Such stringent measures indicate that something significant is likely occurring within. I suspect that Zihanyu must be aware of it. I shall contact her again to ascertain what precisely is transpiring within the Tianshan sect. Additionally, inform Zihan to liaise with the Ghost Domain to request the Qinglong Society to dispatch assassins to deal with the Tianshan sect. I shall reach out to Zihan once more. With that, Yuan Suiyun bowed and exited the room. At that moment, a notification resonated in Su Chen's mind, stating that Xiang Yingtian, under the alias Ma Kongquan, had become the martial arts leader of the Xiang County in the northern region of Shilin, earning 2 orange lottery cards as a reward. Su Chen reflected on the information regarding Xiang County, which is situated near the northern 9 counties. It is the smallest and most chaotic area among the 11 counties of Lingxi. He was astonished that Xiang Yingtian had managed to ascend to the position of martial arts leader of Xiang County in such a brief span of time.